Chapter 1. Nightmare. They say, when a person is about to die, all the deeds of their life flash before their eyes like lanterns. Fire. Such a big fire. Everywhere was engulfed in raging flames. The base had already fallen. He lay among overturned supply crates. Beneath him blossomed vivid crimson flowers. A whispering sound seemed to rise in his ears, and scene after scene from the past truly began to replay before his eyes. The tension he felt when stepping into the academy for the first time, the excitement of receiving his combat bracelet after passing the tests, the thrill of joining the fleet and boarding a warship, the joy of triumphantly returning after a victorious battle. A faint smile curved at the corner of his lips as he tried to reach out to touch them, but unfortunately, he lacked even the strength to move a finger. His stamina and vitality drained together, abandoning him. The mottled greatsword shattered into pieces. The broken tip of the sword pierced through his chest. A sharp edge of shattered mecha fragment lodged itself deeply in his neck. His body was covered in gash-like wounds, horrifying to look upon. His vision grew increasingly blurred, seeing nothing clearly. A foot clad in armor stomped on the broken sword tip, and with a hiss, it plunged straight into his heart. Warm blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. In his chest, that heart gradually ceased its pumping. That person raised the gun, crimson energy gathering at its muzzle. It seemed that person said something, but he could no longer hear it. The trigger pulled, energy released. An excruciating pain rushed in, completely submerging his consciousness in darkness. Falling. When he hit the ground hard, consciousness finally returned. Liu opened his eyes, staring wide-eyed at the ceiling, aware that he had just woken up from a nightmare. He pushed the blanket aside and sat up. His pajamas were drenched in cold sweat. The air conditioner continued quietly blowing cool wind, moonlight streaming through the large window, and casting a frosty glow onto the floor. He grabbed the phone on the bedside table, lighting up the screen. 2:38 a.m. This was the fourth nightmare he'd experienced in nearly a week. Nightmares weren't scary. What was terrifying was that they were exactly the same every time. This nightmare plagued him. He didn't know if some mysterious force might be warning him through these dreams. In his dreams, there were bases breached, looted empty supply boxes, broken mechas, snapped great swords, and amidst the blazing fires, himself dying. The sensation of death was so vivid, as if it truly happened to him. Subconsciously, he raised a hand to touch his forehead. Thankfully, there wasn't a hole on his forehead. Slightly reassured, he differentiated between nightmare and reality. Liu lowered his head and looked at the combat bracelet on his right wrist, lying back down. He grabbed the blanket, pulling it over his head. Ding dong. His phone buzzed, indicating a new message from WeTalk. Liu stretched one arm out from under the blanket and brought the phone inside. After unlocking the screen, a lone message lingered in the still open chat interface. Are you asleep? The sender's profile picture was a cute pink pig, marked by him as Princess. His fingers danced lightly on the virtual keyboard, replying quickly with a message. I had a nightmare. Ding dong. The reply came almost immediately. Maybe, dreams are the opposite of reality? Don't scare yourself. Rest well, good night. He turned off the screen and placed the phone back on the table. Liu pulled his hands into the blanket and slowly closed his eyes. Thank you. Chapter 2. Judgment and Dreams. 3 p.m. Liu sat in front of the computer desk, took a deep breath, and pressed the power button. The computer booted up. After entering the startup password, Liu opened the browser, accessed an educational examination website, found the Score Inquiry section, and clicked on it. The entire interface contained only two input fields for ID number and student ID at the top and bottom, along with a query button and nothing else to fill the screen. Liu's fingertips had already touched the keyboard, but he remained motionless, as if frozen in place, sitting before the table without making a move. It wasn't that he forgot his ID or student number. He was just a little nervous. Because today was the day to check the college entrance exam results. 12 years of diligent study had finally reached fruition. Liu hesitated, despite having gathered every ounce of courage in his heart. Yet, the moment his fingers were about to touch the keyboard, he faltered again. He looked down, gazing at his slightly trembling hands. Was it excitement or nervousness? An old saying goes, a man is precious when he knows himself. Liu had a very clear understanding of his own abilities. Therefore, even if he sat silently by the desk until evening, his score wouldn't change over time. With a determined bite of his lip and a stomp of his foot, Liu quickly entered his ID number and student ID. Moving the cursor to the query button, he closed his eyes and clicked the left mouse button. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds passed, and he dared to open his eyes slightly. His vision was blurred, and all the numbers on the screen formed a mess. When he fully opened his eyes, his vision became clear. What came into sight was a table showing the scores of each subject. Chinese 131, Math 117, English 142, Liberal Arts Composite 242, total score 632. It was quite a good score. The college entrance examination system had undergone repeated reforms. Nowadays, the cutoff scores for different undergraduate levels are announced along with the exam results. Looking down, Liu saw that this year's cutoff score for liberal arts students to be admitted to a first-tier university was 589 points. His score was 43 points above the line. Unless something unexpected happened, he would undoubtedly get admitted to a desired first-tier school. With a sigh of relief, Liu clenched his fists and mimicked the classic farmer three punches celebration gesture, throwing 3 punches at the computer screen one after another. Yes, hard work pays off. Heaven does not forsake those who strive. His mother was still taking a nap, so Liu decided to share this joy with a friend first. He closed the browser and double-clicked the WeTalk icon on his desktop. After logging into WeTalk, the chat window popped up. He noticed immediately that a message had come from his friend with the nickname False Decency. How'd it go? Straightforward as always. This was the hallmark style of false decency. 632, not as good as you though. Liu typed this message into the input box and pressed enter to send it. No, I bombed. Only 645. Can this humble bragger please go die somewhere? Stop joking around. Let's talk serious business. What are your plans? I thought after knowing each other for so long, you should understand me. Guess I was too sentimental. Boo-hoo. Can we be serious now? Are you really considering applying to Dragon Military Academy? The friend with the nickname False Decency went silent. 3 minutes later, he said, all right, once a brother, always a brother. If we're brothers, then I'll join you on this journey. I'm going to Dragon Military Academy too. Liu was greatly puzzled. You too? Isn't this contrary to your slacking above all principle? We've grown up, we're not kids anymore. I've been criticized endlessly for idling around and not working hard. Now, with college approaching, if I keep doing this, my life will pass by in no time. It's time to settle down and think about my future. But slacking gives instant gratification, and continuous slacking brings continuous pleasure, right? You really get me. Liu smiled, stopped paying attention, and logged out of WeTalk. Leaning back against the chair, he spaced out. Liu was born into a military family. His father was a soldier. He was proud of his father, but fate had not favored him. His father, after a lifetime of military service, lost his life in the last battle before retirement, struck by a stray bullet. The Medal of Merit and pension, a mere name. All these things could not bring back the father Liu respected most. His mother suffered immense pain from this great loss, which Liu witnessed with anguish in his heart. Many times late at night, he saw his mother sitting alone by the bed, holding a photo that had turned yellow with age, quietly shedding tears. Liu recognized that photo. It was the wedding picture of his father and mother. Liu detested war. It was war that had taken his father from him. And because of this, his lifelong dream since childhood had always been to enroll in the Dragon Military Academy. He wanted to become a soldier, one who would bring an end to war itself with his own hands. This was something he firmly believed in. However, Liu couldn't help but recall some rumors he had heard before. The rumors claimed that the Dragon Military Academy had an eccentric old dean. The crotchety man was notorious for making admissions decisions based entirely on his mood. On good days, he admitted everyone who applied. On bad days, no one stood a chance. After all, the Dragon Military Academy was the only military academy among first-tier universities. Whether these rumors were true or not remained unverified, but it was undeniable fact that the Dragon Military Academy's admission and graduation rates had consistently remained low in recent years. Pride was pride for a reason at first-tier institutions, and this could be understood. Nevertheless, the idea of admitting students based purely on someone's mood still sent a foreboding signal through Liu. This was the era of the mechanical intelligence arrival. People's clothing, food, housing, and transportation had become increasingly convenient thanks to the advent of mechanical intelligence. With the rise of mechanical intelligence, the social economy began to flourish exponentially. Yet, few realized that beneath the veneer of prosperity lay tumultuous undercurrents. As the mechanical intelligence arrival era progressed, the issue of energy scarcity grew increasingly severe. Moreover, due to groundbreaking advancements in medical technology, mortality rates continued to decline year after year. This, in turn, gave rise to a major problem: overpopulation. And the new energy source, was the answer to resolving the global energy crisis. Was an environmentally friendly, clean, renewable resource. In short, whoever controlled this new energy source held the lifeline of the entire universe in their hands. To secure control over this new energy, various planets and star systems began forming alliances, eventually coalescing into two dominant factions: the Galactic Frontline Alliance, led by the Earth-Moon star system, and the Great Universe Union, consisting of Pluto and Neptune as its main forces. The Galactic Frontline Alliance relied heavily on recruits trained by the Dragon Military Academy, and this very academy was Liu's cherished dream. Chapter 3: Confidence and Intuition. A week after the scores in the pass line were announced, it was time to fill out the college applications. Nowadays, times have changed. Electronic application forms are too easy to read or rewrite, whereas paper-based ones written with pen do not have such issues. Normally, filling out an application is a top priority event that should be attended by parents. But Liu refused his mother's offer to accompany him and insisted, "I can handle it alone." Upon arriving at the scene, amidst the bustling crowd, Liu appeared so alone and solitary. Hey, stupid asshole. In the 22nd century, there are still people who greet each other with insults? Liu rolled his eyes, turned back, and saw a dashing gentleman striding towards him. Someone who could live off their looks. This describes Jia Zhengjing perfectly. Liu has quite a few friends, but if we're talking about looks, Jia Zhengjing would claim second place, and no one would dare claim first. Jia Zhengjing came over and gave Liu a punch on the shoulder. "Why did you come alone? Didn't Annie come with you?" Liu shook his head. "This small matter, I can handle it myself. There's no need for my mother, the elder, to personally step in." "How many olive branches have you received?" Jia Zhengjing asked. Liu made an okay gesture with his hand. "0. Jia Zhengjing was shocked. "Are you kidding?" Liu shook his head. Jia Zhengjing's expression suddenly became exaggerated. "At least an interview invitation, none? What's going on these days? Scores of over 600 in the national exam go unnoticed now. Back in the day, What about you? Liu interrupted him and countered. Touching a sore point, Jia Jingjing immediately lost his energy, lacking confidence even in his voice. Also 0. Liu had black lines all over his face. So what are you babbling about? An olive branch refers to invitations extended by universities to students. In today's society, job opportunities are abundant, and high employment rates prevail. The era where the fate and future of an individual depended on exam scores has long passed. With the rapid development of high-tech industries, learning and mastering a skill can ensure that if one person eats well, the whole family will not starve. Fewer people are taking the national exam each year. As a result, various universities spare no effort to attract their preferred candidates. Simply put, in the past, schools selected students, but now, students select schools. With Li Yu's score, he could definitely negotiate his terms. Yet, scoring over 600 points without receiving any attention or interview invitations is indeed too exaggerated. So-called interview invitations are just formalities, essentially a commitment from the school stating they will definitely admit you. Let's go. Time to fill out our applications. Jia Jingjing nudged the person next to him with his elbow. The line for filling out applications moved slowly forward. Jia Jingjing was in front of Li Yu, filling out all his first, second, and third preferences meticulously. After completing his form, he stepped aside. When he saw Li Yu only filling out his first preference and putting down the pen, he was completely stunned. He hurriedly pulled Li Yu to the side after finishing. Big brother, you only filled out your first choice? Have you received a commitment from Dragon Military Academy that they will definitely admit you? No, Li Yu answered calmly. Jia Jingjing stared blankly at his straightforward friend. So you dare to fill out only one preference? This joke isn't funny at all. I'd rather believe you accidentally skipped 2 preferences. Aren't you leaving yourself any fallback options? Nope, Li Yu shook his head. Survival of the fittest through adversity. His determination refreshed Jia Jingjing's understanding of him. I know you're stubborn as a mule, but don't be obstinate at this critical moment. Jia Jingjing's concern wasn't unfounded. In previous years, anyone daring to fill out only one choice invariably had a commitment from their target institution saying they would definitely be admitted. In Li Yu's case, having filled out only one choice without receiving any commitments suggests 2 possibilities. 1, he is absolutely certain about being accepted by his dream school. 2, he has gone crazy. People who don't know Li Yu would naturally think he's gone mad. But Jia Jingjing, who has been in the same class with him since elementary school, understands him very well. If Li Yu doesn't have confidence, he absolutely couldn't possibly do something. However, filling out the college applications is a crucial matter. As a best friend who talks about everything, Jia Jingjing certainly does not want to see Li Yu ruin his life because of a temporary impulse today. Do you really not want to reconsider your choices? Jia Jingjing asked again, worry evident on his face. Don't mess this up. Don't let a fleeting decision affect your entire life. Li Yu hesitated, but his hesitation was quickly replaced by determination. He shook his head again. Jia Jingjing gave up trying to persuade this stubborn donkey. I truly admire your confidence, but where does this confidence come from? Intuition. Li Yu raised his index finger and poked at his chest. It tells me that my future is undoubtedly at Dragon Military Academy. There, I will get everything I want. Perhaps it's all destined. Jia Jingjing chuckled bitterly. You're amazing. If everything you say comes true, I'll have to cut you down. You profit. So far, my intuition hasn't been wrong. Li Yu smiled at him slightly. After chatting for a bit, Li Yu suddenly lost his smile. His pupils gleamed with an icy blue light. He saw that the maintenance worker on the second floor had accidentally knocked off his toolbox, which fell from the second floor directly towards Jia Jingjing's head. The icy blue light disappeared in an instant. Without looking up, Li Yu shouted, "Look out!" and shoved Jia Jingjing, causing him to stumble. The toolbox hit the ground with a loud bang, scattering tools everywhere. Sorry. Upstairs, the maintenance worker was apologizing for his carelessness. I accidentally dropped the toolbox. Students, are you both alright? Li Yu looked up and waved at the worker. No worries, uncle. We're fine. Jia Jingjing watched the deformed toolbox with lingering fear and asked, how did you know the toolbox would fall? You didn't even look up. Well, it's just coincidence, Li Yu nodded. Forget about this. Are you okay? I'm fine, but I can't help feeling it's quite incredible. Jia Jingjing suddenly realized something. Thinking about it carefully, these incredibilities have happened before. Sometimes I wonder, are you really human? As soon as he heard this, Li Yu threw a punch at his shoulder. You ungrateful bastard. I just saved you, and you question if I'm human. Humph. Jia Jingjing only stared at him silently, eyes filled with amusement. Chapter 4, Debate and Compromise. Diana Frost, the girl, born with a golden spoon in her mouth. Her starting point is the destination that the vast majority of people can never reach in their entire lives. The surname Frost is known to everyone in the political world. The Frost family is a prestigious political family with great influence throughout the political arena. Some say, the Frost family's role in politics is like the Colangelo families in the military, and this statement holds true. The prestigious political Frost family and the renowned military Colangelo family are jointly referred to as the Federal Twin Pillars. Diana is the only child of the family. For the elderly couple, she is their one and only daughter, and from a young age, she has been showered with endless affection. Her mother placed high hopes on her, wishing Diana could carry on the family legacy, making a name for herself in the political world, bringing honor to the family name. However, Diana is a restless child who has absolutely no interest in politics. Instead, she yearns for battlefields and front lines. Knowing her daughter's unwillingness to settle for an easy life, her mother cannot help but worry deeply about her choice to abandon a scholar's path for a soldier's life. Therefore, regarding Diana's application to Dragon Military Academy, her mother repeatedly refused. Today Diana got up early. After grooming herself, she ate breakfast simply. Her stunning wavy golden hair hung loosely behind her, with a strand held aside by a white silk thread beside her ear. She wore a white shirt under a plaid lace mini dress, a delicate bracelet around her pale wrist, and a silver ring on her right pinky finger, plain without any embellishment. Her exotic style was extravagant and refined, yet it didn't feel excessive or cumbersome at all, as if she naturally belonged in such attire. This elegant look was done at her mother's request. Diana personally did not like it. Her mother insisted that she must always mind her manners wherever she is, while Diana felt that since they were at home, being slightly less formal would be acceptable. After finishing breakfast, Diana was called into the study by her parents for what they called a closed-door conference. "Sit down," said Diana's father, naturally the head of the household. "Anna, there's no need to be nervous. This is just an ordinary conversation." Diana gave a light nod. The head of the household sat upright and spoke. "Now that you're an adult, treating you like a child all the time isn't quite appropriate anymore. About your future, I'd like to hear your thoughts again." Seeing his daughter glance toward the housewife beside him, the head of the household added, "Your mother will refrain from giving opinions unless necessary. This is a private talk between father and daughter." At this, Diana relaxed slightly and opened up. "I firmly believe that my future lies in Dragon Military Academy. There, I will gain everything I want. Perhaps it's destiny." "So," the head of the household asked sharply, "does that mean you want to abandon scholarship for military service?" "I do," Diana replied steadfastly, meeting his gaze without hesitation. "That's my answer." "Why?" the head of the household asked further. "Where does this confidence come from?" "Instinct," Diana replied, using her right forefinger and middle finger together to tap her chest. "It told me everything." The housewife couldn't help herself anymore and chimed in. "Anna, why don't you want to inherit the legacy left by your father and me? Why must you join the military? We have already paved the way for you. Your future would certainly be smooth." "That's precisely why I want to join the military," Diana stated simply. The mother, being so sharp, understood instantly, her pupils dilating in shock. "You mean, you don't like the future we've arranged for you?" Diana answered straightforwardly, "Yes." The mother swayed slightly, her eyes filled with surprise, confusion, and many emotions Diana couldn't fully understand. Her voice trembled. But I've done all this for your sake. The front line is far too dangerous. You, a young woman, fighting alongside men. What if something happens? How could I bear it?" "Mom, I know you're doing this for my own good," Diana said. The idea of joining the military had not occurred to her overnight. It was the result of much deliberation. "But you should also know that I am a restless child who refuses to remain content with the status quo. To follow the path that you and Dad laid out for me would certainly make it easier for me in the future, but such comfort would almost eliminate my ability to withstand pressure. And in the future, even a minor setback might easily break me. The flowers inside the greenhouse may seem beautiful, but that's because they are given maximum protection. One day, when they lose that protection, wind and rain can easily destroy them. Military service is bound to be full of obstacles. Perhaps it will make my future even more difficult. Yet, I remain resolute. Without enduring storms, how can one see the rainbow? No one achieves success easily. As General Bismarck once said, only those who do not fear death deserve to live." But the housewife wanted to interject, but was swiftly restrained by a gesture from the head of the household. "So, this is what you've been thinking." The head of the household smiled slightly and said, "You are absolutely right. Without enduring storms, how can one see the rainbow? No one achieves success easily." "Fine, I agree. You may apply to Dragon Military Academy." "Woohoo. Yes, Dad's the best." Diana cheered joyfully. But the head of the household quickly added, "I won't secure any favors for you. There's still one special enrollment spot left at Dragon Military Academy, and I expect you to earn it with your own effort." Diana patted her full chest confidently. "No problem. It's a deal." The closed-door conference concluded as Diana exited the study. Immediately afterward, the housewife slapped the head of the household on his shoulder. "Are you crazy? Why did you agree to let our daughter apply for military school? You know perfectly well it's a pit of fire, and yet you let her jump right into it. The girl has grown up, and it's time she learned to make her own decisions." The head of the household responded calmly. "It's a good thing that she has strong convictions. You can't keep her locked in a cage forever. She must eventually spread her wings and soar in the sky. Is a phoenix meant to be confined to its nest?" "Ugh." The housewife held her forehead and sighed lightly. All right, you two have truly defeated me. Honey, I feel like playing some games tonight. Is that okay?" The head of the household asked eagerly, glancing frequently toward the computer at 10 o'clock. "No, absolutely not. You're banned from the computer for the next month." The housewife smiled sweetly, but refused firmly. 55555. "Unless you stop rubbing cooling balm on your eyelids, I might actually believe you're crying." Chapter 5. The Foreseeing Eye of the Future. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. The sharp sound of an incoming call rang out. A hand emerged from a ball-like blanket, fumbling for and grabbing the phone before retreating. "Hello?" Liu asked groggily, his voice muffled. "Mr. Li, hello?" came a crisp and melodious female voice from the other end of the line. "Your express package has arrived. According to regulations, please come to collect it within 72 hours. If overdue, it will be considered as automatic abandonment, and the package will be returned. With that, the caller hung up. Liu let go of the phone, which fell beside his pillow. He pulled back the blanket and sat up, yawning while scratching under his shirt. After scratching, he sniffed his hand, satisfied with its fragrance. He turned off the air conditioner, grabbed a short-sleeved t-shirt, and slipped it on. In August, the sun was displaying its full might. Inside the home and outside were like two different worlds. Leaving the house was akin to entering a steamer, not only scorching the feet, but also leaving no trace of wind. With weather this hot, even a single strand of yarn sticking to the body could feel unbearable. Summer, combined with summer vacation, was best spent lounging at home, eating chips, drinking soda, comfortably watching series or anime. Few people were on the streets, unwilling to venture out in such heat. Liu was no exception, but the earlier call had left him no choice but to pay attention. This so-called express package was most likely the acceptance letter. After breakfast, Liu, wearing beach shorts and slippers with an expression as if carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders, set out. After shutting the door behind him and stepping down one stair, Liu froze. Once again, his pupils gleamed with an icy blue light. In that moment, he saw himself walking out of the building when a pot of succulent plants fell from upstairs, shattering directly above his head. When the blue glow faded, he bounded downstairs swiftly and stepped a few quick paces after exiting the corridor. Just then, snap crackle, a pot of succulents shattered into pieces about half a meter behind him. He glanced back briefly, smiling faintly. It may be hard to comprehend, yet this was indeed Liu's ability, an innate talent. Throughout his life, this mysterious power had helped him avoid countless dangers. At the volunteer form submission site previously, it also warned him, allowing him to protect Jia Zhengjing from harm. Liu didn't know why he possessed this ability, nor did he tell his mother about it. To him, this peculiar power was what he called the foreseeing eye of the future. At the express delivery collection point. Hello, I've come to pick up my express. As Liu spoke, he moved in front of the consignee biological information detector beside him. Iris, voiceprint, and fingerprint verified one by one. The owner of the collection point handed over a package. Liu held it and weighed it in his hand. Judging by the weight, it had to be the admission notice. Unable to contain his excitement, he immediately opened the package on the spot. Layer upon layer revealed what he had been longing for, the acceptance letter from Dragon Military Academy. Ignoring the astonished gaze of the collection point owner, he gave the acceptance letter several passionate kisses. The owner, surprised and skeptical, muttered, "This guy must have some serious problems, or being single for too long has made him look at an acceptance letter with affectionate admiration." Calling it an acceptance letter, well, it was more like a postcard. The front side showed an aerial view of Dragon Military Academy, while the back carried a brief message. Dear student Liu, greetings. After deliberation by the board of directors, we believe you meet our enrollment criteria. Hence, we officially send you this acceptance letter. Please proceed to register and report to the freshman reception office 7 days from receiving this notice at 9 a.m. Failure to do so will result in your automatic disqualification. No signature, the handwriting messy. Liu marveled. First-tier schools really are first-tier schools, writing their admission notices with such arrogance. To those unaware, they might think Dragon Military Academy is one of the world's top-notch institutions. In a way, it actually was. That evening, Liu shared the good news with his mother. His mother was happy for him, but remained humble. After celebrating, she reminded him, once in university, it's not like being at home where everything goes according to your wishes. Make good relationships with your roommates. Don't always keep quiet. Many friends mean many paths. University is like a miniature society. Besides learning new knowledge, the most crucial thing is to learn social skills. Liu nodded continuously, indicating he had heard her words. 7 days later, Liu, having packed his luggage, was prepared to leave. Before going, he gave his mother a big hug and said softly, "Mom, when I graduate and make something of myself, I'll return to take care of you in my old age. Then, I'll come back with my fiancé." Her mother smiled contentedly and said, "Good, I'll take care of the children when you return with your wife." After bidding farewell to his mother, Liu left home. Downstairs, Jia Zhengjing had already started the car and was waiting. Seeing Liu come down, he rolled down the window and loudly asked, "Boss, where to?" "To the future." Liu smiled, pulling the door open and sitting inside. The car silently drove away. Liu's mother stood by the window, watching her son drive off into the distance. The tears she had held back for so long finally fell. On the road. "Speaking of which, how can you afford such a nice car?" Liu casually asked. Jia Zhengjing overtook a car with nonchalance. "I can't. It's specially rented for today to report to the academy." "I didn't even know you secretly got a driver's license." "Driver's license? What is it? Can you eat it?" "Stop the car. You unlicensed bastard. Stop. Waya wahoo." Jia Zhengjing slammed on the brakes, stopping the speeding Mustang beneath him. Liu immediately rolled down the window and began dry heaving. If he hadn't fastened his seatbelt when getting in the car, he would have smashed through the windshield during that sudden stop. Jia Zhengjing turned off the engine, pulled out the key, and got out, teasing, "Hey, are you alright? Who throws up just from riding in a car?" Liu glared at him fiercely. "You just wait. I'm going to report you for driving without a license." With that, he pulled out his phone, ready to file the complaint against Jia Zhengjing. No. Jia Zhengjing rushed over, feigning a pitiful look. "I was just kidding with you. Of course I have a driver's license. Don't you believe me? Look." Jia Zhengjing fumbled with his phone hurriedly and displayed his driver's license on the screen. "Damn it. I really want to kick you in the face. Liu felt his blood pressure rising. Why didn't you say you had a driver's license earlier? The way you raced all the way. Need for speed? Jia Jingjing gave an awkward laugh. Chapter 6. The Heaven-Chosen One? Dragoon Military Academy, the only military school among first-tier institutions. Currently, the academy has a total of 81 registered teachers and 972 registered students. Thanks to the principal's rather eccentric enrollment method, the number of students in the academy has yet to reach 1,000. Liu and Jia Jingjing stood at the entrance, where the main gate was modeled after the Pantheon Temple, presenting an impressive and grand appearance. At the top of the portico, the words, Teaching Center, were engraved in English. Really magnificent, Liu exclaimed. By the way, maintaining such an entrance must cost a pretty penny, right? Who can argue with that? Jia Jingjing closed his mouth, which had been hanging open in surprise. The world of rich people is something we'll never understand. Let's go, we should check in first. What they called the freshman reception desk was surprisingly simple. Just a square table covered by a red banner, and a middle-aged man in teacher's uniform dozing off. That was all there was to the reception area. Liu walked over and greeted the middle-aged man. Teacher, hello. I'm a new student here. My name is Liu, and I've come for registration. Oh, okay. The middle-aged man abruptly woke up, wiping away the drool from the corner of his mouth. You've come to register? Welcome. Please show your admission notice. Liu nodded, taking out the admission notice from his backpack and offering it with both hands. The middle-aged man received it with both hands as well, using a POS-like machine on the side to scan it. Soon, the machine returned its scanning results. 100% handwriting match, verification successful. Student Liu, welcome to our academy. As Jia Jingjing also handed over his admission notice, Liu noticed a small white cube sitting on the table. Out of curiosity, he lightly poked it with his finger. To his utter shock, a brilliant streak of golden light instantly shot up into the sky, surprising him greatly and making him think he'd accidentally caused the cube to undergo such a transformation. Little did he know, the sight caused the middle-aged man to become even more excited than Liu himself. Yelling something about hitting it big this time, the man immediately pulled out his phone to contact the principal, briefly describing the situation to the latter. Half a minute later, after hanging up, he made a please gesture toward Liu. Student Liu, given your special circumstances, the principal has decided to personally conduct your evaluation. Go straight down this path until the end, where you'll find the principal's office. Jia Jingjing turned his head, throwing Liu a questioning glance. Liu gave him a nod, indicating there was no need to worry. At the end of the path lay the principal's office. Liu stopped in front of the door, tidied up his clothing slightly, took a deep breath, then raised his hand to knock gently on the door. Come in. This voice was old but strong and resonant. Liu opened the door and stepped inside. Behind the long rectangular desk sat an old man, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, with silver hair and beard, yet still possessing sharp eyes. Lowering his gaze, Liu noticed the broom had fallen. He picked it up and leaned it against the wall before sitting down opposite the elder. Are you student Liu? The elder poured Liu a cup of cappuccino. Oh no, a rich aromatic tea. Did you touch the little cube at the freshman reception? Liu got startled again, thinking the elder was going to blame him, so he hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I just touched it out of curiosity. If I have caused any loss to your school, I will definitely compensate. The elder paused for a moment, finally realizing Liu had misunderstood. He shook his head repeatedly. No. Student Liu, you've mistaken me. I am not holding you accountable. Quite the contrary. I am going to tell you that what you did was entirely correct. A promising talent like that must not be overlooked. Liu tilted his head, looking confused. The small cube you touched earlier is actually the first part of the assessment. The elder took a sip of tea and continued. The cube is made from a special material called resonance cube, reacting to compatibility values. The golden streak shooting up meant you possess S-level compatibility value. After hearing this, Liu became even more bewildered. What exactly is compatibility value? The elder was about to explain when an urgent knock on the door interrupted him. Looking toward the entrance, he called loudly. Come in. The middle-aged man in charge of receiving freshmen pushed the door open and let in a girl, barely able to contain his excitement. Principal, another streak of golden light. This time we're going to hit the jackpot. Teacher Lin, please maintain some dignity. The elder said while completely flustered. Teacher Lin laughed nervously, nodding in agreement continuously. If Liu had paid attention to current events, he would have realized that the girl sitting next to him was none other than Diana Frost, the only daughter of the prestigious political family, the Frosts. Teacher Lin left, and Diana sat next to Liu, her hands resting quietly on her knees. The elder poured a cup of tea for Diana as well. Since both of you are in the same situation, I will give you a unified explanation. You have both touched the resonance cube, and you have both seen the streak of golden light. In the future, whether or not you can become mecha pilots will largely depend on the resonance cube. The golden light means that you both possess S-level compatibility values. A compatibility value measures your innate affinity with machines and mechas. You may not have noticed it yourself, but the resonance cube can sense it. A qualified mecha pilot is not just someone who is physically strong and has ample stamina. Without enough affinity for mechas, even the best driving skills cannot unleash the full potential of the mecha. That concludes my explanation. Now, I, the Dean of Dragoon Military Academy, would like to ask you both. Why did you apply to our school? I believe my future lies here in your institution. X2. Li Yu and Diana spoke in unison, glancing at each other and seeing the determination in each other's eyes. Dean Minus stroked his beard. Oh, is that so? Where does this confidence come from? Intuition, X2. Again, they spoke in perfect unison. Minus nodded slightly. Your talents are so high that even I must take you seriously. Joining this academy means completely parting ways with your past comfortable and easy lives. You will head to the front lines, facing the most terrifying and powerful enemies. You may even lose your lives because of it. I am not trying to intimidate you. This is no exaggeration. Now, tell me loudly, your decision. Do you choose to join Dragoon Military Academy? Li Yu and Diana exchanged smiles, then spoke in unison. Yes. Chapter 7, Enrollment. Minus smiled and nodded. Good. Very spirited. Li Yu noticed that behind Minus, there was a glowing screen with one galaxy marked. The screen showed the galaxy in an overall ink-black color. Li Yu was somewhat curious because of the name of the galaxy. Odin, or Odin. Voice print authentication passed. Student records have been generated. A clear and cool electronic voice sounded within the office. Student Li Yu, Student Diana Frost, welcome to join Dragon Military Academy. Minus sat back down, snapped his fingers, and turned off the light screen behind him. The course schedules will later be sent directly to both of your phones as documents. The first class of the new semester will officially begin at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I hope neither of you are late. By the way, Dragon Military Academy does not have any enrollment ceremonies, so please don't worry. After all, who would willingly listen to an old man babbling on for 1 or 2 hours? Haha, just a joke. Later we will have specialists take both of you students to your respective dormitories. It was a pleasant meeting, thank you. Standing outside the office, Li Yu adjusted his backpack higher on his shoulder, stepped aside, and extended his hand towards Diana. Hello, Diana student. Let's get acquainted. My name is Li Yu. Please give me your guidance. Hello, Li Yu student. Diana slightly smiled and shook hands with him. My name is Diana Frost. Glad to meet you. And I also asked for your guidance. Teacher Lin came back with a female teacher. The former walked straight up to Li Yu with a smile on her face. Li Yu student. Next I'll be the one to take you to the dormitory. The other student who came with you to register has already arrived at the dorm. Li Yu smiled while waving his hand continuously. Teacher, there's no need for such formality. You are the elder. I am the younger. You can just call me by my name. As he was speaking, a jab came flying toward him. It was powerful, the wind of the punch like a tiger. Snap. Li Yu caught the punch thrown by the female teacher. Not bad. The female teacher gave a slight nod with a cold demeanor. Your vigilance is quite high. Li Yu suddenly increased his strength, his palm covering the fist almost like a vice. He frowned and asked, Teacher, what do you mean? Young Lin, what are you doing? Teacher Lin reprimanded the female teacher called Young Lin. You're making others think our academy is full of unreasonable brutes. Let go already. Young Lin shrugged indifferently and easily pulled her hand back. Teacher Lin then turned to Li Yu, apologizing to him. Li Yu student, I'm really sorry. Young Lin is just like this, causing you trouble. I apologize deeply. It's alright. Li Yu glanced at Young Lin. Perhaps Teacher Young Lin just wanted to test if I'm only a show-off. I understand. Let's not talk about that. Come on, let's go to the dormitory. Teacher Lin turned around and started walking. Li Yu jogged to catch up. After watching Teacher Lin and Li Yu leave, Young Lin examined Diana from head to toe, then coldly said, Follow me. Li Yu pushed open the door of the dormitory, only to be met with a flying pillow. He deflected the pillow gently with his hand. What's this for? I'm saying hi. Jia Zhengjing cross-legged on the bed said playfully. Why did it take you so long? What did the dean say to you? Nothing much. Just told me what happened with the golden glow. The rest, I didn't remember. Picking up the pillow and throwing it back, he placed his backpack on the bed. Li Yu unzipped his backpack, taking out one by one storage capsules. He lightly touched the capsule. With a beep sound, clothes for changing, bedding, mattress, pillows, and other daily necessities popped out in a rush. Knock knock. As Li Yu was making his bed, there was a knock from outside. Jia Zhengjing jumped off the bed and rushed over to open the door. Excuse me, is there something you need? Jia Zhengjing looked at the smiling, hulking giant and asked. Oh, it's like this. The hulking giant scratched the back of his head, laughing sincerely. We are in the opposite dormitory, and we've run out of detergent, so we're coming over to borrow some. Are you an old student? Jia Zhengjing asked. No, we just came yesterday. We're just a day earlier than you guys. The hulking giant's expression became somewhat awkward. Alright, actually I accidentally spilled the detergent last night, leaving me with none to use. Brother, please help a fellow in distress. Li Yu squeezed past Jia Zhengjing holding a bucket of detergent, stuffing the detergent into the arms of the other person. Here. Wow, thank you so much, brother. The hulking giant's eyes shone brightly. I'll remember this great favor. By the way, I'm Gao Chun. I'll treat you guys to dinner tonight. After closing the door, Jia Zhengjing rolled his eyes. You just gave away the laundry detergent like that? What? Are you worried he's a bad person? Li Yu looked suspiciously at the former. Do you have paranoia? Why do you always think the worst of people? Jia Zhengjing jumped up and down in frustration. Hey, my dear brother. We only had one bottle of laundry detergent between the two of us, and you gave it all to him. What are we supposed to use now? Li Yu remained silent. This was definitely awkward. JPG. At 7 o'clock in the evening, on the snack street, in a small restaurant. Come on, eat as much as you want. Gao Qin served 2 large bowls of rice and placed them in front of Li Yu and Jia Zhengjing. I'll treat you, don't be shy, just dig in. Jia Zhengjing smiled. It's really embarrassing for you to spend so much money on us when we only lent you a single bottle of laundry detergent. He intentionally emphasized the words, a single bottle. No. Gao Chen shook his finger and said, "That's not how it works. Bro, you gotta understand. What's most lacking in university guy dorms is exactly things like laundry detergent, shower gel, and tissues." "What is it?" Jia Zhengjing asked. Gao Chen became animated. "Of course it's laundry detergent, shower gel, and tissues. When you lent us a bottle of detergent, it was like giving bread to someone who's been starving for 3 days. It's a great kindness. In comparison, using treating you to dinner to pay back such a big favor actually means I'm the one getting a great deal." Liu picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks, chewed it, and then said after putting the chopsticks down, "By the way, classmate Gao Chen, why haven't we seen your roommate yet? Is he not coming? He should be here by now. I called him earlier." Gao Chen spotted a distant figure arriving late. Look, isn't he coming right now?" The man jogged over, and Gao Chen leaped forward, dragging the person over. "Let me introduce you. This is my roommate, Shen Imo. The idiot I told you about who spilled the detergent, that's him." Shen Imo shot him a glare and shook hands with Liu and Jia Zhengjing respectively. "Hello, my name is Shen Imo. My roommate's an idiot, please ignore him." Chapter 8, the first lesson of the semester. At 8 o'clock in the morning, in Teaching Center A, the first class of the new semester would be held here. The first class of the new semester was a large one called Mecha Maintenance and Repair. On the way to school, Gao Chen shamelessly enjoyed a free breakfast. Shen Imo immediately shot him a glare, but it went completely unnoticed by the former, whose thick skin could make even a city wall envious. The vast teaching center was empty, but Liu and his group of 4, who had left the dormitory at 7:30, were not the first ones to arrive here. Diana, whom they had briefly met yesterday, had already been waiting here early. "Good morning, Diana." Liu quickly walked over to greet her. "You're here so early." "Good morning." Diana nodded at him in acknowledgement. "A day's plan is set in the morning, you know." A tall man walked in, looking like a car mechanic. He had an apron covered in grease tied around his waist, gloves on his hands that were black beyond recognition of their original color, and a baseball cap on his head. His beard was white, yet his eyes gleamed with vitality. On the chest of the tall man hung a work ID card. It seemed that he was the course instructor. As trainees jogged closer from a distance one after another, the old teacher didn't seem upset at all. He simply removed the baseball cap on his head and stuffed it into the pocket of his apron. By the time the latecomers had lazily gathered together, it was already past 20 minutes after 8 in the morning. The old teacher held a roster, and without hesitation, grease stains from his gloves were transferred onto it. Not showing any care, he opened the roster and started calling names one by one according to the list. After finishing the roll call, he closed the roster and rolled it up, placing it in the back pocket of his pants. He scanned the gathered students and nodded slightly. "Very good. It seems all of you are quite spirited. I'm glad to see you still remember today's the first day of the new semester and you're supposed to come to class. I believe all of you have already received the schedule and clearly stated on it. The start time for the first class of the semester should be 8 o'clock in the morning." At this point, anyone could tell that this old teacher was being sarcastic. "I don't want to know why you were late, nor do I care." The teacher scoffed and continued. "I just want to declare one thing. If you've entered Dragon Military Academy, then consider this place a battlefield. Following orders and obeying commands are the only rules. I know that all of you are people who have proven yourselves in your respective fields. But what does that have to do with me? My class is a big one, and there will be attendance checks every session. You can be late, but just this once. Let me catch anyone being late again in my class, and you'll automatically fail the final assessment." Just as the old teacher finished speaking, someone below whispered quietly, "Isn't it just about being late for a little while? Is it really necessary to say such things?" This comment was immediately followed by others chiming in. "Exactly, obviously just bullying us." Although the old teacher was aging, his hearing was still sharp. Having heard the murmurings, he let out a cold laugh. "That's right. I'm bullying you. So what? Some among you are destined for greatness in the future. So I'll take this opportunity to bully you while I can." Click, click, click. The sound of chain movement echoed continuously as a piece of floor behind the old teacher automatically split open on both sides, revealing an elevator bringing up a standard issue mecha. After lowering down, the elevator produced a click sound, and the floors seamlessly closed back together. The old teacher stepped back, standing beside the standard mecha, and tapped its arm. "Today's lesson is very simple. What you need to do is disassemble this mecha, thoroughly study each part inside, and reassemble it. Aren't these maintenance and repair matters supposed to be handled by the logistics support department?" Someone said dismissively. "We're destined to accomplish great things. These dirty jobs can be handed over to logistics personnel." Clearly, these individuals were just here to get a diploma and add some shine to their credentials. The old teacher fell silent, his expression intriguing. His mission for the first class of the semester was to effectively curb the arrogance of these self-important, chosen ones. Liu finally lost patience. If the troublemakers kept going like this, the class wouldn't end until nightfall. Stepping forward from the group, the teacher threw him a wrench, which Liu caught. Pointing at the mecha, he asked, "Teacher, as long as we disassemble and reassemble this mecha, can we finish class?" "Yes," the old teacher nodded. "Is scaring us newcomers a decision from the dean?" Liu spoke in a low tone. The old teacher smirked and showed a toothy grin. "You, young man, aren't bad. What's the romance of men?" "The romance of men is mechas." In the past, whether in elementary school, middle school, or high school, one criticism that Liu often received was his inability to concentrate for long periods of time. He had never understood what it meant until today. It wasn't that he couldn't focus for a long time. Compared to the knowledge presented in textbooks, Liu simply found mechas more interesting. With a wrench in hand, after circling around the mecha and examining it, Liu began disassembling it. He started from the top, dismantling the mecha piece by piece, moving downward. The old teacher observed every action of his and nodded inwardly, thinking, this kid has some talent. Although slowly working from top to bottom, it's solid and reliable. Without any auxiliary fixing tools, disassembling from bottom to top may be faster, but doing so can easily upset the balance of the mecha. Even though old models of standard mechas are structurally simple, they're heavy. Any ordinary person who gets crushed by them would have no chance of survival. Liu skillfully unscrewed nuts with his wrench and carefully placed each disassembled part on the ground to prevent scratches. From time to time, he borrowed other tools like pliers, tweezers, and hammers from the old teacher. For some parts especially hard to remove, he even stuffed the wrench into his pocket and manually unscrewed the nut. The mecha used in this class was an obsolete standard model already decommissioned, having sat in the warehouse for a long while covered in dust. As Liu proceeded to disassemble it, dust inevitably transferred onto his clothes, yet he paid it no mind and instead appeared genuinely immersed in the task. Diana watched Liu, who seemed fully engrossed, perplexedly, and murmured, how come? He looks as if he's really enjoying it. His clothes are getting dirty. 10 fingers not touching water since youth. This phrase perfectly described Diana. Not only did she avoid dirty tasks like dismantling mechas, but growing up, she had never washed her own clothes once. Chapter 9, 100 points. Liu was incredibly fast. The wrenches and other tools and parts in his hands were, as if they were obedient, well-behaved children. Although this was his first time handling a mech, the speed at which he dismantled this old model mech was akin to someone who had been doing this for years. The master instructor's smile faded, and his expression grew serious. Yesterday, the dean had told him, pay attention to that student named Liu. Someone with an S-level compatibility rating isn't ordinary. I always feel there's something special about him. Initially, the master instructor hadn't paid much attention to this comment. Over the years, many students had caught the dean's attention, but most of them eventually became just like everyone else. After all, who among those admitted to the Dragon Military Academy wasn't exceptionally talented? But now, Liu's performance redefined what it meant to be special in the master instructor's mind. He marveled that the dean indeed had sharp eyes. Here he'd already uncovered a promising talent. An hour and a half passed, and the standard mech had been completely disassembled into separate parts. Liu threw the wrench to the ground and sat cross-legged, starting to carefully study each component. It was unusually quiet in the teaching center, as if everyone had reached an unspoken agreement. Not a single person made any noise to disturb him. Gao Chen opened his mouth wide to sneeze, but Xuanhuan immediately clamped his hand over it and pushed him to the back of the line. As a result, the former ended up sneezing all over the latter's hand. Xuanhuan looked utterly disgusted and wiped his hand on Gao Chen's clothes repeatedly. Well, I understand. Liu slapped his thigh and stood up, picking up the tools again, beginning the reassembly of the mech. Liu had an uncanny ability to remember things he saw only once or twice. The positions of nuts, screws, and various components. After seeing them just one or two times, he could remember them all. Besides, if one can extrapolate from examples, couldn't they at least copy what others have done? One by one, each part and every nut returned to their original position under Liu's agile hands. In just 45 short minutes, Liu completed the reassembly of the standard mech. Good. The master instructor approached while clapping. You're a prodigious young man. You've done well. I'll give you 100 points for this class. With his lips pursed, Liu nodded slightly. Thank you, teacher. If I'm not mistaken, the master instructor asked again. Today is the first time you've touched a mech, right? Liu answered, yes. It seems you have great talent related to machinery and mechs. The master instructor waved his hand generously. In the future, you may freely choose whether to attend my classes. You are a rare talent. No need to waste your time here. However, Liu shook his head. Teacher, thank you for your kindness. But how would it look if everyone else comes to class, and only I don't? Don't you think that would be strange? Therefore, I will be punctual for your future classes. The master instructor chuckled at that. He turned to look at the others, and his amiable smile vanished instantly. Geniuses, are you? Do you really consider yourselves geniuses? In my opinion, you're all mediocrities. Mediocrities who only know how to wait for me to break the cake into pieces and feed it directly into your mouths. I've already given you the chance to perform, yet not even one of you was willing to reach out. Hold on, that's going too far, right? Finally, one of the boys couldn't help but protest. For the first lesson of the term, we all wanted to make a good impression on you. It's just that he beat us to it, and now you call us mediocre. That's unfair, isn't it? The master instructor looked at that boy and said, a step slower than someone else? On the battlefield, being slower means death. I already mentioned this, didn't I? Since you entered the Dragon Military Academy, then this is your battlefield. Pointing at Liu, the master instructor said, you say you were slower than him. If he were your enemy, you'd have been dead countless times already. Without even a hint of urgency, how aren't you mediocrities? That boy was left speechless, retreating quietly. This lesson, Liu 100 points. The master instructor sighed disappointedly. Everyone else, 0 points. Next, teacher, please wait a moment. Just as the instructor was about to dismiss the class, Jia Jingjing suddenly raised his hand high and stopped him. Do you have anything else? The instructor frowned and asked. I want to try. Jia Jingjing pointed at the mech. Please give me a chance to prove myself. The instructor tossed the wrench to him. Fine, let's see if you can strive harder after being humiliated. The master instructor was stunned. Diana was stunned. Not just them, almost everyone was in shock. The only exception was Liu, who, as if expecting it, had a faint smile on the corner of his lips. In 1.5 hours, Jia Zhongjing had fully disassembled and reassembled the standard mech. What's your name? The master instructor asked. Jia Zhongjing. He replied. You seem quite familiar with mechs. Have you ever worked with one before? No, but I like collecting mech models. At home, I have a 1-to-1 scale model of this mech, and when I have nothing to do, I enjoy taking it apart and putting it back together. Real mechs differ quite a bit from models. Are you into modeling? Yeah, that's right. The master instructor slapped Jia Zhongjing's shoulders hard twice. Good on you for pushing yourself after falling behind. Your efforts are commendable. Good. For this class, Jia Zhongjing, full marks. Everyone else, 0 points. Class dismissed. At noon, the master instructor announced the end of the lesson. The students left in small groups. Gao Chen skipped over and put his arm around Liyu's shoulder. What are we eating at lunch? Liyu shook his head. I don't know. One of life's 3 great difficulties. Jia Zhongjing smiled. What to eat in the morning, at noon, and in the evening. In that case, just follow me. Gao Chen patted his chest. I know an excellent place on the snack street. Their fried rice is absolutely top-notch. Liyu teased him. Are you really not a senior student? You're already acting like a local thug. Planning ahead never hurts. Gao Chen said, moving closer again. Come on. Shen Mo remained silent. Liyu, please wait a moment. Behind them, Diana called out to Liyu. Liyu stopped and turned around. Oh, it's Diana. Is there something you need? Could I have your contact information? Diana pulled out her phone and extended it toward him. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you after class. I hope you won't mind helping. Liyu took the phone, entered his contact details, then handed it back. There's no need to be so formal, Diana. We're classmates. There's no such thing as teaching or mentoring here. We can discuss anything together, and if I can answer your questions, I'll do my best. Diana pocketed her phone, watching him leave. Thank you. Chapter 10, Physical Training. After lunch, it was nap time. In the afternoon, there was still a long class with a simple and straightforward name, Physical Training. However, the class location was quite interesting, listed as Teaching Center with, to be determined, in parentheses. Dormitory. Jia Zhongjing lay on his bed, holding his phone up to his face. This schedule. Why can't I understand it no matter how I look at it? How can the classroom location still be to be determined? Did you see any area similar to a playground at the teaching center this morning? Liyu was scrolling through short videos while lying on his side. Seems like. Jia Zhongjing thought carefully. There really wasn't. Looking at the time, it was almost 1:30 p.m. Liyu quickly turned off the screen of his phone. It's 1:30 already. Rest for a bit. This afternoon is the physical training class. It probably won't be easy. Following Jia Zhongjing's suggestion, he put down the phone, pulled the blanket over himself, and closed his eyes. At 2:50 p.m., Liyu and Jia Zhongjing came to the teaching center. Diana D, Gao Chen, and Shen Mo entered one after another. Perhaps due to being able to have a PE class on the first day of the new semester, the students were noticeably more active in the afternoon. With 5 minutes left before the class, all the students had gathered. The bell rang, and the teacher walked into the teaching center right on time. Well, looks like everyone's here. The teacher was a young man wearing a blue and white sportswear set, white sneakers on his feet, a work pass hanging from his chest, and a roster in hand. After calling out attendance from the roster, the teacher said, Now, let me introduce myself. My surname is Fong, and I'm your physical training instructor for this course. The senior teacher who taught you this morning was once my teacher too. He should have told you, right? Obeying orders and following commands are the only rules here. All right, line up now. The place where we'll take class isn't here. Follow me. Most of the students couldn't hide their excitement and lined up very quickly, walking out of the teaching center behind Teacher Fong. Then, things started feeling strange. Teacher Fong led the group directly out of the academy gate. He stopped and looked back at the perplexed students. Here. This is where we're going to take class. A few students hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the situation and thought they'd get to practice outside the campus on the first day of the new term. They were delighted about it. Now, everyone formed 2 lines, one for boys and one for girls. Then center around this student here, maintaining a 1-meter gap to each side, and we'll start with some warm-up exercises. Apart from Liyu, Diana D, Jia Zhongjing, and a few others, most students slowly adjusted the gaps. Fixed routines of PE classes, right? Attendance check, warming up, jogging, then free activities. Everyone followed these steps by heart. After finishing the warm-ups, Teacher Fong ordered everyone to come together. A crowd of people quickly converged. We're officially starting class. Teacher Fong smiled and adjusted his glasses. For today's lesson, you only need to do one thing. Run 10 laps around the academy. Once done, you're dismissed. As soon as those words were spoken, the excitement of several students instantly changed. One student raised his hand and asked, Teacher, how far is 1 lap around the academy? Teacher Fong paused for a moment and gave a number. About 1 kilometer. 1 kilometer. The student who raised his hand stared wide-eyed. So running 10 laps will be exactly 10 kilometers? Yes, Teacher Fong smiled and nodded. If you choose to carry a load while running, the distance is halved. Someone immediately fell into the trap. I'll choose carrying the weight. Are you sure? Teacher Fong deliberately asked again. Absolutely certain. Several students who chose the weighted run didn't know what they would face yet. Teacher Fong clapped his hands. Good. Students who've chosen the weighted run, please follow me to collect 15 kilograms of weight. Those who confidently said absolutely certain moments ago look terrible now. Clown.jpg. Liu became nervous. Not just nervous, but very nervous. Physical fitness was not his strong suit. But in order to become a qualified pilot, having a calm mind and a strong physique was essential. 10 kilometers. Liu trembled with tension, shaking his hands and feet to mask his anxiety. At that moment, Jia Zhengjing pushed him from behind. What's wrong? Don't tell me you're scared. Liu couldn't stand hearing this. Who's scared? It's just 10 kilometers. Watch me run. After speaking, he ran out first. Jia Zhengjing glanced at the few unfortunate students who followed teacher Fong to collect their weights and stepped forward. Liu sprinted for a short while, then quickly slowed down. As soon as he slowed down, a water blue figure swiftly overtook him, claiming the lead. Liu was startled and slowed his pace even more. Judging from the back view, the person overtaking him was a girl. Eugenie's forte was physical fitness. Her wavy hair fluttered in the wind, her eyebrows delicate like crescent moons, and her beautiful eyes exuding affection. Her fine nose was elegant, her cheeks slightly flushed. Her cherry lips emitted breaths as fragrant as orchids, her oval face radiant with beauty. Her skin was soft like frost and snow, and her slender figure resembled that of a goddess rising out of the water. Eugenie was beautiful, very beautiful, extremely beautiful. In terms of looks, perhaps only Diana D could surpass her. Her name is Eugenie. Jia Zhengjing caught up right then, speaking as he ran. Liu shot him a sidelong glance. Speaking while running, aren't you worried about losing your rhythm? And how do you already know her name? During lunch, someone confessed to her in the dining hall, didn't you know? After saying this, Jia Zhengjing slapped his forehead. Oh, I forgot again. Back then, you were just focused on eating, and no matter how I tried to pull you up, you wouldn't budge. Liu wished he could kick him. If you forgot, just say it. Why did you have to slap your forehead? Alas, poor that gentleman. Jia Zhengjing pretended to lament, but his eyes were filled with amusement. After an impassioned speech, all it ended up doing was moving himself. Hey, wait for me. Liu couldn't stand this guy always babbling in his ear and sped up to run ahead. Liu wasn't without trying to catch up with Eugenie at the front, but each of his attempts proved futile. Eugenie led the pack, maintaining her speed within a controllable range. It wasn't too fast, nor too slow. Chapter 11. Reaching the finish line. When Liu once again returned to the main gate of the academy, he finally stopped. His hands were on his knees, and he was gasping for air. Sweat dripped down like rain, and the saliva he spat out was as sticky as glue. Come on, buddy. Jia Zhengjing had already completed one lap and slapped Liu on the butt from behind. To become a qualified mech pilot, this is the hardship you must endure. Jia Zhengjing's words were like a strong shot of adrenaline, giving Liu new strength. For the dream of piloting a mech. He gritted his teeth, straightened his back, and started running again. However, his body was entering its fatigue phase, and his steps became increasingly heavy. Liu soon slowed down, running and stopping intermittently. He felt his consciousness gradually becoming dazed, his heart beating densely like drum beats. His lips were pale, and his face was white without a trace of color. Liu tried to run a few more steps. At least, he wanted to reach the shade under the tree ahead before stopping. But his body wouldn't obey him anymore, his legs feeling as heavy as if they were filled with lead. If he were a machine, his core should be issuing a warning by now. With fatigue came dull perception of the outside world. Liu walked and stopped repeatedly until he reached the tree's shade, thinking that a long time had passed. In reality, it had only been 10 minutes since he started his second lap. The breeze brought a bit of coolness, causing Liu to shiver slightly. The fatigue phase was slowly passing. His heartbeat gradually became steadier, and his breathing calmer. His eyes regained their shine, and his body no longer felt heavy but was once again filled with strength. He took a step forward, gradually increasing his speed. He began overtaking others, quickly catching up to Jia Zhengjing, who was leading the group. Hey, you're here. Jia Zhengjing's stamina seemed inexhaustible. Which lap are you on? Just started my third lap. Liu ran side by side with the former. You got through your first fatigue phase so quickly? Kind of. To tell you the truth, I've never heard of you having such great stamina. Watch your diet and exercise regularly. Stick to it for a year, and you can do it too. I see. What about the leaders? You mean Eugenie? She has already lapped us. What? Upon hearing from Jia Zhengjing that he had been lapped, Liu was shocked. Does that girl have infinite stamina? Who knows? Jia Zhengjing shook his head. When she passed me earlier, I noticed that her face wasn't flushed, she wasn't even slightly out of breath, and her breathing remained perfectly steady. Scary, really scary. Liu increased his speed. Then we need to push ourselves harder. Oh, let's go together, buddy. Jia Zhengjing responded and followed along. By the time they'd finished half of the 10 laps, the poor souls who chose the 5-kilometer weighted run had all collapsed from exhaustion. Watching them shed the weights off their bodies was akin to removing an entire mountain off their shoulders. As the body entered the second fatigue phase, Liu's speed slowed once more. He stumbled and fell, spitting out saliva mixed with blood streaks. No one came over to help him. From not far behind, Eugenie, who had lapped him, caught up again. Another overtaking would mean getting double lapped. Liu didn't even have the strength to wiggle a finger. Feeling self-defeated, he thought, maybe this is it. Or, too tired, I can't keep running. Is this how it ends? Suddenly, a voice rang out in his mind. Is this how it ends? The voice repeated its question. The fallen Liu clenched his left hand into a tight fist. Teeth gritted, he said, how could it end like this? I joined here to personally end this war. I can't lose. I can't give up here. The dream hasn't been realized yet. No, I cannot abandon it here. Ah! Liu roared as he stood up. Eugenie was right in front of him now, and with a look as if burdened by deep hatred, he began running again, avoiding being double-lapped. The finish line. Upon completing the 10th lap and returning to the entrance of the teaching center once more, Liu stumbled, wobbled, and ended up flat on the ground. It was already pitch dark. The starry sky illuminated the moon brightly. The unfortunate ones cursed and stomped their feet, but nothing could change the fact that they scored 0 in today's class. Liu lay on the ground, panting heavily. His chest heaved violently. Now he truly did not want to move even a single finger. Hey, everyone, you're still alive? Teacher Fong, who had been gone for a long time, now reappeared. I'll announce your grades. The first and second places go to Yu Jinyu and Jia Jingjing, both scoring 100. Third place, Diana, 90 points. Fourth place, Liu, 80 points. Fifth place. Closing the register, Teacher Fong pushed his glasses up. Your performance today was only decent. Keep working hard. I look forward to seeing better results from all of you in the next class. After saying that, he left. Jia Jingjing came over and plopped down beside Liu. Tired? Would you believe me if I said no? Liu replied rapidly, breathing like an ox. I wouldn't. Jia Jingjing slapped his rear and stood up, extending a hand to Liu. Let's head back to the dormitory to rest, take a shower, and then we'll eat. Liu asked, what are we having tonight? Jia Jingjing chuckled. You're out of breath, but you're already thinking about dinner? Don't worry, I'll treat you. All right. If you say so, then I'm not tired anymore. Liu immediately became energetic, as if the previous exhausted appearance was just an act. So let's go. Jia Jingjing rolled his eyes at him. After resting and recovering some energy, Liu took a shower. As soon as he finished and stepped out of the bathroom, his phone dinged. He dried his hair with a towel while walking over, and he grabbed the phone to unlock it with a single hand. Someone had messaged him on WeTalk. His friend Princess said, Classmate Liu, this morning when we disassembled the mech, you seemed really into it. Do you like mechs? How can you say like? Liu quickly replied. That's extremely like. A man's romance is mechs. Then he added, by the way, you were third in this afternoon's physical training class. How did you train such good stamina? By climbing stairs, Diana responded shortly afterward. Liu. Little Jade. This trick, I'm familiar with it. JPG. Chapter 12. Cultured people, cultural soul. Being cultured makes one superior. You ask whether the military academy has cultural studies? Yes, of course it does. And it's not just any class. It's a large course called Evolution and Development of Tactics and Strategy. Even a military academy places emphasis on culture. As soon as Liu stepped into the classroom, he froze in surprise. The instructor was none other than Yang Lin, who had attacked him by surprise the day they first met during registration. Jia Jingjing crashed into Liu's back unexpectedly, causing the latter to stagger. Jia asked, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? Liu frowned, his eyes meeting Yang Lin's at the podium. He shook his head and said, nothing. I was just reminiscing about some things. Liu, Jia Jingjing, Gao Chun, and Shun Mo, the group of 4 sat down at the back row. Up at the podium, Yang Lin gave Liu an extra glance. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. The bell rang signaling the start of class. Yang Lin walked down from the platform to close the front door of the lecture hall. With the door closed, she returned to the podium. Unlike Master Teacher or Fong Teacher, Yang Lin showed no intention of taking attendance. Hello, students. Yang Lin began with an introduction. I am your teacher for the course, Evolution and Development of Tactics and Strategy. My surname is Yang, and my name is Yang Lin. This large course will have no roll call, and from now on, you can choose freely whether or not to attend my classes. However, there is one thing I must remind you of. If you do not obtain enough credits from these large courses, you will not graduate. Yang Lin immediately made her stance clear. Don't want to come to my class? Fine, but bear the consequences yourself. Yang Lin turned on the battlefield record playback device and said, today's class, we'll first review a famous battle from the history of the Galactic Alliance, a battle where the outnumbered side emerged victorious, the Strom Elimination Battle. Past records started replaying, transporting everyone back to that brutal fight. Strom was an abandoned ghost town. A transport unit of 500 Alliance soldiers was supplying the front line when they were spotted accidentally by the Allied forces. The transport unit was chased and attacked by a force of 5,000 enemies, retreating under fire. They hastily regrouped within Strom City to make their last stand against the overwhelming 5,000-strong enemy army. Despite being vastly outnumbered, the transport unit demonstrated incredible combat strength, not only annihilating the enemy completely, but also without suffering a single loss. Liu watched the playback intently, seeing the transport team captain standing next to him, directing his subordinates. Floods of memories came rushing back. He remembered a childhood conversation he once had with his father. Dad, isn't the front line very dangerous? Little Liu, then innocent and unknowing, clung to his father, pestering him to tell stories of battle. The man affectionately patted Liu's head, smiling and asking, let me ask you a question first. Do you think Dad is amazing? Of course, you're the most amazing. Young Liu raised his face, beaming with a broad smile. The man lifted his chin proudly. Humph. For Dad, the front lines are as enjoyable as playing at an amusement park. Upon hearing the word amusement park, little Liu's eyes lit up. Really? Can I go? Can I go too? I want to play with Dad at the front. Not yet, you're still too young. The man shook his head, flicking Liu's nose. When you grow up, come to the front lines to find Dad. Dad will wait for you, alright? Alright, Liu nodded earnestly, extending his pinky finger. Dad, let's make a promise. The man laughed, extending his pinky and intertwining it with Liu's. Promise, hang, forever, never change, liars are puppies. That memory was the last time Liu saw his father. When the final enemy fell, the playback ended. Liu wiped away a tear that had trickled down the corner of his eye. Yang Lin turned off the battlefield playback device and posed a question. In the Strom elimination battle, the transport unit of the Alliance consisted of merely 500 people. How did they manage to annihilate the enemy entirely while sustaining 0 casualties? Liu shot his hand up high. Okay, Liu. Yang Lin gestured, inviting him to respond. Please answer this question. Liu stood up and said, throughout the entire elimination battle, the Allied forces made only one mistake, underestimating their opponents. The Allied forces had 10 times the number of troops, and Strom was an abandoned, isolated ghost town. They could have easily dispatched aircraft, wiped out the place with 1 round of firepower, maybe 2 tops. But instead, they chose to engage in street fighting. After reviewing the playback, I realized that although the transport unit was retreating while fighting, defending themselves in Strom City, I didn't see fear, evasion, or panic on the face of each soldier. On the contrary, their division of labor was crystal clear, and they absolutely trusted their captain. They were closely united, and unity makes people invincible. The ally fighting prowess of the Alliance forces is unrivaled. Once the initiative was taken away, the Allied forces had no way out but death. Yang Lin felt puzzled. This battle took place 13 years ago, and you were probably in elementary school at that time? How could you determine the Allied forces underestimated their opponents just from the record playback? My father, he was the captain of that transport unit. Liu's expression remained calm. He was a soldier. As for how I came to the conclusion that the Allied forces underestimated their opponents, from the moment they stepped into the first alley, the outcome was already decided. Yang Lin understood, and couldn't help but feel sincere admiration for Liu's father. She saluted Liu. Every hero deserves to be remembered. Thank you, teacher. Liu returned the salute and sat down. Class was over. The students rushed out in a swarm. On the podium, Yang Lin called out to Liu. Liu, please wait a moment. Liu stopped, turning around. Teacher, may I ask what this is about? Regarding the day you registered, when I used the pretext of testing you and launched a surprise attack. Yang Lin turned halfway and bowed to Liu. It was wrong of me, and I apologize. I'm sorry. Liu quickly came forward and helped her up. It's all right, teacher. I didn't dwell on that matter. There's no need for an apology. Let's leave the past behind. Yang Lin looked at Liu, pausing for a while before saying, your father was a hero. Military honors, compensation, nothing can bring back my father. Liu said, I hate war because it took away my most revered father. I applied to Drajan Military Academy to one day, with my own hands, in the wars. Since peace is so hard won, it should be cherished all the more. I believe you will succeed. Yes, thank you, teacher. Chapter 13. Let me take a look. Today, there were only half-day classes. In the morning's Evolution and Development of Tactics course, Liu scored high again. There was no class in the afternoon, and after lunch, the entire afternoon and evening were left for the students to manage freely. Liu slept until 3 in the afternoon before waking up, washed his face. Jia Jingjing woke up lazily, sitting on the bed rubbing his eyes. What time is it? Jia Jingjing asked sleepily. Just past 3, Liu said. Do you have any plans for the afternoon? Jia Jingjing didn't hear the second part of the sentence, and fell back to sleep. It's only 3. I'll sleep some more. Call me when it's time to eat. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. At this time, Liu could guess with his toes who it would be. Opening the door, sure enough, Gao Chen stood outside. Do you have any plans for the afternoon, buddy? Gao Chen looked excited. Sleeping. Liu replied with just 2 words. Gao Chen froze for a moment, and then said, how can young people waste their precious time sleeping? Since there's no class in the afternoon, come with me. I'll show you something good. What's so good about it? Seeing Gao Chen's mysterious smile, Liu felt uneasy. Gao Chen grabbed Liu's hand and pulled him along. Don't you know if you follow me and see for yourself? When one is bored, it's easy to go crazy. To avoid going crazy, or to prevent craziness, distracting oneself isn't a bad method. Isn't this just the teaching center? Standing at the entrance of the teaching center, Liu was greatly disappointed. What's so great about the teaching center? Gao Chen didn't answer. He just pulled him inside. After zigzagging through the teaching center for a while, they arrived outside the gymnasium. A gymnasium hidden inside the teaching center? Liu was surprised. But Gao Chen shook his head. No, this isn't a gym. I accidentally discovered it, and now I'm sharing this discovery with you, aren't I? Pushing the doors of the gym open and walking inside, just as Gao Chen had said, this wasn't a gym. It seemed like a place where secret experiments were carried out. The orderly arrangement of the suspended tanks made one feel as though they'd entered an inn. If what you're referring to by something good is this inn, I'm leaving. Liu turned to leave. Gao Chen hurriedly stopped him. Hey, don't rush off yet. This isn't an inn. Have you seen these hibernation tanks? Their full name is Complete Immersive Gaming Pod. Playing games on them gives you an immersive experience. Wouldn't you want to try it? Nope, it's outdated technology anyway. Liu showed no interest. What era are we in now? Still claiming complete immersion. I'm leaving. Gao Chen stubbornly held on to him and wouldn't let him go. Why go back? Back to sleep? We've come here already. Might as well give it a reluctant try. Just think of it as checking whether this thing is really outdated, alright? Liu sighed. Alright. Liu and Gao Chen each found an empty gaming pod, opened the hatch, and sat down. The seats inside the pods were designed with memory material, perfectly fitting the curves of the human body. However, Liu searched for a long time inside the pod, but couldn't find the start button. Start engine? Liu tentatively said. By sheer luck, he got it right. The pod emitted a slight humming sound. The operating interface lit up, the wide screen slowly brightened, and the login interface appeared. The Whirlwind, Mecha rival? Liu observed the meticulously designed login interface. Is this the name of the game installed in the gaming pod? As Liu moved his gaze to the register option on the login screen, the cursor followed and hovered over the register option. Liu whistled softly. The cursor follows sensory guidance. That's why I couldn't even find a single wheel anywhere. A blink of the eye equals clicking register. For the username, Liu briefly thought and used the name Chase Cloud. For the account, he used his student ID. Completion, relogin. In the step of creating a new character, Liu hesitated. The system offered 5 preset characters with 5 standard mechs: swordsmanship, gun artillery, iron fist, chain style, and long spear. After much deliberation, Liu finally chose the swordsmanship mech. Don't laugh, but Liu once had the dream of being the best swordsman in the world. He liked the graceful and highly skilled swordsman depicted in martial arts novels. After creating his character, Liu spent around 10 minutes familiarizing himself with the skills of the swordsmanship mech. Practice makes perfect. Relying solely on wooden dummy training simply doesn't yield any meaningful results. So, Liu chose to start matching, wanting to deepen his understanding of the skills through combat. The waiting time wasn't long. He matched with an opponent whose nickname was too handsome for words. The scene loaded, the loading completed, and they entered battle. The battlefield was a snowy plain. The temperature inside the gaming pod suddenly dropped significantly, making Liu somewhat surprised as he thought to himself, could this gaming pod actually simulate the map in real time? Coincidentally, the opponent also selected a swordsmanship mech. 2 standardized mechs stood facing each other 10 meters apart, with a 5-second countdown appearing on the screen. To be honest, Liu was a little nervous. It was his first time playing the game, so with no clear strategy or tactics in mind, he decided to rush in at the start. As soon as the countdown ended, Liu immediately controlled the mech and charged forward. Whether due to insufficient preparation or as a trap, the opponent just stood still, unmoving. So Liu's swordsmanship mech started with an iron mountain shoulder thrust, knocking the opponent off balance. An energy field activated, launching the opponent's mech into the air. Liu then drew the mech's blade and performed an upward slash, putting the opponent into a float state. Then he leaped high, swinging his blade down with great force, delivering a powerful strike that completely wiped out the opponent's health bar. When the big letters "xuanhuan" appeared on the screen, Liu still couldn't believe how quickly he had won his first match. At that moment, he was trembling slightly from the tension. Total immersion, maybe it's not such an outdated thing after all. Liu murmured softly. During the fight, the sensation of the collision when executing the Iron Mountain shoulder thrust, and the cutting sensation of the standard issue greatsword slicing through the opponent's mech made Liu feel like he was truly controlling a mech. But, Liu thought for a moment, how could there be a place for gaming in a military academy? If that's the case, could it be that this game installed in the pod is self-developed by the academy? It's not impossible. Chapter 14. You're not convinced? Let's go again. While Liu was speculating whether this game was self-developed by the academy, an envelope icon popped up on the screen, indicating that someone had sent him a private message. Opening the chat interface, it was a message from Xuedabai. I'm not convinced. There was lag on my end just now. If we play again, I absolutely will not lose. Alright, Liu agreed to fight again. Regardless of whether the network lag claim was true, Liu also wanted to quickly deepen his understanding of the skills through continuous combat. Entering matchmaking, the match was successful, the scene loaded, and loading completed. This battlefield was a scorching canyon, and the temperature inside the experience pod rose significantly. Liu, sitting in the experience pod, got to freely experience the feeling of fire and ice. It was still 2 swordsmanship mechs, 10 meters apart, facing each other. The screen once again showed a 5-second countdown, and Liu blew into his hand. Countdown ends. The propulsion system behind the mech left long streaks of flames. Both sides had the intention of grabbing the start of the game, but the opponent was more aggressive. As the 2 mechs quickly approached each other, they suddenly unsheathed their swords and immediately struck with one swift slash. Even though Liu's reaction was quick enough, he still lost a portion of his health bar. Wow. Liu steadied the mech and drew his sword. This person doesn't respect martial virtue. Subsequently, Liu made an inconceivable move. He threw the regulation greatsword at the opponent and activated the propulsion system. The person followed the thrown sword. As the opponent deflected the incoming regulation greatsword, Liu had already gotten close. The regulation greatsword spun and flew back into Liu's hands. He grabbed the hilt and delivered a sweeping slash while simultaneously activating the energy field. Although the opponent avoided the sweeping attack with the greatsword, they were still tossed away by the energy field. Immediately after, just like the replay of the first battle, Liu launched an upward strike, sending the opponent into the floating state. Subsequently, he jumped high into the air and delivered a heavy slash, clearing the opponent's health bar entirely with one powerful hit. The screen showed, "You win," again, and Liu let out a long breath. Having lost 2 consecutive rounds in a short time, the opponent finally admitted defeat. I admit defeat. Judging from your moves, you've been playing this game for a while, right? No, today is the first time I've played this game. Liu honestly replied. The response sent over was accompanied by a shocked expression. Really? Are you serious? I see you're quite proficient in using the mecha skills. It's true. I have to log off now. We'll chat later when we have free time. Liu exited the matchmaking. A brief taste of gaming would only do more harm than good if he got addicted. Outside the gymnasium, Gao Chun came out with his head drooping. What's wrong? Liu asked him. It's just too unlucky. Gao Chun shook his head. Today, a rookie broke my winning streak. Liu's heart twitched slightly. That bad, huh? Yeah, I thought it might be network lag, but it wasn't. I challenged him to another round, and I got thoroughly beaten again. Gao-Chen wiped tears that weren't there. At this point, Liu confirmed his suspicion. Could it be? You're that Shuidabiao? As soon as he said that, Gao-Chen realized what he meant. So you're Xuanhuan? The scene became awkward for a moment. Liu scratched the back of his head. How should I say this? This really is a case of brothers turning against each other unexpectedly. You injured me, yet you still say it's okay. Okay, Gao-Chen pounced at the former, but was nimbly evaded. No matter what, you cut my winning streak. You have to treat me to dinner tonight. Liu's whole head was filled with black lines. Your breakfast was free, your lunch was free. Now you don't even want to miss dinner. Are you some kind of freeloader monster? It's as a thank you for guiding you into this world. You really find any excuse to freeload, don't you? On the way back to the dormitory, Liu suddenly remembered the question he'd been wanting to ask. I almost forgot to ask. Is the game loaded in the simulation pods self-developed by the Academy? Yes, Gao-Chen said. I knew you'd ask this question, so I did some research beforehand. The game, Whirlwind, Mecha Ascension, is a self-developed mecha fighting game by the Academy. There are 5 preset characters in the game, and players can choose one among them. The game's combat mode is real-time online matching. Winning a match gives 1 point. For every 5-match winning streak, starting from the next match, winning grants double points. Every 10-match winning streak, the system matches you with opponents of a higher rank, which is called the promotion match. Win to earn 10 points. Losing resets the points. Points can be used to strengthen your mecha's skills and equipment, perform breakthrough operations, etc. It's rather fun, actually. Liu asked, is there team combat? Yes. Gao-Chen nodded. This game has a 5-on-5 team battle mode, but the stakes are high. If you win, all 5 people get promoted together. If you lose, all 5 people's scores reset to 0. As far as I know, no one chooses the team battle mode during promotion matches because they can't afford to lose. Most of the time, the team battle mode is just for entertainment. It doesn't affect your score whether you win or lose. Liu nodded thoughtfully. Liu went straight to the cafeteria, and at the entrance, he happened to run into Diana, who had just come downstairs to eat. Gao-Chen looked at Liu, then at Diana, and immediately seemed to understand something, chuckling awkwardly. I've got some things to do, so I'll be off. You were just asking me to treat you to dinner, right? Liu watched Gao-Chen walking away. I have to go see Pontes. Gao-Chen's voice came from far away. Evening, Miss Diana. Liu greeted her. If you don't mind, would you like to join me for dinner? Yes. Diana lightly nodded. They grabbed their meals and sat down at a spot. As Liu was eating, he asked, Hey, Miss Diana, you haven't told me yet. How did you train to develop such great physical fitness? Control what you eat, move more. Stick with it for a year, and you can achieve it too. Diana tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. And by the way, just call my name, no need to add classmate. It feels too formal. Liu's seat was close to the aisle, and a male classmate carrying a tray walked over, deliberately bumping into him. The impact wasn't light at all. Liu's bowl of soup flipped over, spilling all over the table. Oh wow, isn't that our scholar Liu? The male student exclaimed mockingly. What's this? You've gone downhill in just one afternoon. What do you want? Liu put down his chopsticks, his expression calm. A proper welcome for you. A group of 3 or 5 gathered around. It seemed they were all part of the same group as the boy. We're here to make up for the welcoming ceremony you missed. In our own way. Chapter 15, Angels and Devils. As they were walking out of the cafeteria, Liu gently touched Diana's hand and whispered, Diana, I'll cover for you. You go find the dean. Diana subtly nodded, looked left and right, and was about to sneak away quietly. Did I say you could leave? The blonde male classmate walking in front said, without turning his head. Diana classmate? Diana glared at the back of the blonde man. Don't go too far. Liu hasn't offended any of you, has he? Why are you making things so difficult for him? Hearing this, the blonde man turned around and said, No, I've already said, haven't I? He missed the welcoming ceremony, so we're giving it to him now, our way. So I thank you in advance, said Liu. I think that a military academy shouldn't only discuss strategy and tactics, but also offer a combat course. 2 male classmates each gave Liu and Diana a push, signaling for them to catch up. The blonde man continued walking forward. There used to be one, but later, the dean canceled the combat course with the reason that military academies prohibit students from fighting privately and firmly resist violent behavior. But the dean also said that conflicts between students can be resolved online. Online quarrels? Liu asked. No. You'll know when we get to the gymnasium, said the blonde man. Upon entering the gymnasium, Liu smiled. So this is what you mean by resolving conflicts online. That's correct. As a student, I naturally have to abide by the rules set by the dean, said the blonde man as he walked to a simulation pod and opened the hatch. Therefore, all conflicts will be resolved here. 5 against 2, don't you have shame? Liu mocked the blonde man. Does face matter? I merely want to see how much skill this scholar really has, the blonde man said as he got into the simulation pod and the door shut. His companions entered their pods one after another. Liu frowned. Sorry, Diana. Sorry to drag you into this. It's fine. Diana shook her head. Let me help you. One person alone cannot stand against them. Liu smiled. Thank you. The blonde man initiated team battle mode, and the 5 versus 2 team battle truly embodied the phrase shameless to its fullest extent. Once the scene loaded, the battlefield stretched endlessly across a vast plain. Liu again used the sword-fighting mech that had defeated Gao-Chen before. After all, it was the only one he knew well. Beside him was a pink-colored mech armed with chain blades. I'm new to this game, and I'll do my best not to cause trouble for you. send a private message from the player with the nickname Anna over the team channel. Liu replied, "Don't laugh at me. This is actually the first time I've played this game today, and this is also the first time I'm experiencing team battles." 10 meters away, 7 preset characters lined up, a sword-wielding mech, a gunner mech, an iron fist mech, a chain mech, and a spear mech. The screen displayed a 10-second countdown. Liu unsheathed his sword, and Diana extended her chain blades. The countdown quickly ended, and the propulsion systems behind the 7 mechs shot out long streams of light flames. Both sides chose to move towards each other in a straight line, though Liu's side was at an obvious disadvantage. Liu raised his standard large sword and headed straight for the enemy's sword-wielding mech. Because he was more familiar with sword-based mechs, it became the target he decided to eliminate first. The blonde man stopped controlling the sword-wielding mech, drew his sword, and blocked Liu's overhead strike. The standard large swords clashed with a shower of sparks. The blonde man activated an energy field. Liu, having anticipated this, immediately retreated. The blonde man followed up by expanding his energy field and pursued Liu. Liu reused his old trick and threw his standard large sword at the opponent. The blonde man's skill was evidently above that of xuanhuan. In the blink of an eye, he canceled the energy field and activated the particle shield. The large sword was deflected by the shield and spun back into Liu's hands. With both hands gripping the hilt, Liu swung the large sword horizontally, but the particle shield specialized in countering physical attacks, so this slash did not reduce the shield's value even slightly. From behind, reinforcements arrived for the blonde man. The gunner mech lifted its machine gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets like rain onto Liu's energy field. Liu hadn't yet unlocked the particle shield ability, so he could only use his energy field to block the incoming attack. The massive kinetic force of the bullets caused Liu to stumble. His energy field was being rapidly consumed. Once the energy field disappeared and the skills went on cooldown, he would be facing a pincer attack from both front and back. In such a situation, however, Liu made an incomprehensible choice. He canceled the energy field and leaped high into the air. In midair, a mech has nowhere to brace itself. The most it can do is use the propulsion system at its back to slightly change direction. However, by canceling his energy field, Liu had essentially exposed himself to the heavy firepower of the enemy. Hell's door isn't open, but you're rushing right in. The gunner mech canceled its machine gun skill and activated the precision strike skill instead. An uncountable number of shells erupted within a second, all aimed directly at Liu, who was still airborne. This time, let's see how you dodge. Diana's chain blades were firmly held by the iron fist mech, as the spear mech thrust straight toward her cockpit. With no other choice, Diana had to abandon her weapon and rely on her innate instincts. She first stepped left, and then performed a backflip, narrowly avoiding the chain blades from the chain mech sweeping towards her. Too close, too close. Diana felt a lingering fear, but there was no time for her to catch her breath. The iron fist, spear, and chain mech charged toward her again with high speed. It seemed that their goal was determined, to eliminate Diana first, and then gang up on Liu 5 against 1. Diana stretched out her hand toward her weapon chain blades afar. As if pulled by some invisible force, the chain blades flew back into her hands. Witnessing this, the pilot of the iron fist mech immediately grabbed the nearby spear mech, and both retreated together. However, the overly aggressive chain mech wasn't so lucky. Caught off guard, he didn't even activate his shield. How could Diana miss such a golden opportunity? She leaped forward, instantly stretching her chain blade straight like a sword. Throwing the sword with great force, it whistled through the air and pierced straight through the cockpit of the chain mech. As the two chain mechs passed each other in midair, Diana caught the chain blade she threw earlier, landing gracefully on the ground. Behind her, the chain mech with the punctured cockpit exploded in a brilliant shower of sparks before crashing down. The situation shifted slightly, but Liu's duo still had the upper hand against 4 enemies. At this moment, the iron fist mech suddenly approached stealthily. By the time Diana realized it, the mech was already behind her. Very sorry, but this is where your journey ends. Chapter 16. Did you turn on a bloodlocking hack, or what? The iron fist mech understood no mercy. A single iron punch tore through the cockpit, and Diana's chain mech's health bar instantly emptied as she collapsed. Boom boom boom, thunderous blast. The shells all hit their target, exploding mid-air into a colossal fireball. The swordsmanship mech performed an elegant blade flourish to celebrate its victory. In the next moment, however, the smug grin froze on the blonde man's face. Because he saw the swordsmanship mech, which was supposed to have been obliterated by artillery fire, diving down towards the gun mech that had run out of ammo and entered a rigid state. This is impossible. The blonde man finally lost his cool. The gun mech's rigid state was about to end when Liu initiated the thrusters, accelerating the dive even further. At the same time, he drew the regulation greatsword, flashing at the moment the gun mech regained mobility. The head of the gun mech flew off, and the decapitated body toppled stiffly over. Ignoring the raging blonde man, Liu once again hurled the greatsword forward while following it closely. The iron fist mech sent the greatsword flying with a high kick, and Liu retaliated with a fierce straight punch aimed directly at him. The iron fist mech swiftly grabbed Liu's fist. There seemed to be a faint scoff from within the cockpit before he kicked Liu away, tearing off one of his arms in the process. With an arm missing, the swordsmanship mech froze there momentarily, unable to move. How could the blonde man miss such a golden opportunity? He quickly closed in with the swordsmanship mech, sweeping with the regulation greatsword to avenge the gun mech using the same method. Liu snickered lightly. He had been waiting for this exact moment. His energy field cooled down just in time and activated instantly, sending the blonde man flying unexpectedly. As the regulation greatsword slipped from his grasp, Liu took a step forward and caught it. This strike is my thanks to you. Liu flung the greatsword. The regulation greatsword pierced as if it had traversed both time and space until it punctured through the swordsmanship mech's cockpit, pinning it to the ground. What had been a 5 versus 2 match was now simplified to 1 versus 2. Liu's swordsmanship mech had lost an arm, greatly diminishing its combat capabilities. The opposing Iron Fist mech and the Spear mech were both fully intact. Inside the cockpit, Liu's lips curved slightly upwards with a smirk. He raised his remaining arm, beckoning the others with his fingers. How arrogant. True to form, the Spear mech couldn't contain itself and immediately set the thrusters to full power. Even the Iron Fist mech didn't have time to intervene, as time and space seemed to get chopped in half in an instant. Liu saw the Spear mech activating the thruster. In the next second, the spear glinted coldly right before him. Liu narrowly sidestepped in time. The spear left a long white scratch on the cockpit. He extended his hand toward his own weapon, the regulation greatsword, which flew back into his grip like a fledgling returning to its nest. Then Liu stabbed forward in one swift motion. With a hiss, the blade punctured through the Spear mech's cockpit. After this, the Iron Fist mech dared not make any rash moves. In a 5 versus 2 situation that should have been nothing less than a certain overwhelming victory, things turned into a one-on-one showdown. You're very strong, the Iron Fist mech messaged Liu via public channel. You flatter me, Liu replied. Actually, today's the first day I've touched this game. No, you truly are stronger than anyone I've ever seen. Liu stopped replying. In the next second, the Iron Fist mech appeared as if teleported. Instantly recognizing danger, Liu moved backward to increase distance. Sure enough, this action prevented him from having his head blown off. The Iron Fist mech was attempting to delay time through chatting while waiting for skills to cool down, but wasn't Liu doing the same? The Iron Fist mech threw a punch that missed, but the thrusters gave him another chance to close the distance. Just as he raised his fist, from the corner of his eye, he noticed the greatsword Liu had somehow gripped once again. Without hesitation, he activated the energy field. Yet, little did he know, this would trigger his defeat. Following up immediately, Liu also triggered the energy field, causing the two energy fields to repel each other. One blue and one red energy field wrestled with each other, pushing the Iron Fist mech into a rigid state due to the mutual rejection forces. Seizing the narrow window of opportunity, Liu deactivated the energy field almost simultaneously. Although his swordsmanship mech also entered a rigid state, he still managed to stab the regulation greatsword into the cockpit of the Iron Fist mech before his machine completely lost movement. Blue win. The battle ended with Liu's side claiming ultimate victory. Upon exiting the rigid state, the battered and broken swordsmanship mech lifted its only remaining arm to signal its status as the victor. As soon as he stepped out of the sports hall, Liu came face to face with the disgruntled blonde man. How about that? Liu's mood was excellent after winning the team battle. Seeing the disgruntled blonde man, he naturally had to tease him a little. My performance during the welcome ceremony, could it satisfy you? The blonde man immediately got infuriated upon hearing this, glaring fiercely with flared nostrils. You freaking turned on a bloodlocking hack, or what? Liu spread his hands. Who knows? Let's go. The blonde man nearly choked on his anger and left hastily with his group. Your boss is gone, and you're still hanging around? Liu said, looking at the unperturbed person standing in the shadows. Hearing this, the person stepped out of the shadow. What Liu didn't expect was that she was actually a girl. You're very strong. Due to the fact that she wore black clothes and a hood, Liu couldn't clearly see her face, only able to deduce from her voice that she was a girl. He scratched the back of his head. Wasn't the one piloting the Iron Fist mech just now you? You're stronger than anyone I've ever met. The girl kept her hands in her pockets, appearing cool and detached. I'll definitely challenge you again sometime. See you. After that, she walked in a direction opposite to where the blonde man and others went. Diana wobbled as she walked out of the gymnasium. Liu immediately dashed forward and steadied her precarious figure. Are you alright, Diana? You look terrible. A note of concern crept into his tone. I'm fine. She forced a smile while holding onto his broad palm. Didn't expect the game to drain my spirits so much. However, Liu himself felt nothing. On the contrary, he was brimming with energy, feeling extraordinarily spirited. Shall I escort you back? Looking at her poor mental state, Liu offered to send her back to the dormitory. To his surprise, she shook her head. I can make it back myself. Thank you anyway. Watching her tottering towards the dormitory, Liu murmured. Such a stubborn girl. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the time. His expression shifted dramatically like Edvard Munch's painting, The Scream. I forgot to call him for dinner. This isn't good. Chapter 17. A fulfilled daily life. Liu sneaked into the dormitory like a thief. Jia Jingjing had been waiting for him since early morning, and as soon as he saw Liu enter, he immediately scolded him. Knowing that he was wrong, Liu didn't dare to speak up. In the end, he managed to appease Jia Jingjing by saying many kind words and promising to treat him to a meal. I'm telling you, today Gao Chun took me, and we found something very fun, Liu said from his bed after the lights were turned off, speaking to the other bed across the walkway. What is this fun thing? Jia Jingjing's voice came back hazily. I'll take you there when we have no class. You'll know once you see it. It's extremely entertaining. The next day, there was an 8 a.m. class. The morning class, as usual, was Evolution and Development of Tactics. Liu entered the classroom with black circles under his eyes, yawning all the way. Last night, he didn't sleep well, and as the night progressed, Jia Zhengjing's snoring grew louder and louder. He had even placed a wash basin over Jia Zhengjing's face, but it still didn't help. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling, the bell rang, and Yang Lin walked down from the podium as usual, closing the front door of the lecture hall. Good morning, everyone. Yang Lin greeted the seated students first. Today, we're going to talk about the Rostock campaign. Now, I'll randomly pick one student to explain the main contents of this campaign. As soon as Yang Lin mentioned asking a question, the students began lowering their heads on their desks one by one. The only exception was Diana, who raised her hand high. Among the vast lecture hall, she was the only one raising her hand. Yang Lin called on her. All right, Diana, please tell us the content of this campaign. Diana stood up and started explaining. The Rostock campaign was the first real face-to-face clash between the Union Army and the Allied Army. Rostock is a city built beside a mountain, easy to defend and hard to attack, and it holds an extremely important strategic significance. The purpose of the Union Army in initiating the campaign was to capture this natural fortress from the Allied Army. The campaign lasted 3 whole months and ended with the complete victory of the Allied Army. During the final stages of the campaign, the Allied Army conducted a surprise attack that disrupted the Union Army. After the success of the surprise attack, the Allied Army chased the enemy relentlessly. The Union Army, hastily responding, suffered heavy losses and lost a large number of its elite troops. After the devastating defeat in the Rostock campaign, the Union Army was forced to retreat fully to defense. To date, the Allied Army has completely taken control of the situation. Very good, you may sit. Yang Lin clapped her hands, satisfied with Diana's answer. The Rostock campaign symbolizes the transition of the Union Army from offense to defense, gradually tipping the scales of war in favor of the Allied Army. So here's the question. With both sides having roughly equal numbers in terms of manpower, firepower, and logistical support, where the Union Army might even hold a slight edge, why did the Union Army suffer such a catastrophic loss? Only Diana and Li Yu raised their hands. Yang Lin this time pointed to Li Yu. Li Yu, could you explain? To be honest, I really don't know much about war. Li Yu stood up straight. But for the Rostock campaign, I have specifically looked into it. Because of a traitor who betrayed the Union Army's defensive deployment intelligence. Upon obtaining this information, the Allied Army carried out targeted preparations, using a successful surprise attack to break the deadlock of the entire campaign. Having lost most of their elite forces, the Union Army crumbled like dominoes, marking the complete failure of the Union side in the Rostock campaign. Yang Lin gave him a thumbs up. Very good, please sit. She surveyed the disinterested students present, shaking her head. Why do all of you seem so unenthusiastic? Is my teaching method too boring? Yes. Yang Lin, who was appointed as a teacher not just for reading from textbooks, responded affirmatively. If you think my teaching style is boring, I'll reflect on that. But before doing so, let's play a thrilling round of wargame simulation. As she spoke, Yang Lin tapped the podium and flipped it over. A large digital sand table appeared within everyone's view. Red represented the Union Army side, while blue represented the Allied Army side. Above the sand table, 6 red big characters lit up, spelling Rostock campaign. Initially lethargic students perked up upon hearing the term wargame simulation, a group of them rushing over to surround the sand table. Their subject teacher Yang Lin got squeezed all the way to the outside of the crowd, looking pitifully small and helpless. Li Yu, Diana. The two of you will play the roles of the Commander-in-Chief of the Allied Army and the Union Army respectively. Think critically and use your wisdom to see if you can completely overturn the outcome of this battle. Yang Lin shouted at the top of her lungs from the edge of the crowd. Li Yu pulled Jia Zhengjing by his sleeve. Old Jia, tell Captain Duan to have the reconnaissance battalion switch to these. I'll give him a case of counterfeiting, inserting right into. Oh no, straight into the heart of the Allied Army. Go quick, Jia Zhengjing replied confidently. All right, leave it to me. Jin, you personally head to the front line and inform the engineers to hurry up with fortifications. By the way, all defenses should be built closer to the front. Rostock is built beside a mountain, so the rear is naturally impregnable. As long as we hold the front firmly, there's no need to worry about being flanked. Diana nudged Eugene with her shoulder. Eugene coldly responded with a brief, Most students participated in the wargame simulation after being assigned their roles. Even those few who weren't given roles remained highly engaged, watching intently as the digital sand table updated every second. For a moment, the Allied Army gained the upper hand. Then the Union Army wrestled back the momentum. Back and forth they went, neither side willing to yield. The main peak of Rostock exchanged hands repeatedly, resulting in heavy casualties on both attacking and defending sides. Yang Lin relaxed in a seat at the back of the classroom, observing the noisy crowd around the podium as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Seems like wargame simulation makes for an effective teaching method. From now on, let's mix work and fun equally. In the end, Diana had the upper hand and didn't allow Li Yu to reverse the predetermined outcome. Good. The wargame simulation is now concluded. At the decisive moment of victory, Yang Lin called a halt at just the right time. All right, that concludes everyone's performance for this class. Class dismissed. Yang Lin closed her register. This novel teaching method won immediate favor among the students. Many immediately surrounded Teacher Yang, asking, Teacher, can we do another round of wargame simulation next class? To which Yang Lin replied, It'll happen. There will be bread. Everything will come eventually. Chapter 18, Good Student. Because a lecture was scheduled to take place in the Great Hall in the evening, there were no classes on Friday morning. Out of curiosity, A classmate asked who would be giving the lecture. The dean deliberately kept them in suspense, saying, "You will naturally know tonight." Knock knock. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Master Sure, the teacher for mecha maintenance and repair, knocked on the door of the dean's office. "Come in." It was hard to say whether Dean Minus actually lived in his office. Whenever someone came looking for him, he was always there. Master Sure opened the door and walked in, and Minus was boiling water. Seeing the former come in, Minus took out a small packet of good tea from the tea box under the table and placed it on the desk. Master Sure sat opposite Minus. Yang Lin and Teacher Fong from the physical training course followed suit and sat down. Woo! The water boiled. Minus turned off the heat, picked up the kettle, and first used boiling water to warm 4 porcelain teacups. He set down the kettle, gently placed the lid of the teapot down, tore open the tea packaging, and poured the fragrant tea leaves into the teapot. He picked up the kettle and brewed the tea with boiling water. He covered the teapot and let it steep for about a minute. "You three coming to find me at the same time is really quite rare." Minus leaned back against the chair and said. Master Sure nudged Teacher Fong with his shoulder, and Teacher Fong nudged Master Sure with his shoulder in return. Yang Lin massaged her forehead and said they could stop playing such childish games, couldn't they? "What's going on? Why are you pulling pranks now?" Minus smiled. "Is there something you need to tell me?" Minus lifted the teapot and served a cup of tea each to Master Sure, Teacher Fong, and Yang Lin. In the end, losing the game of rock, paper, scissors, Master Sure was pushed out by the other two as their representative. Master Sure gave the other two a glare who had both thrown scissors on purpose, pretending to look outside the window. "All right, I'll say it then." Master Sure paused for a moment. "This year, among the newly enrolled students, we found a few promising ones. You said the same thing last year." Minus sipped a small amount of tea water and then grimaced due to the heat. Master Sure shook his head vigorously like a drum. No, this year is different." "What's different?" Minus interrupted again. Master Sure hated being interrupted when speaking the most. "Why do you keep interrupting me? Can't you just let me finish?" Minus drew his neck back, like a child who had made a mistake and was about to get his butt spanked by his parents, and didn't dare to utter a sound. "This year's batch of new students includes a few children who I think are very special," Master Sure said. Firstly, Liu. Teacher Fong and Yang Lin nodded in strong agreement, showing their agreement with what Master Sure said. "I remember that Liu was one of only 2 students in this year's class to have an S-class matching value. The other one was Diana. I'll talk about Diana later. Let me start with Liu. He's very special. Having worked in the logistics unit for so many years, I can immediately tell if someone has ever operated a mecha before, and if they are cut out to be a pilot. Liu is undoubtedly a first-timer in terms of real mechas, which is undeniable. However, his understanding and knowledge of mechas far exceed my expectations. In the first class, he disassembled an old standard mecha in just an hour and a half. Can a person who has never touched a mecha before achieve such results? It only took him 45 minutes to reassemble the mecha. Even for me, it took 2 hours to disassemble and 1 hour to reassemble a mecha for the first time. Only those who truly understand mechas deserve to become pilots. He is a good seedling, and I fully recognize this young man's potential." Teacher Fong continued where Master Sure left off. "Liu is not only gifted in mecha, but also shows clear purpose in his actions. He knows what he needs. In the first class, I intended to give the new students a dose of humility by making them run 10 kilometers. As for the 5-kilometer weighted run, it is my method to punish those little troublemakers trying to slip through. Liu is not particularly known for his physical strength, and anyone who has attended my class can see this clearly. But he finished the whole run. That alone makes him stronger than most people." "Yes," Yang Lin quickly added. "Liu comes from a military family. His father is a soldier. I don't know if you, Dean, still remember the Strum Annihilation battle 13 years ago. At that time, the captain of the transport team of the Allied Army was Liu's father. In last class's chess simulation, he also performed excellently. Although he didn't reverse the outcome of the Rostock battle, it was because student Diana was more skilled. His performance made a deep impression on me." Minus, hands behind his back, said, "Is this Liu really that amazing? I've been listening for quite a while now, and all of you are speaking highly of him. How much do you even like him?" Master Sure became upset. "We do like him. But wasn't it you who asked us to pay more attention to the kid? Are you now refusing to take responsibility for your own words?" "Did I?" Minus feigned innocence. I forgot." Teacher Fong felt as if God was spraying something directly into his eyes, causing an overwhelming urge to vomit. He found it extremely uncomfortable. Why is this old woman pretending to be innocent? It's not shameful to act cute, but it's absolutely revolting when a man in his 50s or 60s acts out such greasy cuteness. Though Minus was older, once his playful side took over, he would retreat into his own world. But isn't it effective, though? Yang Lin couldn't help herself. She spewed her entire mouthful of tea onto Minus's face. She was thoroughly amused. Minus wiped the tea off his face with his hand, glaring. "Yang Lin, I respect women. But this doesn't mean that spraying me with tea has no consequences. I'm sorry." It was clear that Yang Lin was struggling hard not to laugh, her beautiful face turning as red as a liver. "But I just can't stop. Ha ha ha." In the end, she couldn't hold it in. Even the old dean wasn't the type to lose his temper over trivial matters. He took 2 tissues from the tissue box, dried his face, and then asked, "Tell me about Diana." "It's hard to say." Master Sure let out a sigh. "But we have to admit, Zeus has a good daughter. It's strange how a young lady from a political family could be so innately close to mechas and mechanics. Could it be that, old friend, you're overstepping?" The old dean's expression turned serious. "We will not investigate any student's background further. nor will we make baseless assumptions about their family ties. Master Sure also realized he had spoken improperly, lowering his head. Yes. It was disrespectful of me. I apologize. Chapter 19, The Alpha Fleet. Exactly 7 o'clock. Because the dean had explicitly said that a mysterious person would come to the academy for a lecture tonight, the students who wanted to find out the truth occupied all the seats in the great hall early. Inside the hall, the lights dimmed. Poor teacher Yang Lin, because she made fun of the old dean this morning, now could only stand by the door as a guard. She saw the old dean signal with his hand and go out to close the door of the great hall, locking herself outside at the same time. Menoth the old guy remembers grievances very well. The master teacher muttered with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Since you are a woman, he only let you be a guard. If it were someone else, they'd have been thrown into the pond by now. Yang Lin gave him a sidelong glance. Does the water in the pond taste good? The master teacher tripped on his own feet and nearly fell flat on his face. Dean Menoth walked up to the stage and lightly tapped the microphone twice to test the sound, then said, "Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this lecture." Haha, just kidding. Tonight, we are honored to invite Ms. Ling Guang, the current captain of the Alpha Fleet of the Alliance Army, to preside over this lecture. Now, let's give a warm round of applause for the Alpha Fleet captain, Aphrodite Ling. The young girl who had been waiting for a long time stepped onto the stage amidst thunderous applause. She saluted the gathered students facing them, then stood by the microphone. Good evening, everyone. I am very glad to host this lecture for you. I am Aphrodite Ling under the Galaxy Frontline Alliance, the current captain of the Alpha Fleet. I imagine everyone here should know that the Galaxy Frontline Alliance and the Drajan Military Academy have a mutually supportive relationship. The resources of the Alliance's army largely rely on the cultivation of the Academy. As for Galaxy Frontline Alliance, I believe everyone already has a decent understanding. So, how many of you know about the Alpha Fleet Force? No one answered. Nobody knows? Ling Guang smiled faintly. This isn't surprising. The Alpha Fleet is an elite force under the Alliance Army. Since the fleet directly reports to the Commander-in-Chief, all operations are confidential and not publicly disclosed. Therefore, we are not well known to outsiders. A student raised their hand in the audience. Questions were allowed during this lecture. This student, what would you like to know? Ling Guang gestured graciously with her hand. Captain Ling, hello. A male student stood up and asked, holding the microphone passed to him by the dean. I want to ask, does the Alpha Fleet perform the most dangerous missions? Upon hearing this, Ling Guang nodded. You can say that. There's a saying. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Since all resources within the Alliance Army are prioritized towards the Alpha Fleet, the most perilous missions are entirely entrusted to us. This includes, but is not limited to infiltration, assassination, intelligence gathering, and instantaneous military strikes. That being said, do you feel fear while executing missions? The male student asked again. After contemplating for a moment, Ling Guang replied. Yes, I do feel fear. As the captain, I must take responsibility for the safety of every member under my command. Before each mission, I must create detailed and comprehensive plans to ensure my team members return safely. I'm quite a coward. I'm scared even of cockroaches, haha. To be honest with you, I worry a lot every time a team member goes out on a mission, sometimes even praying to the heavens, asking them to bless my team members with safe returns. But what use is fear? Running away doesn't solve any problems. To eliminate fear, one must face it head on. When the Alliance faces difficulties, if we soldiers don't step up, then who will? And if we refuse to sacrifice ourselves, are we going to sacrifice countless civilians protected by the Alliance? The male student said, You're an excellent officer. Working under an officer like you, I think, is a dream for many. Thank you for your answer. I learned so much. He handed the microphone back to the dean and sat down. On the definition of a good officer, I always believe that an officer who earns the trust and admiration of his team truly deserves to be called such. A short pause followed, then Ling Guang continued. Oh, by the way, I heard the dean mention that there are some promising rookies among the new recruits this year. He frequently mentioned a name, and today I came here to meet this highly praised young man. Could Liu please stand up? I would like to get acquainted with you. Liu was just secretly browsing short videos on his phone when he suddenly got called out. He looked up and realized that everyone's eyes in the hall were fixed on him. It wasn't until Diana, sitting next to him, nudged his elbow that he instinctively shoved the phone under the table and hurriedly stood up. You are Liu, right? Ling Guang looked at him and slightly narrowed her eyes. You look very much like an old acquaintance of mine. Liu said, Are you talking about my father? Li Xiang, the mastermind behind the Strum Annihilation campaign, is your father? Ling Guang asked. Liu nodded. You and your father look as if you were carved from the same mold. Seeing you always reminds me of your father. I've heard the dean describe you. He says you're a once-in-a-lifetime genius. So, are you planning to follow in your father's footsteps? Can I ask why? This question has been asked by the dean before. My answer will never change no matter when. I detest war. It took away my most beloved father. One day, I will personally put an end to this war. Liu added, Captain Ling, I have a question for you. Feel free to ask. Can I join the Alpha Fleet? Ling Guang was taken aback. Ordinarily, people facing her would be too nervous to function properly. But from this young man's eyes, she saw not a trace of anxiety. What she found there was rock-solid determination. She smiled and said, That's quite straightforward of you. My answer is yes, certainly yes. There is one condition though, you must secure a top 10 spot in the Academy's year-end evaluation. Liu noted down the requirement and sat back down. The hour quickly elapsed, and Ling Guang exchanged glances with the old dean. The latter stepped onto the stage and announced, Tonight's lecture is now over. Thank you all for coming. Ling Guang gave another glance at Li Yu in the audience before departing swiftly under the escort of the old dean. Securing a top 10 spot in the year-end evaluation will let me join the Alpha Fleet, huh? Li Yu clenched his fist under the table. I'll remember that. Beside him, Diana looked at him with a flicker in her gaze. Chapter 20, Promotion Match. In the game, Whirlwind, Mecha Awakening, Li Yu has been achieving consecutive victories and is now on a 10-match winning streak. According to the rules, after accumulating 10 consecutive wins, a promotion match will be triggered, where the system matches Li Yu with an opponent from a higher tier. Winning means successful promotion, losing results in all accumulated points being reset to 0. How did you get here? Outside the gymnasium, Li Yu looked at Gao Chun, who had been waiting for a long time. Gao Chun smiled warmly and said, I came to cheer you on. Today is your promotion match, and if you win, I'll treat you to some late-night snacks. All right, it's a deal. Li Yu gave him a thumbs up. Inside the fully immersive gaming pod in the gymnasium, Li Yu sat in his seat, looking down at his slightly trembling hands. This was his first promotion match, and he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. He blew into his palms and pressed the start matchmaking button. After a short while, he matched up with a player whose nickname was, Oh yes yes yes. Hello. The other player sent Li Yu a message via the public channel. Li Yu replied, Hello. Give it your all. Li Yu didn't reply, thinking to himself that even the catchphrase was identical. This player must be Hanzu. Compared to the opponent's luxurious and extensive mecha hangar, Li Yu's was rather barren. Due to rank restrictions, most of the slots in his hangar were still locked. Currently, he only had one sword-fighting mecha available. Without hesitation, the opponent immediately selected a spear mecha, which was their go-to option. The scene loaded, loading completed, battle commenced. A promotion match differs from regular combat. There's a 60-second countdown in the preparation phase before the battle begins, allowing both sides time to configure skills and weapons. Li Yu directly adopted the system's autosave default setup. Since he didn't have many options, he might as well use the set of skills and equipment he was most comfortable with during normal battles. When the 60-second countdown ended, the battle officially began. The battlefield was a fair plain terrain, eliminating any chance of using geographical mechanisms to ambush the opponent. The spear mecha had a fancy paint job, and the spear it wielded had undergone 2 upgrades, glowing faintly blue throughout its length. Li Yu noticed that just before the attack, the tip of the spear in the opponent's hand shifted slightly to the left. This observation distracted him momentarily, and the consequence was that the spear struck his left shoulder, shaving off some of his health bar. Li Yu immediately retreated to create distance. The opponent spun their spear in a graceful flourish and pressed forward. Li Yu was bronze tier while the opponent was silver tier. 1 rank difference meant a noticeable gap in thruster performance. The distance between them was rapidly closing, and the opponent raised their spear. This spear strike was heading straight for the cockpit. It appeared they had decided on a one-hit kill strategy. Li Yu placed his regulation broadsword horizontally in front of the cockpit. There was a clear metallic ting sound as the broadsword blocked the spear, preventing him from being taken out in 2 turns. With the failed attempt, the opponent kicked off from the blade of the broadsword with a move borrowing force from their previous effort, performing a backflip. They hurled the spear away, and at that instant, Li Yu noticed the spear tip shifting slightly to the right. With a sharp hiss, the pointed spear pierced through Li Yu's right arm, showering sparks everywhere. The opponent retracted the spear with magnetic chains. Is there a habitual movement before attacks? Li Yu murmured to himself. The thrusters went full throttle. If Li Yu allowed the opponent to keep pulling away like this, his fate would surely be death. Long-range scenarios favor spear mechas the most, so the only way to counter such an advantage was to shorten the distance and turn the fight into close combat. Following suit, Li Yu threw his broadsword. The opponent deflected it away with a spear strike. Before the opponent could make another move, Li Yu charged forward with a straight punch. The spear mecha didn't rashly activate repulsion fields, clearly having studied Li Yu's fighting style beforehand. The spear was held horizontally, blocking the punch. The broadsword flew back into Li Yu's hand just in time, and he wielded it with both hands, swinging it horizontally. Calmly, the opponent blocked it with their spear, and in the clash of weapons, the spear was cut into 2 pieces. Despite cutting the opponent's weapon in half with 1 slash, Li Yu felt no joy, instead becoming more alert. As expected, under Li Yu's astonished gaze, the broken spear transformed into 2 identical shorter spears. The spear mecha then tossed one of the short spears upwards and grabbed the other, holding it like a baseball bat to hit the former flying toward Li Yu. Caught unprepared for such a trick move, Li Yu barely deflected the incoming short spear. But before he could react further, the opponent yanked on the magnetic chain, causing the spear previously deflected by Li Yu to once again hurl toward the rear of the sword mecha, stabbing toward the back. Simultaneously, the spear mecha carrying another short spear dashed forward, aiming the second spear at the cockpit. A pincer attack from both front and rear. In a flash of lightning, Li Yu made the correct decision. He squatted down and shielded his head. The spear mech instantly activated and then canceled its repulsion field, threw and pulled the magnetic chain, and recovered the short spear, which was then kicked away with a swift motion. In this blink of an eye, the sword mech was pierced through the shoulder by the short spear, firmly pinned to the ground. The spear mech slowly approached, the other short spear in his hand aiming for the sword mech's head with great force. The energy field suddenly activated, forcing the spear mech to step back. Li Yu pulled out the short spear that had pierced his shoulder and threw it on the ground, stepping on it. The opponent threw the magnetic chain again, linking it to the short spear and pulling hard to recover it. Unexpectedly, Liu used a technique of borrowing and amplifying the force, quickly closing the distance. The opponent seemed not to have anticipated that Liu would use his magnetic chain to shorten the distance, and was caught off guard, struck by a powerful punch, and sent flying. The spear mech sprang up like a carp leaping from water, and stood up. This time, he no longer acted rashly. Realizing the potential self-binding danger of over-reliance on the magnetic chain, he combined the two short spears into one long spear. Liu decided not to let the opponent take advantage of the long spear from a distance. He adjusted the direction of the energy field release, changing it to the direct rear. The energy wave lifted the sword mech into the air. Liu drew the regulation broadsword mid-air, his body taut like a fully drawn bow, delivering a heavy downward slash at the spear mech. This strike must not be blocked directly. Still refusing to activate the repulsion field, the spear mech's thrusters were powered to full capacity, propelling him out of Liu's attack range. The heavy broadsword slammed down, instantly shattering the ground within a kilometer radius. Watching the shattered ground from afar, the spear mech felt a surge of relief at having narrowly escaped. If that strike had landed on him, he wouldn't have just suffered severe injuries. He would likely have been killed. This promotion match had already lasted more than 30 minutes, with the spear mech firmly controlling the situation. So far, Liu had only managed to land one punch by borrowing and amplifying the opponent's force. I can win. Gripping the long spear tightly, the spear mech was confident in victory for this battle. Chapter 21. Promotion. Silver rank. Clang. The long spear deflected the standard issue great sword Liu threw, turning it into a makeshift dart-like weapon that was constantly being tossed away. Liu leaped into the air, only to be caught off guard when the opponent hurled a magnetic chain which ensnared his foot. With a strong tug from the spear mech, Liu tumbled down from mid-air like a somersault. Another tumble caused another segment of his health bar to disappear. Liu's health was now down to a third, while his opponent. That heavy punch earlier barely scratched him. From beginning to end, the situation had been firmly under the opponent's control, making Liu's struggles appear futile. Boom! The thrusters activated at full power as Liu charged towards the spear mech. He raised his fist, and in response, the other side lifted their spear. A spear and a fist passed each other. The spear mech stood still, whereas the swordsmanship mech trembled slightly before shaking violently. A grotesque wound appeared on the body of the swordsmanship mech. The previous strike from the spear mech nearly split the entire mech, including its cockpit diagonally. With this severe injury, Liu's health bar dwindled to just one segment left. To be precise, he had only 100 life points remaining. Liu prepared for an all-out final attempt. Roaring wildly, he turned around and swung a punch directly at the spear mech's face. The latter effortlessly dodged, leaving Liu's punches landing in empty air. One punch after another, his attacks were chaotic and unorganized, seemingly more akin to giving up after exhausting his limited skills. I thought I could have more fun with you. Unfortunately, it seems you haven't reached that level yet, the opponent taunted over the public channel. Liu ignored it. Or rather, he deliberately pretended not to see it. The spear mech thrust straight forward. Instead of retreating, Liu advanced and collided onto it. A hole appeared in the left arm of the swordsmanship mech. Liu activated the energy field, unleashing an energy wave that forced the spear mech to retreat one step further. It was this single step that decided the victory. A standard-issue greatsword pierced through from behind, puncturing the cockpit of the spear mech. Red wins. The result was clear. Liu secured the ultimate victory. This can't be. The opponent couldn't accept such an outcome. Despite holding every advantage, they ended up losing the match in this absurd way. There must be something wrong somewhere. The replay revealed the answer. After the standard-issue greatsword was deflected, Liu activated the shadow replacement skill he bought before the battle using his points. A jet-black mech identical to the swordsmanship mech, but entirely ink-black emerged silently on the other side of the map. Following that, it was Liu who appeared to recklessly throw punches, missing every time, but successfully forcing the spear mech to retreat step by step until the other side of the map. Liu calculated the distance accurately. All the black mech did was hold the greatsword steady in place, doing nothing else. His final activation of the energy field compelled the spear mech to take the decisive step that determined the winner. It looked as though the spear mech had simply run into it on its own. The replay concluded. Liu won the promotion match and successfully ascended to the silver rank. Various new features unlocked with the promotion: frame breakthrough, weapon enhancement and breakthrough, additional storage space in the garage, skill upgrades, and more. You're strong. After a long silence, the opponent sent another message. Shadow replacement. I never thought this skill could be used this way. I concede, and I do so willingly. It's luck, just luck. Liu replied. Honestly, if you kept fighting with dual short spears, it might well be me who would lose. Are you saying that I lost because I insisted on using the spear? Why? I've thoroughly studied all your past battles and ultimately decided to use the magnetic chain to counteract you. The magnetic chain is indeed troublesome, and I still haven't come up with an effective countermeasure against it. However, you shouldn't dismiss yourself too easily. Moreover, it's your habitual actions that cost you. Habitual actions? What habitual actions am I talking about? Perhaps it's an unconscious move on your part. Before initiating an attack, the tip of your spear always instinctively tilts slightly in the corresponding direction. Realization struck the opponent upon hearing this. So that's why I was able to hit you so easily at the start. Such a minute, instantaneous movement. You noticed it right from the start. What an incredible observational ability. You're a born warrior. Among those I've met, You are undoubtedly the strongest. An exaggeration. Get yourself a better outfit. You've really gone far relying on initial gear and skills to reach the silver rank. It hasn't been easy for you. When you become stronger, I want to challenge you again. Alright, definitely. The hatch of the simulation pod opened, and Liu stepped out, tripping over his own feet and landing on his rear. Hey, what happened? Gao Chen leaped forward and helped Liu up. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Liu shook his head. No. My nerves were too tense for too long, and I used up a lot of energy, but it's no big deal. How'd it go? Did you win or lose? I won. Haha, I knew you'd win. Come on, let me take you out for a meal. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. You waited for me for over an hour here. Yep. After hearing this, Liu felt warmth in his heart. Alright then, let's go eat. At the same time, in the principal's office, old Principal Minus and Master Lao had just finished watching the entire promotion match. What do you think? Minus asked. He is a born warrior. Master Lao's breathing was slightly rapid. I bet you couldn't find another talent like him if you search with lanterns lit everywhere. Hearing this, Minus narrowed his eyes slightly. If, and I mean if, under equal conditions, if you fought him, how confident would you be? 60% maybe. Master Lao thought about it briefly and gave a number. Minus couldn't sit still anymore, even losing his usual calm demeanor. Even you only have 60% confidence? Is this kid truly that strong? For now, the only way to beat him is by overpowering him with mech performance. Master Lao nodded. Not even a silver-level mech might fully suppress him. That last fight was a good example. Probably, it'd take a gold-ranked mech to completely overwhelm him through sheer performance. This kid, at the same level, probably has no rivals. Minus slumped back into his seat. Then, should I feel relieved that this child is part of our alliance army? If he were to stand against us, I don't even want to think about what could happen. Chapter 22, Refinement and Enhancement. Aren't you going back to the dormitory? After dinner, Gao Chen stood under the dormitory building and asked Liu. Liu was standing under the dormitory building, but his feet were already pointing towards the gymnasium. Without discussing how he managed this seemingly abnormal action, he wore a fervent look on his face. No, I want to spar with someone at the silver rank to identify my shortcomings. Playing this game is really addictive, isn't it? Gao Chen rolled his eyes. Do you want me to bring you some snacks? Liu shook his head. No need. Thank you. Gymnasium, fully immersive gaming experience chamber. Liu pressed the start matchmaking button. Winning 10 matches in a row, plus victory in the promotion match, earned him quite a few points. He had meticulously planned out what to do with them. First performing an upgrade breakthrough for the swordsmanship mech to enhance its performance. Then reinforcing and breaking through with the standardized greatsword, and the last bit of remaining points was just enough to upgrade his skill list once. The skills Lightning Slash and Reverse Jirosa, unlocked after the rank promotion. He hadn't yet replaced them into his active skill list. Match successful. When these 4 large words appeared on the screen, Liu immediately tensed his nerves. However, when he saw who his opponent was, he almost choked on his own saliva. The opponent's nickname was Anna. Liu sent over a message. Diana? Are you Liu? Diana quickly guessed it was Liu. Well, isn't this like family washing dirty linen in public? When did you reach silver rank? Yesterday. Small talk stopped there. The battle scene finished loading, and they entered the preparation phase. Quite a number of new battlegrounds were added upon reaching silver rank. This map was the underwater world. From the silver rank onward, battlegrounds would include new features called mechanics. Cleverly utilizing map mechanics could be another method to win, commonly known as terrain kill. After the 5-second countdown ended, much to Liu's surprise, the chain mech chose to retreat right from the start and hid behind a coral reef. The optical camouflage activated, causing the chain mech to disappear within the coral. Liu didn't rashly turn on the thrusters, but walked step by step towards the coral. His standardized greatsword shimmered with an emerald green light as he approached and thrust down. This sword thrust came up empty. Dancing chain blades swept in from behind. Liu dove straight into the seabed sand as chain blades subsequently shattered the entire coral reef into fragments. With the strike missing, the chain blades recoiled swiftly. Liu emerged from the sand breathlessly saying, Phew, that was quite a powerful opening move. Regarding that optical camouflage which could blend into the surroundings, Liu currently lacked a good way to counteract it. The best plan now was to stay alert. Without being able to close distance temporarily, survival became the sole objective. Whine. The chain blade stretched taut, transforming into a sword. The pale pink chain mech cancelled its optical camouflage and stabbed forward. Fortunately, Liu reacted promptly. The swordsmanship mech kept the standardized greatsword diagonally slung on its back with the handle below and tip upwards. A single move, Su Qin backsword, blocked Diana's stab. Since Diana chose to get up close voluntarily, would Liu let such a golden opportunity slip? He instantly activated the stasis field, making the chain mech freeze as if hit by a body lock spell. Not wasting any time, he thrust directly towards the cockpit. Diana responded decisively, initiating the particle shield, while modifying and selecting its defense range to protect the cockpit. The standardized greatsword pierced against the particle shield and couldn't advance a single millimeter further. By then both the stasis field and the particle shield had lost their effects simultaneously. Diana powered her thrusters fully, narrowly retreating out of Liu's attack range as his sword cleaved through the air. The standardized greatsword demonstrated impressive power. Before Diana could catch her breath, she froze in terror the next second, seeing the standardized greatsword suddenly grow 10 meters long and rush towards her cockpit. Actually, the standardized greatsword didn't really stretch to 10 meters. Liu merely threw it like a spear. He extended the magnetic chain to grab the end of the hilt. Diana hurriedly raised the chain blade to block it. The greatsword hacked diagonally onto the chain blade, and the overwhelming force almost injured her wrist. The chain mech stumbled and tilted slightly. Liu pulled the magnetic chain, retrieving the standardized greatsword and fully powered his thrusters, enabling the swordsmanship mech to appear in an instant. That previous slash caused the chain mech to become momentarily stiff, leaving Diana unable to respond except watch helplessly as the greatsword pierced into her cockpit. Blue win. Diana fell victim to information asymmetry and had the misfortune of becoming the first sacrifice after Liu started using the magnetic chain. Your understanding and application of the swordsmanship mech have reached absolute mastery. This sincere statement was from Diana. Liu scratched his head and replied, After all, it's the mecha that accompanied me all the way to silver rank. Don't laugh, but when I was a kid, I even fantasized about being the greatest swordsman in the world. I have a suggestion, though I'm not sure if I should say it. Go ahead. While your use of the swordsmanship mech is certainly quite proficient in team battle mode, what will you do if they specifically ban the swordsmanship mech just to counter you? Can team battles actually ban each other's mechs? Of course. I understand now. Thank you for your advice. If you really want to thank me, how about another match? Liu chuckled helplessly. Definitely next time. Are you some kind of warmonger? You're the warmonger. Diana retorted irritably. I lost so thoroughly, and I'm a bit unsatisfied. Hey, how about another match? Next time, definitely. Let me buy you a drink instead. Alright, equals carrot carrot smiley face. There was a bubble tea shop. It wasn't a typo. The shop was literally named, There Was a Bubble Tea Shop. Liu had no idea there was a bubble tea shop on Snack Street until Diana introduced him to it. Diana ordered a king kiwi, as she preferred tangy fruit drinks. Do you usually stay cooped up in your dormitory? You didn't even know a bubble tea shop opened on Snack Street. Liu gave an awkward laugh, having no reply. Oh, by the way, earlier I heard you mention that your father is also a soldier? Yes. It wasn't until Yang Lin's class that I found out my father was the one who led the Strom annihilation campaign. What? From what you're saying, you didn't know before? Yes. My dad has always refused to let me know any details about the battlefield. He only shares good news and hides bad news. Exactly. When I was a child, I was foolish and had no idea how cruel war could be. Now that I've grown up, I finally understand. My dad deliberately kept quiet about it so that my mom and I wouldn't worry. Chapter 23. War Game Simulation. What is a war game simulation? The war game simulation is hailed as the magician of directing wars. The simulator can fully utilize scientific methods such as statistics, probability theory, and game theory to simulate and rehearse the entire process of war and study and control the war situation according to the rules of the war game. A war game usually includes a map, simulation pieces, and a complete set of adjudication rules, simulating a real or virtual war through turns. Reading from the textbook in a monotonous way would only increase the student's dissatisfaction. So, in the previous class, Yang Lin came up with the idea of war game simulation. When enthusiasm is aroused, the students will be passionate about attending classes. But last time's war game simulation was based on the Battle of Rostock. Ultimately, it was still a reenactment of past wars. If we want to stimulate the creative thinking of the students, there's no better way than using war game simulation to imitate a virtual war. Dinglingaling dinglingaling. Class started. The students were all eager to try their hand, excitement clearly written on their faces. Everyone was looking forward to another tense and thrilling war game simulation for today's lesson. Yang Lin didn't even bring her textbook this day. Entering the large classroom, she closed the door behind her. I haven't brought my textbook. It seems you're all interested in war game simulations, so today, we will use war game simulation to simulate a virtual war. A male student stood up, shouting yay, tossing his textbook into the air and running toward the podium. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin was both surprised and skeptical, hurriedly making a stop gesture and saying, Stop, stop. I haven't even explained the rules yet. Why are you so excited? Everyone smiled knowingly. The outspoken student scratched the back of his head with a red face and sat back down. It's now 9 o'clock. There are 3 hours until noon. Yang Lin glanced at her watch. Each turn takes 20 minutes, for a total of 9 turns. Best of 9 rounds, 5 wins. Yang Lin scanned the group of students present. Jia Jingjing, Yu Jinyu, you two were deputy commanders last class, right? This time, I'll give you an opportunity to shine. Each of you will serve as the commander. Gaosen and Shun Mo act as the deputies for each. Liu and Diana, you will take up the roles of frontline commanders. Alright, does everyone understand their respective duties? If there are no questions, the simulated war empty echo trail retaking operation will officially begin. Being assigned as the commander, Jia Jingjing quickly got into character. Deputy Commander, get me intelligence related to the empty echo trail. Understood. Following orders, Gao Chen promptly entered and searched for empty echo trail on the digitalized sand table on the left side. He then presented the retrieved intelligence on the light screen and sent it to Jia Jingjing. With the light screen in hand, Jia Jingjing walked off to one side. In the backdrop of the virtual war, the empty echo trail is a key transportation route where transport teams under the coalition army constantly travel back and forth. If they encounter enemies during the transportation of supplies and reinforcements, the team can advance onto the plains or retreat to hold the mountain. Within the mountains, there are also 10,000 soldiers of the coalition army in disguise, ready to provide support anytime. Recently, the empty echo trail has been captured by the coalition forces. The The soldiers within the mountain are part of a battlefield guerrilla team organized by the coalition army. Their rear logistics entirely depend on the transport team. Now that the supply line has been cut off and the road blocked, the soldiers cannot sustain for long without logistics. Frontline Command Center. Respond if received. Jia Jingjing put down the light screen and contacted the front via the public channel. This is Frontline Commander Li Yu. Received. Please proceed. Immediately report the remaining troops at the front line. Understood. Including lightly injured personnel, we have 635 men remaining at the front line. The situation is already this severe. Li Yu, send a few men from the reconnaissance team to capture an enemy tongue. Understood. Yu Jinyu played the role of the antagonist this time. In comparison to Jia Jingjing's decisive and quick actions, she remained calmly collected. The coalition forces held an overwhelming advantage, and the alliance army should be the ones worried. Without quickly retaking the empty echo trail, the guerrilla team of the alliance army would starve. Inspiration struck Yu Jinyu, and she contacted the Frontline Command Center via a private channel. Frontline Commander, respond. Receive. Diana replied instantly. I have an idea. The reconnaissance team brought back a tongue, and Li Yu immediately began interrogating him. Name? Li Yu asked. Jiang Yuming. The captured tongue answered truthfully. Unit number and rank. Sorry, that's a military secret. I'm not authorized to disclose it. Bang! Li Yu fired a shot in front of the tongue's feet. I'll ask you again, unit number and rank. Under the Allied Forces. 2nd Company Commander of the Engineering Battalion. Is the empty echo trail currently fully blockaded? Yes. I ask you, is there another way to the empty echo trail? I'm not quite sure. Li Yu immediately pressed the gun to the tongue's forehead. Don't. Please spare my life, Commander. Compared to information, his own life was more important. There's an abandoned trail that can lead to the empty echo trail, inside the mountain. The 20-minute limit for the first round was up. Since the Allied forces took no action, the coalition forces were judged as the winners, given their already advantageous position. 1-0, Yu Jinyu scored the first point. Jia Jingjing obtained intelligence about the abandoned trail. A preliminary judgment indicated that the information was reliable. He could wait, but those 10,000 soldiers couldn't. After careful consideration, he still contacted the Frontline Command Center. Frontline Command Center. Respond if received. Receive. Li Yu replied instantly. Send captain of the 1st Company with 30 men to scout the path. Investigate thoroughly and return without direct combat contact. Understood. Li Yu made the arrangements immediately. The captain of the 1st Company led 30 soldiers on the mission. The abandoned trail, neglected for years, had many places, including railings and handrails, which had rotted away completely. One soldier touched the railing briefly, and it crumbled instantly. The signal for that soldier disappeared from the digitalized sand table. What a rotten road. The captain spat, ordering everyone not to touch the railings or handrails anymore. The path wasn't long. At the end of the wooden plank bridge, gray mist enveloped the area. The captain ordered the rest of the group to stay put while he crept into the fog alone to investigate. Moments later, he returned with a smile on his face. Fantastic. We can descend directly to the empty echo trail here. Our troops will be saved. Communicator. Here. Report this situation immediately to higher-ups. Understood. Chapter 24, Reversal upon Reversal. The 20-minute time limit for the second round was up, with a score of 2-0. Yu Jinyu had extended her lead even further. On the Alliance Army's side, Jia Jingjing was pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. Finally, there was a ding-dong sound in the communication channel as he received feedback from the forward command post. There's actually an abandoned mountain path leading straight to the blocked Kongxiang path. Jia Jingjing rejoiced. This truly proves that heaven does not completely close all doors. The soldiers are saved. Forward command. Message received. Pass my order down. 2nd Battalion and 3rd Battalion are to distract and, when necessary, draw out the enemy's fire. 1st Battalion will circle around behind them, and we'll hit them with a two-sided ambush, like cheese sandwich. Do everything possible to buy time. I still have a grand move to play. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the order, Li Yu immediately made arrangements. The commanders of the 2nd and 3rd Battalions led their troops in a fierce charge toward the Allied forces' position. The commander of the 1st Battalion took his soldiers along the abandoned mountain path, preparing to coordinate with the frontal attack for a pincer assault. But what the commander of the 1st Battalion couldn't have anticipated was that the gray mist at the end of the path turned out to be HEX Tech. A fully armed elite force broke through the mist and launched a surprise attack on the 1st Battalion. They had walked right into a trap. Caught off guard, the 1st Battalion scrambled to meet the enemy. With no prior warning, they failed to organize effective defenses, and one by one, the signals from their soldiers vanished on the digital sand table. Looking at the digital sand table where the 1st Battalion was being eroded almost entirely, Yu Jinyu smirked. How did you know this intelligence about the abandoned mountain path wasn't intentionally leaked by me? 5 minutes ago, a flash of inspiration struck Yu Jinyu, and she contacted the forward command post through a private channel. Forward command officer, reply received. Message received. Diana replied instantly. I've come up with a great idea. Rather than letting opportunities slip by, let's act decisively. Let's use luring the enemy deep. You choose a smart and capable soldier well-versed in military tactics and expose him to the Alliance Army. And then, leak the information to the enemy that there is an abandoned mountain path in the mountains that leads directly to the blocked Kongxiang path. Understood. Unluckily, the commander of the 1st Battalion was captured. He refused to yield until his very last breath, and ended his life with a bullet before enduring any interrogation. The incompetence of one general could lead to the exhaustion of 3 armies, aptly described the current situation with Jia Jingjing. His rash tactical arrangements resulted in the total annihilation of the 1st Battalion. The 2nd and 3rd Battalions also faced strong resistance from the Allied forces and suffered heavy losses. 4 o'clock. After consecutive major victories in 2 rounds, the Allied forces were now far ahead in the score. The system deduced that the probability of victory for Yu Jinyu's side in this simulated war was as high as 99%. Even though facing almost certain doom, there was not a trace of panic on Jia Jingjing's face. He counted his own heartbeat. It was steady and calm. He had become unimaginably composed. Opening a private channel, Jia Jingjing asked, "Are our tactical mech squads ready?" "The tactical mech squads are prepared for battle. They can set out at any time. Move. Let the Allied forces see how powerful our black tech really is." "Understood." 2nd and 3rd Battalions received orders to retreat and disengaged quickly, turning to flee. On the Allied forces side, one camp commander smirked derisively, taunting, "Don't run. Weren't you guys bragging earlier about smashing us flat? Why are you running away so fast now?" Before his words finished echoing, a buzzing sound akin to thunder burst beside his ears, and a colossal shadow loomed over him. Lifting his head, he saw a tactical mech descending from the sky. OSH*T. That poor camp commander became, quite literally, a stepping stone for the tactical mech. One mech after another appeared on the battlefield. Each of them pulled out machine guns, removed the safeties, and poured relentless firepower onto the Allied forces' positions. After taking several artillery shell hits, the Allied forces' camp plunged into a sea of flames. On the digital sand table, the Allied forces' soldiers' signals disappeared one after another. The speed was so fast that Yu Jinyu was caught completely off guard. How could this happen? Yu Jinyu couldn't believe it. How had the seemingly perfect situation suddenly taken such a drastic turn? Jia Jingjing licked his upper lip. "How do you know that the reckless assaults of each battalion weren't part of my plan?" The tactical mech squadrons were like lions invading a flock of sheep. Caught completely unprepared, the Allied forces' soldiers had their formation scattered. Every swing of the particle light swords claimed another life of an Allied forces soldier. Artillery shells fired, landed, and exploded, accelerating the annihilation of the Allied forces. In the depths of despair, the Alliance Army's 2 tactical mech squadrons brought hope, reversing the unfavorable situation in one swift stroke. The blockade line was broken, and the victory condition was achieved. Jia Jingjing had executed a stunning reversal, securing his come-from-behind win. Red win. "All right, the simulated war ends here," Yang Lin called out. "The winners are Jia Jingjing, Gao Chun, and Li Yu." After the simulated war concluded, there was a post-class review session. Since Jia Jingjing's team were the victors, Yang Lin didn't elaborate much on their strategy. She turned to Yu Jinyu and said, "Jinyu, throughout the entire simulated war, you demonstrated the demeanor of a supreme commander. That clever tactic of luring the enemy deep certainly added points for you. But do you know where you lost? When ahead by a wide margin, you assumed that victory was secured and let your guard down. That's where you drop points. The battlefield situation can change in the blink of an eye. It is impossible for one side to maintain the upper hand forever. The dynamics must ebb and flow for balance. You did not foresee the tactical mech squad's appearance, nor did you prepare any countermeasures for such an eventuality. Hence, I can only give you a passing grade for this class." Jia Jingjing was smiling. Gao Chen wanted to laugh, but dared not, and Li Yu didn't dare to laugh at all. Sure enough, Yang Lin turned around and said, "Don't laugh. Do you think winning means everything is fine? Though you won, there were still issues with your strategies." Immediately, Jia Jingjing wiped the smile off his face and sat up straight in attention. "Every life is precious. I'm sure I've mentioned this more than once before. In the recent simulation, you sacrificed the complete annihilation of Battalion 1 and the devastating losses in Battalions 2 and 3 to exploit a fleeting psychological weakness in your opponent. This was undoubtedly key to your turning the tide success. However, if a general shows no regard for their subordinates, how can they expect their subordinates to respect them as a leader? Luckily, that was just a simulation. If this had been a real scenario, you would have already stirred mass outrage. And inciting mass outrage within a military camp will make it hard for you to survive. Therefore, I can only award you with a passing grade for this lesson as well." Jia Jingjing pursed his lips, muttering a dejected, "Oh." Class dismissed. Chapter 25. Brother in trouble, I'll give a like. Saturday. Li Yu was originally lying in bed scrolling through short videos when Jia Jingjing suddenly burst into the dormitory in a panic. He plopped down on the bed, let out a heavy sigh of relief, and looked like someone who had narrowly escaped a catastrophe. Seeing this, Li Yu quickly put down his phone and moved a stool to sit opposite Jia Jingjing. "Mr. Jia." Hello, how can I help you?" Jia Jingjing wiped the sweat off his forehead with a fierce gesture. "What I'm about to say, don't be afraid. Mr. Jia, I haven't done anything wrong, I won't be scared." Li Yu patted his chest and promised. "Please go ahead. I just got challenged to a fight in the canteen." Is this challenge legit?" "It's not whether it's legit or not. It's kind of, very special. Like, the movie Gotham Batman vs. Krypton's son." Yes, exactly. Got it, continue." Jia Jingjing drank down a large glass of water in one breath and continued. "Just now, wasn't I having lunch at the canteen? A classmate suddenly bumped into me, spilling my soup." "Hold on." Li Yu felt something stirring inside. The scene described by Jia Jingjing sounded familiar. "Was the person you're talking about the one with yellow hair?" Jia Jingjing was shocked. "You know him?" Li Yu nodded. thinking indeed it was him. Last time he also used this method to provoke me and Diana. Did you get challenged too? He challenged me to an online fight. Yes. Just now he told me the same thing. He said meet at the gymnasium at 8 tonight. And he said this time it's going to be a 5-on-5 team battle. Alright then, we'll play along. Reliable. I knew I could count on my good buddy. Jia Jingjing gave Liu a vigorous pat on the shoulder. Actually, I came back intending to ask for your help anyway. Now that you've said that, I feel relieved. Jia Jingjing, Liu, Diana, Yu Jinyu, and Gao Chun, all 5 appeared on time at the gymnasium. Who knows what tricks Jia Jingjing pulled to persuade the 2 girls to agree to help, unlike Shinemo, who wouldn't come if there was trouble. Brother Liu, the yellow-haired boy sneered coldly. Long time no see, huh? Liu's gaze turned icy, his voice freezing. I guessed it was you. So what? Still sore from last time's defeat? Here for revenge today? Yes. The yellow-haired boy proudly raised his head. Once you have shamed me so much, today I will return it 100-fold. Liu folded his arms. What if you lose again? I will. The yellow-haired boy glanced sideways at Gao Chen drinking yogurt and pointed at him. If I lose, I'll eat the milk carton. If you lose, I'll eat too. Liu showed a pair of scissors with his fingers. Once said, no takebacks. The last time, Liu achieved a 4-1 win with a preset swordsmanship mech, leaving a deep impression on the yellow-haired boy. In team battle mode, you can disable the opponent's mech. Without hesitation, the yellow-haired boy chose to disable the swordsmanship mech. A single bite from a snake leaves one fearful of wells for 10 years. The yellow-haired boy fully exemplified this phrase. The difference between team battle mode and match mode lies in the concept of energy crystals. Whether it was Jia Jingjing's side or the yellow-haired boy's side, both had to do their utmost to protect their energy crystals. Once the crystals were destroyed, the game would be considered lost. Everyone in the temporary team had already chosen their mechs. On the yellow-haired boy's side, 5 preset roles lined up once again. The opponent banning the swordsmanship mech right at the start left Liu somewhat stunned. Other than the swordsmanship mech, each of the remaining 4 preset roles had its own advantages and disadvantages, making it quite difficult for him to choose. He kept looking at one role and then another, but couldn't make a decision. So he chose random. The system randomly assigned him the long spear mech. The map also randomly selected Burning Canyon, a map with the mechanisms of geothermal heat and volcanic eruption. Once the scene loaded, they entered the preparation phase. The long spear mech randomly chosen by the system did not have magnetic chains installed, so Liu hurriedly opened the preset equipment library, finding the magnetic chain and equipping it onto the mech. This idea was inspired by the opponent during the promotion tournament. Be careful. Diana sent a message via private channel. He's well prepared this time. Apart from him, the other 4 members of his team are silver rank players. Liu slightly nodded and replied. Thanks for the reminder. When the 60-second countdown ended, the battle officially began. At the beginning, the yellow-haired boy went alone to the middle lane. Seeing this, Liu steered the long spear mech forward to intercept him. The middle lane thus became a 1-on-1 duel, which was precisely the scenario the yellow-haired boy desired. Without your swordsmanship mech, you're just a bald eagle without wings, the yellow-haired boy sneered. Let's see what kind of ways you can stir up now. Following the same strategy, the yellow-haired boy hurled the standard-issue greatsword from the swordsmanship mech. Liu calmly threw out the magnetic chain, looping it around the handle of the greatsword. Then he spun in place like throwing a hammer and flung the sword back with force. The yellow-haired boy kicked the greatsword high into the air with a high leg sweep. When the sword descended back into his grasp, he gripped it with both hands and swung it horizontally. Liu realized immediately. These were all the moves he had used against the yellow-haired boy last time. Turning one's own tricks against them, Liu shot out the magnetic chain and anchored it on a mountain peak. With a strong pull, the long spear mech vanished instantly from the middle lane. From the start, Liu had no intention of engaging the yellow-haired boy directly. He was too fast, creating an illusion that the long spear mech had teleported to the upper lane. On the upper lane, Jia Jingjing and Gao Chen's gun and cannon mechs boasted formidable firepower, but their mobility left much to be desired. The opponent had chosen highly agile iron fist and long spear mechs, effectively using hit-and-run tactics to kite Jia Jingjing and Gao Chen around. The moment Liu appeared, he thrust his spear straight at the cockpit of the iron fist mech. This sudden attack caught the iron fist mech off guard. Seeing this, Jia Jingjing and Gao Chen raised their machine guns and opened fire. Bullets poured out like a storm and pelted against the shield of the iron fist mech, disrupting its rhythm and quickly putting it on the defensive. The enemy's long spear mech, relying on its agility, attempted to flank from behind. Liu had anticipated this all along. As the blue glint in his eyes gradually faded, the opponent's long spear mech raced towards him as expected. He raised his spear and thrust it straight ahead. The opponent's reaction speed was undeniably swift. A flick of the magnetic chain followed by a quick tug allowed him to evade Liu's spear. But in the next moment, he saw something impossible. Liu's spear, which he had already evaded, reappeared in his field of vision. Chapter 26. This is the return of the favor. Magnetic chains weren't exclusive to just him. Liu threw out a magnetic chain and yanked it, leaping into the air as his spear lunged straight for the head of the blue team's spear mech. The blue team's spear mech was quick to react by shedding off the magnetic chain and descending. But this move fell right into the trap set by Liu and Jia Jingjing. Jia had already turned his gun around, waiting for his descent. The blue team's spear mech, with no leverage in midair, threw out its magnetic chain only to be deflected by Liu's spear. Jia Jingjing activated the full ammunition launch skill, unleashing a barrage of shells all at once. Bullets poured down like a torrential rain, closely followed by Liu thrusting his spear directly at the cockpit. Iron Fist Mech became distracted due to its teammate being cornered. Gao Chun fiercely pounced over, tightly embracing it and not letting go despite repeated punches, gritting his teeth to hold on. The blue team spear mech clenched its teeth and activated a particle shield. Bullets clanged against the shield relentlessly. Explosions erupted from contact with the shell casings, but it only managed to destroy half of the shield's value. Liu exerted a powerful twist, breaking the spear into two. He immediately hurled one half, knocking away the remaining shield value. Wrapping the magnetic chain around the short spear, he hauled it back. The short spears reconnected, forming a long spear once again. In one fluid motion, he plunged the spear downwards, its tip piercing through the cockpit of the blue team's spear mech, pinning it dead to the ground. At this point, a 10-second countdown appeared on the screen, heralding the arrival of the first map mechanism, geothermal heat. Without any hesitation, Liu stepped directly onto the already defeated blue team mech, dodging the first wave of geothermal heat. The blue team mech burned red hot, then exploded from excessive heat. The pressure up the lane diminished by half instantly. The Iron Fist mech finally broke free from Gao Chen's restraint, beating the gunner mech until it was battered. However, seeing that his teammate had already been destroyed, the pilot unleashed all his fury on Gao Chun. Skill after skill struck the gunner mech, driving Gao Chun back step by step. Yet, with substantial health reserves, he managed to endure momentarily. Finally, Liu's spear arrived, piercing a large hole through the head of the Iron Fist mech, exploding in front of Gao Chun into a dazzling burst of sparks. The blonde male pilot clearly hadn't anticipated the upper lane would collapse so swiftly with Liu still there. So he decisively abandoned the center route, launching the propulsion system at full power while his sword mech rushed towards the lower lane. The blue team gunner mech lifted up a particle cannon, and Yu Jinyu's alarm bells went off instantly. In a flash, she initiated an energy field which spread the particle beam simultaneously erupting outward. The energy field, facing the particle beam dispersion, melted away as rapidly as melting snow encountering boiling oil. The heavy firepower from the gunner mech was a major headache. Diana swung her chain sword, striding boldly toward the gunner mech. Unexpectedly, the opponent swiveled the gun barrel, sweeping the particle beam horizontally intending to cut Diana waist high. After the energy field dissolved, Yu Jinyu operated her spear mech, taking huge strides forward. She drove her shoulder heavily into Diana, propelling her flying away. Diana clearly understood what was happening. Instantly, she hurled a magnetic chain encircling the waist of the spear mech, pulling forcefully. As the particle beam swept past, both girls avoided it in time, escaping injury. Suddenly, the blue team chain mech descended from above, landing behind the two girls. Surprisingly, the blue team chain mech merely nudged Diana lightly forward. In the next moment, the blonde male reached the battlefield. Upon landing, he thrust his sword out without hesitation. Diana's reaction wasn't slow either. She triggered the particle shield. Particle shields are specially designed to counter physical attacks. The sword edge plunged upon the shield, not even denting the shield's value. The gunner mech gently flicked a switch on the cannon tube, switching the dispersion particle cannon into a laser cannon. The surging energy quickly dissipated the particle shield completely. With the barrier gone, Diana found herself surrounded under attack from 3 enemies. Standard greatsword pierced the cockpit. The chainsword penetrated the throat. Bullets hit the head. The blonde man's side showed no mercy, every move ruthless. Diana's mech exploded. Little did anyone know that when the blonde man gathered the strength of 3 people to annihilate Diana, Liu's gaze had grown utterly cold. Yu Jinyu helplessly watched as Diana's mech erupted into a fireball before her eyes. She froze, regretting her momentary hesitation. Behind her, the gunner mech suddenly approached stealthily, a dark gun muzzle pressed against the back of Yu Jinyu's head. "Can't let your guard down even for a second," said the gunner mech, pulling the trigger. Bang! Yu Jinyu's mech also exploded. Jia Jingjing boosted the thrusters to their maximum output, roaring downward like an untamed tiger. Over there, the blue team chain mech was basking in self-satisfaction, unaware that a menacing mech descended from above. A slight unease rippled within him, and he abruptly spun around, only to lock eyes with a pair of blood-red pupils. "You!" A short spear suddenly pierced deep into his throat. Liu placed his palm firmly on the spear handle, pushing it forward forcefully. This is the return of the favor. With a forceful strike, the entire short spear pierced through the throat of the blue team chain mech. Jia Jingjing charged forward without hesitation, using the Iron Mountain lean to send the blue team gunner mech flying. This happened in the blink of an eye, leaving the blonde male stunned. Their chain mech had already exploded, and a 10-second countdown appeared on the screen. The next map mechanism, volcanic eruption, was about to begin, so the blonde male quickly sought cover. On the Burning Canyon map, as long as one finds good cover in advance, they can safely avoid the volcanic eruption. The 10-second countdown passed quickly, and from afar, the volcano erupted. Spewing firestones streaked across the sky like meteors, raining down onto the battlefield. Boom! Boom! Unexpected strength surged within Jia Jingjing, allowing him to grab hold of the blue team gunner mech and lift it, blocking a falling firestone. He then rolled into a nearby cave. After the map mechanism ended, the blonde male felt utterly lost. His teammates kept exploding one after another. Only he remained on the blue team. Liu threw a short spear, knocking the standard greatsword out of his hands. Then the former tossed a magnetic chain, pulling the blonde male over. He first landed a powerful punch that sent the sword mech's head flying, then lifted the sword mech high up, perfectly mimicking the Warhammer smash by slamming it heavily onto the ground. Another short spear pierced through the cockpit of the sword mech. Watching it explode into a shower of sparks, Liu coldly said, "This is the return of the favor." Liu pulled out the short spear, flung and reeled in the magnetic chain, leaping several times until he reached the front of the blue team's energy crystal. "This is the return of the favor." He raised the short spear and thrust it straightforwardly. SSSSHHHHD. Rumble. Bang. The blue team's energy crystal shattered explosively, and Liu's team emerged victorious. Red win. Chapter 27. Please honor your promise. Damn it. Why can't I win? The blonde-haired man delivered a fierce punch to the screen, with such force that he actually punched a hole in it. Enraged, he violently shoved the cabin door open and gave the simulation pod a harsh kick. "What's wrong?" Liu strolled over, his hands in his pockets. "You're already this upset?" The blonde-haired man glared at Liu viciously, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. Liu stared back unyieldingly as the air began to fill with tension. Taking a step forward, both Liu and the blonde man advanced simultaneously, standing so close that they were nearly face to face, able to hear each other's breathing. Suddenly, a flicker of red appeared in Liu's pupils, instantly causing the blonde man's momentum to weaken. "If you want to pick a fight, I don't care." Liu's voice was low and icy. "But just now, the three of you men bullying a girl, don't you feel ashamed?" The blonde man, suppressed by Liu's overwhelming aura, stood with a stiff neck, his face flushed red, but unable to utter a word. Gao-Chen walked over and handed Liu an empty milk carton. Liu glanced down at it briefly before pushing it into the blonde man's arms, then took a step back. "Now, please honor your promise." The blonde man looked down at the empty milk carton in his hand, terror filling his eyes. Not only Liu, but Diana, Yu Jinyu, Jia Jingjing, and Gao Chun were all watching him from the side. His friends, who he'd invited, had disappeared without a trace right after the competition ended. Jia Jingjing slapped a pair of scissors into his hand, which became the final straw breaking the blonde man's psychological barrier. Filled with indignation, he picked up the scissors, cut off a corner of the milk box, and started chewing it painfully. Diana leaned closer, tugging on Liu's sleeve. "Were you really mad earlier? The last time he caused trouble, you weren't as angry as you seem today." I am angry." Liu pulled away from her grasp. "If he wants to provoke me, I don't care. But there are three big men bullying you, one girl. I cannot accept that." Diana was momentarily stunned, lowering her head and pressing her lips together without saying a word. With astonishing willpower, the blonde man proceeded to cut the entire empty milk carton into pieces in front of Liu and swallowed them all. "I'm done. Are you satisfied?" The blonde man clutched his stomach, sweat streaming down his forehead in beads. "I'll remember this." Upon hearing this, Liu let out a disdainful snort. "It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet. If you still want to cause trouble for me, I'll be waiting for you at the year-end assessment." The blonde man nodded, staggering toward the medical room. Clap clap. Gao-Chen stepped forward, clapping his hands loudly to draw everyone's attention. "All right, issue resolved. Come on, I'm treating everyone to some late-night snacks." Yu Jinyu glanced at him coldly, her tone detached. "I won't go. I need to rest." She didn't give Gao-Chen the chance to plead, turning around and leaving as soon as she finished speaking. "It's rare to see you offer to treat us, you miser." Jia Jingjing approached and landed a solid punch on Gao-Chen's chest. Gao-Chen laughed awkwardly. "After all the free breakfasts, lunches, and dinners I've had from you guys, if I don't invite you all out for a proper feast, Shinemo would probably kick me out." Second barbecue spot. The four of them came together to have some grilled skewers, and Jia Jingjing excitedly rushed to order food. He ordered several skewers of meatballs and various meats, but completely ignored the vegetables. Since someone else was footing the bill, of course, he intended to eat hearty portions of meat and take full advantage of the situation. Who would deal with those green-faced vegetables? Liu had initially picked up the menu to place a big order, but noticed Diana standing quietly beside him. He shoved the menu into her hands. "Here, you order." Diana looked at Liu, then at the menu in her hands, feeling somewhat reluctant. Truthfully, she disliked places like barbecue restaurants. Groups of men drinking beer, making crude jokes, raising their cups in toasts while spittle flew everywhere. It made her uncomfortable. Her good upbringing naturally repelled her from such environments. However, since Gao Chun had insisted on treating them, she felt it hard to refuse and came along anyway. "We could get our order to go." Liu noticed her hesitation and leaned closer to whisper. "It seems like you don't really enjoy eating barbecue. So we can get something to go instead?" Diana looked at him, her eyes flickering slightly. How do you? You come from a prestigious family. I can't even imagine the image of a noblewoman eating at a street stall, haha." Liu made a joke, taking the menu from her hands and placing it on the table. "Hey buddies." Liu called out loud to Gao Chun and Jia Jingjing. "Diana said she's not feeling well. I'll take her home to rest first. Enjoy yourselves and eat well." Gao Chun responded with an okay gesture. Liu walked ahead, and Diana followed closely behind. The warm yellow light of the street lamp shone on them, casting long shadows. Diana kept sneaking glances at his silhouette from time to time, feeling that she had spoiled his mood and felt uneasy about it. Finally, she stopped and said softly, I didn't mean to spoil your mood." Liu stopped and turned around. Her voice was so soft that he didn't hear clearly. What did you say?" "I didn't catch that." "I didn't mean to spoil your mood." Diana's green-gold eyes seemed to shimmer with moisture. I really can't accept. "You're talking about this?" Liu spoke louder to drown out her voice. "Who's talking about spoiling anyone's mood? This isn't even your fault. You fool. Why do you always take responsibility for everything? Diana wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. You guys were having a good time, but then I ruined it all. I don't actually like places like barbecue restaurants. It always feels like it's too noisy, a bunch of big men with bare arms, drinking and cracking dirty jokes, spitting everywhere. It's definitely an eyesore, isn't it? Liu cut in. Diana was stunned. You? How do you know what I'm thinking? It's not hard to guess. Most barbecue restaurants or stalls are pretty much the same, right? Is that so? I don't really understand these things. Although you come from a noble family, you seem to lack common sense. You're the one who lacks common sense. I just don't know much. Seeing Diana puffing up in anger, Liu chuckled aloud. As soon as he laughed, Diana blushed and scowled. You? Why are you laughing? I'm sorry for lacking common sense. I'm sorry. With great difficulty, Liu contained his laughter and waved his hands. It's just that I found your angry face cute and couldn't help myself. Diana gave him an aggrieved look. Chapter 28, 5-kilometer weighted run. The Banchang quiet weekend had passed, and a new week had arrived. There was supposed to be a small meeting on Monday morning, but the old dean had something come up and canceled it. So the whole day on Monday only had one class in the afternoon, a physical training session. Teacher Fong today was practically striding with the wind, every pore seeming to radiate joy. The physical training class had been running for some time, and he had consistently made the students run 10 kilometers or do muscle training exercises. But today, he was ready to mix things up a bit. 3 p.m. The sun was mercilessly releasing its heat, and as soon as the students reached the playground, they immediately sought refuge under the shade of trees. The ground beneath their feet was scorching hot and impossible to stand on. On the long stone benches, military-style camouflage backpacks filled to the brim were neatly lined up. The students were puzzled. They had no idea what these backpacks were for. At this moment, Jia Zhengjing suddenly muttered, "Today, isn't this going to be a weighted run?" Liu looked at him with a shocked expression. Yes, Jia Zhengjing is absolutely right. Teacher Fong's hearing was impeccable. He walked over and pointed at each of the backpacks. Today's exercise is a 5-kilometer weighted run. The qualifying time is 28 minutes. As always, start with warm-up exercises. After the warm-ups, everyone will claim a backpack. Once you have your backpack, you will start from the main entrance of the academy. Finish the 5 kilometers, and the class is dismissed. Liu was startled by the mention of the 28-minute qualification time. That almost matched Army standards. High requirements and strict discipline were necessary to cultivate qualified pilots. Though the academy sometimes seemed to lack attention to minor details, it was never lax when it came to big matters. With a time limit in place, Liu knew that he couldn't take frequent breaks like he used to during the 10-kilometer runs. Even a brief delay could lead to failure. Warm-up exercises completed, the students each grumbled as they collected a backpack. When Liu picked his up, it felt incredibly heavy in his hand. Luckily, it was a double-strap backpack, so the weight could be distributed evenly across both shoulders. He hoisted the backpack firmly onto his shoulders, stepped out, and proceeded towards the gate. Reaching the front of the academy, Liu whispered to himself, "Come on," and began running. He hadn't checked inside the backpack, so he didn't know what exactly was inside, but based on Liu's own estimate, the bag likely weighed at least 20 kilograms. Carrying it was equivalent to lugging around a 20-kilogram sack of rice. The 5-kilometer weighted run differed greatly from the usual 10-kilometer runs because carrying extra weight drained Liu's stamina several times faster than normal, and unfortunately, endurance wasn't his strength. Even though he had attended every single physical training session without fail to become a qualified pilot, he still needed to improve significantly. As the distance increased, Liu's pace gradually slowed down. One by one, his classmates passed him. Under the blazing sun, his head grew dizzier and dizzier. Instead of a run, this weighted run had become a weighted power walk. Even the normally active Jia Zhengjing was now slumped like an eggplant after being hit by frost. Liu's stomach had started protesting fiercely, occasionally convulsing, tossing and churning as if trying to throw up everything from lunch. Damn it, I really need time to adapt, Liu thought, clutching his painful abdomen while walking. However, he failed to notice a bump ahead on the road. Smack! He kicked the bump and tumbled into a sprawling fall face first. Just as he stood up, brushing off his clothes, his body finally gave out. Clutching his stomach, he bent over and vomited undigested food mixed with streaks of blood. Coughing violently, his body swayed unsteadily, nearly causing another fall, but he managed to stay upright. After emptying his stomach completely, Liu straightened his back and lightly patted his chest, pale-faced. No choice, gotta push through. Liu gritted his teeth with fierce determination and resumed running. I can't lose here. Jia Zhengjing's physical condition was slightly better than Liu's, but not by much. His rhythm was completely thrown off. Every joint in his body cried out in pain. His complexion was paper white, and he couldn't even remember when he had started the weighted run, or how long it had lasted. These symptoms were classic signs of oxygen deprivation. Jia Zhengjing was forced to slow down and gradually made his way to the shade of a tree. Setting the backpack down, he sat heavily on the stone bench. The coolness beneath him triggered an involuntary shiver. His throat burned, making it painful to even swallow saliva. From the side pocket of his backpack, he quickly grabbed the prepared mineral water bottle. He twisted open the cap and gulped down half the bottle in one breath. Drinking large amounts only relieved his thirst, but did nothing to alleviate his oxygen deficiency. His heart was pounding, boom boom boom, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. Jia Zhengjing leaned back against the chair, tipping his head back and pouring the remaining half bottle of water onto his face. Droplets of water trickled along the edges of his hair, falling one by one to the ground. After an unknown amount of time, his breathing and heartbeat gradually stabilized. Jia Jingjing sat up straight, roughly wiping the water off his face with one hand, then screwed the cap back on and shoved the empty bottle into the side pocket of his backpack. All right, let's keep going. He hoisted the backpack onto his back and stood up with a burst of effort. Darkness clouded his vision instantly, his legs gave way, and he plopped right back down on his butt. Shaking his head, he slowly rose again this time. Got up too fast. Under the shade of a tree, the old dean stood shoulder to shoulder with Teacher Fong. They had full view of every student's struggles during the 5-kilometer weighted run. The old dean shook his head. That's enough. Call it off. Continuing like this will result in injuries. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. The 30-minute countdown set on Teacher Fong's phone ended, signifying that no one had met the standard for today's class. Perplexed at Teacher Fong's non-reaction, the old dean asked, Teacher Fong, why haven't you called it off? The kids are barely holding on. Unable to persist and unable to achieve the goal are two different things. A qualifying time of 28 minutes may indeed be strict, especially since this is these children's first attempt at a weighted run. But even if no one meets the standard, there shouldn't be a situation where no one completes the full course. Teacher Fong, I remember your first weighted run didn't meet the standard either. Worse, it took me over 2 hours to finishing last, and our squad leader gave me a harsh scolding. Why? These kids surpass what I could do back then. As they spoke, someone reached the finish line. It was Eugenia. Even with her known physical abilities, after completing the 5-kilometer weighted run, Eugenia collapsed instantly upon reaching the end. 41 minutes, 54 seconds, Teacher Fong nodded. Far superior to what I managed back then. Chapter 29, A Glimpse of the World. The second to cross the finish line was Diana, with a time of 1 hour 6 minutes and 57 seconds. She lagged behind Jin Yu by nearly half an hour, but this was already her best effort. Jin Yu seemed like a creature from another dimension. No one knew how she had trained to have what seemed like limitless stamina. Chun Mo returned, with a time of 1 hour 21 minutes and 46 seconds. Zhengjing Jia came back next, at 1 hour 36 minutes and 58 seconds. He delivered a mythic performance in the last 1.5 kilometers, significantly improving his score. Gao Chen also returned, at 1 hour 54 minutes and 3 seconds. As time passed, the classmates gradually returned, but there was still no sign of Yuli. For some reason, as Yuli didn't return for a long time, Diana's heart tightened inexplicably. She began to worry. Past 5 o'clock, Yuli finally returned, with a time of 2 hours 17 minutes and 32 seconds. The moment he crossed the finish line, he flung his backpack to the ground and promptly collapsed. Lying on the ground, his chest rose and fell violently, refusing to get up. Seeing Yuli come back, Diana's heart, which had been suspended all this time, finally calmed down. By the time the last classmate returned, it was almost 6 o'clock in the evening. No one met the standard in today's physical training session, and Teacher Fong, being completely impartial, left with the words, 0 points for everyone, before walking off. Jia Jingjing dragged his legs that felt like lead towards Yuli, extending a hand. Pretty messy out there, buddy. Yuli didn't even have the strength to speak. After supporting each other back to the dormitory, Yuli recovered some of his energy. Should I shower first or you? Jia Jingjing asked, a towel draped around his neck. You go first, I'll lie here for a bit. Yuli flopped onto the bed with a thud. Jia Jingjing nodded and turned into the bathroom. Yuli stared at the ceiling lost in thought, attempting to clench his fists but finding himself only with the strength to loosely grip them. The well-lit dorm room was eerily quiet, the door to the bathroom providing excellent soundproofing. Just a 5-kilometer weighted run, yet I'm completely exhausted. Yuli gently shook his head. This won't do. How can I be a qualified pilot without honing my body? Ding dong. His phone, sliding out of his pocket and falling onto the bed, buzzed. Yuli fumbled for it and brought it in front of him with an arm throw. He saw that it was a message from a friend nicknamed Princess. Are you alright? Not wanting to type anything, he sent over a voice clip. What do you mean? Just now when I saw you collapse after reaching the finish line, are you alright? Is everything okay? I'm fine. Thank you. Jia Jingjing, clad in a singlet and shorts while drying his hair with a towel, emerged. Huh. I thought you were really taking a rest. I even refrained from singing while showering. Turns out you're chatting with a girl. Yuli placed his phone face down on his pillow side. What nonsense are you spouting? They just sent me a message to check in, and I replied with a thank you. So what? Comparisons will kill a man. Why does no one bother to care about me? I'll send something. Go away. Diana's roommate happened to be Jinyu. Diana, having changed into loose pajamas, sank into her chair and asked, Jinyu, how exactly did you train to achieve such seemingly infinite endurance? Jinyu was busy writing in her diary and didn't look up. Watch your mouth, move your feet. Stick with it for 10 years. Diana froze, completely astonished. After a short while, she asked again, do you seriously need to stick with it for 10 years? Jinyu pondered for a moment, nodding lightly. I stuck with it for 10 years. Respect welled up within Diana. By the way, every night I see you writing something. What exactly are you writing? Diana asked out of curiosity. A diary. Jinyu wrote her diary while listening attentively to her roommate's question and responded accordingly. Diana ran out of topics. That was just the way Jinyu was, typically quiet. Even when she did speak, rarely would her sentences exceed 10 words. Beautiful, with a cool disposition, the classmates gave her the nickname Cold Beauty. Jinyu herself knew about this nickname, but she couldn't be bothered. Anyway, calling her once wouldn't cause her to lose any flesh. Are you hungry, Jinyu? Not hungry. Oh, Woohoo! After washing up, Gao Chun dived onto his bed, his slippers kicked somewhere unknown. Alive! Alive! Today's 5-kilometer weighted run was so exhausting. Blue veins popped on Shunmo's forehead as he used 2 fingers to pinch a shoe Gao Chun had flung onto his table and tossed it to the floor. Please restrain your emotions and stop throwing slippers everywhere. By the way, Brother Mo. Gao Chun sat cross-legged on his bed. How much time did you spend on this afternoon's weighted run? Shen Mo clenched his fists. Call me Shen Mo. I don't know who that Brother Mo you mentioned is. I spent 1 hour 21 minutes and 46 seconds on this afternoon's weighted run. What about it? So impressive. Gao Chun's pupils seemed to sparkle with stars. I didn't know you were such an athlete. How did you manage to train like that? If you go to the gym and do low-oxygen training for a year, you'll be able to develop such good stamina. Alive and learn. Gao Chun picked up his phone, opened the food delivery app, and leaned closer. Seeing him come closer with an evil grin on his face, Shen Mo already knew he was up to no good. What are you planning to do now? Yeah. Gao Chun wrapped his arm around Shun Mo's neck. Little Momo, are you hungry? Why don't we order some takeout? Shen Mo took his hand off. Please call me Shen Mo. Don't give me any ridiculous nicknames. I'm not hungry. You eat alone. An hour later. Looking at the spicy chicken leg burger, a cup of Coke with ice cubes, a box of chicken nuggets, and a serving of fries on the table, Shun Mo twitched his eyes. I told you, I'm not hungry. Don't say that. Eating midnight snacks alone is so boring. Gao Chun directly dragged over a chair. Joy shared as joy doubled. Let's cheer. Don't toast using champagne words while drinking Coke, you idiot. To accomplish great things, one doesn't nitpick details, right? Is that saying supposed to be used by someone like you? Well then, sharing happiness doubles the joy? Shen Mo felt like there was old blood stuck in his heart, and it would be a relief if he could spit it out. Shen Mo suddenly wished he could return to the day when he first reported to the academy. If only that day had been delayed by an hour. No, even just half an hour. Then he wouldn't have ended up with Gao Chun as such an eccentric roommate, right? Chapter 30, A Small Meeting. Calculating the time, it had been nearly a month since Li Yu, Jia Zhengjing and others were admitted to Dragon Military Academy. Today was September 30th, and tomorrow began the 7-day long holiday. Another leisurely afternoon had passed, and just past 5 o'clock, the old dean sent out a notification. At 7 o'clock sharp, there will be a meeting in the Great Hall. Please all students attend without fail. Another meeting. After reading the notice, Jia Zhengjing put down his phone, resisting it both mentally and physically. I have a disease, one called body and mind strongly resistant to meetings which causes angina every time there is a meeting. Li Yu rolled his eyes at him. That is indeed a serious illness, isn't it? So tonight, I won't. This kind of illness generally results from a hard-headed nature. Come on, I'll use a new technique to eliminate the disease for you. With that, Li Yu raised the teacup in his hand. Oh no, I'm going. I'm coming already. Jia Zhengjing quickly reached out and took the teacup. It's not good to splash tea on people. Right at 7, the Great Hall. The Great Hall turned into a marketplace, bustling with noise. Students gathered in groups of 3 or 5, discussing how to arrange the 7-day vacation, what plans they had, where they would travel, and so forth. Li Yu lay his head on his arms resting on the table. Next to him, sitting in order, were Diana, Jia Zhengjing, Yu Jinyu, Shen Mo, and Gao Chun. This seemed to have become a fixed seating arrangement, whether through tacit agreement or something else. The late-arriving old dean walked in holding a lecture outline and closed the door to the great hall behind him. Sorry for being late, kept you waiting. My apologies. As the old dean ascended the podium, he said, shall we get straight to the point? The words of the old dean seemed to have a special magic about them. The students who had just been chattering busily suddenly quieted down, each sitting upright. First, all of you have been part of this big family for a month now. The old dean flipped open his lecture notes and read aloud. In the past month, I've seen all of your performances with my own eyes. Some of the students have performed exceptionally well, some have been consistent. And there are some students, although their performance hasn't been as satisfactory, they still have great potential for improvement. Here, I would like to specifically commend the following students. First, Li Yu. Hearing his name again, Li Yu looked around blankly. This time, the other students didn't focus their gazes on him anymore. Li Yu has an extraordinary talent, as all of you can see plainly. The old dean smiled gently at the person who was looking around blankly. Especially his talent in machinery and mecha-related areas, which could be called a genius unmatched in generations. But, as the saying goes, there is no flawless gold, nor a perfect man. Li Yu's physical fitness is still somewhat lacking. Once this problem is overcome, then I believe that given time, his future achievements will be immeasurable. Thunderous applause rang out in the Great Hall. Next is student Jia Zhengjing. Jia Zhengjing left an unforgettable impression in the very first class. He surprised even me with his quick disassembly and reassembly of mecha skills. Even the logistics minister probably couldn't match him. The talents of Jia Zhengjing and Li Yu are quite comparable. However, Jia Zhengjing sometimes seems overly energetic. Good wine needs time to mature. If he can make himself more steady and introverted, I believe he can definitely improve further. This was actually a roundabout criticism, albeit harsh truths are often difficult to accept. But the old dean, deserving of his role as head of the academy, used ingenious rhetoric, both taking care of the students' self-respect while enabling them to absorb his critiques. Then comes student Diana. Though Diana comes from a renowned family, she carries absolutely none of the airs one might expect from a prestigious noble's daughter. Her scores in all subjects rank at the top, making her among the cream of the crop when considering overall quality. As one of only two S-rank new students during registration, she continues to demonstrate her potential step by step. She is like an unblemished jade stone. Diana slightly nodded. Perhaps one should say, worthy of being the daughter of a prominent political family. Her social graces were impeccable. Maybe, as the old dean said, she truly was an unblemished jade stone. Dean Minus directed his gaze toward Eugeniu, who was sitting up perfectly straight, and said, Eugeniu. How to put it? She gives me a sense of incomprehensible depth. In this world, talented people aren't scary. What's truly frightening is someone more talented than you working harder than you. That's exactly who Eugeniu is. Her seemingly infinite physical endurance, I believe everyone has already witnessed. Control your diet, exercise frequently, persist for 10 years. This is her secret to developing such excellent physical condition. Good habits aren't formed overnight. Persistence is key. However, student Eugeniu seems a bit too restrained. Perhaps, you could try to open up more and communicate with those around you. Making friends is better than making enemies, right? Oops, Jia Jingjing couldn't hold back his laughter. Question mark. Eugeniu turned her head and looked at him, not understanding why he was laughing. Afterward, the old dean said something else, but Liu didn't hear a single word of it. Jia Jingjing seemed restless, as if thorns had sprouted on his chair. All right. The old dean closed his lecture notes. That's all I have to say. This concludes today's meeting. You are dismissed. As soon as Liu stepped into the dormitory, his phone ding-dong rang. He pulled out his phone and skillfully drew the unlock pattern, taking a glance at the message from Princess. The 7-day holiday starts tomorrow. Do you have any plans? No. Liu replied, and was pushed by Jia Jingjing behind him, stumbling but managing to steady himself. You still owe me something. When did I borrow money from you? What nonsense. What I mean is, you owe me a rematch. Oh. What does owe even mean? Anyway, there's no time like the present. Let's make it tomorrow evening. Tomorrow evening? For what? Are you pretending to be ignorant? A rematch. I'll see you at the gym at 8 tomorrow night. That's settled. Liu hadn't even had time to respond when he noticed that the other party had already logged off. Oldly, Jia Jingjing leaned in. It's a 7-day holiday. Got any plans? Liu scratched his head. Diana challenged me to a rematch for tomorrow night. A rematch. After winning the promotional match, I hung around in the game for a while and beat her once. She's coming for revenge. You'd better watch out. Yesterday, she defeated Gao Chun in just a minute. Question mark. Liu was slightly surprised. Chapter 31, Vacation. On the first day of the vacation, Liu slept until he woke up naturally. When he opened his eyes, it was already 11:30. Liu threw off the blanket and sat up, wiping the saliva at the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked around. Jia Jingjing was still snoring deeply. After sitting on the bed for a while, he reached inside his clothes to scratch an itch. After scratching, he even smelled his hand under his nose, finding it rather fragrant. Liu got out of bed, used his foot to drag the slippers that were no longer in their original position closer, and put them on. Then, he went to the balcony. He filled a cup of water with a rinsing cup, squeezed toothpaste onto the toothbrush, and began brushing his teeth. After brushing his teeth, he felt more refreshed. Liu picked up the drying rod and took down the hanger from the drying rod, pulling down the towel. He hung the hanger back, turned on the tap, wetted the towel with water. Once the towel was thoroughly soaked, he turned off the tap, wrung out the towel, and smeared it on his face, drawing several circles forcefully. After washing his face, Liu finally fully woke up. He grabbed the phone left on the table last night, pressed the power button for 3 seconds to turn it on. After booting up, the phone automatically connected to the dormitory's network. After entering the home screen by drawing the unlock pattern, he found no unread messages or missed calls. With a he put the phone down and prepared to go down to the cafeteria to pack a meal. Do you want to eat? Liu asked casually, not expecting any answer from the person who was still snoring loudly. Pack one for me, just like yours. Whether Jia Jingjing was awake or still dreaming, after saying this, he flipped over and continued sleeping. The cafeteria was right below the dormitory. Liu went downstairs and entered the cafeteria after taking a few steps. Even during the vacation, the college cafeteria remained open, though the variety of dishes was quite ordinary. Liu stood in front of the serving window, where the aunt responsible for serving held a takeout box in one hand and a serving spoon in the other, waiting for him to order. Liu pointed at the green pepper stir-fried beef and said this. The aunt first scooped up a full ladleful, with more beef than green peppers. Predictably, her Parkinson's suddenly acted up, shaking so much that pieces of beef fell back into the pan. Liu's eye twitched. Next, he ordered some greens and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Interestingly, the aunt's hands were incredibly steady when scooping these items. When he saw fried chicken legs on the plate, his pair of eyes brightened slightly. Pointing at the fried chicken legs, he said, "Get me 2." The aunt used tongs to place 2 fried chicken legs in the takeout box. Finding no other dish he wanted, Liu said, "That's all. Also, pack another identical set." The aunt packed 2 identical meals and placed them in a bag. She then stuffed 2 portions of pre-packaged winter melon scallop soup, disposable chopsticks, and spoons into the bag and tied it with a knot. Total is 36 yuan, the aunt said. Liu pulled a plain white card with no decoration from his pocket and handed it to her. After deducting 36 yuan for the meals, she returned the card to Liu. Carrying the packaged meals and soup, Liu hurried upstairs step by step. Upon pushing the door of the dormitory open, he walked in to find Jia Jingjing already up, brushing his teeth. He opened the bag, took out 2 boxed meals, and placed them on the table. 2 bowls of winter melon scallop soup were arranged separately on top of the food boxes, along with the pre-packaged disposable chopsticks and spoons placed neatly beside the bowls. So fragrant. Smelling the aroma, Jia Jingjing quickly came in and sat down. Today's food seems pretty good. He opened the lunchbox. Wow. There's green pepper beef, fried chicken legs, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. All my favorites. Thanks. Liu sat down with his meal in hand. If you really want to thank me, transfer me the cost of the meal. Come on, between friends, talking about money ruins the sentiment, Jia Jingjing said as he took a big bite of the fried chicken leg. I'll treat you tonight, alright? Jia Jingjing ate while watching videos, laughing like a pig every now and then. Liu didn't have the habit of looking at his phone while eating. He only replied to messages if someone sent him one. These two formed a stark contrast. Ding dong. A message came through on WeTalk. A friend with the nickname Smile. All must laugh from Master, said. Let's go out to eat tonight and hold a little get-together. How's that sound? A get-together? Gao Chen came up with ideas whenever they struck him, and Liu was also confused. Why hold a get-together when everything is fine? Are you going to stay cooped up in the dormitory for 7 days until you grow hair or mold? Cannot. Going out for a walk, getting some sunshine, promoting metabolism. Doesn't that sound nice? Speaking honestly, sweat isn't aromatic at all. In short, listen to me. Let's go out for dinner tonight and hold a little get-together. I've invited Qin Yu, Diana D, and others. I'll come call you at 6:30. That's settled. Alright. Although Gao Chen came up with ideas spontaneously, somehow he wasn't the least bit annoying. When going out to play, both him and Jia Jingjing were members of the atmosphere team. With these two around, there was never a lack of laughter and joy at the dining table. Liu thought, this was probably what people referred to as having social charisma. After lunch, Jia Jingjing started playing games. As soon as he played, he began shouting and yelling loudly. Judging from his expression, it seemed like he wanted to jump into the game and take part in the battle himself. Liu moved a chair to the balcony, stuck a pair of headphones into his ears, opened his playlist, chose loop, and started listening to music. On a lazy afternoon during the vacation, letting your mind go blank was also a great option. When your mind is completely clear, time flies by without you noticing. Liu felt like he had only rested his eyes for a moment, but when he opened them again, the sun had already dipped toward the west. Jia Jingjing was snoring once more, and glancing at the clock showed that it was 5:48 p.m. They had agreed to go out for dinner at 6:30 and hold a small get-together. Liu washed his face to wake up a little more, carried the chair back inside, and placed it back where it belonged. He lightly tapped on the side of Jia Jingjing's bed. Wake up, we're going out for dinner soon, so get ready. Jia Jingjing opened his eyes as the dorm gradually grew dimmer. Fumbling for his phone, Jia Jingjing rubbed his eyes and said, I set an hour-and-a-half timer, so why didn't it ring? Liu picked up the phone Jia Jingjing had dropped on the floor and illuminated the screen. What did you input 1.30 into the calculator for? Didn't I set the countdown? Must have messed up? Even with just a handful of peanuts, there's no way someone could get that drunk. Jia Jingjing took back his phone and scratched the back of his head. Wait, what did you just say? We're going out for dinner soon. Gao Chun is treating us. Liu nodded. If you're saying that, then I'm definitely not sleepy anymore. Jia Jingjing immediately perked up. Chapter 32, The Social Gathering. At 6:30, Gao Chen punctually came to knock on the door. Are you awake? Get up and go to work. His expression and tone, if he were wearing a safety helmet and carrying a leather bag, would have made him look like a construction site foreman. Jia Jingjing, who opened the door, was already dressed neatly, while Liu was still putting on his pants behind him. Let's go, said Gao Chen. Liu zipped up his pants while walking sideways like a crab. Coming. After locking the door and putting the keys in his pocket, Jia Jingjing asked, have you prepared the plan? I did. Would I dare to say let's hold a social gathering otherwise? Gao Chen excitedly said, we'll go eat first, and then I'll take you guys to a very fun board game shop that my older brother runs. Board game shop? Who even plays board games these days? What's wrong with board games? Don't look down on them. Although they're ancient, rare things are valuable. It's time to reveal my identity as a 30-year board game god. 30-year board game god. I could beat you using just my left foot. The two of them went back and forth boasting to each other as they walked downstairs. Downstairs, Yu and Diana had already changed into casual wear and were waiting. Gao Chen looked at them with wide eyes and gave them a thumbs up. Beautiful. Not just ordinarily beautiful, but extremely beautiful. Liu's eyes seemed to be glued to Diana. She was wearing a white short-sleeved dress with buckle sandals. Her delicate face remained charming without any makeup. Her green golden eyes blinked as if speaking, and her elegant eyebrows slightly furrowed, making one want to soothe her worry. What's wrong? Liu asked knowingly. Diana muttered under her breath. The rematch that was supposed to happen has been cancelled again, humph. She rarely made such gestures. Her cheeks puffed out in an adorable display of anger. Liu was captivated, unconsciously lifting his hand to pat her head. All right, there will be plenty more chances later. Diana froze. Liu also froze. Not only them, but everyone else around them also became dumbfounded. Regaining his senses, Liu quickly withdrew his hand. Diana lowered her head, a rosy blush appearing on her cheeks. Jia Jingjing crossed his arms, as did Gao Chun. They exchanged glances and reached the same answer, unspokenly nodding. Yu tilted her head, curiously looking at the tacit understanding between Jia Jingjing and Gao Chun. After this small interlude, Liu felt a bit uneasy to even face Diana. He walked on Jia Jingjing's left side, his gaze unwaveringly forward the entire time. However, inside, he had scolded himself hundreds, maybe thousands, of times. Diana, walking on Yu's right side, found her heartbeat accelerating slightly, her gaze occasionally flickering toward Liu. Ga. Oh Chun. Liu called Gao Chen's name. His heart was pounding, hands fumbling uncertainly. What are we eating tonight? Gao Chun deliberately eyed him suspiciously. Didn't I just say we'll eat first at our usual restaurant? Liu kept nodding. Once inside the restaurant and having ordered their food, Gao Chun, Shun Mo, Jia Jingjing, and Yu Jinyu intentionally or unintentionally occupied 4 positions, leaving 2 adjacent seats for Liu and Diana. Liu glanced at Jia Jingjing, and Diana looked at Yu Jinyu. All 4 chose to ignore the obvious setup, forcing the 2 of them to sit together awkwardly. Liu sat restlessly, constantly scratching his face or touching his chopsticks, feeling like needles were piercing his bottom. Diana pretended to examine the interior environment, behaving like a market inspector incognito. The dishes arrived quickly, and Gao Chun served each person a bowl of rice. Jia Jingjing teased him. Oh, our stingy guy is being so diligent today? Not planning to use drunkenness as an excuse to skip paying the bill, are you? What nonsense. Gao Chun shot him a glare. Always judging people through a narrow lens. Money should be spent when needed, earned when necessary. Besides, didn't you know I'm frugal with strangers and generous with friends? So explain how a person who claims to be generous to friends ended up leeching off so many free meals from friends at the beginning of school. Jia Jingjing fired his ultimate move. Embarrassed laughter surfaced as Gao Chun scratched the back of his head. That was because I was short on cash back then. It wasn't by choice. Jia Jingjing smirked, nodded ambiguously with a playful look on his face. Faced with a plate of scallion stir-fried large shrimp, Diana encountered a problem. She didn't know how to peel shrimp. From childhood onward, every time she ate shrimp, her mother would peel it and place the meat directly into her bowl. Now, holding her chopsticks helplessly at the table, she looked like an idiot. Liu quickly noticed her unease. He picked a shrimp with his chopsticks, placed it into his bowl, and expertly peeled off the shell in seconds. Placing the shrimp meat onto a spoon, he handed it over to her. She was completely caught off guard that he would peel the shrimp for her, but numbly accepted the spoon and tipped the shrimp into her own bowl. Liu set down the spoon, speared a piece of beef with his chopsticks, popped it into his mouth, then scooped another bite of rice to chew on. Diana inwardly cursed herself for being so useless. She was this big and didn't even know how to peel shrimp, forcing the guy to do it for her. How embarrassing. Deciding to change that, Diana picked up a shrimp, put down her chopsticks, and began awkwardly peeling its shell. Everything had a learning curve, after all, and though she didn't manage to peel it entirely clean, at least she made an effort and tried, right? Liu was busy eating when suddenly a spoon appeared in front of him, containing a partially shelled shrimp. Glancing at Diana, he found her stubbornly refusing to meet his gaze. Smiling faintly, he took the shrimp from the spoon and dumped it into his bowl. Her hand retracted instantly as if burned, and she peeked at him sideways again. Picking up the shrimp and inspecting it carefully, bits of shell were still clinging to the meat. Considering that this was Diana's first attempt at peeling shrimp, Liu didn't mind and just stuffed the shrimp into his mouth, chewing twice before swallowing. Does it taste good? She asked abruptly. It does. Quite tasty. Liu responded while lifting his soup bowl to take a sip. Jia Jingjing and Gao Chun exchanged glances, their smiles resembling those of doting aunties. Shinemo looked at them like they were idiots, unsure what they were smiling about. After finishing the meal, Gao Chun got up to settle the bill. Oh my goodness, I'm so full. Jia Jingjing groaned, patting his bloated belly. I ate way too much. That's your own fault. Liu wiped his mouth with a napkin and stuck a toothpick between his teeth. It's been a while since I last tasted food this nostalgic. Jia Jingjing let out a burp. Guess I lost control. Shall we go? After paying, Gao Chun headed toward the exit. Let's walk slowly. Consider it a post-meal stroll. Chapter 33. Truth or Dare. The game tabletop store. Gao Chun pushed open the glass door and walked in. A man who looked as if he were carved from the same mold as the former approached him. Older brother. Gao Chun spread his arms to greet him. Younger brother. The man gave Gao Chun a big bear hug. After some small talk, Gao Chun stepped back and introduced his friends to his older brother. Big brother, let me introduce you to them. They are all my good friends. After I went to the academy, they have helped me a lot. The man bowed to Liu and the others. Thank you all for taking care of Achun. Achun is usually carefree. If he has caused any trouble, I hope you can all bear with him. Brother, your words are too heavy. Jia Jingjing waved his hand. Gao Chun is an indispensable part of our little group. He is our friend, forever and ever. Gao Chun felt warm inside, but also had a lump in his throat. The man slapped the former on the butt. I'm glad that you all accepted him. Achun said that you all would come for a social gathering. The private room has been reserved. Room number 1. Thanks, big brother. Gao Chun led everyone toward room number 1. You rotten kid. The man kicked at Gao Chun's butt, which the latter nimbly dodged. Are you thanking me for family business? Once inside the private room, the door was closed. Jia Jingjing asked, what shall we do here? Chat. Look at each other without getting tired? What else can you do at a tabletop game store? Gao Chun deftly pulled out a box of board game accessories from under the coffee table. Of course, we're playing tabletop games. A deck of Truth or Dare cards was placed on the table. According to the number of people present, Gao Chun also took out 6 sticks, 1 long and 5 short. One stick had one end painted red. I've studied this for a long time and finally managed to combine the King's game with Truth or Dare. Gao Chun began shuffling the cards. Paper gaming cards were not very common these days. One might even say extremely rare. I call it Royal Decree. Jia Jingjing lounged lazily in the sofa. Just tell us how to play. Rather than explaining, let's jump straight into it. Gao Chun stuffed the sticks into the lot tube and shook it vigorously a few times. First, each person draws a stick to decide who the king is. 6 people each drew a stick from the tube one by one. Xuanhuan showed the stick with one end painted red in his hand and said, I am the king. Gao Chen pointed to the card pile. Next, the king draws a card. Did you see the numbers marked from 1 to 5 on your sticks? Now please tell me what card the king drew. Truth, Xuanhuan said. Great. Gao Chen clapped his hands with joy. Please, king, randomly choose 2 numbers. One will ask the other a question according to the content written on the truth card. Xuanhuan thought for a moment. Then, number 2 asks number 5. Number 2 was Yu Jinyu, and number 5 was Jia Zhengjing. Xuanhuan handed the card over to Yu Jinyu, who read it aloud. Please, do you like someone? Only answer yes or no. Wow, starting so big already. There seemed to be 2 large characters for gossip written in Li Yu's eyes. Yes. Jia Zhengjing answered affirmatively. Oh, X5. Everyone wanted more, almost chasing after whom Jia Zhengjing liked. Gao Chen snapped his fingers. All right, now please put the sticks back in the tube and reshuffle the deck. Gao Chen picked up the lot tube and shook it again hard. Each person drew another stick. Oh, Jia Zhengjing held the king's stick between 2 fingers. Hee, Xuanhuan, fortunes turn around fast. Xuanhuan seemed stricken by lightning. Jia Zhengjing drew a card. There. Number 6 does something to number 1. Details on the card. I'm number 6. Liu raised his stick. On the other side, Diana raised her stick. I'm number 1. Jia Zhengjing froze. Contrarily, Xuanhuan was slapping his thighs laughing wildly. You got an innocent involved. Just wait till she gets you next round. Liu glanced at the card and froze. Hit the other person lightly on the forehead. This involves actual touching. Ei. Gao Chen started fanning the flames. Bet made is bet honored. Diana returned her stick to the tube and closed her eyes. I'm ready. Come on. Sorry about that. Liu tapped Diana's clean forehead lightly. 3rd round. Jia Zhengjing cheered triumphantly. It's me again. You must be cheating. Xuanhuan blurted out. The sticks were provided by Gao Chen. How could I cheat? Jia Zhengjing grinned mischievously. Hee, you're done for. With great panache, Jia Zhengjing drew the top card from the deck, glanced at it, and exaggerated his expression. There. Number 4 follow the instructions on the card. Xuanhuan glanced at the number 4 stick in his hand and sighed. If it's fate, there's no escaping it. Imitate the actions of Jin Gong, the movie character King Kong, and shout, I'm an idiot 3 times? Xuanhuan felt unwell all over. The culprit, Jia Zhengjing, was already laughing uncontrollably on the sofa. Since a bet had been made, Xuanhuan had no choice but to stomp one foot onto the coffee table, imitating King Kong pounding his chest while shouting, I'm an idiot 3 times. After completing the dare, Xuanhuan wished he could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. The other 5 couldn't stop laughing. The most exaggerated reaction came from Jia Zhengjing, who laughed so hard that he rolled around on the sofa. 4th round. I am the king. This time Diana drew the king's stick. Drawing a card, she glanced at it. Truth. Number 3 asks number 4 a question. Number 3 was Gao Chen, and number 4 was Jia Zhengjing. After receiving the card, Gao Chen took a look and immediately held his forehead, shaking his head repeatedly. Regardless of how ridiculous it seemed, bets were bets. Gao Chen asked Jia Zhengjing the soul-questioning inquiry. Is your crush here in this room? Yes. I like you. I love you. All right. Jia Zhengjing gave up entirely. You know what? Whoever wrote this truth isn't short on brains. They're missing them completely. Gao Chen immediately distanced himself in disgust, saying that makes me start to doubt whether your orientation is normal. Me. Jia Zhengjing became too furious to speak. Come on, let's reshuffle and draw again. I'll redraw the king's stick. Let me tell you, you're done for, truly done for. Fate didn't favor him. This time Liu drew the king's stick. He looked at the card. Dare? 1 versus 2. Details are written on the card. Diana, as number 1, took the card and, with fear in her eyes, read, say emotionally to the other person, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Number 2 was Yu Jinyu, who tossed her stick aside and said, go ahead then. Diana sat in front of her and looked directly into her eyes. Don't be afraid, I will protect you. Chapter 34, let me take you back. As the new game developer, Gao Chen finally drew the king card in the next round as he wished. How about it? Do you want to say something nice now? Gao Chen, after becoming the king, acted arrogantly and looked at Jia Zhengjing provocatively. The latter couldn't understand at all. Why should I say nice things? Gao Chen shook the lot in his hand. I'm the king. Weren't you just saying I was done for? Now let's see who is really finished between us. You're not guaranteed to draw me. Jia Zhengjing shrugged carelessly with no fear. Do you know my number? How can I target you if I don't know your number? Gao Chen said while drawing a card. Wow, a big adventure. This is good, very good. It's written on the card. Number 6 does something to number 4. Jia Zhengjing threw away the lot. One end of it indeed marked a small number 6. Are you cheating? Gao Chen also threw away the lot and spread out his arms. Search me. If you can find any evidence of me cheating, I will eat this table right here. Jia Zhengjing picked up the card and looked at it only once, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. Hold the other person's hand. Then sincerely tell them, I like you. His gaze swept over everyone present, and he saw Yu Jinyu holding up the lot. I'm number 4. For some reason, when Jia Zhengjing saw Yu Jinyu displaying the number 4 lot, he secretly sighed with relief. If a boy had drawn number 4, he would have suffered a social death. Putting down the card, Jia Zhengjing sat next to Yu Jinyu. He took her hand, looking into her ice blue eyes and said, I like you. In the next round, this time Yu Jinyu drew the king card. She drew a card from the shuffled deck, truth or dare. Number 1 asks number 3 a question. Holding the number 1 lot, Shinemo searched for someone, while Diana slowly raised the number 3 lot. Jinyu handed the card to Shinemo, who looked at it and grinned evilly. May I ask, among the opposite sex here, who is the most handsome? Oh, X3. Aside from Shinemo, Gao Chun, Jia Zhengjing, and Liu looked at each other without hesitation. Gao Chun said, this question is too naughty. If answered poorly, it could easily offend people. However, Diana didn't hesitate a bit and pointed at Liu, her expression resolute. Him. Hey, Gao Chun felt terrible all over. You're not going to reconsider? In terms of looks, I'm not bad either, right? I even came up with the idea for the joint activity. Why? I don't understand. Diana shook her head. I must admit, your looks are undeniably great. Jia Jingjing first affirmed Gao Chun. When the latter started to feel happy, he continued, but it depends on who you compare with. Compared with my buddy here, you fall short. In an instant, Gao Chun experienced extreme joy turning into sorrow. He tossed the lot back into the lot cylinder and slumped onto the sofa, acting like, I won't play anymore. After that, they played a few more rounds until it was almost 10 p.m. Gao Chun suggested going out for a midnight snack. Jinyu, who wasn't used to having snacks at night, left the session first and returned to the dormitory. When Jia Jingjing mentioned treating everyone, Gao Chun eagerly came over. Shinemo also went. Don't you want to go? Jia Jingjing asked Liu. Liu waved his hand to indicate refusal. Inside room number 1, only Liu and Diana were left. While gathering the scattered cards on the coffee table, Diana said, actually, it's pretty fun to play together like this. That's true, it's a lot of fun. Taking out his phone to check the time, it was nearly 10:30. Let me take you back. Diana nodded lightly. That would be troubling you. The two left the board game shop and walked side by side back toward the dormitories. Liu, hands in his pockets, coolly said, sorry for crossing boundaries today. What do you mean? She asked. Even though it was a punishment from the game. But since we've just met, I shouldn't have flicked your forehead so rudely. That's fine. And you did hold back, didn't you? Yeah? Hara. I thought gentlemanly manners were completely gone in this era. High praise, high praise. There are girls around, after all. Though I am messy in the dorm, I try to maintain composure when outside, especially in front of girls. That's correct. Then they ran out of topics again. The diligent streetlights illuminated the path ahead for every student. The warm yellow light fell on Liu, casting a long shadow. Diana glanced at his shadow and became playful. She deliberately lagged behind a few steps, following him closely and stepping on his shadow with each step. By the way, Liu, Diana recalled her main concern. You promised me a rematch. When do you plan to give it back to me? Liu was both surprised and suspicious, having no memory of this matter. When did I promise you that? Upon hearing this, she became displeased. She quickened her steps to overtake him, turned around to block his way, and said, do you want to deny it? So, you were just teasing me. I really don't remember. Liu felt incredibly wronged. Diana smiled slightly, but her smile was eerie. So, I think you need a memory awakening. Don't worry, I will use all new technology to awaken your memory. I remember now. That's right. Liu immediately chose to agree. So, when do you plan to return the rematch to me? Next time for sure. Next time for sure. What did you say? No. 3 in a row victories. 3 in a row victories. Are you playing with me? No. Tomorrow. Can tomorrow work? That's acceptable. Diana couldn't let go of the fact that she lost to Liu. Last time, she hadn't even fully utilized her skills when her health bar was already depleted. Chain-type mecha wasn't suitable for Diana. The reason she chose this preset character was purely because she thought the chain mecha design looked good. Tomorrow, I'm definitely going to win. Diana waved her little fist at him. Liu patted her head again. Be good, go wash up and sleep. You'll have everything in your dreams. Diana felt like there was some pent-up resentment inside her heart that wouldn't feel relieved unless released. After seeing her off at the girls' dormitory building, he left. She stood under the dormitory building, watching him leave. She lifted her hand and gently touched her head. A slight smile tugged at the corners of her lips, and then she turned to go upstairs. Liu looked down at his right palm, clenched his right fist, unclenched it. Clenched again, then unclenched again. He glanced back once, a slight smile curved his lips, and then he quickened his pace. On the first day of the vacation, relaxation and comfort were the main themes. Chapter 35, Unwelcome Guest. She really came. After the networking event, the next evening at 8 o'clock, Liu arrived at the gymnasium as per the appointment. Due to it being vacation time, there were a lot of people there, and the majority of the experience pods inside the gym were in use status. After searching around, he finally found an empty pod tucked away in a corner. Opening the pod's door, he sat inside as it slowly closed behind him. Logging into the game, with a ding, there was a reminder that there were unread messages. Liu noticed that someone had sent him a message when he was offline. His friend named Anna said, let me know when you're online. I'll be waiting for you. Gee. Liu jokingly replied with a message. The reply came instantly. Finally waited for you. Let's start rematch. Are you so eager? Of course. I've practiced hard all this time just for the day I'll beat you. Afraid to lose again? You can mock after you win me, not before. Liu instantly chose the swordsmanship mech. As they say, better new clothes than old, better old friends than new. Seems inaccurate here. Diana, on the other hand, gave up the chain mech and instead chose the spear mech. Are you not choosing the chain mech anymore? Compared to the chain blade, spear suits me better. Scene loading completed, entering the pre-battle preparation phase. Controlling the familiar swordsmanship mech, Liu surprisingly developed a feeling of connection. as if the swordsmanship mech was part of his body. For a friend versus friend duel, the fixed battle map was a plane. This is to ensure fairness, blocking out all map mechanisms, a true confrontation of real skills. Two mechs stood 10 meters apart facing each other. Liu lifted his regulation greatsword steadily, without using his favorite Yulong sword. Come on. Please teach me. Diana split her spear into two short spears, one in each hand. A magnetic chain connected the two short spears together. Thrusters activated. Liu hurled the regulation greatsword straight ahead, his usual starting move. Diana, unperturbed, effortlessly deflected the greatsword with her spear tip. The magnetic chain was thrown, looping around the handle of the greatsword. Liu pulled forcefully and retracted his greatsword. Diana canceled the magnetic chain and threw her left-hand short spear. Liu parried with his greatsword. The short spear flew by, colliding heavily with the greatsword and then slanted off. Gripping the greatsword with both hands, Liu swept it horizontally. She performed a backflip, simultaneously releasing the magnetic chain to recover the short spear, landing lightly. Upon landing, she immediately charged forward. Liu threw the magnetic chain, which formed a circle around Diana. Unbeknownst to him, this suited Diana's plan exactly. Using the momentum, she closed the distance instantly and thrust a spear towards the cockpit. Liu was decisive. He instantly canceled the magnetic chain and pressed the particle shield button. The spear tip collided heavily with the shield, causing sparks to fly. Immediately after canceling the shield, Liu swung his regulation greatsword in a diagonal slash. Diana also initiated her particle shield, and the greatsword slashed down on the shield, barely reducing the shield's value. She mimicked him, canceling her shield and stabbing her spear towards the head of the swordsmanship mech. Facing the aggressive incoming short spear, Liu slightly elevated the regulation greatsword, skillfully altering the spear's trajectory. The spear point grazed past the mech's head, peeling off a bit of its armor. He gripped the hilt tightly and swung the greatsword from left to right, aiming to slice through the neck of the spear mech. The spear mech kicked its foot against the cockpit of the swordsmanship mech, exerting a little force to create some distance. Diana swung magnetic chains from both her hands, recovering the two short spears and merging them into one long spear. Not bad. Liu lowered his sword. One should look at things differently after 3 days apart. It seems like you've improved significantly. I told you, I've practiced for a long time just to knock you down today. Diana twirled her spear gracefully. Liu smiled faintly. You chose the spear mech, maybe planning to take me down with unconventional tactics? But, to Diana's astonished eyes, Liu split the regulation greatsword into two, wielding one in each hand. Don't think only you thought of unusual moves. Hey, Diana couldn't stand it. I never heard that the regulation greatsword of the swordsmanship mech could be disassembled. Liu's lips curved slightly. Now, isn't that knowledge acquired? Correspondingly, Diana quickly disassembled her spear into two short spears in each hand. Both mechs charged at each other. Both Liu and Diana made identical choices, each throwing their respective weapon. Mid-air, the two weapons collided, creating a burst of sparks. Diana held her guns high above her head, fiercely hammering down with her spear. Liu blocked with his sword. The short spear struck heavily on the sword. The wrist joint area of the swordsmanship mech emitted a series of wails, clearly having suffered significant damage. Damage rate 62%. Liu gritted his teeth, switching the sword to his left hand, and lunged straightforwardly without any pretense. Diana didn't even initiate her particle shield. She did a backflip on the spot, kicking the greatsword to the ground with one foot, simultaneously thrusting her spear into the left shoulder blade of the swordsmanship mech. A sharp, dense alarm sound rang out. The left arm of the mech had been completely damaged. Liu made an immediate decision and forcefully ripped off the useless left arm, throwing it to the ground. Interesting, interesting. Liu snarled with a grin. So interesting that I'm willing to sacrifice an arm for you. Diana's smile grew more frenzied. What do you think? Am I meeting your expectations? I'm very satisfied. But, is there something you've forgotten? What? Take a guess. Where's my second sword? Kachi. Another sword abruptly slashed fiercely from behind into the right shoulder blade of the spear mech. Liu clenched his fists as the magnetic chain tightened, severing the whole right arm of the mech. With only the remaining right hand gripping the sole remaining sword, he grinned. Now we're back on equal footing. Missing an arm. How can you still use two spears? Well, let's see. Diana threw the magnetic source. The magnetic source rapidly extended, each end sticking to the handles of the two short spears. She clenched her fists. The magnetic source retracted, and the two short spears quickly returned and connected into a single long spear. An upgrade to the magnetic chain? To defeat me, you've certainly put a lot of effort in. Of course, Diana, will never lose to the same opponent twice. Don't be too full of yourself. Overconfidence leads to downfall. Humility brings benefit. I've already said it. Words like these. Wait until you can win over me again to speak them. Just as both were getting ready for the decisive battle, a third voice suddenly appeared on the map. So why don't I give it a try? A black mech descended from the sky, landing between the two of them. It wasn't equipped with any weapons, the entire mech seemingly shrouded in thick black smoke. This visitor was no friend. Realizing this, Liu immediately tensed up, on guard against the unwelcome guest's sudden attack. Chapter 36, The Black Mech. The appearance of the black mech was like a bucket of cold water, instantly sobering Diana up from her frenzied state. Spin, Mech Arrival. This game developed and operated by Dragon Military Academy, as one of the tightest firewalls in the world. The network used to run the game is the Academy's internal network, In other words, under normal circumstances, there should be no possibility of external interference during a friend battle. Therefore, the only reasonable explanation was that the Academy's intranet had been hacked. Someone had breached the Academy's intranet and interfered with this friendly match. The black mech was shrouded in thick black smoke, emanating an intense, ominous aura from head to toe. It stood still. For some reason, Liu faintly felt as though this mech was here for him. Liu sent a private message to Diana. I'll help you buy time. Go find the principal and tell him the Academy's intranet has been breached. What about you? Diana replied anxiously. It's too dangerous for you to stay behind alone. It'll be even more dangerous if you're here. Hurry up and go. All right. I'll be back soon. Wait for me. After saying this, Diana logged out. The black mech forcibly entered the communication channel and said, Did you realize you weren't a match, so you retreated early? Don't look around. Your opponent is me. The sword-fighting mech spun its blade in a flower-like motion. The black mech shook its head in a remarkably human way. What can you do with that pre-installed sword-fighting mech that's already wasted? That's none of your concern. I'll show you through my actions what I can do with it. Fine. That saves me the trouble of finding you again. Seeing your attitude, I can tell you. The black mech slowly drew its sword, which appeared rusted, with spots of corrosion covering the blade. I came specifically for you. The rusted sword was fully drawn, and the thrusters roared to life. In an instant, the black mech rushed forward, swinging its sword. Without hesitation, Liu activated the particle shield, but the rusted sword effortlessly wiped out the shield's energy, shattering it into pieces. Liu widened his eyes. It took him 2 powerful strikes at full effort to break the particle shield. But this mech, with just one effortless swing shattered the shield. What kind of power was this? How about that? Breaking through the shield, the black mech immediately pursued, striking again and again. Is this all your defense is capable of? The remaining right hand of the sword-fighting mech struggled to lift its sword and block the rusted strike from the black mech. The damage rates of the hand, wrist, elbow, and shoulder skyrocketed, setting off another piercing alarm. Liu clenched his teeth and desperately increased the core power, ignoring how the damage rate had long surpassed the critical limit. Are you going to keep struggling? The black mech mocked. Dragon Military Academy's top genius. It seems you're not much after all. The experience pod had long been painted in glaring crimson due to the variety of warnings and alerts. Liu's spiritual energy was already depleted. As the intensity of the battle far exceeded his mental capacity, blood began gushing from his eye sockets, nose, mouth, and ears. He was on his last legs. There's no point continuing to struggle. Give up, it means nothing. The black mech added. Despite his blurred consciousness and vision bathed in red, Liu stubbornly held firm against the rusted blade. How could I possibly give up like this? I joined here to personally end the war. Aya! Liu burst forth with an astonishing force, forcefully pushing back the rusted sword. Interesting. The black mech sheathed its sword. It lifted its hand, where a vivid red energy quickly gathered. The fiery gold eyes of the black mech suddenly lit up as a palm cannon was discharged, heavily smashing against the zero-defense sword-fighting mech. Struck with the crimson energy, the sword-fighting mech tilted back dramatically and fell backward. Deserving of the title, First Genius. After saying this, the black mech disappeared. By the time the old principal arrived shortly after Diana, chaos reigned in the gymnasium. The damaged experience pods were emitting thick black smoke, the smell pungent, unable to open from the inside, only forcibly from the outside. Teacher Fong tried once. He put all his strength into prying the tightly sealed pod door. The old principal shoved him aside and struck the pod door with a wrench. Open! The old principal, eyes red, repeatedly slammed the wrench against the door, acting like a madman. Damn it! I command you to open. If my student has any issue, I'll tear apart this damn machine. The veteran teacher had never seen such behavior from the old principal before, startling Yang Lin greatly due to the principal's wild actions. Crack! The old principal shattered the pod door with a single blow. Unable to wait any longer, he threw down the wrench and began tearing the broken fragments of the pod door apart with his bare hands, paying no attention to the cuts that poured blood from his palms. Compared to his student's safety, his hands were nothing. The door was finally opened completely, and a strong smell of blood rushed into the nose. Liu was slumped on the seat, unconscious, with blood soaking his clothes. His breathing was so faint it was almost imperceptible, an alarming sight Diana had never seen before. Startled, she covered her rosy mouth with both hands as her eyes brimmed with tears. Get me a stretcher. Hurry and bring a stretcher, roared the old principal. The stretcher arrived immediately, and the veteran teacher along with teacher Fong carefully lifted Liu out of the experience pod. They placed him as gently as possible on the stretcher, which rolled away toward the medical room, its wheels turning steadily. Turning back around, the old principal surveyed the scene with a livid expression, his face twisted in fury. Why did this happen? How could a student get hurt inside the academy in broad daylight? I demand a reasonable explanation. And why was the academy's intranet breached? What flaw exists in our system? What have the network security department been doing all day? His gaze finally landed on the veteran teacher, who shuddered under the pressure. Just one look from the old principal gave him an ominous feeling, as if he were being stalked by a demon. In a deep tone, the principal ordered, "You're in charge of this matter now. Thoroughly investigate it. I want to know exactly who dared to harm my student like this." The veteran teacher nodded continuously. After a moment, the old principal added, "What will you do once you've found out? I'll make the person who harmed my student regret ever coming into this world." The old principal glared with eyes filled with unbridled madness. You can never predict what will come first, the future or an accident. This time, the accident came before the next day. Chapter 37, A Chaotic Holiday. All the members of the Network Information Security Department stood in a row, heads down, not daring to make a sound. Person was at the front. Early this morning, Master stormed into the department office with an intimidating manner, just like a lion whose territory had been violated. What exactly are you guys doing in this cybersecurity department every day? Master slammed a fragment on the desk. It was a piece of debris from a training chamber door. What other vulnerabilities does our system have? Why was the Academy intranet hacked? A member of the cybersecurity team timidly raised his hand. I'm sorry. After receiving your notice, we immediately initiated a comprehensive inspection of the entire system, and results will be out soon. Shut up. Master roared like an angry lion. Did I ask you to speak? Don't interrupt me. Hasn't anyone told you about my short temper? That member of the cybersecurity team shrank his neck, silently closed his mouth, and dared not irritate him again. Person, where have you been? The master called out for the head of the Network Information Security Department. Person hurriedly came out with a report in hand. He adjusted his black-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose. You've arrived? We've just finished the comprehensive review of the system and indeed found a few small vulnerabilities. And haven't you repaired them yet? Master, hands crossed, sat on Person's chair. Do I need to teach you the meaning of the saying, a long embankment can be breached by ant holes? Do you know the temperament of the old principal? At the mention of old principal, Person couldn't help but shiver. The Academy's intranet was invaded during Li Yu's friend battle. He was severely injured by an unknown external mech and hasn't come out of danger yet. Li Yu is one of the students most valued by the old principal. If anything happens to him, according to the old principal's temperament, everyone in the cybersecurity department might end up having to commit seppuku. While Person was lost in thoughts, another member of the cybersecurity department rushed in breathlessly and excitedly said, We have restored the battle data. Play it immediately. Master straightened up. I want to clearly see each frame. The combat footage took everyone back to that friendly match. The first half of the friend battle was unremarkable, as Diana fought Li Yu evenly. As the video had no sound, the appearance of the black mech seemed jarringly abrupt. The black mech. Master muttered under his breath. Then Diana logged off. She went to meet the old principal. In the footage, the black mech drew a rusted sword. This moment made Master widen his eyes in horror. He recognized that rusted sword. It's you, it's you, it's you. For the first time, Master let out a piercing scream. The cybersecurity team members were all startled and rose collectively. Even though it was just playback, they still felt an ominous pressure, as if facing the abyss. Master quickly regained control of his emotions. He placed his right hand over his chest, his heartbeat dense like drum beats. There could be no mistake. He recognized that rusted sword. Even if it turned to ashes, he would never possibly mistake it. So what about the comparison of output levels? Asked Master. Another member of the cybersecurity team raised his hand and said, We attempted to restore and collect the battle data. The data showed that during the fight, Li Yu's instantaneous output reached 1.01. He paused for a second before continuing. While the Black Mech's instantaneous output level was 5.0, 101% versus 500%, almost a five-fold difference. Master looked incredulously at the member of the cybersecurity team, his doubt mixed with surprise. Are you sure there's no error in the data? The cybersecurity team member lowered his hand and nodded. Yes. What did a 500% instantaneous output mean? To illustrate, in a movie, there was a scene where the son of Krypton fought against the wolf of the barren wasteland. According to calculations, the son of Krypton's instantaneous output during his battle against the wolf was also 500%. No, something is wrong here. Master shook his head, muttering to himself softly. If it truly was him, then his instantaneous output shouldn't merely be 500%. Li Yu's critical injury, the exaggerated output comparison, and that nightmare-inducing rusted sword, these factors together made Master lose his calmness. Any other discoveries? Master whispered softly. Clues about that black mech, even the tiniest details will do. He needed to confirm his suspicion. There are. Person stepped forward, operating the virtual keyboard. Regarding that black mech, this is a single frame we intercepted. In the image, the instant the palm cannon was activated, the blood-red eyes of the black mech suddenly lit up. Master saw clearly. There was a scar nearly cutting across half the face of the black mech. This discovery put Master's mind at ease. It's definitely him. The Master suddenly stood up and said to Person, urge them to fix the system vulnerabilities as soon as possible and ensure that such an event never happens again. Person nodded furiously. After leaving the Network Information Security Department, the Master immediately called the old dean. Is it clear yet? Did you figure it out? As soon as the call connected, the old dean asked urgently. The Master took a deep breath. It's him. There was silence on the other end of the phone. A minute later, the old dean asked, Are you really sure? That rusted sword of his. Even if it were turned to ashes, I'd still never make a mistake in recognizing it. Where are you now? I'm still at the Network Information Security Department. Come back. Now that it's confirmed to be him, we need to increase our vigilance. After hanging up, the Master pulled off his hood. Under the sunlight, a scar that nearly cut across half his face was visible, identical to that of the black mech. I know you don't like staying silent, but I didn't expect you to dare come to my academy and hurt my student. The Master looked up at the blue sky, gripping his phone tightly. His grip was so hard that a crack appeared on the screen. The disgrace and fear you have given me will one day be repaid by me hundreds of times over. Unknown territory. The wind blew, and the black mech abruptly materialized. The surface of the mech rippled for a moment. Then the entire mech receded like an outgoing tide. A delicate bracelet sat on the man's wrist. Did you go and test him? Another voice came through the howling wind. Yeah. The man had his hands in his pockets, nodding. Dragoon Military Academy's ace. He certainly lives up to his reputation. The man lowered his head and drew out his left hand from his pocket. In the center of his palm, there was a shallow wound that was seeping blood. Earlier, at the instant when the palm cannon activated, Liu also swung his sword. Otherwise, if he'd been hit by the full power cannon blast, Liu would already be dead. Oh, there can't be many people who deserve such praise from you, right? The man smiled silently. Chapter 38. Visit. Outside the treatment room, Jia Jingjing had been sitting there all night without a wink of sleep, his eyes full of bloodshot, and his face covered with oil secreted by pores due to staying up all night. Next to him, Yu Jinyu stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the wall. There was a warning sign on the tiles, stating no loud noise allowed. Gao Chun was restless, as if the chair he sat on was full of thorns. He would sit for a while, then stand up and walk around several times before sitting down again, only to get up after sitting for another short while. Shinemo sat silently, hands clasped. On the opposite side, Diana lay asleep on a long bench. She had been in low spirits all night, her eyes red from crying. She had just closed her eyes when Yu Jinyu came over and took off her coat, gently draping it over Diana's body. Yesterday, upon receiving the news, Jia Jingjing rushed here immediately. Upon arriving, he went straight to the head of the medical office, grabbing the person's shoulder and shaking it continuously. Director, tell me, how is Liu? What's wrong with him? Ijing, calm down. Gao Chen stepped forward to pull Jia Jingjing's hand away, trying to drag him away. The medical area prohibits loud noises. Jia Jingjing shook him off angrily. My brother is lying inside right now, and I don't even know whether he's alive or dead. You asked me to calm down, to be calm. Do you even know what you're saying, Aichen? Do you know, Gao Chen? I understand your feelings. Old Li is my brother too. Gao Chen made a gesture to press his hands down. It's something none of us want to see. But will your uncontrolled anger make him better? Are you asking me to act like nothing happened? Not asking, not caring about anything? Jia Jingjing grabbed Gao Chen's collar, his face contorted. I didn't say we should do nothing, but I hope you could remain calm. Right now, Brother Li is the patient. In terms of treating illnesses, are we supposed to be more professional than the director? Gao Chen asked. The medical director smoothed out the wrinkles on his shoulder clothes. There's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Before Jia Jingjing could decide, Shen Imo spoke up first. Let's hear the bad news first. The bad news is, student Liu hasn't yet escaped the critical period, said the medical director. The fight with the black mech exceeded the upper limit of his mental energy capacity, leaving his mental energy completely drained. Recovery will be a slow process. What about the good news? Diana asked hurriedly. The director gave her a second look. The good news is, apart from mental exhaustion, he hasn't suffered any severe injuries. The wrist, though having sustained some degree of soft tissue damage, can recover with rest. The hearts of everyone present slowly calmed down. But unexpectedly, the director continued. The next 48 hours will be crucial. I've practiced medicine for more than 20 years, and even such cases like student Liu are rare. Mental energy is elusive, and even in today's technological age, we can only barely detect it. We cannot fully define it. The speed at which mental energy recovers varies from person to person. If he recovers quickly, he'll wake up soon. If it takes longer, well, you'll have to prepare yourselves for the worst. Hearing this, Jia Jingjing felt his heart rising to his throat. Then, Director, what's the worst-case scenario? What will happen to Liu? The director looked directly into his eyes, and the honest truth tumbled out. Prolonged coma. Perhaps he will never wake up. Jia Jingjing's face instantly turned deathly pale. His strength seemed to drain away, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Gao Chan tried to support him, but despite his efforts, couldn't get him up. How could this happen? How could this be? Jia Jingjing mumbled repeatedly, tears rolling down his face in large drops. After all, on the very first day of vacation, they had still attended a social event together. No, just that noon on the day the incident happened, they were eating lunch together. How could it be that within one night's absence, Liu ended up lying in an intensive care unit? Jia Jingjing couldn't believe, refused to believe, these facts. Diana gripped her collar tightly, her knuckles turning white. In fact, she had never fallen asleep. Just earlier, she had heard everything between the medical director, Jia Jingjing, Gao Chun, and Shen Imo. When she heard the director say Liu might never wake up, regret consumed her. If only that day she had also been there, would Liu have avoided ending up in the intensive care unit? But this, bluntly speaking, was pure arrogance. The instantaneous output capacity of the black mech reached 5.0, and 5 combinedly yes would not be enough to beat it. She opened her eyes, pushed aside her clothes, and sat up. She neatly folded her clothes and returned them to Yu Jinyu's hands. Then, she walked over and helped Jia Jingjing stand up. Strangely, neither Gao Chun nor Shen Imo could lift Jia Jingjing, yet she did so easily with just one hand. Director, Diana walked up to the director. May I go in and visit him? The director couldn't help but laugh sarcastically, wondering why kids these days were so out of touch. Not only did they cause a commotion in the medical room, but they also seemed to lack basic common sense. Are you joking? Can intensive care units be entered and exited casually? I'm sorry, I lost my head for a moment. Diana bowed deeply to the director. Then, may I look at him through the glass? The director pressed his forehead with his hand and sighed lightly. All right. Diana walked to the outside of the ICU and looked through the glass at Li Yu lying unconscious on the bed. His heartbeat was very steady, as if he were just asleep, showing no signs from the outside. No one knew what she was thinking. She stood outside the ICU for a full 10 minutes, then left silently. Jia Jingjing dragged his soulless body back to the dormitory. Only today did he feel, for the first time, how big and empty it was. It was vast, as if endless, and standing in the center of the dormitory, no matter how loud he shouted, no one would hear him. He felt that this was not a dormitory, but a prison. The gym had been closed off, the damaged simulation pod had been removed and replaced. The gym wouldn't reopen until all repairs had been completed system-wide. Jia Jingjing sat on his bunk. Across the aisle, directly opposite, was Li Yu's bunk. Li Yu had a mild case of OCD and liked folding his blanket into neat blocks like tofu. For this, Jia Jingjing used to tease him, saying, "You're not in the military. Why do you always hold yourself to army standards?" At which point, Li Yu would always say, "But my dream is to become a soldier." Thinking about the past made Jia Jingjing want to laugh, yet no sound escaped his lips. For some unknown reason, a name suddenly flashed through Jia Jingjing's mind. The Great Universal Alliance. Chapter 39, The Argument. Despite the old dean's order to suppress the news, the students still managed to use their wits and uncover the entire story. Among them, the one who was most shocked was none other than the blonde male student who had picked a fight with Li Yu twice. When he heard from his companion that Li Yu was interrupted during a friendly duel and got beaten by a black mecha, he was utterly baffled. He immediately grabbed his companion and asked, "Is it true that Li Yu is injured and hasn't even come out of the danger period yet?" The companion nodded rapidly like a pecking chick. "It's true. Their outputs aren't even on the same level. The battle intensity has surpassed Li Yu's mental capacity limit. Could my fated opponent really be defeated this way?" The blonde male refused to believe it. The companion muttered softly, "Had there been an empty milk carton around, things wouldn't have turned out so bad," which unfortunately caught the blonde's ears. The blonde man smiled slyly, asking, "What did you say?" The companion trembled uncontrollably. Although the blonde male might not match Li Yu, dealing with the companion would still be effortless. The companion immediately shook his head furiously, like a drumstick shaking in denial. No, I didn't say anything. You must have misheard." The blonde male let him go and waved his hand boldly, saying, "Investigate using all resources we have and find out who exactly injured Li Yu. There is only one person in this world capable of beating Li Yu, and that is me, his destined rival." Behind them, his companion and others exchanged glances, all seeing the exasperation in each other's eyes. Since being soundly defeated twice by Li Yu, the blonde male seemed convinced that he was Li Yu's fated rival, believing it unwaveringly. The companion mouthed silently. Had there been an empty milk carton around? With Li Yu absent, Jia Jingjing lost all appetite for food. He headed to the canteen and ordered a full plate of dishes. But after bringing the tray to the table, he instantly lost his hunger. In the past, if Li Yu were present, he'd surely comment, "You're already fat enough. Don't you fear becoming a ball with all this eating? Am I the only one who can't eat?" A tray was placed opposite him, and Gao Chen sat down across from Jia Jingjing. Jia Jingjing stirred the steaming tomato and egg soup in his bowl with a spoon. "Yeah, with one person missing, life just feels incomplete." "Who says it isn't so?" Gao Chen picked up his chopsticks, but made no further move. Another tray was set beside Jia Jingjing, and upon looking up, it was Shunimo. Shunimo sat next to Jia Jingjing, looking at the latter, and then towards the roommate sitting opposite him, Gao Chen. "What's going on? Why are both of you just sitting here without eating?" "Can't eat," Jia Jingjing said. "No appetite," Gao Chen also remarked. Shunimo responded with an "oh," then proceeded to pick up a piece of fried meat and chew contentedly. Today's fried meat tastes excellent indeed." Jia Jingjing looked at him irritably. "Hey, Li Yu hasn't even emerged from the danger period yet. Do you feel comfortable eating joyfully in front of me? How can you eat? Are you alright? Why wouldn't I be fine eating? What's wrong with that?" Shunimo found Jia Jingjing's remarks baffling. His casual attitude infuriated Jia Jingjing, who chuckled sarcastically. "Allow me to ask rudely, is Li Yu your friend? Your friend is lying in ICU right now, yet you seem entirely unconcerned. Are you truly his friend?" "What do you mean?" Shunimo felt displeased and put down his chopsticks. "What do I mean?" Jia Jingjing snorted. "Someone like you calling yourself his friend? Do you deserve that title? What kind of person am I?" "Jia Jingjing, don't overstep your boundaries." "What's wrong with me overstepping? Am I supposed to act carefree in front of you to provoke you? Do you know how I feel inside? That is your brother. I know. Do you think I'm not suffering? But suffering aside, why torture yourself by not eating? Don't you think Li Yu would be happy to see you like this when he wakes up?" What I? All you talk about is being Li Yu's best brother, yet you won't even step near the medical room. Diana at least checks the medical room daily. What have you done for him?" "How funny. Between you and me, who is truly undeserving of the title Li Yu's friend?" Jia Jingjing was silenced, unable to respond further, his head bowed as he stayed quiet. Well, Shun-mo, Gao Chen interjected diplomatically. "We're all brothers here. There's no need to say such harsh words." Shun-mo cast a sidelong glance at Jia Jingjing beside him. "Humph, I've just had enough of this hypocritical guy. When he's in trouble, he calls for help, but afterward, he doesn't even say thank you. And where was he when someone else was in trouble? Where was he?" "Jia Jingjing, I just have one question for you. Li Yu truly regards you as a friend from the bottom of his heart, but what about you? Have you ever treated him as your friend? Have you?" Jia Jingjing shot up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, raising his head and glaring fiercely at Xuanhuan. He is my good brother of over 10 years. Are you saying I haven't taken him as a friend? If you really consider him as a friend, Xuanhuan interrupted in a louder voice, and not merely part of some mutual benefit alliance? Xuanhuan, Gao Chun slammed the table. That's too far. When a Jing does that, don't pretend to be such a good guy. Xuanhuan retorted, pointing his finger directly at Gao Chun. And stop excusing him. Gao Chun fell silent. Xuanhuan then turned back to Jia Jingjing. A Jing, take a moment to think about whether you are truly the kind of friend that Liu can rely on, the one who he can trust with his life. With these words, Xuanhuan shook his head in disappointment and carried his tray away. Without Liu, it felt as if the soul of their little group had been pulled out. In his presence, everyone could enjoy harmony and laughter. Now without him, Xuanhuan and Jia Jingjing ended up quarreling today. It began as mutual confrontation but later evolved into Xuanmo's one-sided accusations toward Jia Jingjing. A Jing, take a moment to think about whether you are truly the kind of friend that Liu can rely on, the one who he can trust with his life. This sentence kept echoing in Jia Jingjing's ears. He covered his ears desperately, trying to drive the voice out of his head. After all his futile attempts, he gave up and laid down on the bed as if accepting his fate. Recalling how he called Liu for help during a team fight when confronted by the blonde male, Jia Jingjing remembered how Liu immediately agreed without hesitation. But after everything was done, he never even said thank you. Liu certainly wasn't someone who would dwell on trivial matters, but details revealed character. Can I really claim myself as Yu's friend? Jia Jingjing mumbled aimlessly, his eyes vacant. Chapter 40. You're right. That day, Jia Jingjing thought about a great many things. From the past to the present, from now to the future. In his memories, he had said thank you to Liu on very few occasions. He always said, there's no thank between brothers, and Liu never bothered with him over these small matters. But Jia Jingjing seemed to have forgotten one thing. Every time he needed help, Liu readily agreed without hesitation. In fact, the latter could have easily chosen to refuse. Helping was out of consideration, not helping was principle. In this world, the only people who will be good to you unconditionally are your parents. Otherwise, no one's goodness towards you is a matter of course. Just thinking about it made Jia Jingjing slap himself hard across the face with his slap, his face burning with pain. What have I done? I can't even approach the medical room. Am I even less courageous than girls? Liu's good brother, Jia Jingjing felt more and more that this title was so laughable. What face do I have to call myself his good brother? Xuanhuan is right. I'm the one who doesn't deserve to be called Liu's friend. After sorting through his thoughts, his mindset became clearer, and his gaze once again became resolute. Yeah, I'll go see him. If we're brothers, how can I be outdone by a girl? Diana stood outside the ICU, looking through the glass at Liu, still unconscious on the bed. She would occasionally glance down at her watch. The 48-hour limit was quickly coming to an end. Please wake up, Liu, she murmured, biting her lower lip. Diana's heart was in turmoil, filled with worry and anticipation, mixed with indescribable feelings. Jia Jingjing jogged over, slowed down, then quick walked a few steps to Diana's side. How is he? Did he wake up? No. Diana shook her head. The 48 hours are almost up. I'm worried. Worried about what? Don't talk nonsense. Jia Jingjing shouted louder to cover her. You have to have faith in him. Have faith. He'll wake up. He will definitely wake up. Time passed minute by minute. Jia Jingjing paced back and forth outside the ICU, using the movement to mask his restless unease. His fists were tightly clenched, and he didn't even feel the nails piercing into his flesh. His palms were wet and bloody, seeping like red pearls falling from between his fingers. Gao Chun and Xuanhuan had arrived. When they saw Jia Jingjing, Xuanhuan gave a slight humph and muttered under his breath. At least you still have some conscience. Eugene Yu was the last to arrive. She stood far away, as if she were afraid of being noticed. Though she maintained a distant, indifferent expression, her pale knuckles gripping the hem of her clothes betrayed that she was actually worried too. Tick, tick, tick. Time stops for no one, and the miracle, in the end, did not happen. The 48-hour limit had passed, yet Liu remained unconscious. Damn it. Jia Jingjing punched the tile wall. Damn, damn, damn. He looked up, tears welling in his tiger-like eyes. I know you wouldn't give up so easily, right? You wouldn't, right? Wake up. Open your eyes already. Loud noise is prohibited in the medical room. Xuanhuan walked up quickly and shoved him aside. Can you stop acting like a child who just cries and screams? This comment ignited Jia Jingjing's anger. His eyes blazed, and he swung a punch hard, smashing Xuanhuan in the face. The blow fueled Xuanmo's rage, and he shoved Gao Chun aside when he tried to break up the fight, delivering an equally hard punch to Jia Jingjing's face. The two wrestled and bit each other, rolling together outside the medical room. Gao Chun rushed around frantically, unsure who to pull apart. Both of you stop it now. A sudden roar caused Jia Jingjing and Xuanhuan to freeze. It was the old dean, accompanied by the director of the medical ward. What do you think you're doing? The old dean was enraged, his glare sharp as a sickle. Do you both really think fighting in the medical ward is something glorious? Save your strength for the battlefield. Now all you're doing is injuring your own kind. Seeing the two ignoring each other, the old dean decided to teach them a lesson. Jia Jingjing, 3 days of confinement. Xuanhuan, 3 days of confinement. If I don't show you two a little discipline, you clearly don't respect me, do you? Members of the guard team came and took Jia Jingjing and Xuanhuan away. Watching the two being dragged off by the guards, the old dean shook his head, disappointed. The old dean approached the window of the glass door and asked, How is he? The 48-hour deadline has passed, and although the medical ward director left the sentence unfinished, the meaning behind it was clear to anyone. Is there really no other way? Just tell me. I can accept any cost. No. Mental energy is an elusive thing. We cannot break it down into its components, so we cannot synthesize or supplement it through scientific means. Even if synthesis and supplementation were possible, I wouldn't recommend it. The consequences are too unpredictable to gamble on. If things go wrong, all previous efforts will be wasted. I see. The old dean, the medical room director, Gao Chun, and Eugene Yu all left one by one. Diana sat alone outside the medical room until evening. For several days, she hadn't slept a wink. Combined with barely eating anything, her mental state had deteriorated significantly. Night deepened. Diana struggled to stay awake, pulling her clothes tighter around her as drowsiness swept over her like a tidal wave. She bit her tongue sharply to use the stinging pain to keep herself alert. Inside the ICU, Liu slowly opened his eyes. Diana, who had been watching for any slight movement from him, sprang up instantly and rushed to the glass window, as though she wanted to press her whole body against it. Yes, she hadn't mistaken it. Liu had finally awoken. Overjoyed, she immediately called the director. Director, Liu has woken up. Liu has woken up. Good. Stay there. I'm coming right away. The director hung up after saying that. The director grabbed his white coat and hurried out the door, putting it on as he ran. Rushing over in great urgency, he looked toward the direction Diana was pointing at and saw that indeed, Liu had opened his eyes and was looking around in confusion. Wonderful. So wonderful. Diana's heart, which had been on edge for so long, finally settled, and without warning, she fainted. The director was startled and quickly stepped forward to catch her. He felt puzzled and gently touched her forehead, only to retract his hand quickly due to the heat. My goodness. This silly child cares nothing for her own health. Still running a fever and visiting the medical room every day, why didn't she mention it? Chapter 41, Awakening. Liu felt like he had a dream, a very long and drawn-out dream. He dreamed of an endless universe. In the blue-black starry sky, there hovered a battleship that seemed to stretch endlessly. Gigantic-class Star Destroyer, Sigma. Liu was sure that this was the first time he saw this battleship, which belonged to the Great Universe Alliance. However, he accurately called out its name. The battleship cast a bright azure light towards him, and in the beam of light, he uncontrollably floated up. He panicked, frantically trying to grab onto anything he could hold onto. It directly told him that if he were sucked into the light beam, he would encounter terrible people, events, and things. He struggled with all his might, but found himself getting closer and closer to the battleship. In a roar of unwillingness, Liu was dragged inside the ship. The azure beam disappeared, and he landed unprotected on the ground. His buttocks hurt as though on fire. As he stood up while rubbing his rear, 10 steps away loomed a cold iron throne. A figure sat on the throne. The man slowly lifted his head when he saw Liu approach. His molten gold pupils exposed directly to the air froze Liu's breath for a moment, as if gripped by a demon's throat or facing an abyss. Hello, Liu. The man's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. This is our first meeting, isn't it? Who are you? Liu shouted. The man seemed to have said something, but Liu couldn't hear anymore. A dark purple beam of light came from behind the man, striking his face directly. An excruciating pain rushed over him, and his consciousness completely faded into total darkness. Falling. When he was thrown down with a hard thud, his consciousness finally returned. Liu opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling blankly, realizing that he had just woken up from a nightmare. It wasn't a pleasant dream, it was a nightmare. Whether the dream was real or not, even Liu couldn't tell. The isolated and cold iron throne, the man he had never met, the massive warship, all of these felt incredibly real. Fortunately, the dream was over, and he was still alive. Instinctively, he wanted to touch his face but discovered he couldn't move even one finger. Lying stiffly on the bed, he felt as if he were an empty shell without a soul. Liu, the medical director, appeared in his line of sight after having taken care of Diana, who was running a fever. Thank goodness, you finally awakened. How do you feel now? Do you still feel unwell anywhere? Liu parted his parched lips and spoke with a hoarse voice, managing to croak out a sound. Cool. Understanding what he meant, the director hurriedly grabbed a glass, poured some warm water, placed a straw in it, and handed it to Liu's mouth. Here, drink the warm water. Take it slow. Liu took a large sip through the straw, slowly swallowed, letting the warm water soothe his scorched throat. After drinking more than half the glass of water, the director put the glass down and started asking nonstop questions. How do you feel? Has your spiritual energy recovered yet? Physically, are you still feeling any discomfort? If so, be sure to tell me. You mustn't force yourself through it. Understand. Liu slowly nodded. The routine questioning is over. Let's talk about you. You've got good fortune. The director moved a chair over and sat beside the bed. Liu tilted his head and looked at him. Diana. The director smiled with crinkling eyes. That girl stayed by your side for 2 whole days and nights without rest, despite having a high fever herself. She only collapsed after you woke up. Liu was surprised by this news. Exclamation point. Just a slight case of wind cold, nothing serious. Rest well, take some medicine, and she'll be fine in 2 or 3 days. This child doesn't know how to take care of herself. No matter how worried she is for others, she must still take care of her own body, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to bear the anger of the Frost family. Hearing this, Liu felt warmth spreading in his heart. Everything that Diana had done went far beyond the definition of a friend. After bringing him to the medical room, She didn't need to keep worrying about him because the medical director would have handled everything perfectly well. Still, she remained vigilantly by his side for 2 whole days and nights, disregarding her own fever. The debt of gratitude was heavier than a mountain. Inside the covers, Liu clenched his fists tightly. For a drop of water's grace, he would repay with a flood. People don't always wait until they've lost something before learning to cherish it. The director gave him a pointed glance. For someone like her to be willing to give so much for you, you cannot let her down. Liu nodded, his gaze resolute. A short pause followed. Then he asked again. Director, where are my friends? Don't mention it. When his friends were brought up, the director's face fell into one of sorrow. Jia Jingjing and Xuanhuan were taken away by the academy's security team. The dean said they would be confined for 3 days. Confined for 3 days? What? Liu was alarmed, trying to sit up with all his might. The director quickly pushed him back down. None of you kids ever let me have a moment's peace. You're not fully recovered. You can't move around recklessly. If you want to know, I'll tell you slowly. Liu finally lay back down. Jia Jingjing certainly deserves the title of good brother, but something about his mental state was off from the start. His eyes were all over the place, like he wasn't focused on anything. Shin Imo simply reminded him that shouting is prohibited in the medical room. And guess what? Without a second thought, Jia swung a punch, the director explained. How could Shin Imo take that lying down? He retaliated, and then the two started wrestling. The old dean and I came running over. The old dean was furious and said, "Save your strength for the battlefield. Hurting each other just weakens our own side." The old dean wanted to give them both a lesson, so they will be confined for 3 days. After hearing this, Liu closed his eyes. What in the world is going on here? I've known them for so long. They don't seem like people who do something like this. The director chose to stay silent. Director, can I go visit Diana? As Liu regained some awareness, he slowly tried to push the blanket off and sit up. The director panicked. Why are you being so stubborn, kid? I told you already, you're not fully recovered. You can't move around at will. She's right next door in another ward, and she's sleeping soundly. She has my gratitude, Liu insisted, much to the director's frustration. No matter what, I have to go. Seeing no way out, the director sighed in exasperation. Fine, I'll will you there, alright? Really, what's wrong with this year's freshman? Talented, yes, but each one worse than the last when it comes to personality issues. While complaining bitterly, the director rolled over a wheelchair. Liu painstakingly maneuvered himself onto the wheelchair, and with the director pushing him, they set off toward the neighboring ward. Chapter 42. Repaying a drop of water with a fountain. The director wheeled Liu to the door of the next ward. Liu strained to reach for the doorknob, but the director pressed his hand down. Just take a look at the doorway. This child is exhausted. Don't disturb her. Inside the ward, Diana's sleeping face resembled that of a good student who always listened to her teacher. It seemed as though she was having a pleasant dream. There was a faint smile on her lips. Looking at her, Liu felt a sudden insight in his mind. He realized that he had always harbored some prejudices toward Diana. On the day of the freshman registration, when Liu learned that Diana came from the prestigious Frost family in the political circle, he assumed she was just another noble heir looking to embellish their credentials. Showered with love and attention since childhood, she wouldn't have to do anything herself. Fingers never touched water, perhaps not even knowing how to brush her teeth. Back then, Liu subconsciously placed her at a very low level in his mind. As he predicted, during the first class, she scored 0. When Liu firmly believed that Diana would be another transient genius like a shooting star, she surprised him with her standout performance in the physical training course. The Frost family held a status in the political world no less than a royal family. As an only daughter, Diana naturally became the princess. Even Liu had labeled her among his friends as Her Royal Highness. However, she never treated herself as a princess. She possessed resilience unimaginable to most people, grasped the green mountains firmly without letting go, no matter which direction the wind blows. Diana always took this quote as her motto. It was at that time that Liu thought, she is someone worth befriending. Because of this, when her friend faced black mech interference during combat, Liu instinctively let Diana go first. The choice was simple. He was tough and could take a beating, so at worst, he'd just get beaten by the black mech. But Diana was different. She couldn't possibly withstand the fierce attacks from the black mech. If she got hurt, the Frost family would hold the old dean accountable. He wouldn't bear such responsibility. You've done me a favor, and I've noted it. A drop of water's kindness will be repaid with a fountain. Liu mouthed these words through the glass window as he looked at Diana, who slept soundly. He smiled and said to the person behind him, Director, let's go back. I want to rest. The director nodded and wheeled him back. Young people have resilient bodies. Minor injuries were nothing. With sufficient rest and a full stomach every day, Diana recovered quickly. Another bright morning. Today was the last day of the vacation. Jia Jingjing and Shun Imo were released yesterday after their confinement ended. Outside the confinement room, they stared each other down eye to eye. Finally, Jia Jingjing broke into laughter, unable to hold it in. His laughter triggered Shinmo's too. They both pounded their fists against each other's chest and left together, their arms around one another. Diana woke up early. After washing up and eating breakfast briefly, she sat on the bed and started gaming. Knock knock. There was a knock at the door. She paused the game and put her phone aside. Come in. Hello. Liu entered, holding a bouquet of flowers. I've come to visit you. Diana smiled. No need. I'm already fine. She looked at the flowers bundled together in his hand, which were all blooming beautifully, and asked, These flowers, are they for me? Yes. Liu walked over, unwrapped the flowers, and placed the entire bouquet in a vase. I've come to thank you. But showing up empty-handed seemed insincere, and I didn't know what you liked, so I bought these flowers. She tilted her head as she looked at him. Thank me? For what? The director told me everything about your case. He pulled a chair over and sat down across from her. He said that even though you were sick yourself, you stayed by my side for 2 days and 2 nights without taking a step away. You waited until I woke up before collapsing. Did the director really tell you all this? Diana scratched her cheek awkwardly. Yes. Liu nodded. It's just that a drop of water's kindness should be repaid with a fountain. After all, it was you who saved me first. What? Have you forgotten? The Black Mech incident. At the time, you let me log off first and go find the dean. I knew it. It was your way of protecting me. When I reviewed the combat data, during the fight, the Black Mech's instantaneous output power reached 5.0. Even now, after reviewing it, I'm still shaken. It was truly a horrifying number. My highest instantaneous output power is only 0.74. With such a huge gap, staying would have only slowed you down. To be harsher, if I got injured, I'd cause you to be distracted, and eventually both of us might end up in the ICU. Wouldn't that be worse? Yes. Therefore, you don't need to thank me. When I saw you being carried out bloody from the damaged experience chamber, you couldn't possibly imagine how upset I was. You protected me and almost lost your life. In comparison, staying by your side for 2 days and 2 nights without moving doesn't count as anything significant. All right, cheer up a bit. You're recovering, my cold has also gone away. Isn't this something to be happy about? You're right. Liu finally cracked a smile. In the past, I always harbored prejudice against you. Now it seems that I was looking at people through the keyhole and underestimated them. Diana crossed her arms, lifted her head, looking exactly like an arrogant swan. Huh? I knew it. I've been waiting for you to confess. Did you think I was someone who lacked common sense, knew nothing, couldn't do anything, and didn't even know how to brush teeth? Or worse, secretly cursed me as a fool? Liu nodded fervently like a bobbing chicken. His sudden honesty startled her into speechlessness. You really cursed me as a fool in private? There was a time when I thought so. He screamed inwardly, scratching his back of the neck. But I certainly don't think that way anymore. Liu's smile froze on his face instantly because he was terrified to see Diana's eyes filling with tears slowly, looking truly pitiable with the appearance of being about to cry. Don't. You please don't cry. He flailed helplessly. I did not curse you as a fool in private. Truly I swear. Diana sniffed softly, asking tenderly, really? Absolutely really. I can cheat everyone, but not you. Liu covered his chest with one hand while making a forefinger gesture with the other. I swear by 4. Seeing his comical desperation in trying to mend the situation, Diana couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing with a pooh tisk. All right, I'm just teasing you. I know I'm dumb. If you call me stupid, I won't mind either. No. Liu waved his hands repeatedly. Can't do it. Can't do it. Diana laughed heartily. Chapter 43. A man's friendship is strong as diamond. The gym still had the under maintenance sign hanging, so no games could be played there. With one of their few pleasures gone, heading to the sports field to sweat it out was not a bad choice. Early in the morning, Gao Chun came knocking on the door. Jia Zhengjing opened it, and a basketball immediately collided into his arms. In sporty attire, Gao Chun stood outside hopping lightly on his feet, waving at both Jia Zhengjing and Liu. Young men shouldn't always stay holed up in the dorm. Come on, let's go play some ball. Youth should be all about freely sweating it out. Liu shook his hand in refusal. Jia Zhengjing glanced him over from top to bottom, snubbing him with a smirk as he threw the ball back. Nah, winning against you doesn't give me any sense of accomplishment. I don't want old Master Li to say I'm bullying kids. Last time I got distracted by something off the court, Gao Chun teased Jia Zhengjing with a finger flick. Kid, saying that means you're brave, huh? If you win this time, I'll give you 200 yuan. Jia Zhengjing's eyes darted around mischievously. You're joking, am I not super brave? But what if you lose? If I lose, I'll give you 200. As soon as the words left Gao Chun's mouth, he realized something was off. Jia Zhengjing clutched his stomach and crouched down laughing. Behind him, Liu's sarcastic remark drifted faintly into Gao Chun's ears. Do you even have a chance to win in your current state? Isn't this just taking advantage of an honest person? JPG. Liu's body was still recovering, and Shun Mo couldn't care less. So naturally, a one-on-one duel between Jia Zhengjing and Gao Chun commenced without any further ado. Upon arriving at the court, they decided the order of offense and defense with a game of rock, paper, scissors. Gao Chun's scissors defeated Jia Zhengjing's paper, so the former would start with the offense while the latter would defend. Jia Zhengjing tossed the ball back to Gao Chun, who bent down, dribbling the basketball. A faint step didn't fool Jia Zhengjing. Then Gao Chun initiated a right-hand drive, rushing straight towards the basket. Jia Zhengjing chased closely from behind. The two jumped simultaneously. In midair, Gao Chun made a pull-up layup to evade Jia Zhengjing's block, scoring a reverse layup. 1 o'clock. Gao Chun quickly jogged to the three-point line and caught the ball thrown by Jia Zhengjing. Seeing Jia Zhengjing keeping a step away, Gao Chun shot an outside three-pointer. The ball bounced off the board and went into the hoop. 3 o'clock. I don't believe you can keep being this accurate. Jia Zhengjing threw the ball back to Gao Chun. This time, he took it further. He gave Gao Chun a full 2 steps extra space and even turned around early to prepare for a rebound. Would a bloodthirsty young man like Gao Chun tolerate such disrespect? He immediately launched another three-pointer, which swished cleanly through the net. 5 o'clock. Hey, I won't believe this nonsense. Jia Zhengjing increasingly felt like he was just a practice buddy, there solely for Gao Chun's shooting drills. When the former passed the ball again to the latter, moving along with it, Gao Chun received it. and instantly Jia Zhengjing lunged forward like an octopus spreading its tentacles. There was no room for an outside shot, and all routes for breaking through were tightly blocked. With a sudden backward step, Gao Chun began a dazzling array of fancy dribbles that completely stunned Jia Zhengjing. Seizing the opportunity when Jia Zhengjing wasn't paying attention, Gao Chun pulled off a trick, splitting the ball from his body to pass by Jia Zhengjing. Jia Zhengjing was shamefully teased by having the ball go through his legs, and before he could turn around, Gao Chun had effortlessly scored again. 6 o'clock. With a comfortable lead, Gao Chun became a bit relaxed. With a butterfly through flowers move, he bypassed Jia Zhengjing and sprinted toward the basket. Right as he jumped, a dark shadow leaped high beside him, extending hands wide like blocking out the sky. A hard slap hit the ball, swatting it out of bounds. Wow, is that really necessary? Gao Chun patted his chest nervously. Even among brothers, there's no giving face. Offensive and defensive roles swapped. Jia Zhengjing ran to the three-point line to receive the ball. Taking advantage of Gao Chun's unstable footing, Jia Zhengjing smoothly crossed him over like walking across an empty road in the morning. Provocatively, he waltzed to the base and scored effortlessly with a little hook shot. 106. Jia Zhengjing's action receiving and shooting flowed seamlessly, smooth as chocolate silk. The basketball obediently found its way into the hoop. 306. It seemed something unfortunate was about to happen. Gao Chun focused intensely, immediately sticking tight to Jia Zhengjing as soon as he caught the ball. Knowing Jia Zhengjing preferred left side drives, Gao Chun locked that side firmly down. His path blocked, Jia Zhengjing dribbled backwards, almost reaching the center circle. Suddenly, he dashed a couple of steps and threw the ball with an unnatural stance. The basketball drew a beautiful arc in the air, forcefully colliding with the backboard before bouncing directly into the basket. 506. Logo shot. Gao Chun's mouth dropped open in shock. As soon as Jia Zhengjing got the ball, he began to accelerate, attempting to catch Gao Chun off guard once again. This time, however, Gao Chun had learned his lesson and led the defense all the way. Using his physical advantage, he blocked Jia Zhengjing's route for breaking through, forcing him towards the right. Jia Zhengjing stopped. Gao Chun tightly covered him. In an almost self-destructive manner, he threw the ball high into the air, only to be blocked by Gao Chun predictably. But coincidentally, the basketball landed right back in Jia Zhengjing's hands. With a back pivot, he maneuvered around Gao Chun and made a leaping shot. Despite Gao Chun's finger brushing against the ball from close behind, it did not prevent the basketball from finding its way into the hoop. 606. Come on. Gao Chun spread out into his defensive stance. Best of 7, one shot to win. At the three-point line, Jia Zhengjing set his position firmly, took off, and completed the shot seamlessly. While the ball was still mid-flight, he had already turned around, spreading his arms for a premature celebration. Swish. The sound of the basketball hitting the net was clear and pleasant. Facing the other empty half of the court, Jia Zhengjing performed a three-finger head explosion, celebratory gesture. 706. Gao Chun picked up the ball and tossed it aside. No more games today. You were too freaking accurate. Not only did you shoot from farther distances, but every single shot went in. One more thing. Jia Zhengjing raised his index finger. I let you have 6 points earlier. Gao Chun pulled 200 yuan notes out of his pocket and shoved them into Jia Zhengjing's hand. A bet's a bet. Here's your 200 yuan. Jia Zhengjing returned the money to him. I came here to work out and sweat, not to take your money. You guy? Gao Chun stuffed the money back into his pocket. Jia Zhengjing picked up the basketball that had been discarded, swung it into Gao Chun's arms, and wiped a streak of sweat off his forehead. Let's go shower. Then call Shun Mo and Old Li Tu over. Let's eat together. Gao Chun's smile instantly froze. So what are we having for lunch? I don't know. Jia Zhengjing shook his head. You don't know what we're eating tonight, and you're calling for dinner? We can decide on the way. I'm not picky. There are 3 great conundrums in life. What to eat in the morning, what to eat at noon, and what to eat at night. Chapter 44. The King of the Grand Universe. Unknown time, unknown location. A palace stood here, grand and magnificent. The lights inside were blazing brightly. From the moment one stepped into the palace, a long red carpet intricately embroidered stretched all the way to the bottom of the steps. The marble steps totaled 9 levels. As one ascended step by step, at the end was a throne. At this very moment, a middle-aged man sat on the throne. His luminous, fair face displayed a sharp handsomeness with defined edges. His pitch-black, deep eyes shot out eagle-like, piercing glances. His thick eyebrows and high nose accentuated nobility and elegance without any restraint. A figure entered the palace slowly from outside. Upon seeing the visitor, the man quickly retracted his mesmerizing gaze. He rose from the throne, descended the steps in rapid strides to welcome him. Master, you're back. The person stopped his steps and gently lifted his hand, prompting the man to halt as well. Only then did the person raise his index finger and smile. Rule number 1. Superiors never take the initiative to greet subordinates. Only subordinates greet their superiors voluntarily. Understood, the man slightly nodded. Was your journey smooth, master? The man asked further. That person extended his right hand before the man, revealing a bloodstained mark on his palm clearly visible to the latter. The ace of Dragon Military Academy is truly as reputed. Even in life and death situations, he can calmly make decisions and minimize harm. A natural warrior with an ever-calm mind. If we don't eliminate him, he will surely become a major threat in the future. The man felt somewhat astonished internally. Even his master spoke thus, indicating the ace of Dragon Military Academy must indeed have considerable skills. Master, do you have a strategy to defeat the enemy? To deal with an opponent like the ace, calm judgment, meticulous planning, and exceptional execution are all indispensable. That person remained silent. In the million-strong army, that person was respectfully called the military strategist. His strategies had enabled the man standing before him to be invincible in battle campaigns. Even he now seemed to have run out of ideas, which highlighted the formidable strength of the ace. The man furrowed his brow, forming a xuanhuan character. Master, could it be that the strength of the ace is too overwhelming? That person gave up further thought and openly admitted so. Hearing this, the man's breathing paused for a brief moment. To put it plainly, there's currently no one in our army who can defeat him. A single statement made the man's heart sink a bit. Without a clear counter-strategy, we may indeed end up facing the consequences of raising a tiger to become a menace. The only way to overcome the ace is for you to personally take the field. He has been meticulously trained by that old monster for a reason. I think the old monster plans to train him as the ultimate trump card to use against us. In the days past, I conducted another prediction. The results showed that the war would conclude within the next 1 or 2 years. Anxious, the man inquired, what were the results? That person smiled faintly, pointing towards the iron-gray military flag behind the throne of the man. The king of the grand universe, unconquerable. Unknown time, the training ground. Bang! The crimson mecha was thrown hard onto the ground, causing cracks to spread out in all directions below its body. The black gold mecha strode over leisurely, arms crossed, looking down at the former arrogantly. Is this your limit? You said just now that you wanted to defeat me. Get up. How can you expect to defeat the ace if you can't even beat me? This remark served as a tremendous provocation to the crimson mecha. Boom. The thrusters activated, causing the crimson mecha to leap back to its feet. It soared into the air, where particles gathered in its palm, shaping into a sword. With both hands gripping the sword, the crimson mecha used the force of gravity during descent to swing the sword powerfully downwards. This single slash was as if it could sever time and space itself. Good. The black gold mecha raised his forearm, and particles surged forth like water, quickly coalescing into a black gold shield. As the crimson mecha landed, the sword blade chopped down heavily onto the black gold shield, sparking numerous sparks. This strike, heavy as a mountain, should have split the black gold mecha along with the shield. However, the reality was that this attack didn't even leave a scratch on the black gold shield. The crimson mecha momentarily froze in astonishment, and the black gold mecha immediately seized the opportunity. A fierce punch struck the former in the abdomen, sending the crimson mecha flying and colliding harshly into a corner of the training ground. The surface of the crimson mecha shimmered, as if it were receding like ebbing tides. A red-haired girl lay amongst the rubble, clutching her stomach with one hand, her pale face showing distress. At the same instant, the black gold mecha dissipated. The blonde youth rushed over anxiously, gently supporting the girl. The red-haired girl shoved his hand away. Again. That's enough. The blonde youth shook his head in refusal. Rome wasn't built in a day. Let's call it a day today, otherwise you might get injured. The red-haired girl made a tisk sound, lightly biting her lower lip with her white teeth. Clap, clap, clap. Below the arena, claps echoed. The boy and the girl stood at attention in unison, saluting the man below the platform. Greetings, Commander-in-Chief. The man walked onto the field, smiling as he said. The battle just now was quite splendid. Both of you performed excellently. Nevertheless, there are some issues on your part that need to be addressed. If these problems are overcome, I believe you two will surely become better than you are now. In perfect harmony, both boy and girl responded. Yes, sir. Firstly, Xuanhuan. The man called out the girl's name first. During the fight, your backward jumping distance was insufficient, giving the opponent an opportunity to close in for close combat within a split second. Next time, try increasing the jumping distance by 1/3, which I believe will improve the situation. With a slight nod, the girl said, I'll remember your teaching. Lastly, Jin Dao. After pointing out the girl's problem, the man turned to the blonde youth. Generally speaking, your performance is flawless. However, there is one fatal error. In a battle, words can also be weapons to shatter your enemies. Your abilities surpass those of Xuanhuan, and you established an advantage early on. So, why have you been unable to turn this advantage into a victory? Because of your words. Anyone can talk tough, but only a few can transform their words into actions. Remember, he who laughs last, laughs best. You should be the one who laughs last. Then, you can say whatever you want. The youth lowered his head. Yes, sir, I'll remember your teaching. A gentle smile crossed the man's face. Great, let's go have a meal. You two may use the evening as you please. Yes, thank you, Commander-in-Chief. The boy and girl gave a synchronized salute, watching the man leave. Chapter 45. Autumn has arrived. As autumn winds gradually set in, the weather became cooler. After a few rains recently, the students all changed into autumn clothing. The sun appeared slowly, like a boiled egg. Diana walked side by side with Eugenio. Today was the former's appointment with the latter to come out shopping for clothes. After all, when seasons change, it is always time to buy more clothes for girls. Strolling along the shopping street, there were a few water puddles that had not yet completely dried up on the road. Diana suddenly felt playful, and she lightly jumped, her foot landing squarely in one of the small puddles. She was wearing leather boots today, skipping nimbly into the next puddle. Her steps were light as they fell, and droplets splashed up when her leather boots touched the puddles. Eugenio looked at Diana, who seemed like a childish child, and shook her head. The former quickened her steps and caught up. Diana stopped in front of a clothing store named Elegant Ladies. Eugenio glanced inside the shop and said, Shall we take a look? Of course, that's why we're here. Diana looked delighted, grabbing Yu's hand and dashing into the store. Welcome. A saleslady approached enthusiastically. May I ask, what kind of clothes are you two beautiful ladies looking for? Diana lightly tapped her red lips with her index finger, pondering for a moment. I'd like to check out some cute clothes. All right. The saleslady then turned to Yu. And how about you, beautiful lady? Yu shook her head. I'm just accompanying her. Don't let me have all the fun. Diana pushed her, nudging her to also browse for clothes. Girls won't be liked by boys if they don't dress up nicely. You should also buy a few pieces. They're on me. But unexpectedly, Yu shot back. Do you like Liu? Instantly, Diana blushed furiously, flailing her arms helplessly. What are you talking about? Who said anything about liking him? Hurry up and start browsing for clothes. Yu was merely guessing before, so now she decided to test Diana. Observing the reaction from the latter, Yu thought her guess was correct. Hey, Liu. Yu gazed toward the entrance of the store. Huh? Diana whirled around like lightning to glance outside. She was deceived. There was no one walking in. An irritated Diana complained. You tricked me. The weather's pretty nice today. Yu made a rare joke, feigning ignorance on purpose. The saleslady retrieved a set of clothes from the rack, showing them to Diana. How about this set of clothes? It's a new arrival for this season, available only as a complete set. I believe you will definitely like this outfit. Diana took the clothes to inspect carefully. It was a white short-sleeve dress reaching below the knee, paired with an outer beige long-sleeve shirt. This set gave off a mature and elegant vibe, deviating significantly from Diana's request for cuter clothing. The clothes aren't bad, but wouldn't it make me look too mature? Diana liked this set somewhat, but she worried it might make her appear older. You could try it on, suggested the saleslady. Nodding, Diana picked up the clothes and skipped joyfully towards the fitting room. Beautiful lady, what kind of clothes would you like to see? The saleslady then asked Yu again. Yu still declined with a shake of her head. No thanks, I'm just accompanying her. Your friend is right. Girls who don't care to beautify themselves won't attract boys. And you wouldn't want your crush to say you don't know how to dress yourself either, would you? This comment hit a sore spot for Yu. Shocked and puzzled, she looked at the saleslady, wondering how she had seen through her, while the latter maintained her professional smile. Does Yu have someone she likes? Yes, she does. It's just that she keeps this, buried deep within herself, so even the person she likes doesn't know. To her, being able to watch him from afar as she is now, is enough. The fitting room door opened, and Diana stepped out in the outfit. The boots didn't match this set of clothes, so before entering the fitting room, she carried along a pair of sandals, which she put on now. Pretty. The saleslady gave it high praise. Very attractive, very suitable for you. Wearing this set really brings out your elegant charm. Diana chuckled helplessly. Do I even possess such a thing as elegant charm? The saleslady nodded vigorously. Great. Then I'll buy it. All girls love hearing compliments, and upon receiving praise, Diana quickly decided to purchase the outfit. After that, Diana also picked out a few more pieces of clothing, some pants, skirts, sandals, flats, and sneakers. She bought one pair of each. Yu sighed, exasperated. Are you here to stock up for the season? I've run out of clothes to wear, Diana replied while juggling several shopping bags. Before they left, when Diana was changing back into her original outfit, Yu clearly saw that her wardrobe was already stuffed full. Is it because you want to wear them for him? Yu teased. Why do you have to keep mentioning this? Diana couldn't stand her roommate. Even though they had come out together, why did she always find chances to tease her? Does buying clothes necessarily mean I'm doing it for his eyes only? Come on. Yu's lips curled up in a faint smile. I haven't even said who he is. Diana's cheeks flushed even redder. Back at the dorm, Diana dumped all her new purchases onto the bed. Pouting, she muttered, Humph. I'm not talking to you anymore. Seeing her sulky yet irresistibly cute demeanor, Yu simply laughed it off. Diana grabbed her phone and sent a message to her friend noted as Prince Charming. I hate my roommate so much. Today, when we went shopping, she kept teasing me. She also included a crying face sticker. Her contact marked as Prince Charming had a profile picture of a text graphic, a beautifully written Lee character. After reading Diana's complaint, he responded, What exactly did she tease you about? She said I bought these clothes just to show off to you. Isn't that true? Mister, please remember your place. Haha, just a joke. It's not that I don't like wearing things for you. I need your opinion sometimes. That's more like it. I prefer honest kids. Do you think I'm honest? Not at all. You're too manipulative. I can't survive in the city with you. I'm moving back to the countryside. Diana sent over an emoji showing someone sobbing heavily, and in return, she received one laughing its head off. Diana tossed her phone onto the pillow, deciding she would no longer talk to him from now on. Chapter 46, The Descent of the Heavenly God. By virtue of his strength and a bit of luck, Liu achieved an astonishing 34-game winning streak in the game, reaching the gold division. Chasing Clouds and Invincible Myth occupied 2 of the top 3 trending topics on the hot search list. If one were to ask what excites young people most, superhero would undoubtedly be one of the most frequently mentioned answers. Now, Chasing Clouds has become the epitome of a superhero in the hearts of young boys. The old Dean is the mastermind behind all these events. He wants to create some buzz by arranging an epic showdown to cement Liu's reputation completely. In just a few days, Chasing Clouds vs. Fishing is the Way skyrocketed to the top of the hot search list. Fishing is the Way is another undefeated general in the game. Due to her public revelation that, I'm a girl offline, she has been affectionately referred to by players as Miss Fishing. In terms of skill, Miss Fishing is no less impressive than Liu. Who wouldn't like a beautiful, stylish, and powerful girl? Just yesterday, Miss Fishing effortlessly added her 35th consecutive win and officially ascended to the top of the rankings. Everyone hopes for a battle between Li Yu and Miss Fishing. Speaking of understanding human nature, the old dean is truly an expert. On the very evening Miss Fishing secured her 35th win, he finalized the design of the promotional poster and asked Yang Lin to print it out. Yang Lin printed out a thick stack of flyers, but before noon, they were snatched up. As one of the parties involved, Li Yu remained calm. He chose to ignore all external distractions and focus on himself. Having reached the gold division, combined with the massive influx of points from the winning streak, allowed him to experience a taste of being a rich person. He used those points to upgrade and break through his usual swordsmanship and long spear mech, purchased numerous skills, stuffed his gear storage to the brim, and even had spare capacity to expand his mech collection twofold. After watching several battles involving Miss Fishing, Li Yu began experimenting with the Iron Fist mech. As one of the 5 preset characters, the basic design of the Iron Fist mech most closely resembles the current military standard Mechs. The Iron Fist mech combines extremely high burst capability with very strong attack power. Its pair of iron fists are quite famous. However, due to its excessive emphasis on speed, the defense aspect leaves much to be desired. Still, Fire Cloud Evil God once said well, all martial arts under heaven have no impenetrable defenses. Only speed can never be broken. Speed is thus the greatest reliance of the Iron Fist mech. Li Yu was chatting with Diana when Jia Zhengjing burst in, dusty and out of breath, waving a poster. Hey bro, you're famous. Me? Famous. Li Yu put down his phone and examined the poster Jia Zhengjing handed over. The poster, more accurately described as a flyer, showed on the left half Li Yu's sword-wielding mech mid-battle in a moment of awe-inspiring action, while on the right half displayed Miss Fishing's Iron Fist mech in a breathtaking instant during combat. The entire flyer used a fiery background, instantly capturing the eye. At the bottom of the flyer, written in bold text, were the words, Starlight Shining. Epic Showdown. Beneath these 8 words was a line of smaller text. 8 p.m. Saturday night. Curtain rises. After reading the flyer, Li Yu still seemed confused. What? What is this? The showdown between you and Miss Fishing. Jia Zhengjing enthusiastically responded, as if the one set to duel was him instead. It's pre-game publicity. The school knows a thing or two about generating hype. Can this game actually designate specific opponents? Li Yu asked, not having heard of such a feature before. Jia Zhengjing shrugged. Isn't it always? The merchant reserves the right to final interpretation. The game is independently developed and operated by the school. If the principal says yes, then it is. What day of the week is it today? Friday. That means we're dueling tomorrow night. Yep. I need to prepare seriously. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Your showdown with Miss Fishing will be streamed online live to all the students. Why? It's just a match in a game. Does it really deserve online streaming? Jia Zhengjing shook his finger. TSK, young man, that's where you're wrong. I've always told you to go out more, but you never listen. So, it's understandable that you don't realize just how popular you are at the academy. Me? How popular am I? Li Yu asked, pointing at his own nose. Jia Zhengjing thought for a moment and said, to put it simply, you now have your own fan group. Li Yu froze in astonishment. Jia Zhengjing pulled out his phone from his pocket, logged into the academy forum, and handed it to Li Yu. Here, take a look yourself. These days, your fan group and Miss Fishing's fan group have been arguing nonstop on the forum. Li Yu took the phone and saw right away a post with red bold font titled Analysis Post. The forum moderators had set it as a featured thread, and it already had over 10,000 views, with more than 1,000 replies and over 2,000 likes. He clicked in and quickly skimmed through it. The entire post analyzed Li Yu's strengths and weaknesses from all angles, including his tactical features, his commonly used mechs, and some subtle habitual movements, remaining overall objective and fair. At the end of the poster predicted that this ultimate showdown would be an evenly matched 50-50 duel. However, there seemed to be some strange content mixed into the post. After finishing it, Li Yu was shocked internally, wondering how anyone could know what size shoes he wore. How's that? Jia Zhengjing took back the phone, turned off the screen, and tossed it onto the pillow. Now do you understand how annoying you are? Huh? Weren't you just talking about my popularity? What popularity? You're just plain irritating. So why don't you replace me in this match? Are you crazy or stupid? Or both? How can I replace you? People pay money to watch you. Do you get it? Wait, is this online live stream actually a paid service? Is even the old dean profiteering from students? No way. The online live stream is free, but what I said before was just symbolic. Li Yu scratched his cheek. Tomorrow night, right? Got it. Do you think you can win? As soon as the words came out, Jia Zhengjing slapped himself. Spit, spit, spit. My bad mouth. You will definitely win. Li Yu smiled. So sure I'll win. Duh. If your brother doesn't believe in you, does that make any sense? Alright. Miss Fishing's winning streak ends today, because by tomorrow, I'll defeat her. Go for it. If you win, I'll treat you to late night snacks. And you must treat me dinner if I win. Deal. Chapter 47. The Apex Duel. Iron Fist versus Iron Fist. This was probably the most bustling Saturday at the academy since the start of the school year. At exactly 8 o'clock, the highly anticipated Chase Clouds vs Idle Fish duel would take place as scheduled. The academy's official website had never seen such a high number of clicks and reads. Online live streaming began warming up the audience at 7, building excitement for the upcoming match. The comments section beneath the live stream was already chaotic with arguments between supporters of Li Yu and Miss Idle Fish, each fiercely defending their favorite. Jia Jingjing staged a modern-day version of tongue war, rebutting Miss Idolfish's supporters so effectively that they were left reeling in retreat. Whether interested in the game or not, everyone paused what they were doing, gathering around screens to await the start of the live broadcast with anticipation. Gao Chun might have been the most enthusiastic of all, setting up popcorn, soda, and an array of snacks beside his computer. At 8 o'clock on the dot, Liu logged into the game right on time. Miss Idolfish had already been waiting. As soon as he went online, she sent a voice message over. "Hello there, Chase Clouds." "Hello." Since she initiated the conversation, Liu happily reciprocated her greeting in a voice message as well. "During the previous Black Mech invasion, you suffered serious injuries. I apologize for not visiting you. Are you fully recovered now?" "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." "Alright then. After all, I want to defeat a you at full strength, not someone who's only halfway capable. Focus completely now." Liu was red team, Miss Idolfish blue. Next came the phase of disabling certain mechs from the opponent. Each side could disable 2 mechs from the other. Liu's choices shocked everyone. He disabled Miss Idolfish's gunner and sword fighter mechs, leaving behind her most proficient Iron Fist mech. Watching this before their screens, Jia Jingjing was confused. Isn't Old Li too nervous and picked wrong? He should have disabled the Iron Fist mech. Even Miss Idolfish couldn't make sense of Liu's decision. "Chase Clouds, are you mistaken? You must know that I am best at the Iron Fist mech. There is still time to change it." In imitation of her tone, Liu responded, "After all, I want to defeat a you at full strength, not someone who's only halfway capable." "What arrogance." Miss Idolfish gave a slight nod, dismissing it with a smile. She disabled Liu's gunner and chain fighter mechs, leaving him with the sword fighter and spear fighter mechs he excelled at most. In the mech selection stage, after Miss Idolfish instantly chose the Iron Fist mech, Liu's next move caused another spike in people's blood pressure. He also selected the Iron Fist mech. Seeing this moment, the master before the screen suppressed his laughter, sitting up straighter instead. Iron Fist versus Iron Fist. Could it be that this kid is thinking of defeating with fists? Liu didn't realize how many people were rummaging through cabinets to find their blood pressure medication because of his actions. He proactively messaged Miss Idolfish. "I know what you're about to ask. If I chose the sword fighter mech, it wouldn't be fair to you. So choosing the Iron Fist mech is fair to you then?" Miss Idolfish was both crying and laughing at the absurdity. "Fair? Are you stupid? Because I'm stronger than you. How arrogant could one get?" After being taunted repeatedly, Miss Idolfish's fighting spirit burned intensely in her chest. "Fine. Words mean nothing now. Let's settle it by action." The battlefield was a plain, which was the greatest fairness that the old principal could imagine. On the plains, 1 red and 1 blue Iron Fist mech stood facing each other 10 meters apart. In the 60-second preparation phase before the battle, Liu made the Iron Fist mech jog and jump a few times on the spot. Miss Idolfish remained perfectly still, adjusting her skills. The countdown passed swiftly, and big, bold letters appeared on the screen. Fight. Both Liu and Miss Idolfish made the same choice, to meet head-on in combat. Boosters instantly reached their maximum potential. A flash of red and blue streaked across half the screen as both figures lunged towards each other. Liu raised his right fist, and so did Miss Idolfish. Their punch connected solidly, causing the damage rate of their mech arms to immediately surge by 20%. Miss Idolfish acted faster. In an instant, she closed the distance, dropped her shoulder, and used the Iron Mountain Crash, driving forcefully into Liu's embrace. Raising her hand, she landed a heavy uppercut right on Liu's chin. He recoiled violently. Miss Idolfish followed up with a withdrawal of her fist and a powerful elbow strike to the cockpit. Before Liu could even press the shield button, Miss Idolfish executed a high kick, sending Liu flying far away. Liu crashed heavily onto the ground, tumbling several times. Before he could even prop himself up, Miss Idolfish flew over and landed a flying kick right on his chest. She landed gracefully on her tiptoes, and her boosters reached their maximum again, swirling her across the battlefield like a gale. Miss Idolfish caught up with Liu as he was flung back, grabbed his legs with both hands, and with a mighty effort, slammed him hard into the ground. So strong. From the very start, he had been hit by a devastating combo, losing nearly a third of his health bar. After recovering for a while, Liu slowly rose to his feet. This was the first time Liu truly experienced the prowess of Miss Idolfish. Under her furious assault, he didn't even have time to activate his shield. Seeing that Miss Idolfish did not pursue further, he decisively activated the particle shield. Upon seeing this, she smiled faintly and threw out the magnetic source. The already fast-moving Iron Fist mech seemed to teleport, disappearing instantly in front of Liu. Bang! A massive force surged from behind as Miss Idolfish slammed a heavy punch on Liu's back. Then came another flying kick that sent Liu hurtling through the air again. Liu went with the flow, landing smoothly after a forward somersault. Suddenly, a spherical magnetic source stuck onto his body and was quickly retracted, drawing Miss Idolfish's thrusting punch towards him. His particle shield shattered immediately, and Liu flew flat away due to the impact. With a throw, a pull, and a retrieval of the magnetic source, Miss Idolfish effortlessly caught up to him. Liu's desperate punch was easily evaded by her, and then she raised her right fist, delivering an iron punch to his head. This blow caused Liu to enter a dazed state, making his remaining health drop even more. Although Miss Idolfish enjoyed fishing, facing an opponent of her caliber, she did not dare to let down her guard at all, going full throttle from the very beginning. Mech damage rate 48%. Every joint in Liu's body felt as if it were screaming. Miss Idlefish was the strongest opponent he had encountered since playing the game. His health bar was now down to half, yet Miss Idlefish's was still full, untouched by a single drop of blood. What was supposed to be a match between two top players had turned into a one-sided battle. Chapter 48. The essential difference between you and me. The battlefield situation changes in the blink of an eye, and no one can always have the upper hand. Being rational about the competition is the best choice. However, even if the vast majority of people can remain rational, it does not mean that the remaining small group can do the same. The comment section under the live broadcast was chaotic, with comments like, "I didn't buy a ticket to see a one-sided beating," and "What happened to the promised ultimate showdown? And is this all Chuyin has got? Is this all?" Jia Jingjing clenched his fists. He could not tolerate someone belittling his brother so much. Unable to contain himself any longer, he immediately transformed into a hot-tempered older brother, going head-to-head with the trolls in the comment section. His 20 years of gaming experience showed as his hands flew over the keyboard. How could the trolls be his match? Girls' dormitory. Diana was also watching the live stream. She had just finished her shower, wearing only a bathrobe, with wet hair. She sat in front of the computer, drying her hair with a towel. For some unknown reason, despite Liu being on the receiving end of constant attacks, she wasn't worried at all. The reason was simple. The pressure given by Miss Moyu paled in comparison to that of the black mecha. As she plugged in the hairdryer and began to dry her hair, Eugeniu pointed to the screen and asked, "Aren't you worried about him?" "Don't worry. Although it looks like he's constantly getting hit, winning against him is still far off." Diana paused to answer her question and then continued drying her hair. "He's still warming up." Eugeniu didn't understand, thinking his health bar had already been halved by the enemy while he's still warming up. Liu stood up. His slow start at the beginning was a godsend for the opponent. A barrage of fierce attacks from Miss Moyu completely dazed him. He had anticipated that the opponent would be strong, but their strength was far beyond what he had expected. "She's really strong." Liu stretched his shoulders, making a kara sound at the joints. "However, always passively taking hits isn't my style." He pressed the particle shield button, altering its defensive range. "It's time I make you turn red all over." The wind blew across the plain. The viewers might not fully grasp what was happening, but as his opponent, Miss Moyu had the most direct feeling. Even though she was sitting inside the simulator, she suddenly felt as if she was being stared at by a demon. She glanced at Liu's eyes, and her blood turned cold. The red Iron Fist mech's eyes had somehow changed to a striking crimson. She tentatively threw out a magnet power source straight at Liu. He slapped it down onto the ground and stepped on it forcefully. He's starting to get serious. Miss Moyu retrieved the already damaged magnet power source and tapped her two fists together. Chuiyun's reputation is truly well-deserved. I mustn't be careless. Miss Moyu made a shocking move. With the propulsion system leaving a long tail flame, she fell back, deliberately increasing the distance. The next moment, Liu disappeared from her line of sight. To predict Liu's direction was actually not difficult. Miss Moyu had devoted herself wholeheartedly to studying the Iron Fist mech. Speaking of understanding this machine, if she claimed second place, no one else dared to claim first. Here, Miss Moyu sidestepped to the right, narrowly avoiding a ferocious punch from behind. Having missed, Liu immediately closed in with an aggressive posture, landing a side kick directly onto Miss Moyu's back. After receiving a heavy blow, she stumbled forward. Liu moved in once more with a powerful punch. Miss Moyu braced herself on the ground with both hands, and the Iron Fist mech's legs performed continuous kicks. Liu ignored these attacks. The continuous strikes hitting his body sounded ding ding dong dong, splashing tiny sparks. Exclamation point. Miss Moyu was startled. This split-second distraction allowed Liu to seize an opportunity. He grabbed Miss Moyu's right foot, unleashing terrifying strength as he lifted her up and slammed her hard into the ground. The blow sent Miss Moyu into a dizziness state, and Liu wouldn't let go of such a good chance. His pair of fists rained down like raindrops, and despite her initiating the particle shield, it was shattered under the assault. In effect, Liu's punches were now directly targeting her. Under consecutive strikes, Miss Moyu managed to pull out a magnet power source, smearing it all over Liu's face. He stopped his attack, removed the magnet power source from his face, and carelessly tossed it away with the wind. Seizing the moment, she took a step backward followed by a backward somersault, escaping from his range of attack. Her particle shield had been broken, and 40% of her health bar had been cut. More importantly, Miss Moyu discovered that the mechanical damage rate had skyrocketed to 45%. "You're strong." Miss Moyu flexed her shoulders, emitting a kara sound from her joints. "Stronger than any opponent I've encountered before. But, between you and me, there's an essential difference." Miss Moyu vanished instantly from the screen, and so did Liu with a turn, disappearing from sight. The sounds of fists colliding echoed from various corners of the plane. These two were moving so fast that the camera couldn't keep up. A streak of red light darting across the battlefield came to an abrupt halt as Liu braked hard. He chose a direction and drove his elbow forward. A muffled sound followed. His elbow struck Miss Moyu's abdomen. Such a powerful hit sent her flying backward. Liu immediately pursued her and cornered her this time. Another heavy blow landed in the same spot, causing Miss Moyu to crash onto the ground, shattering the earth beneath her. A magnet power source shot out like lightning, grazing Liu's face before soaring into the sky. Miss Moyu wouldn't miss even the smallest opportunity. Even if the magnet power source could only cause 1% of damage to him, she would still take the action. Sometimes, it is precisely that inconspicuous 1% that decides victory or defeat. He touched the scratch on his face made by the magnet power source and delivered a flying kick, hurling her away once more. What Liu couldn't understand was that his foresight eye, which had helped him avoid countless damages in the past, had been dormant for quite some time now. Ever since he entered Drajan Military Academy, this ability seemed to have lost its effect. He pondered about this issue for a long time, but never reached any conclusion. Mechanical damage rate 67%. I really am in a sorry state. Miss Moyu slowly propped herself up and unsteadily stood up. You're the first person to bring me to this point. An undeniable fact was that during the nearly half-hour battle thus far, apart from the damage dealt by the magnet power source, Miss Moyu had caused Liu almost no substantial harm. The tables turned dramatically in the second half. The one being passively beaten became Miss Moyu. However, you and I, there is an essential difference. My understanding of the Iron Fist mech surpasses yours. Chapter 49, Another Ripple. Liu threw out a magnetic source, and Miss Mafish also tossed out a magnetic source. The two magnetic sources collided head-on and fell crookedly to the ground. Liu pushed the thruster's power to its maximum and rushed forward. Miss Mafish decisively activated her particle shield. The former's punch hit on the shield, followed by a series of kicks. The shield value was rapidly decreasing, at which point Miss Mafish canceled the shield in an instant, leaving her chest and abdomen wide open. Liu has always been good at seizing opportunities. He sank his shoulders and slammed into her with an iron mountain lean. He raised his right fist to begin building up strength. If this punch were to land solidly, this match might very well end here. Miss Mafish immediately threw out a magnetic source, tossing it and pulling it back, vanishing from Liu's sight. He had no choice but to interrupt his build-up of strength, transforming into a streak of red light as he chased after her. One chasing, one fleeing. It was supposed to play out like this. The strange thing was that Miss Mafish stood motionless at the edge of the map, whether due to network lag or something else. Instinctively, Liu sensed danger and instantly shut off his thrusters, forcibly stopping in his tracks. You've fallen for it. Miss Mafish smiled without revealing her teeth, her raised fist striking straight down toward the ground. The sheer force of the blow made the ground tremble violently, nearly making Liu unable to stand as his mech shook uncontrollably. She applied her thruster onto herself, raising a wild storm. Liu looked gravely at the blue whirlwind in front of him, and upon lightly brushing it, he was immediately hurled away. As he flew through the air, the blue whirlwind suddenly stopped. Miss Mafish leapt upward, landing a rising dragon punch on Liu's back. Her thrusters fully erupted downward, pushing her higher into the air once again, soaring over Liu. Miss Mafish struggled to perform a forward somersault, delivering a flying kick that struck Liu. She almost seemed to be stepping on him as she plummeted rapidly, her gravitational acceleration gradually increasing to terrifying numbers. The wind whistled furiously in her ears. Liu, beneath her feet, couldn't move an inch. Inside the simulation pod, the realistic environment rendered him unable even to twitch a finger, as if a full-grown elephant were standing on him. Liu clenched his teeth and strained to extend his fingers, using every ounce of effort to touch the particle shield button. Once the command took effect, the shield opened up instantly, forming a sphere that protected him. Bang! The spherical red particle shield crashed into the ground like a cannonball, emitting a deep and heavy sound. The shield dissolved, and Miss Mafish landed effortlessly with a backflip, completely unscathed. Liu's left arm was completely destroyed, and the damage to his mech had reached 74%. A large crater formed in the ground where he landed. Using all four limbs, he climbed out of the pit. His right hand grabbed his already broken left arm and tore it off forcefully, sparks bursting everywhere. The thrusters were also damaged to some degree, with 4 out of 6 nozzles malfunctioning. The remaining 2 nozzles pushed Liu unstably toward Miss Mafish, moving at the pace of a crawling turtle. Every one of his movements was slow and decomposed into frames in her eyes. Miss Mafish nimbly sidestepped, leaving Liu's strikes landing in thin air. He was trying to use his severed left arm as a weapon, but the heavily damaged mech could no longer support high-intensity combat. From her perspective, his swings were just as ridiculous as a child's flailing. Finally, after another failed swing, he no longer had the strength to hold onto the severed arm. It slipped from his grasp, spinning him around due to inertia before falling backward onto the ground. Miss Mafish remained cautious. Despite seeing Liu lying there, she did not approach recklessly. Knowing that a person capable of 34 consecutive victories wasn't someone to underestimate, her instincts told her that Liu must still have some trick up his sleeve. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 5 minutes passed, yet Liu's mech continued to remain silent, its core even ceasing operation. Finally, Miss Mafish could no longer resist her curiosity. She tentatively stepped closer, intending to check Liu's condition. This single step fell perfectly into Liu's plan. When she approached within 2 steps of him, Liu still showed no reaction. This discovery gave her tremendous courage. She lifted her foot, preparing to stomp down on his head. As the mech lay dormant, its eyes suddenly flashed with a blood-red glow, its core surging to its peak performance in an instant. Liu lunged forward, hurling a magnetic source that stuck to Miss Mafish's body. The other end of the magnetic source clung to himself. In the blink of an eye, the magnetic source tightened, causing the 2 mechs to rush toward each other at high speed, colliding fiercely in sharp angles. Due to this collision, Liu's mech sustained a further 10% increase in damage, while Miss Mafish's mech experienced the same percentage rise in damage. At this moment, Liu's resilience became fully apparent. Before the opponent had a chance to recover, he gave a mighty leap and delivered a flying shoulder charge straight into her arms. Caught off guard, Miss Mafish was knocked sprawling to the ground. Liu quickly got up and followed through with a 450-degree rope soar. landing heavily on her again. Dazed, Miss Moffish managed to stand up, but collapsed onto her knees. Liu stepped on her shoulders for leverage and performed a flawless war stomp, pushing the damage levels of both mechs to an equal point. Both mechs were damaged at 84%. In general, when a mech's damage exceeds 80%, it is essentially considered scrap. And, to protect the players, the system should forcibly intervene and terminate the fight at that stage. It usually happens like this. The strange thing was, in this case, the system that was supposed to force the battles and remained unresponsive, as both Liu and Miss Moffish struggled back to their feet, swaying toward each other. Liu moved slightly faster, delivering a slap. She stumbled, replying with a right hook. What followed was akin to a childish brawl. Palm strikes, punches, kicks, stomps, everything went. From this point forward, what mattered was no longer skill or tactics nor even mech performance, but willpower. Whoever possessed the stronger will would emerge victorious. These two are born warriors, said the old dean outside the screen, deeply moved as he watched the two push against each other's limits despite being near exhaustion. Even if the only part left moving on their bodies were their teeth, they'd crawl over to bite through the other's throat. Suddenly, the master teacher stood up. These two shouldn't keep fighting anymore. We need to step in. The old dean showed no reaction. The two are already injured. The master teacher grew anxious. Which is more important, this fleeting win or their long-term future? The old dean simply looked at him and replied, "Do you believe interrupting the match shows respect to these warriors?" The master teacher gripped his fists tightly, but had no retort. Chapter 50, the endgame. Who is the victor? Liu's blue bar had been completely drained. Not a single skill could be cast. Helplessly, he could only resort to basic attacks to buy time while waiting for his blue bar to slowly recover. Miss Moffish was in the same situation, but her blue bar recovered faster than Liu's. With their current conditions, whoever released a skill first would almost certainly gain the upper hand. Suddenly, Miss Moffish heard a ding. Her blue bar had recovered to 15 points, just enough to use the Rising Dragon Fist skill. The previously dimmed skill grid lit up once again. She saw the dawn of victory. Miss Moffish stood with her hands down at her sides as Liu approached. Facing her sudden abnormal behavior, without hesitation, he threw a punch straight at her face. This punch was weak, and even if it hit, it wouldn't scratch her shield. Suddenly, almost instinctively, he sensed danger. The golden energy of Miss Moffish's right fist glimmered, accompanied by faint dragon roars. He realized it was bad news and wanted to retreat, but his severely damaged mech couldn't support a quick reaction. Miss Moffish unleashed her right punch, which struck Liu's chin hard. His head snapped back sharply, nearly breaking his neck. The red iron fist mech wobbled and eventually collapsed. In the boys' dormitory. Hey! Watching Liu fall, Gao Chun grabbed his head with both hands, his heart leaping into his throat. Impossible. Could old Li's winning streak really end today? Don't jinx it. Jia Zhengjing loudly interrupted him. Old Li won't lose. He definitely won't. Dean's office. Teacher Fong slammed the desk, startling the old dean. The former muttered, "Wow. How could such a cautious person make such a low-level mistake at this critical moment?" Neither the old dean nor the master teacher said anything. Teacher Fong continued watching the live stream and said, "Winning all night, but losing at sunrise. This little mistake will probably ruin the entire effort. Too unfortunate. They've come so far." The old dean and the master teacher silently ignored him. Yang Lin watched as Liu lay motionless on the ground, her gaze flickering. Miss Moffish was one step away from victory. The only winning rule of this match was core destruction. The goddess of victory had already chosen to embrace her. All she needed to do now was to walk over and break Liu's mech core with a basic attack, and she would win. I've told you. You and I have one fundamental difference. Miss Moffish dragged her battered body towards him step by step. And that is, my understanding of the Iron Fist mech far exceeds yours. Liu still lay motionless, his mech core gradually ceasing its operation. As a precaution, Miss Moffish still activated her particle shield and adjusted the defensive range to cover her own core. She was indeed a very cautious girl. Even when things were going her way, she still sought stability and aimed to eliminate Liu's last chance of a comeback. She finally arrived beside Liu, paused her steps, and looked down at him from above. This match, I win. Miss Moffish exhaled a sigh, pressed the basic attack button, and delivered a punch. The mech core was ripped out and crushed, ending the match. Red wins. Wait a second. The red team won. Is something wrong somewhere? All this happened in the blink of an eye. Except for Miss Moffish herself, no one likely noticed what exactly transpired. The instant replay provided the answer. Miss Moffish delivered a punch aimed at Liu's mech core. In that instant, Liu suddenly grabbed her hand, while his other hand effortlessly pierced through her particle shield, tearing her mech core out from her chest. With one strong movement, he crushed the core. In 5 seconds, Liu wrestled the victory that had slipped from his grasp earlier back to himself. However, what puzzled everyone was how did Liu manage to penetrate the particle shield that resisted physical attacks to grab and rip out the mech core. Frame by frame slow motion revealed everything. For a fleeting moment, a spherical magnet appeared on Liu's hand. A magnet is essentially a variant of energy, but fundamentally remains energy. Therefore, the particle shield has no effect against it. Who would have thought it? Let me ask again, who would have thought it? It was a tiny magnet that decided the final outcome. The light inside the experience pod went out, and Miss Moffish sat there in darkness. She racked her brain but couldn't understand how she lost because of a mere magnet. Dean's office. Damn it. Did you see that? Did you see that? Teacher Fong was so excited that spittle flew from his mouth. This kid is too damn calm. In such a situation, he could still think of using the magnet as a counter to the particle shield. And without hesitation, after grabbing the mech core, he immediately crushed it. This decisiveness. Can you believe the dean is only 18 years old? The old dean looked at him with a disdainful gaze. That's what it says on the resume in the office. Don't you think you're overreacting a bit? Boys' dormitory. Jia Jingjing raised his hands high and started cheering and celebrating. He won. He won. He won. Hooray, what a relief. Incredible. This is Mecha. This is youth. As if possessed, he ran to the door and opened it, shouting and yelling down the corridor. After finishing, he rushed to the balcony and shouted loudly to the people passing by downstairs. The neighboring dorms and the passers-by below all thought he was crazy. But Jia Jingjing didn't care. He was happy, and happiness needed to be released. Gao Chen sang, "We are the champions," loudly, his voice strong and clear. The match had ended. Miss Mafish's stunning 35-match winning streak came to an end today, as Liu narrowly defeated her, halting her unbeaten run. On the rankings board, Miss Mafish dropped 1 place to second. Liu, who stopped her winning streak, completed 35 victories and officially rose to the top spot on the leaderboard. Ding! A new private message woke up Liu. "I lost. You really are very strong," said Miss Mafish. "You're also strong. So far, besides the black mech, you're the strongest opponent I've faced," Liu replied. "Bridget. Huh. I'm saying my name, it's Bridget. Why? The person who beats me deserves to know my name. So during school. I don't go to school. What? I'm a member of the Alpha Fleet." Upon seeing the words, Alpha Fleet, Liu's breathing became slightly faster. Chapter 51, A Prominent Figure. After their conversation, Liu finally learned that the slacker Miss Mafish, whose real name was Bridget, had once been a member of Drajan Military Academy. In terms of age, she was a senior. Back then, Bridget achieved an excellent 3rd place in the annual final exam and successfully joined the Alpha Fleet. As for why she could still access the Academy's intranet to play games, it was because she had kindly requested the old principal to keep her student records active. She really loved playing Whirlwind, Mecha Rival. This is why even after graduation, she could still log onto the Academy's intranet to play games. The exhilarating pinnacle battle seemed like it was just yesterday. The name, Chasing Clouds, quickly became well known throughout the Academy. Reaching fame with the keyword, Chasing Clouds, is Liu soaring straight to the top of the trending list. Regarding this, the students didn't seem surprised at all. On the contrary, feeling surprised would be abnormal. Not only did he have good grades, but he also played games extremely well. What excuse do you have left not to work harder? Can you even sleep soundly at your age? Whether it was in Yang Lin's class, Teacher Fang's class, or Master Shi's class, whenever he appeared, 3 or 4 classmates would take the initiative to greet him. Especially the blonde boy who always showed up with dramatic teenage antics in front of Liu, proclaiming dramatically, "Archenemy, grow stronger. A stronger you is worth being defeated by me." Liu simply smiled at it. Conversely, Jia Jingjing would always loudly criticize the man as if he had been hit senseless. Prominent figures are never short on topics of conversation. Every move they make generates attention. Walking down the street, occasionally girls would come up to strike up a conversation, even proposing to exchange contact information. Whenever this happened, if Jia Jingjing was nearby, he'd whistle mischievously. If Diana was around, her face would turn as dark as a coal ball. Gao Chen teased him all day long, calling him a celebrity. At such moments, Liu would surely say, "What celebrity? Liu is just a name. My apologies. My contact details will only be given to someone who is truly important to me." This was his usual response when rejecting others. Diana, of course, had heard this as well. When she thought about how she had already obtained his contact details on the first day of school, her mind wandered somewhere else entirely, and red cheeks began to flush. Some bold and open-minded girls once jokingly said to him, "Since you're still single, how about we become your girlfriend?" Liu politely declined and said, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I already like someone. You've become a prominent figure now." Diana absent-mindedly stirred the juice in her cup. "You're shining brightly," Liu teasingly said. "Am I mistaken? Or do I feel that ever since my social standing improved, you've been acting jealous?" "Yeah, I am indeed jealous." Diana remained absent-minded, paying no heed to what she had just confessed unintentionally. Liu froze. Diana hadn't heard his voice and felt curious, so she looked up at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Are you really jealous?" Liu's throat moved slightly. "Yes. Do we mean the same thing when we talk about jealousy? Aren't you surrounded by all those girls? I'm unhappy, so I'm jealous. How do you manage to speak your mind so earnestly? I want to learn that too." "Learn what?" "How to earnestly express your thoughts." Seeing her eyes suddenly dim, Liu was taken aback, wondering if he had said something wrong. "Did I say anything? Are you inviting me to drink beverages just to say these things?" Her favorite juice, which she normally adored, suddenly lost all appeal to her. Of course, the more famous one becomes, the more disputes there are, a big guy. Not even peaceful while drinking a beverage. "Never mind, I'm going back. No need to see me off." Watching Diana walk away without any attachment, Liu was totally confused. After settling the bill, he hurriedly followed her. Diana walked ahead, and Liu followed behind. Every time she sped up, he immediately caught up too. "I said you don't have to see me off, didn't I?" Unable to contain herself, she loudly scolded him at the bottom of the dormitory building. "Which part of that do you not understand?" Liu drew his neck inward, losing confidence after being yelled at. "I was just thinking. If I said something earlier that made you unhappy, I apologize." "No need. You haven't done anything wrong. Fame or no fame, it isn't something we can control. I'm going back to the dorm." "Okay." Diana watched him bow his head, disappointedly shaking her head and turning to leave. "Wait." Liu called her back. Without turning around, she replied, "Is there anything else?" He suddenly strode forward, his strong arms wrapping around her slim waist. Diana struggled fiercely. What are you doing? I like you." Liu whispered in her ear softly. Her struggling motions came to an abrupt halt, her heart beginning to race, and her breathing becoming slightly rapid. "When I invited you for a drink, my intention was to let everyone know that I already like someone, so they wouldn't pursue me anymore." His voice grew quieter as he continued. "Instead, it caused you to misunderstand me. I didn't use you as a shield. I truly and sincerely like you. I am willing to be your guardian knight, protecting you from all floods and beasts. Would you allow me this chance?" Diana's inner world was torn between conflicting emotions. She couldn't deny her affection for Liu. Even with how lacking in common sense she may seem, the genuine feelings from deep within were impossible to ignore. A girl tends to feel inferior when in front of the one they like, compared to the beauties surrounding him. Neither in terms of looks nor figure was she the most outstanding one. She didn't know what had come over her. Darkness began growing within her. More than once, she'd imagined locking him up, keeping him confined to only herself, hiding him in a place known solely by her. Darkness started spreading, slowly devouring her thoughts and filling her mind with terrifying ideas. "I understand your answer now." Liu let her go, taking a step back. "I'm sorry." Her momentary silence had been interpreted as refusal. He had never experienced successful romantic relationships before. Prior to her, he hadn't even held another girl's hand. Earlier, in the heat of the moment, he had impulsively embraced her without thinking. Getting rejected wasn't surprising to him at all. "Wait." Liu stopped at her shout, turning around. She flung herself into his arms like a fledgling bird returning to its nest. "You are my guardian knight, so you mustn't leave my side. Not a single step." Tears welled up at the corners of her eyes as she clung tightly to him. He smiled, a smile tinged with tears. "Yes, my princess." Chapter 52, Midterm Examination, Part 1. Ding dong, ding dong. The bell signaling the end of class rang, and Yang Lin closed her lecture notes. The large classroom was filled with noise and chatter mixed together. Yang Lin, standing alone, had no chance to compete in volume with a group of energetic young people. So she picked up her startling block, chalk eraser, and slammed it hard on the lectern. The students turned their attention towards her, and the chatter faded away. "I apologize for interrupting your good time, but before we dismiss, I have an announcement." Yang Lin put down the eraser. "It's been half a year since you've entered the academy, and I believe the knowledge I've taught you can be proficiently mastered and applied. Starting next Monday, the official midterm examination will begin. The detailed schedule for exam week will soon be sent to all of your phones in document form. Please be sure to check your messages. I hope everyone can take this test seriously, as the midterm results will contribute to the year-end assessment and will serve as an important reference." Class dismissed. Yang Lin picked up her lecture notes and left the large classroom. The bombshell Yang Lin dropped just before the class ended caused many to feel tense. In 6 months, there was already a noticeable trend of polarization among the students. The elite group, led by Liu and Jia Jingjing, stood out far above the rest, unmatched by others. Below them were those who performed consistently well, whose grades steadily improved, the potential stocks. Further down were another extreme, the junk stocks. As exam week approached, those who should worry are the junk stocks, who usually don't study properly. Once inside the dormitory, Jia Jingjing collapsed onto his bed like he'd lost all strength. He fished his phone out of his pocket and tossed it onto his pillow before rolling over. "Exams start next week. What do you think about that?" Liu grabbed a cup of water and drank more than half of it in one go. "Let things come as they may. Besides, I'm not Xuanhuan, so don't ask me what I think. Haven't you heard what people say?" Jia Jingjing sat up. "You've changed. You're no longer the Liu I once knew. Since you broke single status, your mind is completely focused on your girlfriend, and you no longer care about your old buddies." "What nonsense are you talking?" Liu gave him a sidelong glance. Jia Jingjing threw up his hands. "Am I wrong? With exams coming up, you didn't even give a hand to your brother, always going on and on about my Anna. Now, you've become entirely a love-addicted brain. I doubt if you even remember what you studied during the past semester. With your grades and performance second only to mine, do you need my help?" Liu wanted to slap his face with a shoehorn. "Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say such things? It sounds like your grades are terrible or something." Ding dong, the phone chimed. The exam schedule has been released. Jia Jingjing picked up his phone for a quick look. According to the schedule, starting from next Monday, the entire week would be for testing. The first 3 days were written exams, courses like the evolution and development of tactics, Mechas maintenance and repair, and battlefield first aid knowledge. The last 4 days were practical exams, courses including physical training, Mechas maintenance and repair, battlefield first aid knowledge, plus the personal internal sanitation evaluation. Library. With midterms scheduled to start next Monday, there was a noticeable increase in the number of people visiting the library. Better late than never. Besides, there was once a man who scored 13 points within 35 seconds. Heaven favors those who strive, so it's never too late to give up. Liu also came. He accompanied Deanna. Deanna went to find books, while Liu found a spot to place his tote bag. Turning around, he stared blankly as Deanna returned carrying a stack of books. Evidently, Deanna had a purpose. She found these books in under 3 minutes. Liu hurried to help her slap the pile of books onto the table. "Why are you bringing so many books at once? I read an interesting novel here in the library earlier. Now I've found the sequels, and I plan to finish them all this time." Deanna stuck out her pink tongue and grinned. Liu rolled his eyes. "So, you're not here to review?" She feigned innocence. "Why should I review? The test covers material we've already learned, and it's super simple. Are you aware of what you're saying? Super simple. I'm afraid after you say that, you won't even be able to leave the library. It won't be like that. People here are still pretty friendly. And even if someone isn't nice, isn't there still you here? You're my knight in shining armor, right? Won't you protect me? It's not just lack of common sense with you. You're solidly an idiot. Even if I'm an idiot, I'm still your favorite kind of idiot, aren't I? Liu was utterly at a loss to respond. Ever since they had confirmed their relationship, it seemed like he had always been completely under Deanna's thumb. They say girls get dumb when they fall in love, but he always thought that Deanna was still the same Deanna, while it was him who had turned into an idiot. What's wrong? She asked. Nothing, he replied. She quietly read her novel, while he just gazed at her profile. After these few months of getting along, she let loose with her natural personality. She said, I don't have to pretend to be a good girl anymore. The title of scion of a prestigious family was, for her, both an honor and a burden. Here, she was just an ordinary student. Here, she was Deanna, who liked Liu. A little while later, she noticed his gaze and touched her face. Is there something on my face? No, he shook his head. Then why do you keep looking at me like that? A flush of pink rose on her cheeks. Because you're beautiful. He smiled gently. As evening fell, Deanna returned her books and walked out of the library with Liu. She stretched her arms lazily. I've been sitting all day, and now my back is sore. Do you want me to rub it for you? Liu smirked mischievously as he arched an eyebrow. No. She opened her arms toward him. Carry me. Without hesitation, Liu slid one hand under her knees and wrapped the other around her shoulders. With a soft exclamation of surprise from her, he picked her up. Deanna hurriedly clutched his neck. Why you? What are you doing? I told you to carry me, not hold me. Don't like it. Liu made as if to let go. Then I'll put you down. No, she stopped him quickly. All you ever do is bully me. Deanna kept her figure well controlled, and holding her felt light, lacking any substantial weight. He carried her, strolling in the twilight. Princess, what would you like to eat tonight? I don't know, you decide. Slowly, she rested her head against his chest. The strong heartbeat brought an indescribable sense of security, slowly pulling her further into his embrace. Your wish is my command. He grinned. Chapter 53, Midterm Examination, Part 2. A weekend passed without a ripple. As the first rays of morning sunlight fell on the earth, dawn broke. It was Monday, examination week had officially begun. Liu woke up at 8 o'clock. After all, the test wouldn't start until 9. He tossed off his blanket and sat up, grabbing his phone to make a call, waking up Diana, a little lazy cat. Today there was only one written exam, the evolution and development of tactics, with an exam duration of 3 hours from 9 to 12. Jingle jingle, jingle jingle. The pre-exam bell rang, and Liu walked into the large classroom with his hands in his pockets, looking cool. He took his familiar seat, pulled out a pen from his pocket, and started spinning it. Diana, Jia Jingjing, Yu Junyu, Gao Chun, and several others gradually entered the examination room and sat down. Diana exchanged a smile with Liu. In contrast to the ease of good students, those who didn't usually listen carefully in class trembled like a sieve as soon as they stepped into the big classroom. What's wrong with you? Yang Lin looked at the male student trembling like a sieve. The latter almost couldn't walk properly. That boy, nervous, stuttered. I'm a bit tense. Don't be nervous, Yang Lin consoled him. You're already shaking before the exam starts. Anyone who doesn't know might think I'm about to push you onto the guillotine. The atmosphere inside the large classroom became lively, and the boy relaxed his tension, rushing back to his seat like fleeing. It was exactly 9 o'clock. Yang Lin said casually. Wait, if you have any devices on you, you'd better take them out now. She unsealed the test paper bag, but no one below the podium moved. Is no one going to listen to me? She continued, placing a thin stack of papers on the table. Are we not adults here? Do I need to explain the consequences to you again? If you hand over your cheating tools now, I can still prove that it was an active cessation of cheating. But if caught during the exam, you will automatically receive 0 points and a public reprimand across the entire school. Of course, whether or not you hand them over is up to you. I won't use forceful means. However, the consequences are your own responsibility. Several people could not bear the immense psychological pressure and took out all sorts of dazzling gadgets from their pockets, handing them over to Yang Lin at the front desk. Still, there were a few obstinate brothers who dared not meet Yang Lin's gaze, turning their heads to pretend they were enjoying the scenery outside the window. The test papers were handed out row by row from front to back. When Liu received his, he quickly glanced through its contents. There were multiple choice questions, true or false questions, plus 2 short answer questions. Only 3 types of questions in total. As Yang Lin had promised, the test content was indeed what had been covered in previous lectures. The multiple choice and true/false questions were relatively straightforward, while the 2 short answer questions were related to the Battle of Rostock and the operation to retake empty Resonance Plank Road. Together, they added up to 50 points, half the full score. Yang Lin returned to her seat and announced, exam begins. Liu swiftly wrote his name on the paper, xuanhuan. How seriously one had listened in class would become evident through this single test. Truly, only when the tide goes out do you discover who has been swimming naked. And for those who attempted last-minute cramming, all they received was a swift kick from Buddha. For the multiple choice and true/false sections, Liu proceeded smoothly without much trouble. By the time 20 minutes had passed, he began tackling the last 2 main questions. At nearly the same moment, some of the more stubborn boys started to move. Yang Lin's slight relaxation gave them a chance to seize the opportunity, demonstrating skills that even rivaled Liu's ability in spotting such chances. Alas, they just failed to apply their minds in a proper direction. Those sitting close pushed their papers slightly towards each other, while those further away were enthusiastically passing small notes around. Yang Lin stretched her arms, descended from the podium, and began patrolling the exam hall. Passing Liu, she cast a glance at his test paper from the corner of her eye, revealing a satisfied look, nodding slightly. She couldn't resist giving a quiet comment. Well done. She then approached the last row of seats. Behind her, the small notes were being stealthily transmitted. Someone decided to take a huge risk in order to scrape together a pass. Predictably, the outcome was miserable. Suddenly, Yang Lin spun around, startling two classmates who were in the middle of passing notes. The note slipped from their fingers, and Yang Lin deftly picked it up in one swift motion, like a swallow skimming water. With a mischievous expression, she looked at the two male students who lowered their heads, and they silently grabbed their test papers, placed them on the podium, and left the classroom. Despite the two clear precedents, someone else dared to cheat right under Yang Lin's watchful eyes. Her gaze hardened slightly as she noticed a female student in the last row on the left side who constantly fiddled with her hair after writing just a few words, an abnormal behavior that caught Yang Lin's attention. She approached the female student and extended her hand. "Teacher, what's the matter?" The girl's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. Yang Lin said expressionlessly, "Do I really need to say more? You don't want this incident to become common knowledge, do you?" With just one sentence, Yang Lin shattered the psychological barrier of the female student. The latter took out a device shaped like a hair clip from her hair and handed it over to Yang Lin before dejectedly submitting her test paper and leaving the large classroom. A slight movement in her heart, Yang Lin said, "Hey," and with one hand, she caught a small ball of paper midair. "Good job," turning the exam room into a basketball court. Yang Lin looked left and right. Two male students seated 2 rows apart quickly lowered their heads. "What? After getting capped by me, you don't even dare to look up?" Embarrassed beyond measure, the 2 male students submitted their papers and fled the large classroom like they were escaping. Having finished his test, Liu didn't bother checking it, put down his pen, rested his head on the table, and started sleeping. Diana, Yu Junyu, Jia Jingjing, Shin Mo and a few others also gradually put down their pens and began carefully reviewing the answers they had written. Liu was clearly the most audacious among them, causing Yang Lin to shake her head repeatedly. As time passed minute by minute, Yang Lin deliberately walked back and forth inside the large classroom, refusing to sit down. She knew that the closer it got to the end of the exam, the more people would take dangerous risks. A female student's had almost disappeared under the desk. She didn't even notice when Yang Lin approached. Instead of making a sound, Yang Lin watched as the female student raised her head and picked up the pen, filling in the letter A for a multiple-choice question. "This question should be B." Yang Lin kindly pointed out the correct answer. Feeling like she had struck gold, the female student, while saying, "Thank you," quickly crossed out her original answer and wrote down AB. The classmate at the neighboring table had been watching this side all along and could no longer hold back, laughing softly. This laugh made her face change instantly as she realized something wasn't right. Turning around, she saw Yang Lin smiling at her. Reaching out, the latter received the device and an unfinished test paper from the former, who looked completely dejected. "Last-minute cramming may get your foot kicked by Buddha," Yang Lin remarked, alluding to something specific. Chapter 54, Midterm Exam 3. The teachers grade the exams very quickly. The scores come out in the afternoon, right after the morning exam. Everyone more or less knows their own level, so those who do well are naturally thrilled. As for those who perform poorly, they just have to accept bad luck. And there are a few unfortunate souls who got caught cheating, and thus, naturally, received 0 points. Tuesday was the written exam for the mech suit maintenance and repair course. Liu had racked his brain trying to figure out how a practical operation-focused class could have a written test. On Monday night, Master Sure showed him that as long as your thinking doesn't waver, methods always outnumber difficulties. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, gather promptly in the Smart Brain classroom. The written part of this class will be held online. This notice brightened many people's eyes. An online exam means there's probably a chance to secretly use a search engine to find answers, right? In front of the screen, Master Sure displayed a mysterious smile with an unclear meaning. At 9 o'clock Tuesday morning, the written exam for mech suit maintenance and repair officially began. Master Sure sat on a chair, legs crossed, reading the newspaper. In front of him on the table was a steaming cup of tea. He had been here early waiting. When one gets older, they sleep less. Since becoming a subject teacher, he hasn't woken up later than 7 o'clock once. Students walked into the classroom chatting and laughing, some even slinging their arms over each other's shoulders. People gradually filled the room. The time for today's 2-hour written exam was from 9 to 11. Once everyone had arrived, Master Sure put down the newspaper and took a sip of aromatic tea. Then, in full view of all, he unplugged the network cable. The exam paper has already been opened in document form on everyone's smart brain. Master Sure dropped the plug. Exam begins. Without the network, search engines became useless. A few only then realized they'd been played by Master Sure. Those who had privately rejoiced after seeing last night's notice, thinking they could use the search engine to find answers, now turned pale and sat dazedly in their seats. Master Sure chuckled coldly in his heart, thinking tricks won't work with me. What you can think of, would I not be able to anticipate? Liu shrugged and shifted his gaze back to the open exam paper in front of him. The Smart Brain classroom wasn't large, and students sat tightly next to each other. Master Sure returned to his chair and continued reading the newspaper. Plans thwarted, new ones arise. Those who were just turning gray in thought came alive again. Someone quietly adjusted the stool under their bottom closer to the neighboring desk, their eyes desperately slanting towards the neighbor's Smart Brain screen, nearly squinting. Closer, closer. Any moment now, they're about to see the answer. Just at that moment, the neighboring desk's smart brain automatically went dark. The male student who was almost upon the answer froze. From the podium, Master Shi's voice floated softly. Don't try any stunts. I've set an anti-cheating program on every smart brain. If it detects another gaze coming near, the smart brain will automatically turn off the screen. The boy who had sneaked his stool closer to copy from the neighboring desk gave up and earnestly started working on the test questions. But where there is a strategy, there is also counter-strategy. A simple anti-reference program wasn't enough to hold programmers with strong hands-on skills. As Yang Lin often said, that bit of cleverness never goes toward the right path. A few students abandoned answering their papers and started tinkering with programs to crack the anti-cheat software instead. Codes appeared like flowers blooming brilliantly on smart brains. Writing such a cracking program wasn't too difficult, but when a male student felt confident he had succeeded and hit enter, a message suddenly popped up on the screen. Keyboard locked. Exam failed. Master Shi happened to glance over just as he put down the newspaper. I said don't try anything funny. What you can imagine, would I not be able to foresee? I've walked over bridges older than the salt in your rice. The poor guy whose keyboard got locked trudged away dejectedly like a defeated rooster and left the classroom. Liu finished his test in just 40 minutes and clicked save. Jia Jingjing was the second one to finish. He ran out of the classroom and punched Liu hard in the chest. How was it? Difficult. Okay. Liu rubbed his chest. The content of the exam was what we learned in class. Jia Jingjing's attention was diverted. Hey, look, what's that? Following Jia Jingjing's pointing finger, Liu saw a female classmate sneakily pulling out something that resembled a USB drive. Realization dawned on him. It must be a portable wireless network. Can something so outdated still work? Jia Jingjing was shocked. As long as she can open a search engine, there's still hope. Liu gave a thumbs up. The female classmate activated her portable wireless network and connected to it. She opened the search engine and began looking up answers. She quickly found the answer to the first question, but just as she was about to fill in the blank with glee, a message popped up on her screen. Test locked. Exam failed. The female student froze. Beside her, Master Shi took the portable wireless network device from her hand. If you were this clever, why didn't you use it for something good? Why bother with these underhanded tricks? The girl lowered her head and ran out crying. Jia Jingjing glanced at the sobbing girl passing by and shook his head. TSK. To pass the test, people will resort to anything. Why bother? Liu frowned. Studying last minute and expecting success is like begging the Buddha to help when you don't respect the practice in the first place. Ms. Yang Lin is right. Such minds rarely focus on the right path. Diana also finished her exam and bounced out happily. Little fool, why are you smiling? Liu lightly flicked her nose. I smile because I see you, she said cheerfully. Is my face that funny? No. Because of you. Every day is full of happiness and joy. The couple showed their affection openly, completely ignoring Jia Jingjing's murderous glare nearby. Jealous. Liu intentionally hugged Diana closer, teasing Jia Jingjing further. This is my girlfriend. Do you have one? Envy twisted Jia Jingjing's face. You're asking for it. Are you crazy? The exam ended. Just like yesterday, a few unlucky individuals were caught cheating. It should be noted that Drajan Military Academy has zero tolerance for cheating. Once verified, cheaters receive immediate expulsion from the academy. Therefore, the caught cheaters looked utterly soulless. They knew they wouldn't be able to stay in the academy anymore. Chapter 55, Midterm Examination 4. Wednesday, the written exam for Battlefield First Aid Knowledge took place. The subject teacher, Ms. Nightingale, turned the auditorium into an examination room, and the test started promptly at 9 in the morning with a duration of 1.5 hours, from 9 to 10:30. Finally, no one was playing mind games today. Ms. Nightingale knew everyone's level all too well, so the only question types on her exam were multiple choice and true/false questions. 50 multiple choice questions, 1 point per question, and 50 true/false questions, also 1 point each. Isn't there that saying? If there are 3 short answers and 1 long, choose the longest. If there are 3 long answers and 1 short, choose the shortest. If they're all about the same, choose A or C without hesitation. If it weren't for Ms. Nightingale's strict rules, someone might have brought dice into the examination room. Let's not dwell on how much time people like Liu and Diana spent finishing the entire exam. For the average student, true/false questions are essentially a one-shot gamble, either correct or wrong. Multiple choice questions, although slightly more complicated, still attract their share of extreme gamblers. Isn't there that saying? Toss the answer sheet on the ground, step on it once, and when it's scanned, you'll still manage around 20 points. During a lecture, Ms. Nightingale herself once said, I once had a student who selected A for all 50 multiple choice questions I gave. Coincidentally, in that exam, most of the correct answers for the multiple choice questions were indeed A. That student scored somewhere in the mid-30s to early 40s, quite a high score. At that moment, the students were shocked. Words spoken unintentionally often have purposeful listeners. Today's exam had its own group of students choosing to go extreme. Some, after writing their names on the test papers, blindly filled every choice question bracket with an A. Others really threw their answer sheets on the floor, stepped on them twice, then dusted them off and signed their names. As for the true/false questions, it was even simpler. Just alternate writing correct and incorrect as you go down the list, making one want to shout out loud, Mom will never worry about my studies again. Thus, they finished the entire exam in less than 10 minutes, faster than even Liu, which left Ms. Nightingale amazed. But upon reviewing their submitted tests, she couldn't help but flash an amused smile. In her exam paper, Among the 50 multiple-choice questions, only 10 had A as the correct answer. Among the 50 true/false questions, only 10 had correct as the right answer. These poor souls still had no idea what kind of woman they were dealing with. On the corridor, they chatted and laughed, proud of their own cleverness. People say things casually, but others take them to heart. Ms. Nightingale glanced at the few test papers on the podium and smiled faintly. Would I not know such simple principles? Liu happened to look up at exactly that moment, catching Ms. Nightingale's eerie smile. Involuntarily, he shivered, thinking this woman's smile was truly terrifying. With no one plotting against each other, Ms. Nightingale, naturally, had an easy time. She went online to read novels, lazily leaning back in her chair, her black wavy hair loosely spread over her shoulders. Her gemstone-like red eyes were captivating, and Ms. Nightingale, with her striking beauty, exuded charm in every move. She ranked consistently high on the list of people you'd most like to marry. Many students privately called her the mistress doctor. Although she seemed frivolous on the surface, in reality, Ms. Nightingale was a deeply devoted person. Cough cough, let's return to the topic. Time ticked by second by second. Most students had already completed their exams and were sprawled out sleeping on the desks. Liu tried his best to aim for a perfect score, so after finishing the exam, he checked his answers over and over again. Jia Jingjing idly spun his pen. Diana looked curiously around. High-sounding snores emanated from Gao Chun, while Shen Mo cast him an annoyed glance. Ms. Nightingale's gaze slowly landed on Liu. She found Liu intriguing. Although his performance in her class hovered around the middle range, that did not stop him from shining brightly in other areas. The old dean's evaluation of Liu was a natural-born warrior, and master teacher called him the ace of the academy. At that moment, Ms. Nightingale nearly dropped her jaw, thinking to herself just what made this young man so extraordinary. How could he earn such high praise from both the old dean and the master teacher? She began observing and understanding Liu more closely. Gradually, she realized that the old dean and the master teacher hadn't been exaggerating. Liu truly lived up to the title of ace. You really do shine brilliantly. Ms. Nightingale smiled lightly and softly said, given some time, you will surely become a pillar of the Alliance military, won't you? Ding dong, ding dong. The bell signaling the end of the exam rang. All right, everyone stop writing. Nightingale stood up and clapped her hands twice. Every student was highly efficient. From the moment Nightingale said stop writing to the last student leaving the exam room, the entire process took less than 2 minutes. Nightingale walked down from the podium to collect the test papers one by one. Outside the exam room, Eugeniu walked alone in the crowd, looking so isolated. She didn't have many friends, apart from the small group led by Liu and Jia Jingjing. She didn't really know anyone else by name. Jia Jingjing quickly spotted her among the crowd and sped up his steps to walk beside her. Eugeniu had an extremely strong sense of alertness. When she sensed someone approaching, her body immediately tensed up, her hand slipping into her pocket. Only when she caught a glimpse of Jia Jingjing from the corner of her eye did she relax slightly, pulling her hand out of her pocket. She glanced around secretly, leaning slightly toward the left. Would you like to join me for lunch? Jia Jingjing asked. For some reason, Eugeniu's delicate face turned pink. How was the exam? Did you find it challenging? It's fine. Not too difficult. What would you like to eat at lunch? Whatever you want. I'll treat you. Anything is fine. Why are your cheeks red? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Instinctively, Eugeniu touched her cheek, only to find it slightly warm. We can discuss having lunch another time if you're not feeling well. You should go to the medical room and let the doctor check you over. He added. After all, health is the foundation of everything. Her heart was thrown into chaos. She shook her head vigorously like a drumstick toy. Her face flushed bright red, yet she couldn't utter a single word. Wait. At the end of the corridor, she called him back. He stopped, turned around, and looked at her. What's the matter? At 9 o'clock, come find me in Central Garden. Do you need something? Yes. All right, I'll definitely be there. Chapter 56, A Heart, Given Entirely to You. At 9 in the evening, in the Central Garden of the Academy, Jia Jingjing, dressed in formal attire, arrived here. He had initially no idea such a place existed within the Academy. It was Liu who informed him of its location. However, if he had paid close attention to Liu's smile, half amused, half mysterious, before leaving, he might have realized that this invitation was highly suspicious. The Central Park has another name, Keiqiaoxian, which means a place for lovers to date and meet. Even at night, the Central Garden remained brightly lit. Couples strolled leisurely through the garden, with streetlights dutifully casting warm yellow light on them, creating paired shadows. By the flower bed, on a bench, sat what seemed like a celestial beauty from a painting. Her soft, shiny white hair cascaded down to her waist, the ends curling slightly in gentle waves. Her pair of dazzling golden eyes sparkled like the sun under the lamplight. She was naturally delicate, her slightly powdered face exuding a crystalline pink glow. She wore a white-based cheongsam embroidered with blue waves, split up to the thigh, paired with a pair of white high heels. Her tender hands rested calmly on her knees. Seated on the bench, she bowed her head slightly, appearing somewhat uneasy. Who was dressed formally besides Jia Jingjing? Eugeniu also specially groomed herself for this meeting. In fact, she knew little about cosmetics and skincare, but fortunately, she had Diana, her good roommate. After dressing her up beautifully, Diana pushed her out the door with a mischievous wink. Keep going. I'm waiting for your victorious news. Jia Jingjing was transfixed, his breath pausing for a moment. Emotions rippled in Eugeniu's heart as she noticed someone watching her and turned to glance at Jia Jingjing. Thus, their eyes met. Yu Jinyu hastily lowered her head, growing even more flustered. She kept rubbing the edge of her cheongsam, almost tearing it apart. Jia Jingjing swallowed dryly and walked over mechanically, sitting down beside her. Good evening. Jia Jingjing broke the awkward silence by greeting first. Yu Jinyu gave a soft in response. I've arrived. With beauty at his side, Jia Jingjing could hardly concentrate despite his usually proper demeanor. Yu Jinyu softly hummed again. He scratched the back of his head, thinking silently that the girl didn't have many other words in her repertoire. Little did he know, Yu Jinyu had already berated herself countless times inside. After all, it was she who invited him here for a meeting. Now that he'd come, she found herself unable to utter any coherent sentences. Seeing her remain indifferent, Jia Jingjing took the initiative to ask. So, why did you invite me here? Do you know where this place is? Yu Jinyu asked in an almost inaudible voice. My God, is this the first time the cold beauty has said more than 10 words in one sentence? Am I finally blessed by fortune? My goddess, I must buy a lottery ticket tonight. Jia Jingjing's chaotic thoughts surged again, though naturally these words were only dared to be shouted in his mind. Central Garden. He replied. It actually has another name, but she felt too embarrassed to utter it directly. I'm listening attentively. Keiqiaoxian. What? It means a place where couples make dates and meet. Jia Jingjing froze completely, too stunned to move. On the contrary, Yu Jinyu gathered every ounce of courage she had, inching closer toward him. Jia no Jing. Her lips parted slightly as she softly called his name. Hold on. I know it's sudden to say this now, but please give me 1 minute. He was suddenly struck like being hit by lightning and sprang straight up from the bench. Crab Banana Potato Nicholas Tse Ultraman Denim Pants Guan Yu Sima Guang Winter's Sun Autumn Wind Sweeping Li Zhuang Xiaoming Helping Grandmas Across the Road Alibaba versus 40 Thieves Alien Wars Against Predators. Alright, he recomposed himself. She chuckled bitterly, shook her head, and said, Do you want to hear my story? He nodded earnestly. When I was very young, my parents, they wanted a divorce. She forced a smile. They succeeded. But then, I became the extra baggage that neither of them wanted. Neither dad nor mom wanted me. I had nowhere to go, so I began wandering. I aimlessly walked along the streets. Many kind people offered to take me home, but did I still have a home? I couldn't trust those people, so I ran away while they were calling others on the phone. I wandered the streets. When I was hungry, I'd rummage through trash bins. If I was lucky, I might find half a loaf of bread. When I was tired, I would sleep on park benches or under bridges. I lived like a creature, neither human nor ghost. My childhood was terrible, wasn't it? Hearing this, Jia Jingjing had already clenched his fists, a surge of righteous anger rising in his chest. She continued, When I was freezing cold and starving, nearly about to freeze to death, it was the old dean who saved me. He brought me back to the academy and cooked me a steaming bowl of porridge. I swear, it was the most delicious bowl of porridge I've ever eaten. He gave me a bath, took me shopping for clothes, and dressed me like a human again. One time, I asked him, Why are you being so good to me? Even my parents think I'm a burden. The old dean said, You're not a burden. You have a bright future ahead of you. Your life shouldn't end like this. The old dean gave me the hope named survival. He's my savior. And you? She looked deeply into his eyes. You're different. If it was the old dean who made me a person again, then you're the one who made me whole and vivid. During these days interacting with you and your little group, I felt that you genuinely consider me a friend. Don't laugh at me, but aside from all of you, I don't really have any other acquaintances in the academy. In other words, my only friends are you. It can't be denied that being with you makes me feel relaxed and comfortable. The past 6 months have been the happiest time of my entire life. Saying thank you is no longer enough to express my gratitude toward you. I have feelings for you, there's no doubt about it. My heart isn't very big, and this is the first time I'm showing it to someone else. She held her hands out empty, laughing through tears. Her eyes shimmered with ripples as she struggled to keep her smile. A single-hearted devotion, entirely given to you. Will you accept it? He solemnly took her hands in his. I will. Life is long, and I want to walk it together with you. She laughed, and finally, her tears fell. Chapter 57, Midterm Examination 5. Liu welcomed Thursday with trepidation. The reason was simple. Starting today, the examination week officially moved into its practical phase, and the first subject on deck would be physical training. Just after 8 o'clock, students gathered in small groups on the playground. Teacher Fong had his hands tucked inside his sleeves, waiting there for quite a while already. Behind him were neatly aligned camouflage backpacks, bulging to their full capacity. After roll call, Teacher Fong glanced at the watch on his wrist. It was almost time. He said, I'm sure you all have noticed the backpacks behind me. That's right. Today's test is a 5-kilometer weighted run. The passing score is within 25 minutes. If there are no objections, come forward one by one and pick up a backpack, then we'll start the exam immediately. Liu was so nervous that his hands were trembling. Over the past half year, he had made significant progress in physical fitness. However, the 5-kilometer weighted run remained his nightmare. In the 6 months, he had only passed this event a few times. However, the results of the midterm exams would become an essential reference in the final evaluation of the year. To secure a spot in the top 10 and join the Alpha Fleet during the annual assessment, Liu clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. There was nothing left but to do his best. He grabbed a backpack and stepped to the starting point. Seeing everyone prepared, Teacher Fong took out a starter pistol from his pocket. Covering one ear with a hand, he pulled the trigger with the other. Bang! The exam officially began. Students surged forward like bees swarming out of a hive, pushing and jostling each other. Predictably, Yu Jinyu shot ahead instantly to take the lead. Jia Jingjing used a clever trick, calmly trailing behind her to reduce wind resistance. Li Yu was in the middle of the group, surrounded by several people. The blonde boy leaned closer, teasing him deliberately. Long-time rival, aren't you satisfied with being left so far behind? Li Yu glanced sideways at him and retorted, don't joke around. I'm about to pick up my speed. Bring it on. The blue and the blonde boy's pupils seemed ablaze with fighting spirit as he roared. It's time to settle the score between us. Yu Jinyu had already sensed that Jia Jingjing was closely following her. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, thinking to herself, wants to use me to lower the wind resistance. As much as she tried to lose him, every time she sped up, Jia Jingjing would accelerate right along with her. When she slowed down, he mimicked her pace perfectly. Through all these maneuvers, only her own energy was being depleted. Yu Jinyu slowed down again, giving Jia Jingjing an opportunity to surge ahead and overtake her, leaving him enough leeway to tease her. Yo, isn't that classmate Jinyu? One night away, and why have you become so slow? In response, without any effort, she retook her leading position. You won't win just yet. She reclaimed the lead. Why so serious? I don't really care about competing for first place with you, said Jia Jingjing loudly from behind her. She didn't even spare him a glance. Jinyu. He came closer to her, whispering with deliberate proximity, I love you. With an oomph, her rhythm and steps got completely disrupted. Succeeded in overtaking. He took the front position again. Gore. Even statues have their limits. Constantly disturbed, she was now angry. What a despicable man. She decided she wouldn't talk to him for a whole week. No, make that 5 days. Or perhaps just 3. Li Yu and the blonde boy were locked in fierce competition, trying to leapfrog each other repeatedly. Hey. Li Yu's breathing grew increasingly rapid. You say I'm your sworn rival, yet I don't even know your name. Siegfried. The blonde boy briefly glanced at him before divulging his name. Li Yu was taken aback. Siegfried, from the Nordic myth The Song of the Nibelungs, the one who bathes in dragon blood? Yeah. Siegfried proudly lifted his head. That's where my name originates from. Instinctively, Li Yu looked towards Siegfried's shoulder blades. I don't have any fallen Bodhi leaves on my shoulders. Siegfried rolled his eyes. Everyone who heard his name always glanced at his shoulder blades. It had practically turned into a rule. How can someone who bears the name Siegfried end up such a fool? Li Yu criticized loudly. Siegfried immediately fumed. You're the fool. Your whole family is full of fools. Li Yu grinned silently. Enraged further, Siegfried declared, wait and see. Once I enter the Alpha Fleet and achieve greatness, I'll make you realize. Mocking me was the stupidest decision you've ever made. I'm looking forward to it. Li Yu zoomed past him. Teacher Fong waited at the finish line. Far away, a graceful figure flickered faintly. It was Yu Jinyu. Despite momentarily losing focus due to Jia Jingjing's interference, as soon as she found her rhythm again, he could no longer catch up. She continued pulling further and further ahead, practically in a league of her own. She was the first to cross the finish line, at which point Teacher Fong stopped the stopwatch immediately. First place, Yu Jinyu. Time, 21 minutes and 6 seconds, passed. A perfect score that even earned praise from Teacher Fong. The second to return was Jia Jingjing, who tossed his backpack to the ground upon crossing the finish line and plopped down on the ground right after. Second place, Jia Jingjing. Time, 22 minutes and 7 seconds, passed. Diana and Gao Chen rushed across the finish line one after another, their times almost identical. Yalla! From far away came a deafening shout. In view were Li Yu and Siegfried, charging madly toward the finish line as if possessed. Those who had already qualified quickly moved aside left and right, wary of being caught in the chaos caused by these two lunatics. Li Yu and Siegfried crossed the finish line virtually simultaneously, but Siegfried stumbled and fell forward, not only crashing himself, but also dragging Li Yu down with him. The two tumbled into a heap. Ninth place, Li Yu. Time, 24 minutes and 46 seconds, passed. 10th place, Siegfried. Time, 24 minutes and 47 seconds, passed. Teacher Fong loudly announced their results before glaring at the two. After the 11th person crossed the finish line, Teacher Fong put away his stopwatch, since there was no longer any need to time those coming after. None of the rest qualified. The exam is over. Teacher Fong looked at the 11 people who had returned and declared the end of the test. Dismissed. Li Yu staggered as if about to fall, only for him to collapse into a cloud-like, soft embrace. He looked up to see Diana smiling brilliantly. How does it feel to have a noblewoman's lap pillow? Not bad, he smiled weakly. But I want more. She lightly pinched his nose. Dream on. Chapter 58, Midterm Examination 6. Friday, the practical exam of mech maintenance and repair. After half a semester, the old man kept repeating those few key points. Perhaps he didn't find it boring himself, but everyone else had long since grown tired of hearing it. As for today's practical test, everyone generally lacked enthusiasm. To be blunt, anyone could guess with their toes that the content would be either disassembling an outdated standard mech and reassembling it, or dragging over 2 mechs with defects to see who could spot problems faster. The students were scattered lazily on the playground, lackadaisically waiting for the invigilator to appear. The old master appeared. Today, he was carrying a briefcase in one hand, and nothing else. At the sight of the briefcase in his hand, everyone's interest waned even more. Probably just the hand mechs, or leg armor again. Someone muttered, we're likely going to test the strength or top speed. As for the 2 tables on the playground, both covered with dark green silk cloth, no one paid attention. The old master quickly walked over and placed the briefcase on each table, one on the left and one on the right. I know you all aren't interested. So, Let's do something different today. With that, he opened the two briefcases simultaneously. As the cases opened, everyone could clearly see rows of small, iron-gray bracelets lying neatly in the compartments. Armed bracelets. Someone recognized the bracelets in the case and became excited. They're armed bracelets. A faint smile curved at the corners of the old master's mouth. That's right. These bracelets in the boxes are trial armed bracelets. You've always said my lectures are boring, haven't you? Well, for today's practical exam, I'll give you something new. Each of you come up and pick one bracelet. Later, we'll do some real combat practice. The students immediately surged forward, jostling to grab a bracelet from the boxes. The old master said, "Don't rush, there are enough," but no one listened. The bracelet fit Li Yu's wrist perfectly. He examined it repeatedly like a curious child who'd just received a new toy. Jia Zhengjing's eyes gleamed as if what he held wasn't a bracelet, but a gemstone. The armed bracelet is made from nanomaterials, containing one or more sets of nanoarmor inside. Due to its convenience and quick use, it is highly popular within the Alliance army. Has everyone gotten a bracelet? The old master's gaze swept across the gathered crowd. The usage method is very simple. Wear the bracelet on your wrist, lightly touch it, and the nanoarmor inside will automatically don itself onto your body. He noticed someone was about to wear the armor immediately, so he stopped them promptly. Calm down. It's not time to wear the armor yet. First, turn your bracelet over and check the color of the inner ring. Those with the same color are paired together for the combat practice. Hearing this, Li Yu turned his bracelet over to check, which showed blue. All right, find your respective combat partners. The old master waved his hand broadly. Go easy. Don't bring any personal grudges into it. Li Yu dropped his hand as he felt a pat on his shoulder from behind. Turning around, it was indeed Siegfried. How did you know mine is blue? Li Yu shook the bracelet at him. Siegfried smirked mischievously. Of course, because you told me yourself. Li Yu looked at the bracelet and then at Siegfried. In a rather childish set of motions, he called out dramatically, Xingtian armor, combine. He lightly touched the bracelet, and the gray standard armor spread out like ripples, adhering to his body following its curves. The core on his chest lit up with a soft blue light, while the pale blue eyes of the armor flashed briefly. Siegfried looked astonished and puzzled. What are you doing? Just paying tribute to my childhood. Li Yu shrugged, taking a stance. Siegfried seemed well acquainted with the armed bracelet. He lunged toward Li Yu and lightly touched his own bracelet mid-motion. The nano armor quickly assembled, and at the moment the armor finished donning, his fist firmly struck Li Yu in the face. Despite knowing to block it, Li Yu was still too slow. Li Yu stumbled back 4 steps from the blow as Siegfried shook his hand. Opportunities like this to thoroughly beat a rival don't come often, so I must grasp every chance. Then, he suddenly remembered what the old master had said earlier. Hey, just a touch should do. That means I win, right? You won. Li Yu raised an eyebrow. Did you ask me? Oh, looks like you're not convinced. Siegfried ceased celebrating. Do you have anything else to say? When you're lying on the ground, I'll tell you. As soon as the words were spoken, Li Yu darted towards Siegfried faster than lightning. The latter neither dodged nor retreated, but instead went straight forward. He swung his fist, and so did Li Yu. The two met with a hard punch, creating a shockwave that swept through the area, knocking down a few students who weren't prepared. Li Yu suddenly changed his boxing hand into a claw and reached for Siegfried's core at his chest. The latter hit him on the palm with a quick punch. Taking advantage of the pain that made Li Yu pull his hand back, Siegfried swiftly struck his neck with a knife hand. Li Yu shook off the effect and immediately countered with an over-the-shoulder throw. Siegfried landed heavily on the ground, but Li Yu pressed his advantage, delivering a flurry of punches like raindrops battering Siegfried's body. Despite fiercely protecting his head and core from harm, Siegfried was only able to withstand these fierce attacks because in Norse mythology, Siegfried was said to have bathed in dragon's blood to become invincible. This name-bearing hero could not lack resilience against blows. Spotting an opening, Siegfried rolled to evade Li Yu's punch. Li Yu had used all his force in this strike. When it missed, the punch crashed into the ground. As Li Yu lost his balance, Siegfried got up and delivered a flying shoulder charge, sending Li Yu tumbling to the ground. Siegfried wasted no time and stomped forcefully toward the core in Li Yu's chest. But Li Yu was swift in his reaction, rolling away just in time to avoid what would have been a decisive move. He quickly rose and retaliated with a punch aimed at Siegfried's chin. Siegfried blocked the attack with one hand. I've won, Siegfried smiled, throwing a heavy punch towards Li Yu's core. Not yet. Li Yu suddenly twisted his wrist with great strength, causing Siegfried to grimace in pain and lose his posture. A gap appeared, and in the blink of an eye, Li Yu managed to deliver a solid blow right to Siegfried's core. The bright red glow faded, and the standard combat armor receded like an ebbing tide. With this as far as it needed to go, Li Yu emerged victorious, while Siegfried fell defeated. The winner was me all along. Li Yu deactivated his armor. Siegfried chuckled graciously. I've lost. You're indeed very strong. Fighting such a formidable opponent will surely spur me to further evolve. I'll see you at the year-end exam. He said. I'll see you at the year-end exam. Li Yu replied. Chapter 59, Morning Meeting. Today was Monday, and as usual, a morning meeting was to be held. It just so happened that the old dean wanted to use this opportunity to announce the results of the midterm exams. Those who performed exceptionally well naturally deserved commendation. As for those whose results were not up to par, they would receive criticism but also some encouragement. Li Yu was yawning incessantly, heading towards the auditorium while stifling his yawns. Jia Zhengjing approached him, bumping shoulders with him. Why do you look like you're still half asleep? Isn't it all your fault? Li Yu shot him an irritated glance. You played games until 3 in the morning, screaming like there was no tomorrow, and kept me awake all night. I'm sorry, I promise I'll do better next time. What? Misstatement, misstatement. Next time, I will be more careful. Humph. Diana approached from the left side, bumping her shoulder into Liu with a radiant smile. Soon enough, your name as top of the entire institute will be announced. So you'd better snap out of your sleepy mood. You can't afford to look lackadaisical. Liu looked left and right, rubbing his eyes. Where did the two of you get this news? The meeting hasn't even started yet, but both of you already know that I'm ranked first. Who could possibly compete with you for first place? Jia Jingjing shrugged his shoulders then glanced at Diana. Other than your girlfriend. This comment greatly pleased Diana, causing her to smile without showing her teeth. Eugeniu came from the right side, deliberately bumping Jia Jingjing. Aren't you forgetting someone? Ah. Jia Jingjing let out a sharp cry. I made a mistake. Back home, I'll kneel on the washboard. Diana smiled sweetly at him, and Liu teased him. The family hierarchy is pretty clear-cut. How dare you make baseless accusations? Jia Jingjing shot him a sidelong glance. This is called chivalry. Respecting women is never about family hierarchy, is it? Everyone laughed at him, filling the surroundings with joyous air. At 8 in the morning meeting began promptly in the auditorium. Good morning, everyone. The old dean began the meeting with a morning greeting. We have specially gathered today for this morning meeting mainly to discuss issues related to last week's exam period. But before that, let me announce the midterm test scores. That way, certain impatient ones among us won't have to wait anymore, ha. The old dean bent down and flipped open his ring binder. Overall, the results from last week's midterms are pleasing. A few students excelled, deserving recognition. He read from his script. First place goes to student Liu. Exam score, 100%. Practical test, 100%. Comprehensive rating, 100%. A scattering of applause rang through the hall. Liu being first wasn't surprising. On the contrary, it would have been strange if he hadn't been. The midterm tests may very well have become a solo stage for Liu alone. Looking back through our school's history, the number of people who've achieved full marks in both theoretical exams and practicals is rare, yet Liu has accomplished this feat. The old dean gave Liu a slight nod, acknowledging his achievements. Next is second place, Diana. Exam score, 99 points. Practical test, 99 points. Comprehensive rating, 99 points. Although Diana hails from a prestigious family, she shows none of the arrogance one might expect in someone of high status. Therefore, I refer to students Diana and Liu as the royal pair of our academy. In due time, you two will surely become pillars of the allied forces. Loud clapping erupted within the auditorium. Diana had grown into a graceful young woman, becoming the dream goddess for countless boys. Alas, the beautiful only belonged with the strong. Knowing that she had fallen for Liu, everyone accepted this fact wholeheartedly. Then comes third place, Jia Jingjing. Exam score, 100 points. Practical test, 96 points. Comprehensive rating, 98 points. Great men are not bound by trivialities. This phrase describes Jia Jingjing perfectly, I believe. Nevertheless, Jia Jingjing must take care of his personal image. Do not allow not being bound by trivialities to evolve into disheveled appearance. Jia Jingjing looked down and immediately buttoned up his previously unbuttoned collar. Next, fourth place is Eugeniu. Exam score, 97 points. Practical test, 97 points. Comprehensive rating, 97 points. Eugeniu's performance in the midterms is nearly flawless, achieving perfection in every single phase. If one insists on nitpicking, perhaps her facial expressions were slightly too rigid. Puffed. Jia Jingjing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Eugeniu glared at him fiercely, having given appropriate praise where due and offering criticism where necessary. The morning meeting concluded in a light-hearted, harmonious atmosphere. Because of the stress accumulated over the week due to the midterm exams, the old dean decided to grant everyone a 2-day holiday to relax properly. Classes would resume officially on Wednesday, marking the beginning of the second half of the academic year. In the second half of the semester, the official curriculum would introduce a new subject titled Mecha Simulation Combat. At the previous morning meeting, the old dean had already given a brief introduction to the Mecha Simulation Combat course. This course derived from the discontinued combat course and adopted an online teaching plus offline practical operation teaching model. The online teaching was doubtlessly held in the gymnasium, while for the offline practical operations, the use of armed bracelets was mandatory. The old dean made a promise. In addition to securing the eligibility to join Alpha Fleet by being among the top 10 of the year-end assessment, students will receive an extra exclusively customized armed bracelet. When it came to motivating students, the old dean was undoubtedly an expert. It's the simulation combat. Outside the auditorium, Jia Jingjing placed his hand on Liu's shoulder. Am I the only one who starts to feel excited? Liu swatted his hand away. Back off. Don't let your drool get on my clothes. Jia Jingjing really wiped his non-existent saliva from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Enrolling in Dragon Military Academy was just part of Liu's plan. Securing a spot within the top 10 at the year-end assessment to earn the qualification to join the Alpha Fleet was his real goal. What he valued wasn't the simulation combat per se, but rather the extra prize that came with finishing in the top 10. The armed bracelet. I've heard that there will be several new recruit captain positions in the new courses. Gao Chen joined in. So said our old instructor. Jia Jingjing was filled with doubts. Is something mixed up here? To designate new recruit captains before classes start. Has the academy ever done such a thing before? Gao Chen shook his head. I don't know. I also heard it from the old instructor. But it's true that the academy has never done such a thing before. The old instructor mentioned this year, quite a number of freshmen have been enrolled in the academy. Teaching so many students puts immense pressure on each instructor, so the subject teacher needs a few assistants. As soon as Gao Chen finished speaking, Jia Jingjing immediately latched onto Li Yu's arm, grinning mischievously. Then I'm going to sign up for Mr. Li's team. Li Yu was completely exasperated. Chapter 60, the beginning of the second semester. The 2 days of rest quickly passed by. On Wednesday, the second semester officially began. The students had all received their updated schedules the day before, and the only difference from the original was that mechanical simulation combat was now added to the schedule. In front of the gymnasium, a poised female drill instructor stood with her arms crossed waiting for the students. Students came over in small groups, and upon meeting her intense gaze, those who were chatting immediately stopped and stood quietly at attention. This new course was a large class held at 8 in the morning. At 8 o'clock in the morning, all freshmen gathered in front of the gymnasium. The female instructor's sharp eyes scanned through everyone present as she began introducing herself. Hello, everyone. I'm Lindsay Elizabeth, the subject teacher responsible for mechanical simulation combat, starting this semester. You can call me Lindsay or Elizabeth. I hope we have a pleasant second semester together. Before we start the class formally, I'd like to ask a question. Among you, who has the highest rank in the game Tornado, Mecha Arrival? Li Yu raised his hand. Tell me your rank. Lindsay looked at him. Gold, Li Yu truthfully answered. You being able to reach the gold rank shows that you possess a certain level of skill. Lindsay nodded slightly. All right, I hereby appoint you as recruit captain. When I'm not around, it's your responsibility to ensure the continuity of the classes. Li Yu nodded. Now let's begin the class officially. Lindsay pointed towards Jia Jingjing and then at Li Yu. Captain, take these students starting from this student up until the one right in front of you. This half will be under your jurisdiction. Li Yu saluted her with a military gesture. Yes, instructor. Leading the group into the gymnasium, Jia Jingjing appeared very eager to get started. Following Li Yu's example, he crossed his hands behind his back and stood upright while saying, Jia Jingjing, Diana, Yu Jinju, step forward. The 3 individuals called out moved forward and stood outside the ranks. I appoint you as deputy captains to assist me in teaching. Is that understood? In this moment, Li Yu truly resembled a soldier. Jia Jingjing straightened up and gave a salute. Understood. Diana and Yu Jinju mimicked the response. Understood. Coincidentally, Siegfried was also part of Li Yu's team. He raised his hand high and asked, Captain, what are we learning today? Practice makes perfect. Li Yu smirked. I won't be going on about dry theory. Siegfried got the hint and promptly joined other classmates in finding an experience pod, opening the door, and sitting inside. The students were happy because they could play games on the first day of the second semester, and Siegfried was happy because finally, he could witness others experience the pain he once endured. Upon logging in, friend requests came in with a ding-ding sound. Li Yu accepted each request one by one, then created a room. He asked in the public channel, is there anyone who is playing this game for the first time? If so, type 1. The screen was instantly flooded with a line of neat ones. Everyone in the team, except for Li Yu and Siegfried, were experiencing the game for the first time. It's going to be difficult conducting work, Li Yu sighed inwardly. Since most of you are just getting started with this game, it doesn't matter. We'll start from scratch. Are all accounts registered? Now please choose a preset character. As the students selected their preset characters, Siegfried was horrified to see Li Yu open the mech library and select the black swordsmanship mech. He quickly sent him a message via private chat. Hey, that's too much. It's the first day of class. Are you trying to leave psychological scars on everyone? Do you think that in battle, enemies will wait for you to grow stronger before attacking you? Li Yu replied. Siegfried cursed, you're insane, and closed the private channel. One by one, all the students selected their preset characters, arranging their whiteboard initial mechs neatly in the room. Li Yu looked at everyone's choices and nodded approvingly. Good. It seems that all of you have made your decisions. Now, let's start the lesson officially. Today's class is simple, you just need to do one thing. Li Yu activated the black swordsmanship mech and drew his sword. Use every method at your disposal to defeat me. Siegfried couldn't bear to watch anymore. All he could do was pray that Li Yu wouldn't go all out and make things absolute on the first day of class. The students looked at each other. None chose to take the initiative. The black swordsmanship mech suddenly disappeared and reappeared, thrusting a straight stab that destroyed a whiteboard iron fist mech. Li Yu sheathed his sword and stood tall. Take the initiative. Don't you understand this simple principle? He swung his sword horizontally, and another whiteboard gunner mech exploded. With 2 mechs destroyed in succession, the students began to panic. Li Yu threw out a magnetic source, pulling an unsuspecting chain mech toward him, knocking its head off with a punch. Explosion. On the battlefield, enemies won't talk about chivalry or morality with you. The long sword pierced through the core of a lance mech as Li Yu continued. Being merciful to your enemy is being cruel to yourself. Every enemy wants to take your heads back for rewards. Attack me. He thrust his sword forward, destroying another swordsmanship mech. Attack me. A horizontal slash cut a gunner mech in half at the waist. Attack me. A downward swing split an iron fist mech into 2. Finally, one lance mech mustered up the courage. Its pilot roared to boost their morale, thrusting the spear forward with fearless determination. Facing the attack, Li Yu neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, he deflected the spear upward and surged forward, punching the lance mech's head off before it could react. Finally, someone with backbone. Any more? Come on. At this moment, Li Yu was like the black mech he once faced. Only by confronting the abyss could one truly understand how terrifying it was. The overwhelming pressure exerted by the black mech nearly made him lose courage before even starting. If not for forcing himself to confront it, he wouldn't be standing here now. He finally saw some teamwork. An iron fist mech, having been pierced by his long sword, disregarded its own injury and tightly clung onto the black sword mech while shouting at its comrades, "Ignore me. Move." A sword mech came rushing in front, holding its blade firmly and stabbing straightforwardly. "I'm pleased that you've learned to cooperate so quickly," Liu smiled faintly as he said. "But remember, enemies won't be foolish enough to wait for you to finish coordinating." He activated the repulsion field. In an instant, both mechs were hurled away by the repulsion field. Chapter 61, Devilish Teaching. Liu swung his long sword, cutting into the crowd like a whirlwind. One by one, mechs exploded in bursts of dazzling sparks. Every time he delivered a strike, a mech would inevitably suffer severe damage or explode outright. Like a tiger entering a herd of sheep, no one could withstand even a single round against him. 1 minute and 30 seconds. In just 1 minute and 30 seconds, the only thing left standing in the room was Liu's black swordsmanship mech. Now, do you understand the cruelty of the battlefield? Liu casually rested his sword on his shoulder. The enemy won't give you any time to grow. Instead of leaving behind a potential future threat, it's better to cut off all possibilities at the root right now. If I can think of this, do you think the enemy won't? The stupefied students remained silent, many still unable to regain their composure. The black swordsmanship mech had left psychological scars on many of them, allowing them to finally understand the desperate and powerless feeling Liu must have experienced when facing such overwhelming black mech opponents. In the face of absolute power, all strategies and tactics become meaningless. The phrase brute force beats skill isn't a joke. Siegfried felt it necessary to stop Liu. If left unchecked, the morale of the students might be crushed entirely. He sent a message directly through the public channel to Liu. "Liu, that's enough. Today is just the first day of the second semester. After all, no matter what, you should give them some time to adapt. You can't. We only have half a year left." Liu rudely interrupted before Siegfried could finish. "After 6 months comes the year-end evaluation, then graduation. Once we graduate and hit the battlefield, do you really expect the enemy to give us time to slowly adapt to its harshness?" "I've already said this," Liu continued. "On the battlefield, enemies won't bother with righteousness or morality. Every single one of them is eyeing our heads, eager to bring them back for rewards. Do you want to let your enemy benefit for free, or would you rather see your own head hanging on the city wall or flagpole, laughed at by the enemy?" Siegfried was silenced by Liu's rebuke. Liu surveyed the room where his students stood motionless and voiceless, then shouted loudly, "Stand up! All of you, stand up!" The students slowly obeyed, not sure what he intended next. "Activate your mechs and pick up your weapons." Liu raised his sword, pointing it at everyone in the room. "Summon every ounce of energy you have, and come fight me." Although reluctant, at Siegfried's prompting, the students eventually activated their mechs and grabbed their weapons. Liu's black swordsmanship mech loomed like a dark demonic god. Some merely needed to look at him to almost lose their grip on their weapons, hastily averting their gaze. "Look at me," Liu roared. "Look at me. If you don't even have the courage to face your enemies, how can you call yourselves soldiers?" Finally, one male student lost his temper. He stepped forward, swinging his spear. "You've been yelling since earlier. Did nobody ever teach you the meaning of respect? Don't push us too far." "Humph," Liu sneered. "Respect isn't given, it's earned. So if we beat you, does that mean class is over?" the male student asked. Liu nodded. "Right. Defeat me, and you're dismissed." "All right." The brave young man made a respectful gesture with his fists. "This junior student Cart seeks guidance from the esteemed senior." Liu swung his sword, vanishing instantly from sight. The student named Cart twirled his spear in preparation and moved to meet him. Meanwhile, Jia Jingjing had similar intentions as Liu. "Is this all you've got?" Surrounded by the wreckage of countless mechs, Jia Jingjing stood calmly, hands clasped behind his back. "Is this truly the extent of your abilities?" The training session had just ended, but under Jia Jingjing's precise control, not a single mech exploded. However, none of the machines were still capable of standing upright either. From the scattered pieces on the ground, it was evident that while the Iron Fist mech didn't dismantle essential components, it effectively disabled each machine's functionality. How could they possibly fight on the battlefield if they couldn't even stand? "Why should we accept this?" Another male student shouted, struggling fruitlessly to make his mech rise again. "We're human, just like you. Just because you're an instructor, does that give you the right to bully us like this? Are you planning to negotiate fairness with your enemies when you reach the battlefield, where they'll toy with you mercilessly?" Jia Jingjing retorted. "This world is inherently unfair, and God is far less merciful than you imagine. If you have time, read more books instead of believing in those toxic jitong. God closes a door for you, but you need to open a window yourself. And since I am stronger than you, I naturally can bully you," Jia Jingjing said as he spread his arms wide. "Blame yourself for not being strong enough. If you're not convinced, feel free to pick up your weapon and stand up to knock me down." Someone muttered under his breath, "Tsh, you're still a student yourself, yet you talk like a veteran who's been through countless battles." "Yes, I haven't been to the battlefield," Jia Jingjing replied after hearing the mutter. "But if even someone like me who hasn't been to battle can defeat you, shouldn't you feel ashamed?" The boy who had grumbled turned pale. The male student who loudly questioned on what grounds stood up with sheer willpower, leaning on his sword to steady the wobbling body of his mech. Jia Jingjing nodded approvingly. "Good. Finally someone with some backbone has appeared. When I beat you, I want you to apologize to me," the male pilot of the swordsmanship mech said. Jia Jingjing raised his sword toward him. No problem. Even if you ask me to write a self-criticism, that's fine too. The mech was powered up, jets blasting at full power, causing the swordsmanship mech to rush forward swiftly. Jia Jingjing remained calm, clashing his iron fists together before advancing. Compared to Li Yu and Jia Jingjing's devilish teaching methods, Diana and Yu Jinyu were much gentler. The stunningly beautiful Diana was undoubtedly a goddess in the hearts of many boys, and though she now had her heart set on someone, this didn't stop her from quickly earning respect among the team members due to her remarkable charm. As for Yu Jinyu, the cold beauty, or cold on the outside, warm on the inside persona struck a chord with certain boys' preferences. In contrast to the male instructors who often resorted to combat during their sessions, the female instructors maintained a calm and peaceful atmosphere. Chapter 62, Flames of War. The universe is vast and boundless, but the spreading flames of war have left it scarred and battered. The Earth-Moonstar system. The Galactic Frontline Alliance spent an entire decade building a military fortress on the moon, naming it Moon Emperor City. Moon Emperor City was the Alliance's transport hub, and its importance was self-evident. Right now, in Moon Emperor City, a great battle was taking place. A soldier clad in standard-issue nanosuit armor was flung away by a repulsion field, crashing heavily into the gates of the fortress. He felt a sweetness rise to his throat as a mouthful of blood erupted out. Amid swirling smoke, a young man wearing black nanosuit armor approached. In his hand was a golden knife, its tip flashing with a cold, icy glow. The soldier weakly tried to rise, only to be stepped back down by the youth. His standard-issue combat armor was already battered beyond repair. The golden knife pressed against the main artery of his neck, emanating piercing frost. The tone of the young man's voice was as cold and bone-chilling as 10,000 years of Arctic ice. Call your general out. A grenade hung from the soldier's waist, and without the youth noticing, the former quietly detached it, his fingers pressing on the trigger pin. His once resolute smile instantly twisted into a grotesque face. The soldier roared. We don't need our general to deal with you personally. He was about to pull the pin. The youth had anticipated this move all along. With a flick and twist of the golden knife, an arm flew out, hitting the gate, covered in spattering blood. Severe pain caused the soldier to cry out as he clutched his severed arm. The youth spoke again. Call your general out. Don't even think about it. Even though his consciousness was blurred by excruciating pain, the soldier remained steadfast to death. Very well. The youth nodded and raised the golden knife in his hand. Golden blade. Stop it. A loud shout came from behind him, but the youth paid no attention to it. With a single slash, the soldier's eyes widened in disbelief as he refused to close them even in death. His head tumbled away. A fiery red nanosuit descended from the sky, bringing with it boundless fury. It was none other than one of the commanding generals stationed at Moon Emperor City, known as the Lone Wolf, Wolfgang. The youth waved his sword, blood cleansing, shaking off the blood stains on the blade. He slowly turned around, facing Wolfgang. You finally decided to show up, haven't you? Sir Lone Wolf. Golden Blade, I know you've come for me. Wolfgang glanced briefly at the dead soldier. If you want my head to claim a reward, just say so. Why kill innocents? Innocent? Are you talking about innocence to me? The youth gave a bitter laugh, shaking his head. War is brutal. What talk is there of innocence or lack thereof? Your soldiers are people, mine aren't. You claim superiority in justice on behalf of your Galactic Frontline Alliance. Then we, the Great Universe Coalition, must be damned. Huh. All for the masters they serve, there's nothing wrong with that. But why do your men label ours as rebels, calling them tumors? I will never allow anyone to insult my soldiers. Wolfgang laughed sarcastically, angered by the youth's sophistry. Huh. Don't try to twist facts with me. You claim everything we do is justice. Behind closed doors, however, a bunch of nauseating, morally corrupt schemes. You proclaim to solve problems, freeing the universe from energy scarcity issues, allowing every child to grow under a clear blue sky. But how do you do it? Through ethnic cleansing. Is this your way of solving problems? The universe needs to be corrected, the young man muttered. This is merely a step toward realizing our ideal. You simply do not understand anything. Wolfgang shook his head, unsheathing his weapon. You're mad. Enough said. Come on then, Golden Blade. It's time for us to settle accounts. On the rear side of Moon Emperor City, a fiery red-haired girl lightly touched her combat bracelet, triggering her fiery red nanosuit armor to fully clothe her within a second. Particles flowed like water ripples, converging in her hands to form a pool of autumnal water. As soon as it coalesced, it transformed into a sword. The girl whirled through the enemy lines like a whirlwind, leaving no match for any opponent. Each stroke of her sword would force an Alliance soldier to disengage from their nanosuit armor, causing them to fall to the ground coughing blood. The girl wreaked havoc in the enemy ranks, enjoying the thrill of killing. Indeed, she was born for slaughter. With a horizontal sweep of her sword, an Alliance soldier had his neck sliced open. He grabbed his throat, his trachea emitting gurgling sounds, collapsing backward. Behind her, a silver-white armor figure strode over slowly. I guessed it was you, Red Abyss. The new arrival was one of the main generals stationed at Moon Emperor City, Silver Moon Lidinia. The girl turned around, tilting her head and looking at her. Where is the ace? The silver-white-clad girl paused momentarily, then smiled and shook her head. To deal with you, his presence isn't necessary. Humph, the girl nodded. Then you can head to the underworld first and clear the way for him. The girl suddenly disappeared and reappeared, her sword splitting down toward Lidinia's head. Wolfgang, critically injured, collapsed in a pool of blood, barely clinging to life. The young man had disengaged his battle armor and approached with the golden knife in hand. As he was on the brink of death, Wolfgang revealed a serene smile. Can you tell me, how much is my head worth in your bounty list? The young man thought for a moment and said, 50 million. Wolfgang's laugh pulled at his wounds. Ha! SSS, didn't expect my head to be worth quite so much. You are an opponent worthy of respect. The proud youth acknowledged Wolfgang in this moment. Ha! Receiving the recognition from Golden Blade, I can die without regret. Wolfgang turned his head, exposing his neck's main artery. Humph. The young man nodded, stepping closer. The golden knife raised high, ready to strike down with one blow. Suddenly, a voice spoke through the communications channel, saying a few words to the young man. His eyebrows furrowed as he quietly asked, please confirm, shall we execute the retreat order? Receiving a positive reply, the young man lowered his blade. Today, your life will be spared. In the future, I will surely come to settle accounts. The girl known as Red Abyss had already ended her fight. She casually tossed the unconscious Lydenia onto the ground like trash. Retreat, the young man said. The girl widened her eyes, asking, what? Just give up. Humph. The young man slightly nodded. The girl couldn't help but feel infuriated. This is a fortress that cost countless time and lives to capture, and now we're just letting it go? Are you playing around? Obey the order, Red Abyss. The young man shot her a glare. The girl scoffed with disdain, making a sound of TCH. The Alliance forces withdrew, and the young man and the girl also departed. Wolfgang looked towards the direction where the Alliance forces retreated, confusion flashing in his eyes. Lydenia remained unconscious. Chapter 63, Moon Emperor City. The propeller spun rapidly as the rescue helicopter hovered overhead. A rope ladder was thrown down, and robust medical personnel holding tight to their medical kits leaped down in a superhero-like entrance. After all, time was of the essence when it came to lives, and right now there were 2 critically injured patients awaiting treatment. Wolf still retained a bit of consciousness, while Ledna had already lost it completely. Both were gravely wounded, but every wound had avoided vital areas. Even if they could not be cured from their severe injuries, these 2 would have died solely from blood loss. An emergency hemostasis procedure was performed on Wolf first, and an adrenaline shot quickly restored clarity to his pupils. However, this was only temporary. Wolf was severely injured. Despite each wound avoiding vital spots, they were deep enough to reveal the bone. Ledna's condition was worse. Her opponent, Red Abyss, was a girl who knew no restraint. Once she encountered an opponent to her liking, her fighting spirit would burn fiercely, until either she or her opponent burned to death. The medical staff urgently staunched Ledna's bleeding first, but she suffered over 10 fractures and shattered bones across her body. Without hesitation, the medical staff administered another adrenaline shot to at least sustain her breathing for a while. 2 rescue helicopters carried Wolf and Ledna to the rear main hospital for treatment. Moon Emperor City suddenly became an empty fortress, with no one guarding it. Moon Emperor City, established by the Galactic Frontline Alliance over decades on the moon, is a military stronghold. It serves as the starting point for the logistics supply of the Allied forces, thus also known as the transport hub. Should Moon Emperor City fall, the logistical support of the Allied forces would be entirely cut off. The importance of Moon Emperor City goes without saying. With the loss of Lone Wolf and Silver Moon, Moon Emperor City was left unguarded. The General Commander of the Alliance urgently convened a video meeting with the 2 deputies currently stationed in Moon Emperor City, Mr. Robertson and Miss Katarina. As the video connected, the current General Commander of the Allied forces, Barnes, with his handsome and resolute face, appeared on the large screen. Robertson and Katarina immediately rose, saluting the large screen in unison. Please sit, both of you. Barnes made a pleased gesture, sitting himself down in his office chair. The Moon Emperor City garrison has just engaged in an unexpected battle with the enemy, which has affected morale, Barnes said seriously. Due to their severe injuries, Mr. Wolf and Miss Ledna will temporarily hand over command while recuperating in the hospital. I've called you here today to discuss who will temporarily take command of the Moon Emperor City garrison during the absence of its commanding officers. Barnes looked at Robertson, then at Katarina. Do either of you have any suggestions? After a moment of thought, Robertson spoke. Not really any high-minded advice. The defense forces of Moon Emperor City are actually quite weak. It's an obvious fact. What I'm worried about is that even against small enemy units, we are outmatched. If one day, the enemy launches a major attack, He paused briefly before continuing. I'm not exaggerating. When the nest collapses, how can the eggs remain intact? What about reinforcements? Katarina suggested. No, Barnes shook his head. Absolutely not. We mustn't let the enemy know we're in such a state of disorder due to them. That military strategist within the Allied army is a sharp mind. If he discovers that we are reinforcing Moon Emperor City, chances are their fleet will show up next second. Robertson furrowed his brow. You mean, there's a traitor among us? This is merely my guess, Barnes replied. Otherwise, many things don't add up. Our transport team arrives just as the enemy shows up? Coincidence. Katarina shook her head. That doesn't sound right. This isn't something that can be explained by coincidence alone. I don't believe there's such a thing as luck this good. Indeed, Robertson nodded. If our transport team hadn't retreated fast enough, by now they'd be finished alongside Moon Emperor City. But there's no reason, Katarina remarked. Every soldier stationed in Moon Emperor City has been personally selected and vetted by the 2 of us and the 2 main commanders. Every soldier underwent a character investigation. There should be no possibility of betrayal. To analyze why someone might turn traitor, there are several reasons. Power, money, Personal factors, family. Barnes picked up a marker and began writing on the whiteboard behind him. Barnes crossed out money. If one has power, one automatically has wealth. So this category need not concern us. Robertson asked, Katerina, did the soldiers stationed in Moon Emperor City pass the character review? And was their family situation questioned during the review? This wasn't done. Katerina hesitated. Barnes slapped a stack of files onto the table and turned to cross out personal on the board. A person capable of promising soldiers something surely must be someone with identity and status. This person likely presented a very favorable condition, something the soldiers couldn't resist. Katerina's gaze shifted to the word family, and her lips curved into a slight smirk. That's it. I have a file here. It's the character review of every soldier, every officer. Barnes flipped through the documents. 13 soldiers match the criteria, and only one officer does. Bang! Robertson collapsed in disbelief, a smoking bullet hole on his temple. So it was you. Barnes slammed his hand on the table, gritting his teeth. Hurricane Katerina. Katerina gently blew away the smoke from the gun muzzle. Though outdated tools are inconvenient to use, they're still good enough for killing someone. Why? The Alliance Army treated you well. Why did you betray your ideals? Ideals? Huh. They were just the means to my end. People die for wealth. Birds die for food. Katerina glanced at Robertson's lifeless body on the ground. The Alliance Army claims to be just, but now, justice is dying. On the other side of the screen, 3 or 5 black-clad men rushed in and pinned Barnes face down before the screen. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. All my years of meticulous planning finally caught you. Katerina tore off her mask, revealing a face identical to the girl named Red Abyss. Nice to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. Katerina smiled faintly. My name is Mirror Eyes. Hello, Mr. Barnes. Barnes' head was held down tightly, unable to move. He managed to grind out a sentence between clenched teeth. You despicable man. Mirror Eyes, do you really think that after all these years embedded in the Alliance Army, you've been flawless? A strange voice spoke up, startling Mirror Eyes. Who's there? Cowardly rats, come out. A dark gun barrel pressed against the back of her head as Robertson stood behind her with the gun raised. Luring you into this trap wasn't easy. Chapter 64, Mirror Pupil and Red Abyss. After a brief moment of panic, Mirror Pupil quickly regained her composure. She lowered her gun and sat down leisurely in the chair. Robertson lowered his gun. What? Seeing me come back to life? You don't seem surprised at all. What resurrection? Mirror Pupil smiled. I'm no fool. My shot did hit you, but when you fell without spilling a single drop of blood, I figured it out. On the other end of the screen, gunfire thundered as the 5 black-clad men who had captured Barnes either had their hearts or heads shot through and collapsed weakly. Barnes straightened up, adjusting his collar. You've planned for so many years just for today. Now that your plan has failed, you look unfazed. If the commander-in-chief of the Alliance Army could be so easily captured by a little pawn like me, then there would really be something fishy about it. Mirror Pupil stretched lazily, revealing her graceful curves with abandon. She added, I'm curious, how did you suspect me? Your moral review. Barnes waved a document. Mirror Pupil's eyes narrowed sharply. My moral review was carefully disguised. There should have been no flaws. Your disguise was indeed exquisite, said Barnes. But it was too deliberate. She arched an eyebrow. Oh, Leitna has met Red Abyss. Barnes crossed his arms, calmly watching as Mirror Pupil's expression changed. The two of you sisters truly are cut from the same mold. Mirror Pupil finally couldn't maintain her calm anymore. Mirror Pupil and Red Abyss were a pair of twin sisters. Mirror Pupil was the older sister, and Red Abyss was the younger one. The two were adopted orphans raised by the commander-in-chief of the Alliance Army. When they were adopted, the sisters were still infants in swaddling clothes. Since their names were unknown, the commander used code names to refer to them. The childless commander treated them as his own children, simultaneously playing the roles of dad and mom. They were finally brought up peacefully and healthily. After growing up, Mirror Pupil took her code name as her real name and vowed to spend her entire life repaying the commander for raising her. 7 years ago, when the commander needed to place a mole inside the Galactic Frontline Alliance to help him obtain secret intelligence, Mirror Pupil volunteered first. With tears in her eyes, she bade farewell to her younger sister Red Abyss and set off alone on the road to a foreign land. Mirror Pupil wasn't particularly strong, but she was extraordinarily intelligent. Leitna liked her immensely. Mirror Pupil climbed step by step from the bottom and eventually reached the position of vice commander, becoming Leitna's trusted right-hand person. However, not even Leitna herself would have guessed that her most trusted vice commander was actually a mole planted by the Grand Cosmic Alliance. From the day she was ordered to garrison Moon Emperor City, Mirror Pupil had been secretly contacting the Alliance Army. A plan formed in her mind that could completely overthrow the Alliance Army. To ensure the plan went smoothly, she deliberately concealed the fact that she had a younger sister during the moral review. However, she overestimated herself and underestimated the Alliance Army, especially underestimating Barnes. You deliberately concealed the fact that you had a sister. Barnes' sharp gaze was as if trying to dissect her. It was this point that you overlooked, ultimately becoming your fatal flaw. She remained silent. If you hadn't concealed this fact, perhaps, I wouldn't have suspected you so quickly. This was pure nonsense. Under the circumstances where Leitna had already met Red Abyss, Barnes had every reason to suspect Mirror Pupil. Where is my sister? Mirror Pupil asked. Bouncing around happily, Robertson said. She left after defeating General Leitna. She laughed again. My younger sister, she's quite capable. Her only shortcoming is that she's too impulsive. Barnes stood up. Surrender, Mirror Pupil. You're under arrest. her beautiful eyebrows furrowed. Who says I will surrender willingly? Bang! A loud explosion tore open a large hole in the meeting room wall as a fiery red mech burst in. She raised her hand, firing a bullet that shattered the screen into pieces. Sister, come with me. The intruder was none other than Red Abyss. I'll take you home. Mirror pupil panicked. Fool, what are you doing here? We're surrounded. Your coming here means you're throwing yourself into the net. Go now. Even though in peril, Mirror pupil still had a way to escape. However, Red Abyss's sudden arrival disrupted her plans. Robertson, dressed in nano armor, began fighting Red Abyss. Large numbers of soldiers were converging toward the meeting room, and Red Abyss kicked Robertson away. No, we are sisters. Asking me to abandon you and run away alone is impossible. You child, aren't you listening to what your elder sister says? I always listen to what my sister says, but not today. Light particles quickly gathered in her palm, and a crimson palm cannon further enlarged the big hole in the wall. Red Abyss pulled Mirror Pupil's hand and ran out. Outside the meeting room, there were countless soldiers from the Alliance army. Robertson unfolded his light wings at his back, and Barnes had already authorized him to take full command. Red Abyss abruptly stopped, with countless gun barrels aimed at her. If she made any sudden move, she would instantly be shredded into pieces. TCH. Red Abyss drew her crimson sword. Bang! Someone fired a shot, knocking the sword out of her hand. In such a thorny situation, even Red Abyss had to focus entirely. Suddenly, an enormous force surged from behind. An unprepared Red Abyss was thrown out. She fell in front of an Alliance army soldier, and she immediately stood up. The soldier hit her stomach with the rifle butt. Red Abyss knelt down, holding her stomach with both hands. The soldier delivered another blow with the rifle butt, knocking her down. Stop it, stop it! Mirror Pupil turned around to face Robertson, who arrived late. Let my sister go. I will take all the blame for the faults. Robertson shook his head. I plotted the whole thing alone. My sister has no knowledge of it. What use is there in capturing her? Mirror Pupil shouted urgently. She is too powerful. Robertson raised his gun. I can't let such a threat continue to exist. Don't. Mirror Pupil rushed over, struggling to press down the gun in Robertson's hand. What must you do to let my sister go? Robertson looked at her coldly. To me, your level of threat is even greater than hers. How could the smart Mirror Pupil fail to understand the meaning behind his words? She took the gun handed over by Robertson. She turned around, looking at her younger sister Red Abyss pressed to the ground and handcuffed. I'm sorry, sister. She smiled poignantly, tears falling silently. Sister can only accompany you this far. No, sister. Red Abyss struggled fiercely. Sister, don't. No. Mirror Pupil smiled as she pulled the trigger. Bang. Chapter 65, blackened. Hong Yuan's eyes widened. Her sclera nearly split from the sudden gunshot that was still echoing in her ears. In her pupils, reflected the scene of Jing Tong slowly falling down, but still wearing a smile. Tears burst out of her eyes, drop by drop, each like a crystal-clear diamond, shattering into pieces as they hit the ground. With her hands cuffed behind her back, Hong Yuan stood up weakly and staggered towards Jing Tong. She tripped over a protruding stone and just managed to fall forward beside Jing Tong. The vivid red blood was shocking to the eye. Ignoring the bullet hole on her temple, Jing Tong's peaceful sleeping face really resembled Sleeping Beauty, beautiful and elegant. Sister, sister. Hong Yuan nudged Jing Tong with her head. Sister, stop playing around. Get up already, get up. No matter how she cried out, Jing Tong would never respond to her again. Hong Yuan sobbed uncontrollably while leaning on Jing Tong. Robertson made a gesture, and all the soldiers lowered their gun barrels. Sister, I'm sorry. Sorry. It's all my fault. It's because I was impulsive, because I didn't listen. It's me who dragged you down. It's all because of me. If I had listened properly, if I hadn't been so impulsive, would sister have not died? Sister, I'm sorry. Sorry. At this moment, what appeared in Hong Yuan's mind was a conversation she once had with her sister Jing Tong. Under the sunset, on the mountain. The birthday party will start in an hour, and little Hong Yuan sat beside her sister wearing a birthday hat that said, Happy Birthday, leaning on her shoulder. Happy birthday, little sister. Jing Tong affectionately rubbed her forehead. Thank you, sister. The little girl, delicately sculpted, smiled brilliantly. By the way, sister, little Hong Yuan asked innocently, why are you always not at home? I am so bored being alone. Dad is always busy. There is no one to play with me. Little Hong Yuan pouted her lips, pretending to be angry. Jing Tong fell for this trick. She smiled and flicked her own sister's nose. Are you upset? Well, it's all sister's fault. Sister promises you. Later off and stay by your side. Play together, okay? Good. Little Hong Yuan immediately stopped being angry and hugged her tightly. Sister is the best. Hee. Sorry. I promised you that I would often stay by your side later. But I did not keep my promise. Robertson coldly stared at her. The one who killed your sister wasn't us. It was you. If you hadn't acted recklessly, your sister wouldn't have had to sacrifice herself to save you. These two sentences completely shattered the last remaining shred of sanity in Hong Yuan. Revenge. I must avenge my sister. 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 Hong Yuan's crying gradually subsided, and dark smoke as thick as ink abruptly rose from her body. The black smoke easily corroded the restriction bracelet away, as easy as cutting cheese with a hot knife. After breaking free, Hong Yuan very slowly straightened up. Mechanically, she tapped the combat bracelet, and the nanosuit painted in deep black rapidly completed its donning. Turning around, her pupils turned a blood-red color. The speed at which nanoparticles gathered left only after images. and a black sword emitting an ominous aura appeared in her hand. An alarm went off in Robertson's heart, and he ordered all personnel permission to open fire. At the moment Robertson gave the order to fire, a black shield unfolded. The soldiers pulled the trigger, bullets showering down like rain. The bullets hit the shield making ding-ding-dang-dang sounds, but they couldn't leave even the slightest trace on it. Xuanhuan's gaze was sharp like an eagle's. She locked onto the nearest soldier. Although she stood still and did nothing more than swing her sword lightly, the action of the targeted soldier suddenly froze before his upper body collapsed forward, his lower body maintaining a standing posture. Everyone follow my command. Retreat. Robertson spread light wings on his back. Leave the battlefield to me. The soldiers threw down their guns and ran. Xuanhuan now probably could not be described as human anymore. Xuanhuan was now a monster, a blackened monster. In the middle of the battlefield, Robertson calmly raised his sword, pointing at Xuanhuan 10 steps away. Xuanhuan stepped forward, black mist swirling on the surface of her battle armor, exuding a strong sense of foreboding. Robertson unsheathed his sword, spreading his light wings, rushing forward. Xuanhuan growled low, swung her sword, advancing to meet him. A decisive outcome came instantly, distinguishing between life and death. Robertson swung his sword, and the black shield opened once more. The blade chopped against the shield, sparking sparks. Xuanhuan dissolved the shield, and swung her sword directly at Robertson's head. Robertson immediately responded by crossing his sword in front of him, barely blocking Xuanhuan's powerful strike. Under the immense pressure from Xuanhuan, Robertson's long sword snapped with a crack. He held onto the broken blade, and thrust it toward Xuanhuan's throat. Unperturbed, she continued applying pressure to the broken sword. With another crack, the blade broke further. The black sword retreated into nanoparticles and flowed back into Xuanhuan's wrist guard like ripples in water. Swiftly, she grabbed the second piece of the broken blade and lunged face to face toward Robertson's throat. Both fighters struck their targets simultaneously. Robertson, holding the broken sword, just grazed Xuanhuan's neck as she sidestepped, while Xuanhuan plunged the broken blade cleanly through Robertson's throat. Robertson froze, defeated. He fell, dead. Even as he died, another fragment of the broken sword remained clutched in his other hand. Xuanhuan tossed the broken blade away as if it were garbage and didn't spare a glance at Robertson's corpse. Moon Emperor City? She had absolutely no interest. She slowly disengaged her combat suit and walked over with deliberate slowness. The crimson glow in her pupils gradually faded, and the coldness of a death god shattered. She transformed back into the carefree little Xuanhuan who loved nothing more than to cuddle up beside her sister. Kneeling beside Jingtong's body, Xuanhuan had cried herself dry. Gently cradling her sister's lifeless form in her arms, she began walking slowly away. Dear sister, by the time you read this letter, I will already be gone. Do not grieve for me, and do not shed tears over my passing. We were both adopted by Father, and he treated us both kindly. I swore an oath once, to repay Father's love and care for us with my entire life. For the sake of realizing Father's ideals, any sacrifice is unimportant. Ever since I left you 7 years ago to infiltrate the Alliance as a double agent, every day I have been prepared to face death. But even so, I couldn't let go of my worry for you. You're too impulsive, thinking that brute strength alone can solve everything. But this universe, it's much vaster and more complex than you imagine. I hope that you learn patience, restraint. Understand that not everything is decided by who has the biggest fists. After I am gone, I beg you, do not seek revenge for me. Live well, and live long enough to see Father's dream come true. If you ever miss me, look up at the stars. The brightest star in the sky is my soul. From above, I will always watch over you. I am leaving now. This was the final letter found tucked inside a drawer in Jingtong's study. When Xuanhuan read it, tears once again uncontrollably streamed down her face. Chapter 66. Divine Troops Descend. Wolf and Ladina were severely wounded, temporarily handing over their command. Deputy General Katarina betrayed them, and Robertson was killed in battle. In just a day, the Moon Emperor City fell into this state of being leaderless. Xuanhuan wasn't interested in the Moon Emperor City. She only thought about bringing her sister back home. However, her lack of interest didn't mean others in the Alliance army shared her disinterest. The military strategist astutely seized the opportunity. He dispatched a fully staffed fleet to rush to the Moon Emperor City, determined to take advantage of the weak defensive force within the city, seize this fortress, and cut off the rear supply lines for the Allied army. Robertson's death left the defenders without their last commander. The soldiers, now leaderless, were completely flustered, and no one could maintain order. On the battlefield, there is nothing more taboo than losing your nerve. Precisely at this moment, the shrill and piercing air raid sirens blared inside the fortress. A fully staffed fleet surrounded the fortress like dark clouds, and the soldiers, like frightened birds, grabbed their guns and ran outside in chaos. Boom! A stellar annihilation cannon struck heavily on the fortress shield, ripples spreading across its surface, but fortunately, it remained undamaged. Black uniformed nano-warriors were deployed onto the battlefield. Seeing the enemies come, the Allied soldiers turned and fled in fear. The Alliance soldiers hesitated for a moment, then found through their sights the fleeing figures of the Allied army soldiers. The trigger was pulled, and that soldier fell instantly. One of the Alliance's soldiers appeared right in front of an enemy soldier. They stared each other in the eye. The Allied soldier immediately raised his gun high overhead and shouted repeatedly, "Don't kill me." The Alliance soldier shook his head, cursed "coward," and slashed the neck of the enemy with a sword. This one-sided battle marked an unprecedented, humiliating defeat for the Alliance. The leaderless and scattered Allied soldiers couldn't mount any effective resistance. Surrendering or fleeing were seen all over the battlefield. The soldiers of the Alliance stormed into the enemy ranks like a whirlwind, each of them appearing like gods of war reborn. The Alliance soldiers crumbled under contact, retreating in disorder, accumulating no small amount of war merit. Each of the soldiers of the Alliance was elated. It seemed as though the fall of the Moon Emperor city was inevitable. Deep within the stronghold, inside the hibernation pod, bang! A sudden fist struck the hibernation chamber, cracking the glass. Bang! Another blow widened the crack further, causing deformation to the pod door. Bang! With another punch, the pod door flew off, hitting the wall with a deafening clang. A towering figure emerged from the hibernation pod, flexing its muscles. The towering figure lightly touched the armament bracelet on his right wrist. Nanoscopic particles flowed like water currents. Clad in brilliant gold nano-armor, he stood even more imposing, righteous like a god of war. In his hand was a golden heavy mace. That Barnes guy just gives me trouble. After this job, I'll definitely make him raise my pay. An Alliance soldier burst in. All he saw was a severely damaged hibernation pod. Shit. Empty room. The Alliance soldier cursed while aimlessly wandering around the room. Just as he lost interest and was about to leave, a huge shadow suddenly loomed above him. He looked up to see a golden mace crashing down. Panicking, he still managed to grab the communicator, attempting to send out the message. A powerful enemy discovered deep within the fortress. Repeat. Deep within the fortress. The man walked out with his mace, the tip stained with bloody marks. An Alliance soldier met him face to face. The soldier instinctively fired a shot at him, but the bullet ricocheted off the radiant golden armor. The golden mace came down swiftly, splattering blood everywhere. I'm glad I haven't rusted yet. The man leaped high. On the main battlefield, a few Alliance soldiers were bullying an Allied soldier. Suddenly, a brilliantly golden towering figure descended from the sky. With a swing of his hand, a golden mace flew down like a meteor. Unable to evade in time, the Alliance soldiers were instantly crushed beneath the golden mace, physically becoming stepping stones. The man truly seemed like a lion entering a sheepfold. Wielding the golden mace, every time it came down, an Alliance soldier would have his skull smashed or chest crushed. Unluckier ones simply became stepping stones due to the man's excessive strength. What is this? Alliance soldiers watched in horror as this mighty man resembling a god of war wielded the golden mace fiercely, snatching away life after life of their comrades. Clearly, this unexpected arrival who crashed onto the battlefield like a meteor was not on their side. Enemy base spotted. The burly man saw a combat ship under the banner of the Alliance hovering in the air and gave a sinister smile. So, this is the combat ship of the Great Universe Alliance, huh? He must have been pretty expensive, right? The burly man spun with his heavy mace like a whirlwind, hurling it out in a discus throw fashion. The mace broke through the sound barrier in an instant, flying towards the combat ship like a meteor streaking across the sky. In just the blink of an eye, the mace shattered the combat ship's shield and pierced through its hull, blasting a huge hole on the side of the attack ship. By bad luck, the mace also destroyed the propulsion system as it passed through. The combat ship lost power and plummeted down heavily onto the ground. Soldiers who were about to be deployed on the battlefield inside the ship tumbled around chaotically in confusion. As if in a nightmare, the lethal mace returned and created another massive hole on the other side of the combat ship. Suffering consecutive critical damages, the attack ship began to catch fire and explode. Before the soldiers on board could realize what had happened, they were consumed by the raging flames. The burly man clenched his fists triumphantly. Home run. Where are the applause? Where's the cheering? After personally witnessing his abilities, it was now the Alliance Army's soldiers who scattered in terror. However, the morale of the Union forces was injected with a dose of adrenaline. With the support of the burly man, their situation quickly turned favorable again. The appearance of the burly man was akin to divine troops descending from heaven. The Union soldiers managed to salvage the almost lost Moon Emperor city, turning the tide to secure a victory. Allied remnants fled in disarray, but the Union soldiers decided not to pursue the vanquished enemy too far. They started celebrating their hard-won victory, and some noticed that the man hoisted his golden mace and walked deeper into the fortress. General, one soldier called out to him. The man turned around and gave him a good-natured smile. I don't deserve the title general. I'm going back to sleep. If you're asking for my name, well, I don't remember it. Oh, I have a code name. Marshal God. The soldier stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Marshal God, Pegasus, the strongest warrior in the history of the Galactic Frontline Union. Chapter 67, The End. Liu sat in the simulation pod and sent a message to the player with the nickname Anna. Your demand for a rematch has been satisfied. Would you have come if I hadn't begged you? Diana pouted, clearly dissatisfied. That match was ruined by the black mech. So why not call it a draw? No, I don't want your pity. I want to defeat you fairly and squarely with my own abilities. How can you be so unreasonable, woman? You're such a blockhead. You still don't understand how a woman feels. Liu knew arguing with a woman wouldn't work in this situation, so he replied, All right. If we keep arguing, the sky will turn dark. Wasn't the rematch what you wanted? Come on then. Finally, that's what I've been waiting for. Diana clenched her fists excitedly. Liu opened up the mech library and selected a specially modified black swordsmanship mech. It seemed Diana had the same idea as last time. She chose a spear mech. Liu didn't forget to select friendly match, ensuring the system would automatically choose the fairest battlefield, a plain. Moreover, since it was a friendly duel, there would be no 60-second preparation phase. The moment the map finished loading, the duel began. Diana's spear mech was also uniquely modified, glowing with moonlight white. A black and a white mech stood facing each other. Liu lifted his sword evenly, while Diana spun her long spear at an incredible speed. Fight! As the bold words erupted on the screen, Liu took the initiative. His thrusters went to full power. He tossed the sword high, followed by a powerful side kick that launched the sword through the air. The xuanhuan sword broke the sound barrier, piercing through space as it darted towards Diana. Without haste or panic, she deftly tapped the tip of her spear, sending the xuanhuan sword flying away. But Liu wasn't just throwing swords around. He moved with his blade. When the sword was sent flying, he was already right next to Diana. He threw and retracted the magnet core swiftly, retrieving his sword. Holding the hilt with both hands, he used the momentum from his spinning body to swing the sword horizontally across the battlefield. Even though Diana activated the particle shield just in time, the sheer force of the blow knocked her several steps back. How could Liu pass up such a perfect opportunity presented to him? Throwing the magnet core once more, he attached it to the particle shield. Tying one end of the magnetic core to the hilt of the sword, he stretched it to its limit and released. The sharp tip shimmered with icy menace as the blade sliced the wind in half, targeting the shield directly. This move left Diana momentarily off balance. Her astonishment vanished quickly, replaced by a confident smile. She had foreseen this. Canceling her particle shield, the xuanhuan sword, now unobstructed, charged forward with unstoppable momentum straight toward the core of Diana's chest-mounted mech. At the precise moment, Diana activated Gravity Swamp. The xuanhuan sword plunged into the gravitational field, where its kinetic energy was rapidly diminished. Seeing this, Liu was slightly startled. Trapped in the gravitational field, the xuanhuan sword couldn't advance another inch. Diana deactivated the Gravity Swamp, allowing the weapon to softly fall into her hand. Here, take it back. She intentionally flung the sword horizontally through the air. With a flick and a pull of the magnet core, the xuanhuan sword returned obediently to Liu's grasp. He split the xuanhuan sword into two separate pieces and held them in either hand. Following suit, Diana separated her spear into two shorter spears. Liu lunged forth fiercely, slashing down with his sword. Diana blocked with her short spears. Swinging his wrist, the magnet core attached itself to the sword's handle, allowing the second sword to thrust out diagonally, targeting her neck at a tricky angle. Diana tilted her head just in time, avoiding a cut as the blade swept past her. She triggered Lightning Spear. Bright blue lightning instantly enveloped Liu. Caught off guard, Liu entered a paralyzed state, lasting 5 seconds. The short spears weren't enough to deal significant damage. Diana combined the short spears back into one long spear and aimed straight at Liu's chest-mounted core, the point of critical attack. SSSS. The spear pierced the core forcefully. However, the system didn't announce Diana's victory. Perplexed, she watched as Liu before her slowly dissolved into thick black smoke, vanishing into thin air. She widened her eyes in surprise. Shadow replacement. After a long silence, the vision of future insight skill reactivated, proving useful once again. With this skill, Liu calmly waited until after Diana triggered Lightning Spear before activating Shadow replacement. The decoy shadow saved him, and the real swordsmanship mech leapt high, driving the xuanhuan sword downwards powered by the force of gravity. Diana raised the particle shield. Liu's lips curved into a faint smirk, as a pale pink glow enveloped the blade of the xuanhuan sword. As the edge struck the shield, it effortlessly tore through without any resistance even for 0.1 seconds. Why don't you ever learn? Liu snarled. Particle shields effective against physical attacks are completely useless against energy-based assaults. Diana hastily leaped backward in a tiger-like jump, narrowly avoiding the fatal sword strike. Liu's downward slash landed only on air, but the terrifying gravitational acceleration carved a deep and seemingly bottomless trench into the ground. If that strike had hit her, it would not only destroy the mech, but also inflict grievous injuries on Diana herself. With the upper hand, Liu was about to step forward when suddenly, his leg armor felt as though it were trapped by something, making movement impossible. Seeing he'd taken the bait, Diana sauntered over leisurely, arms crossed, teasing. Oh my, isn't this Liu? We haven't seen each other for a few days, so how come you're getting so pathetic? Looking down, he realized he'd stepped right into the gravity swamp she had set up earlier. The mech was completely immobilized by the gravitational force swallowing it whole. It's you who doesn't learn, huh? Diana poked his face provocatively. You've already seen what my gravity swamp can do, yet here you are, walking right into it again. Liu's shadow replacement skill was still on cooldown, and the gravity swamp effect would last a full 60 seconds. This move was practically a bug in personal combat scenarios. Liu had been outwitted by Diana, but it was really his own carelessness that cost him. The gravity field's effect still has plenty of time left, Diana said, casually placing her spear back into its slot. Let me think. What can be done with such a long duration? Stretching out her hands, she wantonly tortured his face. Got any ideas? Liu let out a wry laugh, saying, a scholar may be killed, but not humiliated. Give me a clean death. Really? She tilted her head, thinking for a moment. That makes sense, but I won't. GRH. Just kill me. You vile woman. Oh, how can you say such things about me? It's your fault for stepping into my gravity field. Then cancel the gravity field, and I'll fight you again till I drop. I refuse. Liu gritted his teeth in anger, thinking that this woman was absolutely seeking revenge. This wasn't just retaliation, it was clearly personal. Chapter 68, Public Display of Affection. Cancel the gravity field for me. I don't want to. Cancel the gravity field. No. Cancel. No. A perfectly good advanced combat simulation devolved into a spectacle of public displays of affection. Fortunately, it was an online battle. Otherwise, Jia Jingjing would surely have brought a small stool to sit on, eating the metaphorical dog food, and saying, I'm full. Liu bit his teeth and said, can't you just listen? Diana was delighted. Why? I'm a rebellious girl at heart. This is your fault. With that remark, Liu logged off. The black swordsmanship mech retreated from the battlefield. In the advanced combat simulation, Diana emerged victorious in the end. But before she could celebrate, the training pod suddenly went pitch dark. A short while later, the hatch opened. Liu, who had unplugged the Ethernet cable, squeezed in, pushing Diana into the cramped space. She instinctively moved her, but back a little. What are you doing? Her heart pounded violently, her cheeks slightly flushed. To teach this rebellious stinker a lesson, Liu growled and leaned closer. In Diana's crystal-clear pupils, his image reflected clearly as a kiss filled with deep affection gently landed on her lips. Her heartbeat quickened even more, and her delicate face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Thick circles hung in Diana's pupils like mosquito coils, and she lightly hammered Liu's chest. Only then did he relent. He snorted. This is your punishment for being disobedient. Will you dare next time? I dare. Diana blurted out without hesitation. Liu was speechless. Shouldn't you say I'm wrong? I won't do it again. If this is my punishment for being bad. She lightly tapped her lips with her jade-like fingers. Then I'll be rebellious every day. You wish. Yeah, why not? So Diana returned to the dormitory, as if her soul had been lost. Seeing her disoriented, Yu Jinyu asked, what's wrong? Dazed and confused. My first kiss is gone. Diana slumped onto the bed gloomily. Yu Jinyu was greatly startled. She whoosh stood up, rolled up her sleeves, and picked up a chair. Who did it? I'll take revenge for you. Before Diana could speak, she suddenly deflated, put down the chair, and sat back in her seat. Liu? Then it's fine. Diana's neck was stiff, her face flushed bright red, yet she couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Yu Jinyu's attention was all on the chat interface. Diana decided to stir things up. She tiptoed stealthily over and wrapped her arms around Yu Jinyu's neck, her whole upper body pressed against the latter. Who are you chatting with? Diana knowingly asked. Yu Jinyu's face turned slightly red. Jing. Oh, it's only been a few days, and you're already calling him Jing, huh? Diana poked her smooth cheek. Yu Jinyu powered off her phone. It's just a nickname. Don't think too much. Nickname him? Like how you calls me Anna, right? Why you? No way. That's a nickname I gave you. You can't call him that. You two are that intimate already? Isn't it allowed? Are we supposed to be like you two, dating for so long, and still haven't even held hands? Why you? How dare? How should I know, Emma? Diana smiled mysteriously and raised a finger. You should know, the Frost family's intelligence center is highly developed. If we're interested in someone, we can always find out everything about them. Yu Jinyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you investigating me behind my back? Diana paused, shaking her head quickly. No, you misunderstood. It's all because Jia Jingjing keeps complaining to Yu, and he told me. That's all. When hearing that Jia Jingjing had leaked their relationship, Yu Jinyu clenched her fists, wishing she could punch that guy's face right now. That guy. Diana helplessly shrugged. Sigh, I truly can't understand you two. You're obviously in a relationship, but why make it feel like a secret romance? Aren't you two the same? Yu Jinyu shot her a glare. Diana almost exploded with frustration. Nonsense. How are we the same? We're together every day, posting lovey-dovey statuses every day. You swore. Isn't it all because of you? You can't even talk properly. My fault. Of course. Just after Liu finished showering, sitting on the edge of the bed, Jia Jingjing tossed over the line. Damn realist. You've got a girlfriend, and you're calling me a realist? Liu shot a fierce glare at him. Doesn't it bother your conscience? If Jinyu knew you were talking about her like this, she'd beat you until you can't walk. Jia Jingjing pointed at his own nose. I have a girlfriend. You're in a love that brings loneliness? Liu's mouth, wide open in surprise, could fit an apple inside. Alas. Jia Jingjing sighed, appearing deflated. Having a girlfriend makes life feel as though you don't have one. Since we became boyfriend and girlfriend, I haven't even held her hand. Liu dried his hair with a towel. You need to take the initiative. Taking the initiative leads to stories. Jia Jingjing let out a cold laugh. It sounds like you've been active all along. Of course I was active. Wasn't it me who confessed first? Oh, so the social phobic person like you finally sprang into action. What's social phobia? Who has social phobia? I just call it avoiding unnecessary social interactions. I'm just quietly listening to your excuses. If you don't believe me, go ask Anna, downstairs by the girls' dormitory. Oh, so what did you do? Hugged her and told her I liked her. Nothing else. Jia Jingjing was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. That's simple. Liu nodded. Jia Jingjing rolled his eyes. Damn, if everyone were as good at hitting on girls as you, us lonely geeks wouldn't stand a chance. My skills. Liu scratched the back of his head. Weren't they all taught by you? Ho. So am I the one who picked up the stone only to drop it on my own foot? Exactly. As for Gao Chun and Shun Mo, who don't have girlfriends. Gao Chun lay on the bed, his phone upside down on his chest. He stared at the ceiling blankly. What's for dinner? Shun Mo was scrolling through videos on his phone. Don't know. Let's go eat stir-fry? Gao Chun suggested. Weren't we just eating it yesterday? Shun Mo said without looking back. How about rice then? It's too dry. Noodles? Not good for digestion late at night. Fried chicken? Burger? French fries? I've had some internal heat lately. So what do you want to eat? Gao Chen asked impatiently. Shin Imo grinned awkwardly. Rice is still good. I swear I just want to smash your head off. I just can't decide. Chapter 69, Emergency Situation. After a noisy day, the night grew deep and one by one the students turned off their lights and went to bed. The academy fell silent, except for the necessary lighting. All other lights were turned off. Midnight 2:46. Boys' dormitory. Ham. Liu yawned as he sat up. He scratched the back of his head, sleepily pushed the covers aside, and got out of bed. His toes slid over to push the slippers towards him, and he put them on, ready to go use the restroom. Jia Jingjing slept so soundly that even thunder outside might not wake him up. Liu reached into his shirt to scratch an itch while switching on the bathroom light with his other hand. The porcelain white light hit him, making it hard for him to open his eyes. At the moment his foot stepped into the bathroom, a shadow flashed past in the darkness. Liu immediately became alert. He was certain that it was a human figure. After all, there could be no cockroach as big as an adult man. He slowed his steps, trying to make as little sound as possible, and quietly walked toward the place where the figure disappeared. Click, snap. There came an unusual noise from the balcony. Is it a rat? Thinking this way, Liu pursed his lips and cautiously approached the balcony. Looking through the glass door onto the balcony, he found that it was just the clothesline falling over. Liu frowned, shaking his head. A dark silhouette like spilled ink, standing behind Liu, raised a broom high and brought it down fiercely. Girls' dormitory. Diana slept peacefully. Eugenia was still awake. She was fiddling with her phone. Click, click. Suddenly, the door handle of the dormitory was turned twice from the outside. Eugenia immediately became alert. She turned off her phone screen, flipped it upside down on the table, stepped into her slippers, and tiptoed toward the dormitory door. Click, click. This time, the sound came from directly in front of her. A gust of wind blew toward the dormitory, indicating that the dormitory door had been opened. Eugenia grabbed the hand grip she usually used to exercise her arm strength and peeked out of the dormitory. She looked left and right, but didn't find any abnormality. She retracted and still felt uneasy, so she turned on the light. Instantly, the dormitory lit up as bright as day. Looking around, she still didn't find anything unusual. With suspicion, Eugenia turned off the light again. After locking the dormitory door, she prepared to put down the hand grip when the strange noise sounded again. Click, click. Eugenia quickly turned around and returned, gripping the door handle tightly. Behind her, someone, holding a broom, struck at her head. Liu stepped back, and the person behind him swung the broom and missed. The former grabbed the arm of the person behind him, and with an over-the-shoulder throw sent the person flying to the balcony. Tiger! 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 Liu loudly shouted out the code word. Stirring from sleep, Jia Jingjing suddenly woke up, threw off the covers, rolled out of bed. He pulled out a telescoping baton from under his bed, spat saliva and yelled, "How dare you display such petty skills before an expert?" and rushed to the stranger on the balcony. Wait, hold on. Seeing the situation turn sour, the black-clothed person quickly tore off the mask. It's me. Liu turned on the balcony light and discovered that the black-clad person who had sneaked up on them at midnight was actually Master Yang. It's you? Damn, you scared the hell out of me. Jia Jingjing helplessly set down the telescoping baton. Master Yang, what are you doing? Why do you feel the need to come sneak around the student dorms at night? Liu rolled his eyes. Master Yang, we're students. We don't carry much valuables. No matter how short of money you may be, it's not worth your effort to steal from us during the middle of the night. Master Yang casually tossed the mask into the wind. What nonsense, what did you think I am? I'm teaching you a lesson. Jia Jingjing let out a chuckle. Give lessons in the middle of the night. Are you the one who hasn't woken up yet, or is it us? What kind of class is held at night? Do you know I get incredibly cranky when I wake up? TSK, don't mention it. I'm also forced. Master Yang crossed his legs and sat down. The dean made me do it. Liu and Jia Jingjing exchanged glances, looking skeptical. On the floor below, Eugenia ducked, avoiding the broom sweeping overhead. Without hesitation, she threw the hand grip straight at the person. The person deflected it with the broom, sending the hand grip flying diagonally until it landed precisely at Diana's bedside. The impact of the hand grip hitting the bedpost woke Diana rudely from her dream. Eugenia executed a padding step jump, delivering an iron shoulder thrust, which slammed the intruder backward. They seemed to have not expected her seriousness, and thus were unprepared. Without the slightest leniency, when they managed to stand again, Eugenia delivered a fierce uppercut right into their stomach. Ugh, cough, cough. The person clutched their stomach and stumbled back. All right, stop. It's me. They removed their mask as Diana went to switch on the light. When the light was on, Eugenia was dumbfounded. The person standing before them was none other than Teacher Yang. Teacher. Diana was thoroughly confused. You? Eugenia pointed at Yang Lin and said to Diana, thief. What? I'm not a thief. Yang Lin sat down. Ugh, you're so ruthless. Diana moved over a chair and sat in front of Yang Lin. Teacher, please explain. What are you doing sneaking into the girls' dormitory dressed all in black in the middle of the night? Yang Lin looked away guiltily. Can you stop interrogating me like I'm a criminal? I'm still your teacher. Eugenia silently raised her hand grip. I'll talk, Yang Lin decided. I'm actually teaching you a lesson. Don't tell me such unbelievable lies. Diana said. I'm not lying. Diana was even more confused. Huh. Not only her, but Eugenia also wore a skeptical look. Jia Jingjing gradually lost his patience. All right, I don't have interest in continuing this nonsense with you. Boldly, call the police. Liu suspected he heard wrong. Hey, hold on. The master's face changed drastically. Wait, let me call the old principal first. Liu put down the phone. Got through. The master handed the phone to Liu. You ask him yourself. Liu took the phone and started off by saying, I'm still alive, and I bet you're disappointed, aren't you? On the other end of the line, the old principal was completely baffled by Liu's opening line. What? Your underlings seem to lack skills. If you want to kill someone, what's the point of giving off obvious killing intent like fireflies at night? Huh? What the hell? Don't pretend. Aren't you having trouble sleeping because I'm still alive? Do you want some pancakes? Okay, no more fooling around. Principal, I think I need an explanation for tonight's events. Come to my office and see me. Diana looked at Yang Lin, gripped her hand grip and then released it. So Teacher Yang, does that mean tonight's incident was all planned by the principal? Yang Lin nodded lightly. Yeah. He should already be waiting for us in his office. Let's go. I'll go along with you. Chapter 70, Ace. So, Jia Jingjing angrily rushed to the dean's office. With a loud bang, he rudely burst through the door and asked point blank, Dean, my roommate and I need a reasonable explanation for what happened tonight. The old master said that his midnight infiltration into the boys' dormitory was to give us a lesson. I'd like to ask, what kind of class needs to take place at 3 o'clock in the morning? Disturbing people's sleep in the middle of the night. I don't think this is any funny joke. Relax, classmate Jia Jingjing. The old dean seemed to have foreseen his arrival, as the tea was already prepared. Take a seat first. Fuming with anger, Jia Jingjing said, I have no intention of playing riddles with you. The old dean smiled and said, I know you're anxious, but please don't rush. Because it's not only you who has questions, your friends also have a lot to say to me. Wait for her, will you? Not knowing what game he was playing, Jia Jingjing sat down, and Liu took a seat beside him. Compared to Jia Jingjing's loss of emotional control, Liu remained calm. He also wanted an explanation, but he was willing to give the old dean time to clarify. Shortly after, Yang Lin led Jinyu and Diana inside the office. Yang Lin said, Dean, I've brought them here. The two girls sat closely together, while the old dean placed 4 cups of hot tea in front of the 4 individuals. Everyone is here now. If there's anything you want to ask, feel free to do so. I still have the same question from before. Jia Jingjing didn't even glance at the steaming tea in front of him. The old dean looked at him. You feel that the old master disturbed your rest by sneaking into the dormitory in the middle of the night. You think that no course should be conducted at 3 o'clock in the morning, right? Jia Jingjing nodded. But what if, instead of the old master, it was an assassin sent by the Alliance? The glass's frame reflected the light softly as the old dean gently spoke. Jia Jingjing paused, puzzled, question mark. The old dean then turned to look at the two girls. You too. Are you here to demand an answer, just like Jia Jingjing? Jinyu nodded. In fact, Jia Jingjing is right. There really is no course that needs to be carried out at 3 o'clock in the morning. The old dean stated. The event tonight, I call it a crisis drill. I prefer all of you to get some good rest and wake up to a new day. But do you think the enemy will let us rest? Diana tilted her head cutely, asking, crisis drill? Yes, the old dean sipped from his teacup. Crisis drill. Let me tell you a story. After hearing this story, I believe you will understand why I did what I did. Jia Jingjing grunted disdainfully, crossing his arms. 5 years ago. At that time, the war was still in our favor. Dragjin Military Academy was famous, attracting many prodigies with extraordinary talents. It was the year with the second highest new recruit success rate in history, just behind this year. Back then, I even had the illusion that the war would end soon. Unprecedented great achievements made me complacent, leading me to lower my guard. I underestimated the treachery of human hearts and misjudged the Alliance's deceitful tactics. That day, the Academy's protective shield was opened from the inside. A covert operation squad of the Alliance strolled in without obstruction, relying on absolutely reliable intelligence provided by an insider, and they accurately found the dormitories of several students whom I cherished the most, mercilessly slaughtering them. I only learned about the intrusion the next day. Those talented students, being loaded into black body bags and carried out of their dorms. A scene I remember vividly till today. That moment, I felt as if I'd fallen to the ground, as if something precious had been snatched away from me. My tears and nose dripped uncontrollably. At this point, the old dean paused. Everyone present could feel his pain, guilt, and sorrow. The parents of the students came to raise a fuss at the academy, saying things like, how can a military academy not even protect one child? Are the academy's guards all eating for nothing? Why did I send my child here to study only for him to lose his life? Some of the more radical student parents smashed my office and even threatened to arrest me and hand me over to the Federation for severe punishment. Just in one night, due to just one insider, all our strategic advantages were lost. From that day on, fate seemed to have turned against us. The Alliance slowly gained the upper hand, and until today, they've completely taken control over us. After that incident, I upgraded the Academy's defense system, believing that I had rendered it flawless. However, the invasion by the Black Mech event clearly told me that the Alliance continues to secretly plot something under the surface. I don't want to repeat the same mistakes. For that reason, I believe it's necessary to launch crisis drills. Over the past 2 or 3 years, no matter how low the success rate of new students was, I never interrupted these crisis drills. Even if students curse me every year, I will absolutely not change this practice. I see great potential in you, especially in you, Liu. The old dean directed his gaze at Liu. After teaching for so many years, your talent stands out as the most exceptional one. I can't let you down. Your existence has already become a thorn in the side of the Alliance. That guy Mike will never allow such a huge threat to grow unchecked. He is incredibly cautious and will snuff out any danger in its infancy. A tree that stands out from the forest will surely be battered by the wind. The strategist has already taken notice of you. Otherwise, he would never have risked so much just to personally test you. Liu narrowed his eyes. The pilot of the black mech is the strategist? The old dean nodded. After a brief pause, he continued. I said it already. I don't want to repeat the same mistakes again. So, I will do everything in my power to protect you. Even if it costs me my life, it will be worth it. Only with you joining the Alpha Fleet do we stand a chance to end this war. After all, you are our ace. Dean, if you keep saying things like that, we're not going to be happy. Jia Jingjing crossed his arms. If Li Yu is the ace, then what does that make us? Do we count for nothing then? Li Yu's talent, I accept wholeheartedly. But if you look down on us this way, I, Jia Jingjing, am the first one who won't agree. He may be strong, but the rest of us aren't made of clay either. Just wait. One day, we'll prove to you that we'll bring an end to this war. Seeing Jia Jingjing's spirited confidence, the old dean smiled warmly. Very well, underestimating you was wrong of me. I apologize sincerely for it. I'm sorry, I believe in all of you. If you say it, you can certainly achieve it. Chapter 71, Untitled. The crisis simulation exercise has come to an end, and life has returned to normal. Beneath the surface calm, however, lies intrigue. From the first day of the second half of the school year, the students clearly felt that the teachers had changed. There were fewer smiles, and the teaching methods had shifted from education through entertainment to a greater emphasis on practicality. One of the most obvious changes was that the teachers were no longer as approachable or willing to answer all questions. Teaching resources began tilting towards students who regularly scored high in tests, while mid-tier students started striving harder, understanding the adage that learning is like rowing upstream. Not moving forward means falling back. As for those who usually performed poorly, they threw in the towel openly, claiming, I want to study, but the teacher doesn't want to teach me. What can I do? I'm just as desperate as you. The old dean had once said, in Dragon Military Academy, talent is never the most important thing. The key is how hard you are willing to work. Lack of talent isn't scary. What's truly frightening is lacking talent and not bothering to make an effort. The early bird gets the worm, he added. Perhaps differences in treatment over a few days wouldn't cause anyone to protest, but prolonged preferential treatment stirred up dissatisfaction among a small group of students. They started spreading discontent and tried to rally others to fight against the unfair treatment. But nobody wanted to get involved in this mess. Their repeated attempts ended in failure every single time. Plan A failed, but they hatched another scheme, a sit-in protest. On Monday morning at 8 o'clock, a ridiculous scene unfolded within the campus. Over a dozen students each brought their folding stools and sat outside the dean's office. Passers-by pointed and gossiped, but these protesting students took it all in stride because they aimed for public pressure to force the dean to yield. They hoped the dean would issue a statement requiring subject teachers to treat everyone equally, with no special treatment allowed. What they didn't expect, however, was for the old dean to escape via the back window early in the morning. All day long, he visited old friends or sipped tea with them. Those students sat outside his office from dawn until dusk without ever catching even a glimpse of him. With no other choice left, they pulled out their ultimate weapon, a strike. After the failure of the sit-in protest, each class faced a situation where 1/3 of the classroom was empty, or 1/3 of the students in each grade were absent. As the situation grew increasingly tense, the old dean was forced to step in and mediate. Taking into account the pride of a small faction, the old dean called a meeting with the intent to resolve some key issues once and for all. The meeting was still held in the main auditorium, where certain people gleefully arrived early to claim good seats. At 7 o'clock sharp, the meeting officially commenced. The moment the old dean stepped onto the stage, he went straight to the point. We're not here today for any other reason. Lately, I've received quite a few complaints from some students about certain subject teachers engaging in differential treatment during classes, favoring good students while completely ignoring underachievers. Yang Lin, he addressed Yang Lin by name. Is the content of the complaint true? Yang Lin, straightforward as always, nodded and said, yes, it's true. The dean gestured for her to sit down before sweeping his gaze across the crowd of students below. You've all heard what teacher Yang Lin just said. Now, here's the reason why your teachers have adopted such behavior. It was my directive. At this revelation, the entire hall erupted in commotion. Certain individuals who had eagerly occupied seats beforehand bristled with righteous indignation. On the contrary, Li Yu, Jia Jingjing, and others showed no surprise whatsoever. Do you want to know why I did this? The dean glared at several students seated below, whose anger simmered beneath unspoken words. I've already said it. Dragon Military Academy seeks brave soldiers who fight fearlessly. Those who seek indulgence and refuse to improve will find no place or welcome here. I don't care about your complaints, nor am I swayed by your protests. Your path is self-chosen. If things have reached this point, it's solely due to your own poor decisions. To all except those few, anyone wanting to excel academically is more than welcome. Then, from the audience, came an offbeat voice. Humph. If gaming qualifies as striving upward, then never mind. This comment hit a nerve with the already irked dean, who immediately shot back. Go ahead and game then. The gymnasium is open to everyone. I certainly haven't hung a no-entry sign on its door, have I? If you can't even compete in games, shouldn't you feel ashamed? Huh. When exactly did gaming start counting as learning? Another taunting voice rose above the hubbub. I'll spare the commentary on the number of brainless fans present here, but seriously, winning 30 to 40 games and being hailed as a god? Tone it down a bit. The stench is reaching me. Eating sour grapes because you can't reach them yourself is pathetic. Someone who loses 30 to 40 games mocking someone who wins 30 to 40 games. Here's advice. If you can't speak sensibly, just shut up. Every time you open your mouth, your lack of knowledge is laid bare. Embarrassing. Pausing for a moment, the old dean continued. Apart from mouthing off and being sarcastic here, what else can you do? Aren't you just good at riddles? 7 monkeys on the tree, 1 monkey on the ground. It's both 2 monkeys and 8 monkeys. It could also be 3 monkeys or 9 monkeys. Does the quantity really matter? While you're studying, others are studying too. Moreover, they've read so many years of books and haven't fallen behind anyone, especially not compared to you. You don't even know how to read a single word or recognize a pole lying down as the number 1. And you have the nerve to complain about teachers giving differential treatment? You're not qualified. In the audience, Liu was stunned speechless. Under the old dean's full-on tirade, the brave whistleblower student was utterly crushed, resentfully laying low. Dean, that's wrong of you. A master of indirectness chimed in from a moral high ground. Regardless of academic performance, he is still a member of the academy, right? Before speaking, you should consider. Who considers me when I consider him? Is indulgence and lack of ambition now justified? People like that would only go to die on the battlefield. Do you think anyone cares whether a cannon fodder lives or dies? Every life is precious. Do you actually think you're Captain Rogers? Would you have the courage to sacrifice yourself to save hundreds of thousands, even millions of lives? Can you do it? If not, then shut your mouth properly. A deathly silence engulfed the grand auditorium. Any other complaints? The old dean asked, his tone softening slightly. If not, today's meeting is adjourned. Dismissed. The students left in small groups. Those who had been utterly humiliated cursed the old dean 1,000 times over in their hearts. After this day, there was no change in the differential treatment by subject teachers. Instead, it grew worse. But this time, no one dared to raise any objections. Even if they did, they swallowed them back. Chapter 72, Birthday. Saturday, another day to sleep in until the sun rises. Jia Jingjing broke his usual routine by waking up early. He had already washed his face and was brushing his teeth. Liu let out a long yawn, scratching the back of his head as he sat up. Hearing the noise, Jia Jingjing poked his head in from the balcony, his mouth full of toothpaste foam, mumbling something incomprehensible. Good morning, big birthday star. Liu didn't hear clearly. Huh? Jia Jingjing spat out the toothpaste foam, rinsed his mouth with water, and then said, I said good morning, big birthday star. Big birthday star. Liu's body seemed to have woken up, but his brain was still sleeping. Me? Don't tell me you even forgot your own birthday. I really did forget. All right, hurry up, wash your face, clear your head. A few buddies and I have planned to celebrate for you tonight. Nah, it's fine if we all just go out for dinner on me. Since when does the birthday boy pay for the dinner? It's pretty normal for the birthday boy to treat everyone. Oh, like that. All right, then I won't hesitate. So all this time you were waiting for me here. Liu lightly slapped his cheeks, regaining a bit of energy. Sleeping until 11:30, skipping breakfast altogether. After freshening up, Liu went downstairs to the cafeteria to pack 2 meals. Jia Jingjing was scrolling through videos while laughing his head off. Liu placed one meal on the former's table and took the other to his seat. He didn't have the habit of looking at his phone while eating. At noon, the cafeteria served their favorite dishes, spicy chicken and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Since soup is hard to please everyone's palate, Liu asked the cafeteria aunt to pack 2 portions of preserved vegetable shredded pork soup. When Jia Jingjing asked if there was no other option, Liu replied, Nope, the cafeteria serves this soup at lunch today. Don't believe me? Go down and ask yourself. Reluctantly, Jia Jingjing accepted it. He picked up his chopsticks, lifted the lid of the meal box, and dug in heartily. The dish of spicy chicken had pieces fried golden brown, crispy, with green and red peppers added. Its aroma alone was enough to make one salivate. For the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, it was slightly sweet amidst the salty flavor. Eating the cooked eggs mixed with tomatoes truly deserved its title as the rice cleaning magic. A bowl of preserved vegetable shredded pork soup, where the preserved vegetables dominated, supplemented by some shredded meat. Sprinkled with scallions, the fragrant blend left one yearning for more. Paired with a stir-fried green vegetable dish, Jia Jingjing once again stuffed himself silly, clutching his bloated belly and humming continuously, muttering about being too full. This is what they call overeating after being full. Liu joked warmly. Jia Jingjing shot him an annoyed look. Don't be sarcastic with me. A rainy girl has nothing to do with it. At 6:30 in the evening, it was time to meet up. Gao Chun came knocking on the door, bang bang bang, creating a loud racket. The door opened immediately. Jia Jingjing immediately reprimanded him. Hurry, hurry. Who's the star of today anyway? Do you dare to rush our birthday star today? Afraid the birthday star will get revenge later? He's not that kind of person. Gao Chun shook his head. All right. Liu usually didn't celebrate his birthday much, so he was wearing casual clothes. Let's go. Gao Chun reserved a private room at his brother's board game shop. Liu thought this was troubling people too much and suggested just treating everyone to a meal instead. Gao Chun replied, It's no trouble. We're all brothers here. A phone call is all it takes. Jia Jingjing also chimed in. You only celebrate your birthday once a year. Why don't you seem to care at all? You should perk up. Because I usually don't celebrate my birthday much. Liu felt warm inside, scratching his face. At home, my mom celebrates my birthday for me. But she has worked so hard her whole life. I don't want her to bother going through all the hassle just for my birthday. And since my dad left, I haven't celebrated a single birthday. The speaker was nonchalant, but the listener understood. Though Liu was trying to sound relaxed, Jia Jingjing knew deep down. He wanted to celebrate a noisy, cheerful birthday. So, today he initiated it, inviting a few buddies to celebrate Li Yu's birthday together. The cake had already been selected and purchased by 2 girls without telling Li Yu, preparing to give him a surprise shortly. When they arrived at the board game shop, Gao Chen's older brother had, as usual, reserved room number 1 for them. Oh, Gao Chen threw himself onto the sofa. This sofa is comfortable. Jia Jingjing watched him with amusement. Gao Chen caught on and immediately stood up, offering the center spot on the sofa to the birthday star. The latter made a pleased gesture. Come, the birthday star sits here. Thank you. Li Yu thanked him and sat down in the center of the sofa. Gao Chen fished around in his pocket and pulled out a small box, handing it to Li Yu. Here, this is your birthday gift. Happy birthday, old Li. Li Yu turned the small box over and over again, pointing at it and asking, can I open it and take a look? Of course, I gave it to you as a gift, so it's yours now, Gao Chen nodded. The box opened to reveal a wooden carving quietly lying inside. It vaguely resembled the Q version of Li Yu. Li Yu picked up the wooden carving with mixed feelings. This is me? Uh-huh. Gao Chen scratched the back of his head and nodded. I carved it myself. Although it's not worth much, and it doesn't look all that good. No, Li Yu interrupted him. I like it very much. Whether or not it's valuable isn't important. This is your work infused with effort, and I'll treasure it well. Jia Jingjing looked Gao Chen up and down. I didn't know you actually had this skill of carving. Alas, Gao Chen sighed. Life is hard, so Gao Chen learns crafts. Jia Jingjing also shoved a small box into Li Yu's hand. Happy birthday. This is my gift for you. Go ahead and open it. Li Yu did as told and opened the box. Inside was a pure gold circular badge. The badge was only as big as a xuanhuan coin. On the front was Li Yu's surname, the word Li. On the back, it was written in English. To my best buddy. Gao Chen glared jealously. Damn rich guy. Li Yu suddenly felt the gift was so heavy. This, wouldn't it be too expensive? Of course it is. It cost me a lot of money, Jia Jingjing said with a twist. But if it's for my good brother's birthday gift, then no amount of money spent would be wasted. Shinmo's present was a painting depicting the Q version of Li Yu. This is the comic image I drew for you. I wrote your name 10,000 times by hand, forming this portrait. Happy birthday. Li Yu solemnly took the portrait from Xuanhuan. You wrote my name 10,000 times. Yep. Xuanhuan nodded. You can see the details. Li Yu was filled with respect for Xuanhuan's perseverance. He himself didn't even have the patience to write his own name 100 times. Yet Xuanhuan managed to handwrite it 10,000 times to create this portrait. Li Yu said, I've taken note of your sincerity. I will treasure this portrait well. Chapter 73, Happy Birthday Song. Delicious dishes were served one by one. Uncle Gao Chen wearing an apron burst in with a big bottle of Coca-Cola in his hand. All the dishes are here. Please enjoy slowly. As he said this, he placed 2 large bottles of Coca-Cola on the table, jealousy making Gao Chen unrecognizable. Brother, are we really blood brothers? I've come to your place so many times, but never saw you cook even a few dishes for me to taste. You little brat. The man made a kicking motion at Gao Chen's buttocks. A guest is a guest. A good friend of yours steps into this door and becomes my guest. Since it's a guest, how could I not cook a couple of dishes for them to taste? What if I also want to taste your cooking? I can always cook a couple more, no big deal. Wait, it'll be done soon. Hee. Thanks, big brother. You just come here to freeload. The man left. Li Yu looked around but still missed 2 girls. Where are Anna and Jin Yu? Why haven't they come yet? Jia Jingjing picked up a piece of crispy fried meat with his chopsticks and chewed it. Girls definitely need time to get dressed and ready. Wait a bit longer. They'll be here soon. Let's eat first. Li Yu picked up the chopsticks, then put them down. We should all eat together after everyone arrives. No problem. Gao Chen was enjoying the delicious food, sipping a cold Coca-Cola. They told us to start eating first. Preparing gifts takes time too, doesn't it? Only then did Li Yu relax and without reservation grabbed his chopsticks, taking a handful of fried meat and chewing it heartily. Halfway through the meal, all the lights suddenly went out in the private dining room. Li Yu immediately stopped eating, tensed his body, and entered a pre-combat stance. The door to the dining room opened, and lively, soothing music started playing. 2 girls pushed a cart slowly into the room. On the top layer of the cart was a delicately crafted cake, topped with already lit candles. Diana D and Eugene Yu sang the birthday song as they carefully placed the cake on the table. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Diana's smile was like a blooming flower, lightly tapping her hands to keep the beat. Eugene Yu placed a birthday cap labeled Happy Birthday on Li Yu's head. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. When the song ended, all the friends chimed in unison. Happy birthday? Long live the birthday boy. Li Yu smiled, and tears began to roll down his cheeks. He wiped away the joyful tears with the back of his hand. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for celebrating my birthday. Thank you for the presents. I'm deeply moved. He couldn't continue as tears again filled his eyes. Sitting down heavily on the couch, he covered his face with his hands and quietly sobbed. Don't cry. Diana sat close beside Li Yu, putting her arm around his shoulder to comfort him. Today is your birthday. You should be happy. Jia Jingjing, sitting on his right, nudged him with his shoulder. That's right. Crying won't make you handsome. Now smile. Smile. Encouraged by their support, Li Yu eventually turned his sobs into laughter. Being able to meet, know, and befriend such a group of friends, his life had truly been worth it. It's time to blow out the candles and make a wish. Shinemo, who usually kept silent, gently reminded them. Li Yu came closer, closed his eyes, and silently made a wish in his heart. But when he opened his eyes again, each of his friends had already grabbed a chunk of creamy frosting and was smirking at him. Before he could utter a wait, Jia Jingjing led the way in smearing a lump of frosting on his face. The scene turned momentarily chaotic as the teenagers laughed and smeared cream all over each other's faces. Li Yu's face was completely covered in cream, while Jia Jingjing wasn't much better. His hair looked almost white from all the cream. It was one of the rare moments where they could let loose and have some fun. Everyone was lost in the laughter and joy, and at least under the dim flicker of candlelight, their little world was peaceful. Oof. Gao Chen slumped onto the sofa, his hands, face, and neck all smeared with cream. I'm exhausted, let me rest for a moment. The girls went to the restroom to clean the cream off their faces and clothes, while Li Yu, Jia Jingjing, and xuanhuan sprawled awkwardly in one corner of the sofa, laughing dumbly. The cake on the table had been brutally ravaged. The candles had long since been extinguished, randomly scattered across the surface. Almost all the cream had been scooped up, leaving only a thin layer of sponge cake behind. Xuanhuan used a knife to cut the remaining sponge cake into 6 approximately equal pieces, placing each on a plate and inserting a plastic fork into every slice. The boys each came forward to pick up a plate and enjoyed the cake in small bites. You guys are real artists at making a mess, Xuanhuan quietly criticized. A perfectly good cake, ruined like this. Gao Chun Ed. Talk about someone who didn't participate just now. The birthday dinner ended at 10 o'clock. Li Yu and Diana D walked side by side on the way back to the dormitory. So, Diana's steps were light. Wasn't the dinner I prepared for you tonight a pleasant surprise, unexpected? Li Yu smiled faintly at the corner of his lips. It was a pleasant surprise, unexpected. It's just that it made everyone spend so much money. Actually, there was no need to be so extravagant. Were you going to say wasteful extravagance, right? Diana deliberately frowned, pretending to be angry. If you say this, I will get angry. What you're saying means you don't really consider us your friends. Everyone has been preparing for tonight's dinner party for a long time. Even if we haven't accomplished anything extraordinary, there is certainly effort put in, right? And yet you say we've wasted our resources. Humph. She crossed her arms, hemphed once, and turned her head away from him. It's my fault. I shouldn't have said that. He hugged her slender waist. Thank you all for coming to celebrate my birthday, and I like very much all the gifts you gave me. All right. She slapped her forehead. I remember now. I haven't given you my birthday present yet. Do you carry it with you? Li Yu was stunned. Diana threw herself into his arms, her tender little hands gently pressing against his chest, slightly tiptoeing. A soft kiss like sakura landed on his lips. Li Yu tightly hugged her waist, deepening the kiss. She offered no real resistance, allowing him to take more. After a long moment, their lips parted, pulling a thin silk thread. Do you like this birthday gift? Diana's cheeks were slightly red, her watery eyes looked at him. Li Yu gently pinched her cheek. Like it immensely. The final evaluation of the year is coming up. If you and I become opponents again, I won't hold back, you know. On this point, I believe we should both understand each other well. At the foot of the dormitory building, Li Yu held Diana in his arms. Good night, my princess. Diana rubbed against him in his embrace. Good night, my knight. Chapter 74. The year-end examination begins. September 1st, the start of a new semester. Freshmen full of vitality embraced hope and dreams as they officially began their studies at Drajan Military Academy. Today was a big day for the freshmen, but also for Li Yu. It marked exactly 1 year since he had entered Drajan Military Academy. And today, the year-end examination would officially begin. According to the rules, the top 10 students in the year-end examination would be recommended by the old dean to earn a place in the Alpha Fleet. Midterm written exam scores would carry over to the year-end assessment. As a result, the year-end examination omitted the written part and moved directly into the practical simulation phase. This phase would occur through online matches. This might also be the last time during his student years that Li Yu would encounter the game, Whirlwind, Mecha Arrival. The full rules of the year-end examination were announced on the school's website at 8 a.m. The practical simulation being conducted via online duels received unanimous approval from the students. After all, many made great progress in the second half of the academic year in the course, Mecha Simulation Combat. All they lacked was an opportunity to make a stunning debut. The examination would formally commence at 8 o'clock in the evening. Practical simulations would determine combat pairs through a draw. A total of 128 students were approved to participate in the year-end exam. After 2 preliminary rounds, 32 would advance to the next stage. From the preliminary rounds to the finals, all competitions would follow a single elimination system, with any losing competitors immediately eliminated. The old dean had already promised that in addition to qualifying for entry into the Alpha Fleet, the top 10 students would receive custom-made armed wristbands issued by the Academy. As the saying goes, with generous rewards, brave warriors will surely emerge. For the chance to obtain the armed wristband, everyone would give 120% effort. Number 1 seed, what are your thoughts on tonight's year-end examination? At 6 o'clock, Jia Jingjing came out of the shower after washing up, drying his hair with a towel while asking. Humph. Li Yu shrugged. What good is being the number 1 seed? Even so, I still have to start from the preliminaries. Thankfully, it's not a free-for-all mode. Otherwise, you, the number 1 seed, would be swarmed by everyone. Does that mean I should thank the old dean? Don't rush to thank him yet. I've heard that starting from the round of 32, the old dean plans to trip you up. Who? Me? Tripping me up? Is that necessary? Who told you that? The master teacher said. Li Yu's growth has been too smooth sailing. Let him experience some hardship in this practical simulation. It will be beneficial for his development. That was supposedly the old dean's exact words. Too smooth sailing? Do you hear that? In the Black Mecha incident, I nearly lost my life. This is called too smooth sailing? Jia Zhengjing spread his hands. Don't vent your anger on me. It's not like I'm planning to trip you up. If I had that authority, I wouldn't bother with this year-end exam. I'd just hand out the awards. He counted on his fingers, announcing his friends' rankings one by one. Liu, 2nd place. Diana, tied for 3rd place. Yu Jinyu, tied for 3rd place. Gao Chun, 5th place. Shen Emo, 6th place. And when it came to himself, Jia Zhengjing. What else can I say? Undeniably the king, 1st place. Liu burst out laughing. I knew it. You, Jia Zhengjing, would ever let yourself down. Thanks to him, Liu felt much more relaxed. His habit of getting nervous before big battles had seen no improvement whatsoever. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the practical simulation phase of the year-end examination officially began. Liu and Jia Zhengjing walked together toward the gymnasium, joking with each other. Gao Chun added plenty of banter, and even Shen Emo, usually quiet, joined in. Diana and Yu Jinyu were engrossed in endless conversation between them. Inside the gymnasium, it was already bustling with noise. The first round of the preliminary matchups had been displayed on a large screen. Everyone was looking for their own opponents. With limited immersive gaming pods, only 16 games could run simultaneously. When Liu finally arrived at the gymnasium, a boy quickly approached him and stopped right in front of him. Excuse me, do you need something? Liu asked tentatively. Liu. The boy suddenly shouted Liu's name, startling him. Let's settle this. Confused, Liu nodded slowly. Oh. The hatch opened, and he sat inside the cockpit. The door closed slowly. Once logged in, a player with the nickname Zen sent a message to Liu. I've long heard about Liu's mastery of the sword mech, which is truly sword godlike. Today, I have come to learn from you. This match, we will determine not only who is better, but also who survives. Deciding the better one was fine, but determining life and death was a bit exaggerated, right? Liu shouted inwardly. The battlegrounds for both preliminary rounds were plains, the old dean ensuring maximum fairness as much as possible. Opening the mech database, Liu instantly chose the black sword mech. Mr. Zen. Let's call him that for now. He also selected a sword mech. Once the 10-second countdown ended, both Liu and Mr. Zen lunged toward each other. Liu drew his sword, and so did Mr. Zen. The former threw the sword into the air, then kicked it towards the enemy using the hilt. Mr. Zen mimicked this move and similarly kicked his own sword. Liu's sword flew straight at Zen's mech core. Zen, of course, aimed at Liu's as well. Simultaneously, they both activated their particle shields, causing the swords to bounce off. Afterward, they threw magnetic sources that stuck onto the handles of the swords, pulling them back into their hands. Good heavens, he mimics me face by face. Liu complained fiercely in his mind. No longer holding back, Liu split his sword into two, wielding one in each hand. In an instant, he hurled the left-hand sword, which streaked through the air like piercing through void space, directly aiming for Zen's cockpit. However, Zen's shield had just cooled down after cancellation. Acting decisively, Zen sidestepped to avoid the incoming blade. With his left sword evaded, Liu followed swiftly behind the momentum of the sword. His right sword drew a cold arc, and in the next second, Zen's mech head was cleaved off. Mr. Zen's sword mech exploded, and Liu won effortlessly, advancing to the second preliminary round. I lost, Mr. Zen messaged again. You are worthy of being called the sword god. After replying with, thanks for letting me win, Mr. Zen signed off. Chapter 75, Preliminary Rounds, 2nd Round. Liu won the first preliminary match in less than 2 minutes. Jia Zhengjing, Gao Chun, and others also emerged victorious with ease. At its core, the preliminaries were akin to warm-up matches, a chance for everyone to get a feel for things. Anyone who stumbled at this stage would be making fools of themselves. The vast majority of the first round matches pitted strong competitors against weaker ones, and they went by quickly. In less than an hour, all the battles were over. The large screen began to roll out the matchups for the second round of the preliminaries. Liu's name was the first one listed, making it easy to find. Even in the crowd, he stood out as the most noticeable individual, making him easy to locate. A girl approached hesitantly, her cheeks red as she stammered. Hey, Liu, I gym your opponent in the next match. Please give me guidance. Diana teasingly nudged him in the ribs with her elbow. Oh wow, looks like you've got a little fangirl here. Are you jealous? He teased back. Am I not your fangirl too? She playfully winked at him. Jia Zhengjing distanced himself from these two lovebirds radiating romantic vibes. Hello. Liu nodded courteously to the girl. Please give me your best. The second round commenced. Liu again started with his black sword fighting mech. The girl who had been timid when greeting him earlier had the nickname, Does the Rose Cry Too? Miss Rose instantly selected an iron fist mech. Expecting yet another swift victory upon waking, Liu was immediately surprised at how wrong that assumption turned out to be. Miss Rose's fighting style was bold and open, completely contrasting with the shy demeanor she had shown just moments before while greeting him. There was even a brief moment where Liu wondered if someone else had stepped in to replace her. The high mobility of the iron fist mech combined with Miss Rose's superior combat skills gave Liu some trouble. But everything came to an abrupt halt once Liu activated Gravity Swamp. Although Liu acknowledged Miss Rose's combat techniques, unfortunately, superb skill alone wasn't enough to take him down. In the instant she caught sight of the light of victory, Miss Rose didn't notice her foot stepping into the gravity swamp. The high mobility of the iron fist mech was crushed and destroyed by the gravity. Miss Rose's heart plummeted from its peak straight into despair, giving Liu no chance to delay. A single slash ended the match. As Liu stepped out of the simulator pod, he happened to see Miss Rose crying and running out of the gymnasium. Stunned, Li Yu didn't know what to do. Oh, Jia Jingjing, eager for drama, deliberately squeezed beside him and goaded him on. You made the poor girl cry, you scoundrel. Still standing there? Why don't you chase after her and comfort her broken spirit? Li Yu wore an expression akin to, I don't believe you for a second, old man. You're up to something nasty. This is your golden opportunity to win over your fangirl. I'm good. I've already got Diana. So, would you mind having one more? Suddenly, Diana's voice drifted softly through the air. I mind. Jia Zhongjing's smile froze on his face, and he felt chilled to the bone. Did any of you see Junyu? Diana changed the subject and asked. Upon hearing her question, Jia Zhongjing realized that after the first preliminary round, Yu Junyu seemed to have vanished without a trace. He looked around, but didn't see the person closest to his heart. Li Yu shook his head. I haven't seen her. Wasn't she with you? That's precisely why I find it strange. After the first round of the preliminaries, she disappeared, said Diana. How did she delete me from her friends list? Jia Zhongjing exclaimed. Diana pulled out her phone and tried to send a message to Yu Junyu, but sure enough, message failed to send. She isn't on your friend list yet. Please add her as a friend first. Li Yu offered a suggestion. Call her. Jia Zhongjing placed a call to her, but was greeted by the prompt, the number you dialed is currently in another call. Please try again later. Both Diana and Li Yu called Yu Junyu and received the same prompt. You've been blocked, Gao Chen interjected after finishing his preliminary match. Jia Zhongjing was perplexed. Why? Blocking all of us without any prior warning. What kind of move is that? Gao Chen shrugged. Only Junyu herself knows the reason for that. What about the match? Late arrival counted as a loss. Disqualified. Jia Zhongjing grew increasingly confused. That doesn't make sense. Junyu wouldn't give up on the chance to join Alpha Fleet so easily. Shin Imo suddenly chimed in. Who among you hurt her? What nonsense are you talking about? Who would bully her? Jia Zhongjing, already anxious and distressed, became enraged. We can't get enough of caring for her and loving her. How could we possibly bully her? If you don't know, don't just make things up. Shun Imo fiddled with his phone. She seems to have deleted all of our contact information and blocked us. I want to know why right now. Jia Zhongjing said as he started walking out. Things were fine yesterday, and today she wants a complete break. I refuse to believe that's possible. Li Yu asked him, where are you going? I'm going to find her. She should still be in the dormitory. Jia Zhongjing was stopped by the dorm supervisor Auntie outside the girls' dormitory. She wouldn't let him enter. Jia Zhongjing had to say, I'm here to see my girlfriend, Yu Junyu. Whereupon the supervisor Auntie told him, she's not in the dormitory. How do you know? He asked. Weren't you all taking your year-end assessments? The supervisor Auntie replied. Since you left, not a single person has come back. Jia Zhongjing was completely dazed. That girl you mentioned? I have a bit of an impression. The supervisor Auntie searched through her pockets and handed something over to Jia Zhongjing. That girl instructed me to give this to a man named Jia Zhongjing if he came looking for her. Jia Zhongjing stared blankly at what Yu Junyu had left for him in his palm. A withered purple tulip. He had some knowledge of flower languages. A purple tulip represented the highest, endless love, meaning, you are my greatest love. Yet, he still couldn't figure out why Yu Junyu had left a withered purple tulip behind before disappearing into thin air. Perhaps, she has her own reasons? Diana said from behind him. Li Yu, Gao Chun, Shin Mo were all present now. That doesn't mean she had to block all our contacts. Jia Zhongjing looked down at the purple tulip in his hand, his vision blurring as tears fell onto its petals. Li Yu walked over silently, simply placing a supportive arm around his shoulder. At that moment, Jia Zhongjing suddenly felt that Yu Junyu would be away from them for a very, very long time. Chapter 76, The 32 Strong. Yu Junyu disappeared from then on. No one knew where she went, nor why she chose to vanish at the time of the year-end evaluation. Jia Zhongjing was disheartened and cried all night. He didn't sleep a wink. When dawn came, he went to freshen up with heavy dark circles under his eyes. That night, the elimination matches officially began. Jia Zhongjing kept himself away from the crowd and came to the gymnasium alone. The big screen was rolling with the matchup list. He looked up, his vacant pupils finding his name among the pairings. Jia Zhongjing found an empty simulation pod, opened the hatch and got in. His opponent was a boy. As soon as the game started, a player nicknamed Cold Fireworks sent him a message. There's something I want to verify with the person concerned. Question mark. Jia Zhongjing replied with a question mark. Your girlfriend seems to have gone missing. Does it have anything to do with you? No. It's just that last night, when I returned to the dormitory, I happened to see you making a scene under the girls' dormitory. You're saying I made a scene? Isn't that right? When your girlfriend runs off with someone else, wouldn't you just go into impotent rage? Jia Zhongjing knew the other party was deliberately trying to provoke him, but he still fell for it. Your provocation technique is quite brilliant. Thank you for the compliment. Mr. Cold Fireworks actually expressed gratitude. Apparently, he didn't know what kind of brute he had provoked. Mr. Cold Fireworks firmly believed that truth only exists within the range of gunfire. So he chose his habitual gun cannon mech. Jia Zhongjing picked the Iron Fist mech. When the scene loading was completed, the 10-second countdown ended. The battle officially commenced. Jia Zhongjing disappeared from his original spot, like data being erased. Mr. Cold Fireworks opened the ammunition depot, preparing to unleash a barrage of firepower, but there wasn't a soul in front of him. Bang! A powerful force surged from behind, as Jia Zhongjing landed a fierce punch on Mr. Cold Fireworks' back. Mr. Cold Fireworks sprawled forward onto the ground. Jia Zhongjing immediately pounced, raining punches down like a storm. The former activated the particle shield, a luminous blue spherical shield enveloping the gun cannon mech. After being pushed out of the shield, The latter relentlessly struck the shield continuously with his pair of iron fists. The shield's durability quickly decreased, cracks rapidly spreading. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, as Jia Zhengjing smashed through the particle shield with his fists. Mr. Cold Fireworks revealed a look of terror in his pupils. The former, with fiery red eyes, swung his iron fists towards the gun cannon mech's head. If you dare slander her, Jia Zhengjing looked like a madman. This punch exerted 100% of his strength. I will kill you. A dull explosion. The gun cannon mech's head exploded. Mr. Cold Fireworks was eliminated without much resistance. Jia Zhengjing's pupils were blood red. His punches grew heavier until he reduced the gun cannon mech beneath him into scrap metal. The old dean had no choice but to intervene. He forcibly disconnected Jia Zhengjing's network connection. The simulation pod fell into pitch darkness, and Jia Zhengjing slumped into the chair, exhausted. You've already won. Why did you continue attacking an opponent who has already been eliminated? The old dean coldly asked. He isn't your enemy. I'm sorry about what happened with Jinyu. His words were indeed excessive, and I'll punish him afterward. As for you, this time I will not pursue further action but will issue a yellow card warning. If it happens again, you will lose your qualification to continue participating in the year-end evaluation. Jia Zhengjing calmed down and whispered softly, I'm sorry. Jia Zhengjing became the first person to advance to the round of 16 that night. When he stepped out of the simulation pod, Gao Chen also just finished his match. He stumbled over the pod base and nearly fell. Gao Chen noticed his mental state was clearly off and hurried over with concern. What's wrong? You don't seem to be in good shape. Jia Zhengjing nodded. I haven't slept all night. Gao Chen remained silent for a moment before patting his shoulder. Do you want me to take you back? Your dark circles can't be covered by foundation. Take a good rest. Jia Zhengjing smiled, politely declining Gao Chen's kindness. Thank you. I'd like to be alone for a while. All right, Gao Chen didn't insist. Let me know if there's anything you need help with. Jia Zhengjing gave him a bitter smile and walked out of the gymnasium. He wandered aimlessly around the campus, feeling like a wandering wisp of a lost soul. When he looked up, he realized he had arrived at the place where Yu Jinyu had confessed her feelings to him. The Central Garden, also known as Magpie Bridge Immortal. He still remembered how he and Yu Jinyu sat on this very bench. Known in the academy as the Ice Beauty, that night, she revealed past wounds, openly sharing her tragic and dark childhood with him without any reservation. He ached for her experiences and wanted to give her a warm hug. But because of his shyness, he didn't follow through. Yu Jinyu confessed her feelings to him, saying that she liked him. At that moment, Jia Zhengjing was completely stunned. From childhood to adulthood, it was the first time he had ever been confessed to, and it would be the only time. Her heart was so vast, and that night marked the first and only time she laid it bare before a man. One pure heart, all offered to you. Will you accept it? In fact, by the time those words were spoken, Yu Jinyu had already prepared herself for rejection. She couldn't confirm Jia Zhengjing's feelings, but she knew hers with certainty. Uttering those words had exhausted every bit of courage she'd painstakingly gathered. I will. When Jia Zhengjing accepted her confession, her heart felt as if it could soar into the heavens. Jia Zhengjing was her first love, and she knew she would never like anyone else this way in her life. Life is long, but I am willing to walk it with you. Her heart warmed, her nose tinged with sadness, and tears threatened to fall. Her life had become whole because of him. Being with him, she experienced a happiness and joy she had never known before. A jing. Someone called from behind. He abruptly stood up and turned to look. It was her, it was her, it was her. Memories of their past surged back, blanketing his mind in an overwhelming flood. In the crowd of people, her figure fragmented and disappeared. He slowly lowered his outstretched hand, looked down, and stared at his empty palm. A short while later, the corner of his lips curled into a faint smile. No matter where you've disappeared to, I will definitely find you. He clenched his fists, making up his mind. At the entrance of the academy, she cast one last lingering glance at the school that had nurtured her. Miss, it's time to go, came a voice from behind, as the man shifted her luggage onto his shoulder. She nodded lightly. In her hand, she twirled a purple tulip. She stopped looking back and left together with the man. Student record, Yu Jinyu. Shall we proceed with the deletion command? Yes. Record deleted. Chapter 77, Round of 16. Liu was stunned. Gao Chen was stunned. On the third day of the year-end evaluation, the round of 16 elimination match began. On the big screen, in the matchup table, it clearly read, Liu versus Gao Chen. Gao Chen walked over, half-jokingly saying, Finally, I get to compete against you. Liu nodded. You seem so relaxed about this. That's good. I wouldn't want to beat you and then have you resent me. Gao Chen chuckled with a ha. Don't kid around. Before we even start, you already act like you're sure to win. Of course, Liu replied confidently. No one steps onto the battlefield expecting to lose. That makes sense. Starting from the round of 16, the rules for the evaluation had changed again. Both opponents were given the chance to ban one of the other's mechs once. Without hesitation, Gao Chen banned Liu's black sword-wielding mech as soon as it was his turn. When it was Liu's turn, he suddenly realized that he knew almost nothing about this good friend of his. He didn't even know what kind of mech Gao Chen usually used, prompting him to berate himself under his breath. Not knowing what mech your opponent excels at, how can you call yourself a good friend, while tapping his forehead? In frustration, he chose to disable Gao Chen's chain mech. Liu picked the Iron Fist mech, which also happened to be Gao Chen's area of expertise. Gao Chen's in-game nickname was Woohoo, Takeoff. He messaged Liu, haha. What a pity that you didn't ban my frequently used Iron Fist mech. It was truly a strategic mistake on your part. Liu ignored him, aware that this was part of Gao Chen's strategy. The battleground was the Burning Canyon, featuring 2 map mechanisms where terrain kills were possible. This was intentionally designed by the old principle. After all, how could a qualified warrior only be proficient in favorable battles? Liu still relied on the system's default skill set, skill configuration being his weak point. However, Gao Chen gleefully stuffed all sorts of bizarre skills into his own list. The 60-second pre-battle preparation phase concluded, and the battle began. Like data disappearing, Liu instantly vanished without a trace. After scanning his surroundings thoroughly, Gao Chen found him effortlessly. "You're here." He threw a punch, but Liu blocked it, immediately retreating out of Gao Chen's sight once more. "What's the matter? All you do is run and hide." Gao Chen continued with his psychological tactics. "I've watched your match against Miss Moffish, so I know your tactics and tricks inside out." Gao Chen locked eyes fiercely on the southwestern direction, fully powering up his propulsion system and sending a straight-on punch toward Liu's face. Though managing to block it, Liu paid a price. The damage rate of one arm skyrocketed to 30%. A fervent grin spread across Gao Chen's face. "Didn't you say you didn't want me to resent you after losing? But your current performance doesn't seem close to what you showed earlier." Still, Liu ignored him. "All right, I'm going to make my move now." Gao Chen flicked his fingers, causing a golden disc in his palm to spin rapidly. Cobalt gold lightning wrapped around it, as the spinning disc radiated with bright golden light. Gao Chen tossed one disc directly towards Liu. Seeing this, Liu's expression turned serious. "I really don't deserve the title of good brother," he muttered, regretfully realizing that he hadn't noticed just how strong Gao Chen had become. Liu performed a powerful jump, evading the disc coming at him head-on. Another disc sliced through the air from the side, aiming for his waist. He activated the particle shield. However, the disc cut through the shield like it wasn't there, striking directly at the core of his mech's chest. The damage rate surged dramatically, forcing Liu to quickly step back, allowing the disc to graze the edge of his core instead. "How does it feel to taste your own medicine?" Gao Chen said nonchalantly, watching Liu flounder in response. "It was you who taught me this move." Liu remembered. Indeed, that's exactly what happened. Back then, he had broken through Miss Moffish's particle shield using magnetism, destroying her mech's core and claiming victory. Liu stopped running. Standing still in the middle of the battlefield, he stared blankly ahead. "What's wrong? Why stop running?" Gao Chen observed Liu scrambling to hide inside a cave. The next moment, Gao Chen's smile froze. Behind him, the volcano rumbled ominously. Oh no, the volcano's about to erupt. Caught up in gaining an upper hand, Gao Chen had completely forgotten about the map mechanism. The chaotic airflow made the photon discs lose their trajectory, and Gao Chen took cover in a nearby cave opposite Liu's. The volcanic eruption came roaring down from the mountain peak, spilling scorching magma that burnt and obliterated everything in its path. Shhhhhhh. Magma rushed down onto the ground, searing the earth. The hot gushes surged into the caves, driving both Liu and Gao Chen out. Gao Chen hurled a disc at Liu, and a spherical golden shield encased Liu entirely. The disc collided with the shield with a metallic clang sound before harmlessly bouncing off. "Photon barrier?" Gao Chen laughed. "Looks like you're not stupid after all." Liu was completely unaffected by his words, and in an instant, the thrusters of his mech reached their limit. He swung the iron fist straight at Gao Chen's face. Gao Chen tried to evade, but the legs of the iron fist mech seemed as if filled with lead. He looked down and realized he had unknowingly stepped into a gravity swamp. What? The mech was consumed by gravity, unable to utilize its high mobility feature. But Gao Chen still had 2 hands, so he activated the particle shield. Liu smirked slightly as he charged forward, a pale pink magnetic source attached to his fist, which pierced through the particle shield under Gao Chen's shocked gaze, delivering a heavy blow to the latter's face. The gravity swamp dissipated, sending Gao Chen flying. Liu released the magnetic source, which stuck to Gao Chen. As inertia made the magnetic source stretch to its limit, Liu clenched his fist and retracted the magnetic source, pulling Gao Chen back. Liu intercepted him, hoisting him onto his shoulder. Then he began spinning at high speed, causing Gao Chen to cling tightly to the armrests of the chair beneath him due to the sudden centrifugal force. In the simulated environment, Gao Chen almost flew out of the cockpit. With the aid of the centrifugal force, Liu hurled Gao Chen forcefully to the ground during his high-speed spin. The damage rate of Gao Chen's mech soared to 78%, leaving Gao Chen dazed and unable to recover for a while. "How does it feel to be beaten with your own tactics?" Liu sliced his hand into the core of Gao Chen's mech chest. "This move was taught by you." The mech's core was ripped out and crushed, signaling the end of the battle. Darkness enveloped the cockpit as Gao Chen leaned back in his seat. He lamented that the map mechanism turned out to be the decisive factor in this reversal of fortunes. "Your energy exceeds my imagination." Liu sent a message. "Xanthu vitamin energy drink, right?" Gao Chen's mischievous thoughts sparked, replying with his usual wit. Liu looked at the reply on the screen and smiled. Gao Chen was still the same old Gao Chen. Chapter 78, Graceful as a Startled Swan. "Too bad we couldn't have a match, it's such a pity." Standing by the door, gazing at the empty dormitory, Diana felt for the first time that the dorm was so big and so empty. So vast as to be boundless, so hollow as to seem bottomless. Eugen had left, taking with her the life of the dorm. Can a dormitory occupied solely by Diana still be called a dormitory? Perhaps, prison would be a more fitting term. Eugen carried the nickname, Ice Beauty, among classmates, which Diana knew. In fact, in private, the former was actually quite talkative. Though seldom did a sentence exceed 10 words, she could still crack jokes, enough to satisfy. On the third day of the year-end assessment, during the top 16 tournament, Diana's opponent was a boy. She sat inside the simulation pod, watching the hatch close slowly. Her thoughts wandered, forcing herself not to think about anything related to Eugen and instead focus on the current battle. With a ding, a message came from the player nicknamed Haha. Rumors spread far and wide about your strength being ranked third in the academy. Today, let me test if you're truly as formidable as they say. Diana muttered under her breath, all bark, no bite, then directly closed the chat interface, selecting the long spear mech. Mr. Haha also selected the long spear mech. The battle setting, Frozen Iron Tundra, featured two map mechanics, Avalanche and Ice Storm. The former provided mandatory terrain-wide kills, while the latter allowed players to evade unscathed with good cover. A specially modified Moon-White Long Spear mech descended like a graceful butterfly. 10 steps away, an orange-yellow Long Spear mech landed with a resounding thud, creating 2 craters on the ground. During the 60-second pre-battle preparation phase, Diana spent 55 seconds daydreaming. She only brought 2 skills, Particle Shield and Sniper Barrier, the former effective against physical attacks, and the latter guarding against energy-based ones. Her skill list had large sections blank. If Mr. Haha could see her skill set, his lungs might have burst with anger. Contempt. It was pure, blatant contempt. The double-edged spear was split apart. Diana gripped one short spear, leaving the other magnetically connected, floating near her waist. In Mr. Haha's hands, the purple glowing dual-bladed spear spun around furiously, generating powerful momentum. Abruptly stopping its high-speed spin, he launched the spear, following closely behind. As Diana deflected the rapidly advancing dual-bladed spear, Mr. Haha's face appeared within her line of sight. With a throw and pull motion of the magnetic source, he caught his spear, smirking wickedly in the cabin as he thrust straight toward her cockpit. Without activating any shields, Diana lightly twirled the suspended short spear at her waist, coordinating it with her handheld weapon for a top and bottom pincer attack. In the instant flash of lightning-like brilliance, Mr. Haha made the correct choice calmly, swerving his head to dodge the spear she held. Activating the particle shield, he shifted the defensive radius to block the spear floating near her waist. He then detonated the particle shield. Diana was shocked. The unexpected force of the explosion pushed her away. Particle shields could indeed explode, their shockwaves forcibly repelling both friend and foe alike. However, this doubled the cooldown time, meaning almost no one used them in this way. Looking down, Diana noticed one end of the magnetic source was stuck on her unknowingly. Clenching his fists tightly, Mr. Haha retracted the magnetic source, pulling Diana closer. Adopting a bow-like stance, the double-edged spear became his arrow. Letting go, he fired. Activating the particle shield, Diana complied perfectly with Mr. Haha's intentions. The thrown double-edged spear was merely a feint. Instantly increasing the thruster power to its maximum limit, he reached the spear before it even arrived. Simultaneously obstructed by the shield, he wiped and shoved the spear, causing it to penetrate through the particle shield directly into the core of Diana's mech's chest. Sparks flew as Diana canceled her particle shield and performed an elegant backflip, distancing herself. Thunder Spear. Amidst the sky, thunder roared. With nowhere to gain purchase in midair, Diana could only watch helplessly as the thunderous, bright blue electricity-laden dual-bladed spear quickly grew larger in her field of vision. Crack! The thunder spear pierced right through her. The mech's core at her chest was destroyed, creating a massive hole. She fell down like a kite cut loose from its string. The third strongest student in the entire academy is undeserving of the title. Inside the sim cabin, Mr. Haha sneered disdainfully. The screen remained stubbornly without showing his victory, leaving him perplexed. What's going on? Mr. Haha tapped lightly on the screen. Is it a network lag? Didn't I win? In midair, the moon-white long spear mech began breaking apart piece by piece, dissolving into ink-black smoke until it vanished entirely. Beep, 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 beep. Inside the simulator, sharp, ear-piercing alarms blared incessantly. Finally, Mr. Haha realized the issue: shadow replacement. The next moment, a powerful force surged from behind. In sheer terror, he saw the core of the mech's chest had been breached, with the tip of a spear protruding out. Diana's lips curled up in a faint smile. I replaced Sniper Barrier with shadow replacement at the last second. Guess it was the right choice. Mr. Haha's mech exploded. As Mr. Haha wildly pounded on the screen in impotent rage and subsequently received a red card warning from the old dean, Diana exited the gymnasium. Liu was leaning casually against the doorframe with his hands crossed. Yo-yo. She greeted him and walked over. The process took longer than I anticipated, he nodded at her. Did you encounter a tough opponent? Just barely managed. But didn't I win? You're right. Let's go grab something to drink, my treat. Diana stopped in her tracks. Seeing that she remained unmoved, Liu asked, What's wrong? I miss Eugen, she said. Our little team is missing one person, losing a corner, becoming incomplete. Liu fell silent for a while before bursting into wild gestures. That Eugen, how dare she vanish without a word? Once we find her, I'll give her a good scolding. Dare you yell at her? She chuckled. You wouldn't want Jing to go berserk, would you? Liu instantly deflated at this. Let's pretend I never said that. That Jing fellow gets scary when he's angry. I've experienced it. There was another pause. I often wonder, Liu half joked, if, hypothetically speaking, if one day I disappear like Eugen, will you come looking for me? Of course. Diana bristled. If you disappear, I'll search the entire universe if I have to. But don't even think about such a thing happening. She waved her tiny fists at Liu. Say something so unlucky again, and I'll beat you up. Liu immediately lowered his head to admit fault. Alright. I won't say it anymore. I'm sorry. As it turned out, Liu wasn't entirely joking. The Eye of Foresight had already warned him then. Yet, he never brought it up to Diana. Chapter 79, The Prince. Who is Siegfried? A prince. An undeniably princely figure. Siegfried hails from the Castello family and was entrusted with high hopes due to his extraordinary talent displayed from a young age. As per family tradition, only those acknowledged by the family could inherit the names of heroes from Norse mythology. The man who inherited the name Siegfried grew up, but it seemed he didn't grow quite right. His frequent outbursts caused the family no small amount of regret over naming him after Siegfried. As a highly anticipated prince of the Castello family, Siegfried became supremely arrogant, even disdainful of everything around him. In his mind, he was destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Everything beneath the heavens should prostrate itself before him, singing hymns to the greatness of Siegfried. At school, he gathered a gang of followers, dyeing his black hair gold in a bid for individuality. Lost in the forced admiration of his minions, Siegfried gradually turned into an ignorant rich brat. That all changed when he met Liu. Liu seemed to have been born to counteract Siegfried. Siegfried couldn't tolerate someone stronger than himself at the academy, so he picked fights with Liu, twice. Though Siegfried was the one starting the conflicts, it was also him who ended up humiliated. No matter how shamelessly he fought, he still couldn't match Liu, losing in both single combats and group battles. Worse still, because of a bet, he had to swallow an entire carton of milk raw. At this point, Siegfried was undoubtedly a villainous character. After being continuously beaten down, he finally grasped the truth that there are always better people outside your circle, and the world is far vaster than he imagined. He wasn't invincible, and neither was the Castello family. Liu crushed his arrogance, but also gave him a chance to mature. He stopped looking down on everyone, becoming more humble. Moreover, he grew more determined. He would often mutter to his underlings that Liu was his predestined rival, and sooner or later, he would defeat him with his own hands. Whenever this happened, his followers would murmur among themselves. If there were even a peanut in front of him, he wouldn't get drunk like this. In the game, Siegfried's nickname was the Prince. On the third day of the year-end exam, his opponent was a player known as Hot Tea Please. Hot Tea sent a derisive message. You, who inherited the name Siegfried, aren't as formidable as I thought. If I were you, I'd have crawled into a hole somewhere long ago. Previously, Siegfried would have retorted fiercely, but now he just muttered cheap mockery and directly closed the chat interface, opening his mecha warehouse instead to select a specially modified dark golden swordsmanship mecha. Hot Tea also selected a swordsmanship mecha. He aimed to triumph over Siegfried where he excelled the most. The battlefield was set in a rainforest map with a compulsory terrain hazard mechanism of acid rain covering the whole area. When the pre-battle preparation phase ended, the fight began. Siegfried hurled a magnetic source, pulling it back and causing his dark golden mecha to vanish from Hot Tea's sight. He reduced the propulsion system's power to the minimum, perfectly masking his final trail with sounds mimicking jungle insects. Hot Tea carefully treaded through the rainforest, tensing his body as he guarded against sudden attacks. Siegfried activated the mecha's optical camouflage, blending into the surroundings. He powered off the propulsion and quietly approached Hot Tea. It's here. Hot Tea screamed, slashing wildly with an 80% force strike, but he missed completely. Instead, he managed to cut down a large tree that three men couldn't encircle with their arms. The fallen tree crashed down with great force, shaking the earth. Amidst the roaring sound, Siegfried deactivated the optical camouflage and swung his blade downwards. Crack! The entire right arm of the swordsmanship mecha was severed, sparking flames where it had been chopped off. Suddenly wounded, Hot Tea dared not act recklessly anymore. He kicked up the standard-issue giant sword and switched to holding it with his left hand. Indeed, he wasn't a patient man, feeling restless and disturbed by the simulated jungle sounds, the chirping of insects, the moans and howls of wild animals. The harder it was to locate Siegfried, the more impatient he became. Gradually, victory started tilting towards Siegfried, as Hot Tea aimlessly unleashed skills into the jungle, attempting to flush Siegfried out using blind fire. Siegfried chuckled quietly, thinking, don't rush, just take your time. The more agitated Hot Tea became, the more gaps he exposed. Seizing another opportunity, Siegfried deactivated the optical camouflage and jabbed upward with his blade, sending another mechanical arm flying high into the air. With a crash, the mechanical limb shattered into pieces beside Hot Tea's feet. Hot Tea finally lost his cool. The rainforest map was turning out to be a nightmare for him. For someone who preferred quiet, any noise in the simulation environment was unbearable. You're no good without your hands, are you? Out of nowhere, those words appeared in the chat interface, followed by a sudden flash of blade light from behind. Zing! The swordsmanship mech toppled forward, its legs still standing upright. Siegfried had skillfully disabled Hot Tea's ability to fight back. But no, it wasn't entirely over yet. A wild gleam flickered in Hot Tea's eyes as he reversed the propulsion system, aiming to channel its energy inward to cause an explosive reaction, ensuring a mutual destruction. If the result were a draw, according to the rules, a rematch would be required. And then, he'd make Siegfried hum? Sure. Unfortunately, Siegfried didn't give him the chance. The blade pierced straight into the core of the mech's chest, shutting down all functions and gradually extinguishing the propulsion system. Your schemes may sound good, but they're useless without the strength to back them up. As soon as the system declared him the winner, Siegfried dropped this remark before logging off. Exiting the stadium, he immediately encountered Liu and Diana feeding each other sugar highs. Siegfried walked up, slapped Liu on the shoulder, and struck a pose. My fated rival. I eagerly await the day we clash swords. Immersed in his rosy mood, Liu responded with annoyance, chuckling coldly. Humph. Are you hungry again? Thinking about eating cartons of milk. Siegfried stumbled, almost falling flat on his face, his expression sour. Didn't we agree to stop bringing that up? I'm having a conversation with my girlfriend here. Got some awareness, will you? Damn normie. In the quarterfinals, I'll crush you. Sounds like you're pretty tough, huh? Just kidding, I'm super tough, alright. Alright then. Anytime, I'll wait. Humph. Watching Siegfried storm away in anger, Diana pointed at his retreating figure. Friend? Yeah, Liu nodded. A friend who's fixated on defeating me. Chapter 80, Elite 8. The fourth day of the annual assessment, the quarterfinals. The first matchup, Jia Jingjing versus Shen Emo. Shen Emo was already a man of few words, and after Yu Junyu's departure, Jia Jingjing had also become less talkative. This battle could indeed be called a silent duel. During the character selection phase, surprisingly, Jia Jingjing chose the gun turret mech, which has the poorest mobility. On the other hand, Shen Emo selected the Iron Fist mech, known for its highest mobility. Those who didn't know any better might think they were staging a mechanical version of the tortoise and hare race. Jia Jingjing focused on configuring his skill list. Skills with large coverage but slow activation were all discarded. Using slow activating skills against the Iron Fist mech would be suicidal. After weighing the pros and cons, Jia Jingjing chose basic skills that could all be cancelled mid-execution. He did not forget to reserve 2 slots for the particle shield and sniper barrier. Shen Emo went even further, directly abandoning the sniper barrier and retaining only the particle shield as his defensive skill. The battlefield map was Infinite Starry Sky, featuring a mandatory terrain killing mechanic across the entire area, stellar waves, and another mechanism, meteorite impact. The gun turret mech slowly descended into the starry sky. Everything around looked so dreamlike and fantastical. The stars twinkled on and off, as if greeting him. Unconsciously, Jia Jingjing wanted to reach out and touch them, but they playfully evaded his fingertips. A meteor streaked across the sky, and the Iron Fist mech really resembled a meteor, quickly pulling away from distance. Shen Emo knew full well about the poor mobility of the gun turret mech. As long as he maintained distance and avoided wide-range skills, he was practically invincible. The gun turret mech started to lumberingly move in the starry sky, firing its weapons while moving. Bullets roared out of the gun barrel, drawing splendid trajectories through space towards Shen Emo. Shen Emo activated his particle shield, and bullets pinged harmlessly against it before bouncing off. The Iron Fist mech then raised its right hand with fingers spread wide, and crimson energy rapidly gathered. Once charged, the energy discharged, a bright red beam striking the faceplate of the gun turret mech. Jia Jingjing pressed the button for the sniper barrier, and the energy beam shattered itself upon impact. He halted, pulled out the machine gun, and triggered its fire. Bullets swarmed like a hive, yet such attacks proved futile before Shen Emo's active particle shield. Canceling the machine gun attack midstream, Shen Emo saw Jia Jingjing switch to a flamethrower. Roar! A surge of tangerine-colored flames erupted, and the inferno extended towards Shen Emo's particle shield. Shen Emo hunkered down behind his shield as the flames scorched it red-hot. Anyone who'd piloted a gun turret mech knew flame attacks were more visually impressive than practical. For a moment, Shen Emo couldn't figure out why Jia Jingjing had brought this skill. Jia Jingjing immediately clarified Shen Emo's doubts with his next actions. He canceled the flame attack and put away the flamethrower, grabbing a standard pistol instead. Replacing bullets inside the chamber, he fired an ice-blue bullet through the star-filled expanse, hitting the scorching red shield. SSS. It was an isotribute bullet, causing rapid temperature fluctuations. Unable to withstand such severe changes, the shield disintegrated into sparkling lights. Shen Emo was startled. He hadn't expected the particle shield could be breached in this manner. After inserting the standard pistol back into the holster, Jia Jingjing picked up the flamethrower once again. In 1 second, he managed to switch weapons effortlessly, slightly flicking a switch on the flamethrower. This time, it wasn't fire that spewed forth, but a bright blue energy beam. Shen Emo tossed out a magnet source, but this time, it failed. The Infinite Starry Sky map is the only one that counters the magnet source. Seeing the energy beam coming straight at him, Shen Emo leaped high into the air to dodge. Shen Emo internally cursed himself for being too overconfident. With the gun turret mech's propulsion fully activated, space seemed to be compressed instantly, swiftly closing the distance between them. When Shen Emo landed, he was just within arm's reach of Jia Jingjing. The gun turret mech stomped its foot, generating seismic waves that sent Shen Emo into a float state. Machine guns unloaded their rounds onto Shen Emo, whose particle shield remained on cooldown. Shen Emo absorbed the full brunt of the assault and plummeted backward from midair. His mech's damage rate climbed to 24%. Looking at the magnet source in his hands, Shen Emo casually threw it into the Infinite Starry Sky. Since magnetic sources were unusable on this map, Shen Emo slapped his thigh regretfully. The Iron Fist mech was inherently high in mobility, and the magnet source only played an auxiliary role. How could he have forgotten such a crucial detail? After a round of exchanges, Shen Emo had essentially figured out Jia Jingjing's offensive pattern. Focused inside the experience pod, Shen Emo narrowed his eyes slightly as the Iron Fist mech moved closer. He intended to test his assumptions. Close-range attack, countered with standard bullets from the pistol. Faced with Shen Emo's fierce advance, Jia Jingjing took large steps backward. While retreating, he stowed the flamethrower and raised his standard pistol, shooting at Shin-Emo. Particle Shield. Break it with the intense attribute change created by two opposite attributes. Shin-Emo activated his particle shield. Jia Jingjing immediately stopped in his tracks, and the standard pistol vanished from his hand. Shin-Emo couldn't even see how Jia Jingjing had retrieved the flamethrower from his back, but flames were already erupting. Jia Jingjing canceled the flame attack, and an ice attribute bullet struck the shield once more, shattering the particle shield again. Create distance, counter with energy attacks. At the exact moment the particle shield broke, Shin-Emo leapt backward to create space between them. As expected, out of the flamethrower burst another beam of glowing blue energy. Proactively close the distance. Aim for me to leap away from the energy attack. During my descent, use a seismic wave to send me into float status, followed by machine gun fire. Just as before, the damage percentage on the Iron Fist mech rose to 40%. Having confirmed his hypothesis perfectly with only a 16% increase in damage, this exchange was worth it. You're still as easy to read as ever. Shin-Emo muttered softly. The Iron Fist mech instantly appeared, forcing Jia Jingjing to take large steps backward. Simultaneously raising the standard pistol, he fired shots. This time, Shin-Emo chose not to activate the shield. He lifted his left hand, completing the energy charge in a mere blink of an eye. A deep crimson energy slammed into the gun turret mech's chest, sending Jia Jingjing flying. The joints of the gun turret mech clanged as Jia Jingjing forcibly turned the body around midair. Reaching behind him, he grabbed the flamethrower. Shin-Emo didn't give him the chance to perform a combo. In the starry sky, a streak of crimson lightning zipped past, and Shin-Emo kicked the flamethrower far away. Then he slapped both palms together hard, sending a shockwave that hurled Jia Jingjing far away. The flamethrower was kicked away, completely disrupting any follow-up combos. The gun turret mech crashed violently onto the surface of a planet and took a long while to recover. Trailing long exhaust trails from its thrusters, Shin-Emo pounced towards him. Chapter 81, Equal Strength. The rate of mech damage soared to 1/3. As Jia Jingjing stood up and rushed forward, Shin-Emo collided with him like a comet, shattering the star ring. The immense impact left Jia Jingjing barely able to move a finger. Shin-Emo then unleashed an Iron Mountain kick that sent his opponent reeling. Just as Jia Jingjing struggled to regain his balance, Shin-Emo hooked his foot around Jia's ankle, causing him to lose balance once again. The latter burst forth with astonishing strength, lifting him up, carrying him on his shoulder, and spinning rapidly in place. The centrifugal force pressed Jia Jingjing firmly into his cockpit seat, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. At this exact moment, the spinning stopped. Shin-Emo hurled him toward a planet, while simultaneously activating the palm light cannon. A fiery red energy struck Jia Jingjing, and he collapsed half a planet under the impact. The damage rate of his mech further increased, reaching 48%. Jia Jingjing brushed away the debris and stood up. Those who make it to the top 8 are indeed formidable opponents, he muttered under his breath. After increasing the distance between them, Jia Jingjing once again unsheathed his flamethrower, aiming its nozzle at Shin-Emo. Upon flicking the switch, a bright blue energy beam erupted, cutting through the vast expanse of stars straight towards Shin-Emo. The latter performed a backbend, narrowly avoiding the beam. Activating the propulsion system, Shin-Emo appeared first on the right, preventing Jia Jingjing from being able to aim at him. Shin-Emo simply fired off another energy beam, moving the gun muzzle while maintaining output, intending to cut Iron Fist mech in half. Shin-Emo saw through his plan. Performing a great bird spreading its wings leap, he soared high. The propulsion system adjusted its direction, driving him down toward Jia Jingjing. The latter lifted the gun muzzle, the luminous blue light illuminating even the experienced cabin. Instantly, the propulsion system turned off, and Shin-Emo executed a backflip, evading the energy beam again. Reactivating the propulsion system, he tightly kept both hands along his sides to reduce resistance. The release of energy beams ceased because the flamethrower had overheated. Jia Jingjing discarded the flamethrower, and the next second, Shin-Emo slammed into him with tremendous momentum for the second time. Jia Jingjing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, but stubbornly swallowed it back. In terms of strength, the cannon mech clearly surpassed the Iron Fist mech. After neutralizing the shock, Jia Jingjing grabbed the back of the neck of the Iron Fist mech, lifted it single-handedly, and flung it into the air. A bullet replacement, an ice attribute bullet hit Shin-Emo without giving him time to react. His mech entered the frozen state, and the temperature in the cockpit plummeted sharply, causing Shin-Emo to shiver uncontrollably. Machine gun attack, bullets spraying everywhere, cancelled. The cooldown flamethrower spewed out roaring flames, cancelled. A moonwhite energy beam shattered the ice, throwing Shin-Emo flying, cancelled. Stowing the flamethrower, Jia Jingjing activated the propulsion system, heading straight for Shin-Emo who was still regaining stability. Barely stabilizing himself, Shin-Emo looked ahead just in time to see an unprecedented fist flying toward him. The punch to the face sent Shin-Emo tilting backward. An uppercut hit his stomach, forcing him to bend over, clutching his abdomen. Another powerful uppercut slammed into Shin-Mo's chin, and a moonwhite energy beam smashed against his body like a siege hammer. Broken pieces of the mech drifted in space as Shin-Emo was thrown far into the surface of a planet, shattering the star ring upon collision. Do you think, by figuring out my offensive pattern, you can beat me? Jia Jingjing snarled. Too naive. In the mechanical version of Tortoise and Hare, Shin-Emo, who should have had the advantage of high mobility, ought to be on top. But now, the situation seemed reversed. Jia Jingjing firmly dominated, and what he needed to do was convert this advantage into victory. Heya! With a roar, Jia Jingjing hurled a mountainous punch at Shenmo's face. A particle shield emerged, blocking this punch and reducing almost half the shield value. The shield then vanished as Xuanhuan grabbed hold of one of his hands, responding with a fierce front snap kick. With a sound of crack, the arm of the cannon mech was forcibly torn off. Xuanhuan used the detached arm as a weapon, stepping forward and violently whipping it across Jia Jingjing's face and body. With his snap, the severed arm of the cannon mech broke apart completely. Jia Jingjing activated the particle shield, seeing which Xuanhuan spread all 10 fingers, quickly gathering crimson energy. Unexpectedly, Jia suddenly canceled his shield and threw a magnet source. Xuanhuan hesitated for a moment, pausing the convergence of the energy for 0.5 seconds. The magnetic source clung to his body, but he thought within the boundless starry sky, the magnetic source would be ineffective. In the infinite starry sky, the magnetic source is useless. Thus, it cannot be used to create distance, said Jia Jingjing, gripping his fists. But that doesn't mean it can't be used to grab someone. The convergence of energy was interrupted, and Xuanhuan was pulled over entirely. Jia Jingjing casually discarded the magnet source into the starry sky and grabbed the Iron Fist mech's hands, similarly responding with a straight snap kick that sent it flying away. With a crack, both arms of the Iron Fist mech were torn off. Sparks spurted from the broken-off wrists, and deprived of its hands, the Iron Fist mech resembled a toothless tiger, losing all intimidation. The confident smile on Jia Jingjing's face froze. He saw the mech core in the center of the Iron Fist mech's chest suddenly emit a dazzling white light. Xuanhuan had gathered all the remaining power of the mech to the core, completing his charge. A milky white energy beam was then launched, instantly lighting up the star-studded expanse, as bright as day. Jia Jingjing, now wearing a serious expression, activated the interception shield without hesitation. But the barrier only managed to block the beam for a second before shattering. The white light devoured the cannon mech and also swallowed the Iron Fist mech, filling the screen with pure white light. This state persisted for nearly half a minute before gradually subsiding. The battered cannon mech remained standing solely by one leg, its damage rate reaching 99%. Even worse was the Iron Fist mech. After being ravaged by the white light, only half its body remained, and the damage rate hit a peak of 100%. At this point, the battle forcibly ended, with Jia Jingjing barely coming out victorious. I lost, Xuanhuan messaged. That last move of yours was a desperate maneuver, wasn't it? Replied Jia Jingjing, still heart-pounding. Yep. If the interception barrier hadn't held for that 1 second, I might not have won against you. Work hard till the end, on my behalf too. Of course, the first match of the top 8 battles was far more spectacular than the previous skirmishes could ever compare to. After watching the entire fight, the old principal clapped his hands and said, amazing. If I were to describe it with just one word, it would be amazing. Xuanhuan was ruthless enough, but unfortunately, raw strength prevails in the end. I look forward to the finals. What kind of showdown there will be between Li Yu and Jia Jingjing? Li Yu's abilities far surpass those of Xuanhuan. When that time comes, Jia Jingjing, how do you plan to respond? Chapter 82, Fated Rivalry. The 4th day of the year-end evaluation, the quarterfinals match. The second match, Li Yu versus Siegfried. All the past grievances will be settled once and for all today. A fated rivalry, it has finally arrived. As soon as he logged in, the chat interface automatically popped up. It showed a message from the player with the nickname Prince. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Li Yu replied with a snort through his nose. Long-time rival, so you were also looking forward to this battle? Of course, because I haven't utterly crushed you yet. Haha, I admire your confidence. But battles aren't decided by words alone. How about a real man-to-man fight? Man-to-man fight. That's right. I used to imagine myself as a swordsman traveling and righting wrongs, wielding my sword across the world. Alas, that dream is no longer possible. Just you and me, one-on-one. No skills, no magnetism sources. A straightforward duel like a true swordsman. What do you say? Though Li Yu didn't understand his intentions, he decided to oblige him. All right, as you wish. The black combat mech held a sword glowing purple, while the dark gold combat mech had a sword in each hand. Hey, didn't you say we'd have an honest duel? Li Yu felt deceived. What's with your dual wielding? You learned it from me. Siegfried merged the dual swords into one single blade. The combat map randomly chose Boundless Starry Sky. The two sword combat mechs stood 20 meters apart, facing each other. When the countdown ended, the battle began. Thrusters activated. Siegfried advanced straightforwardly, emphasizing simplicity and efficiency. Li Yu held his sword horizontally across his chest for defense, but Siegfried's sword twisted unexpectedly, piercing from an impossible angle toward the core of Li Yu's mech. Li Yu stepped back to create some distance before tapping his sword handle. His weapon shot out directly towards the core of Siegfried's mech. This was a desperate move, a trade of lives where if Siegfried did not block, both cores would be pierced simultaneously. Naturally, Siegfried retracted his attack to defend. With a deft flick of his sword tip, he knocked Li Yu's sword away. The sword spun through the air, and without hesitation, Li Yu turned around to chase it. By doing so, he also exposed his back to Siegfried. Would Siegfried miss such a perfect opportunity? He pursued Li Yu, holding the sword with both hands, and thrust down at Li Yu's back with all his strength. In a flash of electric sparks, Li Yu's thrusters engaged. Suddenly accelerating, he narrowly avoided Siegfried's strike. At the same time, He grabbed the sword hilt and recovered it by tapping his toes on the ground. Turning around, he executed dazzling sword work that dazzled the eyes. Unable to withstand the assault, Siegfried retreated far. Then Liu condensed his technique into a concentrated attack straight for the vital point. This blow was fast, precise, and lethal. Since no skills were involved, Siegfried couldn't use particle shields to deflect it. Remaining calm, he crouched defensively. Liu struck into thin air, leaving his chest wide open. Attempting to recover his sword, Siegfried stood up abruptly, head-butting Liu under his chin. The pod trembled violently, forcing Liu to grip the seat tightly. The mech entered a dizziness state. Seizing the chance, Siegfried swept his double-handed sword. The sharp blade aimed straight for Liu's waist, intending to cut him in half. There was no notion of mercy in his mind. Still in the dizziness state, this single blow could decide the match. But Liu's steps faltered. His left foot tripped over his right, causing him to fall. The slash missed its mark, and at that very moment, the dizziness state wore off. Now, Liu wielded his sword with both hands, delivering an upward slash. Siegfried reacted inadequately, and the surface of his mech was slashed, increasing the damage rate to 17%. Siegfried steadied himself, throwing the sword high into the air. The sword hovered in midair, gradually surrounded by a dark gold light. He extended his right index and middle fingers together, making a swift motion downward. The long sword tilted and then swooped down. Command sword, Liu exclaimed in surprise. He avoided the descending sword by performing a somersault. Siegfried's commanded sword seemed equipped with radar, targeting only Liu. Frantically dodging, Liu managed to catch a fleeting opportunity to kick the sword away, but the next second, it turned and charged straight at him again. I've suffered greatly from losing twice to you, said Siegfried, controlling the sword, putting Liu in an extremely difficult position. However, it also made me improve substantially. The command sword skill is the surprise I've prepared for you. Liu ran ahead, with the long sword in hot pursuit. He circled around the star ring, but the long sword smashed straight into it, shattering it to pieces. The power behind this move made me tremble with fear. He didn't think the mech would be tougher than the star ring, even if it was a simulated one. Amidst the boundless starry sky, Liu skillfully dodged various obstacles, while the sword wrapped in dark gold light crushed everything in its path. Shattered planets and stars flew everywhere. Liu was tired, but Siegfried was still going strong. The thrusters couldn't handle the prolonged full-power operation, so the former slowed down. The long sword seized the opportunity immediately. A streak of dark gold light flashed as one arm of the black combat mech flew halfway into the sky. Damn it, Liu spat. While Siegfried undoubtedly caught Liu off guard with the swordsman's command, the flickering core of his mech proved that he couldn't sustain the ability for long. He gestured, and the dark gold light faded away as the sword fell back into his hand. How about it? Do you like the surprise I prepared for you? Siegfried said in the chat interface. Liu replied. I like it very much. So much so that losing an arm to you seems worthwhile. After a brief pause, he added, if I'm not mistaken, the energy you use to control the sword comes directly from the mech itself, right? Have you already figured it out? As expected, nothing can escape your sharp eyes. Siegfried wasn't at all surprised. This wasn't some secret that couldn't be revealed. Anyone who thought about it logically could come to the same conclusion. The initiative had already been firmly grasped by Siegfried, leaving no doubt that Liu was at a disadvantage. Under the restrictions forbidding the use of any skills or magnetism sources, Liu had to find another way to win. Fortunately, he came up with a great idea. Siegfried's smile froze on his face, and his widened eyes reflected sheer disbelief, as though he'd just seen a ghost. Inky black light enveloped the entire sword, lifting it slowly until it hovered in midair. Liu extended his right index and middle fingers together and lightly swiped downward. At the sight of this, Siegfried lost all composure, exclaiming in shock. Command sword. Chapter 83, One Step Ahead. The old dean watching from behind the scenes also witnessed this scene, though he wasn't as overreactive as Siegfried. This kid. Siegfried only just demonstrated the sword control technique once, and he's already learned it just by watching. You've learned it just by watching? Siegfried echoed the question on the old dean's mind. The black light enveloped the flying sword, circling Liu in tiny rotations. You've already explained the principle to me. The rest, doesn't it just take hands to do? What a guy? Siegfried was genuinely impressed. What nonsense about just having hands. It took him quite some time before he could skillfully control the flying sword in games. But within moments of facing each other, his ultimate move was imitated by Liu. Now things got interesting. Liu and Siegfried were both maneuvering their flying swords, entangled in mid-air combat. Suddenly, Liu stopped caring about the flying sword altogether, activating his thrusters to hurtle towards Siegfried. Can he focus on two things at once? Siegfried suddenly felt as if he had never truly understood Liu. All along, Siegfried had prided himself as being Liu's eternal rival. He knew that Liu frequently used sword fighter mechs and carried the title of Sword God. However, why exactly the latter was called an ace, Siegfried had no idea. Not until today did he fully grasp Liu's strength. Liu's sole disadvantage was that his black sword fighter mech only had one arm left. On the other hand, Siegfried, despite sustaining 37% damage to his mech, was still functioning within a controllable range. In a flash, Liu closed in swiftly, his remaining right hand clenching into a tight fist, delivering a powerful punch directly to Siegfried's face. The latter went with the flow, arching his body back dramatically while raising his right leg high. A swift high kick landed squarely on Liu's chin. The black sword fighter mech's head tilted back instantly, his feet off the ground as Siegfried executed a spinning kick, sending Liu flying. In midair, the black flying sword paused momentarily, its momentum weakening slightly. The dark gold flying sword immediately seized this opportunity, launching an attack like a sudden storm. Liu bounced up with agility. He transformed his fist into a claw, targeting Siegfried's mech core at the chest. The overly clear movement was easily discernible even to a fool. Siegfried grabbed Liu's hand and used a shoulder throw to slam him hard into the ground. Ping! The black flying sword tumbled around disoriented, tilting awkwardly as it fell. Liu reached out to grab it, but Siegfried preemptively kicked it away. Then, Siegfried raised his foot, stomping forcefully onto Liu's chest. With another step, Siegfried pressed forward, his foot landing on Liu again. Liu rolled away, narrowly avoiding another strike. Siegfried quickly reclaimed the advantage, his foot tip kicking Liu in the chest, sending him flying. The black sword fighter mech lay sprawled on the ground, clutching its chest. Inside the simulator, Liu felt as though his heart had been struck by a siege hammer, even experiencing a momentary stop. Slumping back into his seat, he covered his chest, lips turning pale, and beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The fact has been proven. Diligent practice ultimately prevails over those who start late, said Siegfried, walking closer as he gestured backward, summoning the sword back into his hand. He turned the blade, holding it with both hands, aiming for Liu's chest mech core and driving it downward with force. Clutching his chest, Liu rolled onto his side, allowing Siegfried's sword to plunge harmlessly into the ground. Quickly switching to a reverse grip with his right hand, Siegfried swung upwards. Unable to dodge, Liu's mech was slashed open on the back. That wasn't all. The blade descended flatly in a chopping motion, aimed straight at the neck of the black sword fighter mech. Liu performed a crocodile roll, rotating over a dozen times, evading the blade chop before jumping up in a nimble manner. The sharp sword point rapidly approached his vision. Liu stomped his right foot heavily, retreating to gain distance. Siegfried's sword suddenly grew 10 meters long, lunging directly at the mech core. Exclamation point. He was slightly surprised, loosely gripping his right hand, summoning the sword back instinctively. Blades collided, sparks flew everywhere. Siegfried's seemingly random and chaotic swings forced Liu to retreat repeatedly. Each stroke was stronger than the last, heavier than the last. If Jia Jingjing saw this, he would certainly ridicule it as this is nothing but a human tree cutter, monotonous repetition, utterly devoid of grace. Crack! Liu's sword could not withstand such pressure and was cut cleanly in half by Siegfried. Deprived of his weapon, prohibited from using any skills or magnetic power sources, Liu, with only one arm remaining, had exhausted all tricks. He watched helplessly as Siegfried's blade traced a chilling arc, sweeping horizontally at his neck. With the blade brushing past, the verdict was clear. The sword fighter mech exploded in defeat. Blue win. Wait a second. Blue win. Did Liu win? Was something mistaken? Not only was the old Dean confused, but even Siegfried, the main party involved, was completely bewildered. Being suddenly counterattacked so close to victory was unacceptable for anyone. This is impossible. Inside the simulator pod, Siegfried roared. There must be something wrong with the system's judgment. The video replay provided the answer. Liu's sword had been severed by Siegfried, who then swung his blade horizontally at Liu's neck. In that critical moment, the broken sword was once again enveloped in black light. Liu channeled the meager energy of his mech into the sword, invoking the technique, sword control. The manipulated, broken sword pierced through Siegfried's mech core faster than lightning. With such a devastating blow, Siegfried's mech exploded. After watching the replay, Siegfried admitted defeat with no complaints. If it weren't for the detailed breakdown in the replay, he would probably have racked his brains trying to figure out how he had been counterattacked. Am I hoisted by my own petard? Siegfried sent a random message to Liu. Liu replied with a question mark. The principle of sword control. I told you that, Siegfried said bitterly. And the very technique you used to counterattack me was also sword control. Liu thought for a moment and replied. In fact, the person who understands you best is often your enemy. Your swordsmanship surpasses mine, and you understand me well enough. You've seen all my past battles, knowing that my greatest advantage lies in mastering skill usage. That's why you proposed banning skills and magnetic sources, demanding we fight honorably like true swordsmen. The previous battle gave me invaluable experience. Therefore, I should thank you. Thank you, Lei Wenzi. To declare me as your enemy right in front of me. Isn't that just being unreasonable? I'm sorry. Enemy and friend. Enemy and friend. Speaking of which, who was this Lei Wenzi you mentioned earlier? Just some bad guy? He's dead now, don't mind him. Oh. Stepping out of the simulator, leaving the gymnasium, Siegfried slapped Liu on the shoulder hard. Eternal rival, make sure to give it your all till the end, for both of us. I know already. Liu grimaced. You really have a strong grip. Chapter 84, Valkyrie. The fourth day of the year-end assessment, the battle of the top 8. Jia Jingjing and Shun Mo delivered a spectacular match. In contrast, the fight between Liu and Siegfried was skill and magnetism source prohibited, boring enough to put one to sleep. To sum it up in one word, disappointing. The third match, Diana versus Brunhilde. Brunhilde didn't have much presence at the academy, barely speaking 3 words to anyone, like a lone wolf. But in the game, she had a nickname, Valkyrie. Her in-game avatar was brave and spirited, an extreme opposite of her normally silent self. Her in-game nickname was also Valkyrie. In reality, Brunhilde aspired to be like the Valkyrie in the game. She longed for the day she could shine brilliantly, just like a true Valkyrie. Brunhilde's customized long spear mech was specially remodeled, gleaming gold all over, as if covered with a layer of radiant armor. Even her dual-edged spear glinted with golden light. When the game started, a chat window popped up. Brunhilde said, "Diana, I've heard some rumors about you." Rumors? Diana was somewhat surprised, wondering what rumors there were about her. "They say you're the third strongest in the entire academy." Diana didn't reply, furrowing her delicate eyebrows. Brunhilde continued, "I will personally verify whether you are truly as strong as the rumors suggest." Diana immediately closed the chat window. She felt disrespected. The combat map randomly selected Frost Iron Plane. The silver-white spear mech lightly touched the ground with its toes, stabilizing itself. 20 meters away, the golden spear mech remained silent. Diana raised her dual-bladed spear and pointed the tip at Brunhilde. The fight began. Brunhilde made the first move. She disassembled her dual-bladed spear into two short spears, holding one in each hand and throwing them in sequence. Having taken the initiative early, Diana quickly found herself at a disadvantage. Without hesitation, Diana activated her particle shield, deflecting the two short spears with two ringing sounds. Brunhilde cast out a magnetic chain to latch onto the spear handles and swung them back hard onto the shield like a lasso. Lightning spear. Thunder exploded. The shield's durability plummeted instantly below 50%. Diana immediately canceled her shield and thrust forward. The magnetic chain retracted, and Brunhilde blocked Diana's dual-bladed spear tip with the point of her own spear. After canceling the magnetic chain, she inserted the short spear into Diana's hand. Stunned, Diana stared at the spear in her grip when Brunhilde threw a magnetic source onto Diana's body, pulling her close. A punch sent Diana flying backward, and the short spear returned to Brunhilde's grasp. The two short spears combined again into a single dual-bladed spear. Undoubtedly, Brunhilde's opening combo had utterly stunned Diana. Diana brushed the snow off her mech, and the thrusters emitted flames that melted the white snow beneath. The moon-white spear mech nearly blended into the surroundings. Watching the automatic parting of the snow, sharp spear points rapidly approached Brunhilde in her cobalt blue gaze. Diana's spear passed harmlessly by the edge of Brunhilde's upright spear handle. After missing the strike, Diana realized trouble immediately. Brunhilde held the spear in her left hand and struck a fierce uppercut with her right hand straight into Diana's stomach. Intense pain bent Diana double, almost dangling from Brunhilde's fist. Withdrawing her hand, Brunhilde gripped both ends of the dual-bladed spear and slammed Diana, like flicking away a fly. Throwing a magnetic source late, but reaching the target first, a dull sound resounded as Diana was thrown further away. This whole fight might as well have turned into Brunhilde's personal show. If the moon-white spear mech were a baseball, then Brunhilde's dual-bladed spear was the bat delivering home runs. The dual-bladed spear fiercely battered Diana, sending her crashing heavily into the snow. Snow splashed everywhere, and Brunhilde lightly wiped flakes of snow off her face with her index and middle fingers. Diana shakily propped herself up, sitting on the snowy ground. 10 seconds of countdown appeared on the screen. The map mechanic, Ice Storm, was imminent. While Brunhilde sought cover, unexpectedly, Diana jumped out from the snowbank. Just at this moment, the 10-second countdown ended, and the ice storm formed on the snowy plain. Diana erupted with astonishing strength, pushing Brunhilde straight into the storm. The centrifugal force firmly pinned Brunhilde in the seat inside her cockpit, causing her entire body to feel icy cold. Amidst the storm, Diana risked entering the frozen state to deliver a powerful punch to Brunhilde's face. Ice began forming on the surface of the golden spear mech, and similarly, the moon-white spear mech was also covered in frost. The ice storm raged across the snowy plain, carrying and scattering both Lance Mechs to unknown locations. Lasting precisely 1 minute, the two frozen Mechs crashed into the snow-covered ground, unable to move. Neither Diana nor Brunhilde had brought any skills to Jechu their abnormal status. They could only wait as the seconds ticked by. The freezing state would last 30 seconds, during which frost slowly melted off the Mechs. Almost simultaneously, Diana and Brunhilde escaped from their frozen states with a time difference of no more than 0.2 seconds. Diana was quicker, grabbing her dual-edged spear and lunging it towards Brunhilde's chest mech core. The latter immediately activated the particle shield, deflecting the spear tip to the side. After canceling the shield, Brunhilde delivered an uppercut straight into Diana's chin. Diana danced on her feet like a flower-piercing butterfly, blurring Brunhilde's vision. Out of nowhere came Diana's dual-edged spear, piercing through the back of Brunhilde's hand. With her palm and back penetrated, the damage rate of her mech rose slightly, yet Brunhilde paid no heed. She shook off the spear, delivering a spinning kick that struck Diana's body. It didn't send Diana flying, but instead hit the particle shield. Upon revoking her shield, Diana turned defense into offense, dismantling her dual-edged spear and connecting one short spear with a magnetic chain. Blocking the short spear aimed at her face, Brunhilde then canceled the shield as Diana skillfully flicked her heel up, sending another short spear swiftly piercing into Brunhilde's shoulder. Retracting the short spear, Diana's weapon was kicked away by Brunhilde while she circled the magnetic chain around her waist, aiming sharply for the mech core. With both hands, Brunhilde grasped the incoming short spear heading for her chest, pulling forcefully to unbalance Diana. She launched a swift kick into Diana's heart area, launching her backward. Inside the experience pod, Diana clutched her chest and slumped back into the chair. Unlike Liu, who could endure hits due to his toughness, this kick by Brunhilde would leave her in pain for some time. A radiant golden spear mech rushed forward, its long spear targeting the mech core. Chapter 85. Do not believe or spread rumors. Diana covered her chest with one hand while activating the particle shield with the other. Brynhild threw out a magnetic source, which stuck to the tip of the spear. The double-edged spear effortlessly pierced through the shield and stabbed into the core of the mech. With a crack, the tip penetrated, causing the mech's damage rate to soar by 30 percentage points. Liu's method of using the magnetic source to breach the particle shield had now been emulated by most people. The damage rate had reached 61%, and Diana dared not hesitate further. She detonated the particle shield. The shockwave from the explosion pushed Brynhild far away. She grabbed the double-edged spear and threw out the magnetic source. The magnetic source adhered to the surface of Brynhild's mech, and Diana pulled forcefully, dragging her opponent closer. The double-edged spear was raised levelly, directly pointing at the core of the mech. A magnetic source itself can be broken, but due to its great resilience, it takes some time to break it. Brynhild furiously hammered at the magnetic source, trying to break it. However, its retraction speed was simply too fast, making it seem as if Brynhild herself were running towards the spear tip. With a hiss, more than half of the double-edged spear pierced through the golden long spear mech, with part of the spear tip protruding out at the back. Brynhild remained calm, not showing even a trace of panic. She slightly tilted the mech to avoid the core being directly punctured. As the magnetic chain canceled, Diana firmly held the double-edged spear with both hands and swept horizontally. Fragments of the shattered mech fell into the snow, increasing Brynhild's damage rate to 58%. Diana, in a baseball batting stance, struck Brynhild fiercely with a 9/10 force. Brynhild was slammed away, and Diana immediately activated Gravity Swamp, without delay, selecting the range and releasing it. It was as if she had thrown her straight into the swamp. The Gravity Swamp could last for 60 seconds, during which time Diana could do as she pleased to flatten or crush Brynhild. She walked over confidently with gun in hand. Huh. She smiled. If you underestimate me based on appearance, you're in for a big loss. In the next second, Diana's smile suddenly froze on her face. The trapped golden spear mech saw its golden color gradually corrode and peel off. Black smoke dissipated from the joints of the mech, and Brynhild disappeared. Shadow replacement. Crap. The double cooldown caused by the particle shield explosion hadn't ended yet, and the sniping barrier only worked against energy attacks. In a dilemma, Diana felt a tremendous force coming from behind. Brynhild kicked her down like a meteor, hurling her away. Inside the simulator, Diana tasted a sweetness at the back of her throat, and red blood trickled along the edge of her lips. Stubbornly swallowing the blood that reached her mouth, she panted heavily. You're the one who will suffer a loss, aren't you? Brynhild rushed forward with her gun, delivering a fierce blow as the moon-white spear mech attempted to stand up again. Diana flew backward and shattered a stone in the snow. Her mech's damage rate had already reached 82%. Without exaggeration, she was now on her last leg. Brynhild had completely taken control of the situation, and victory was just a matter of time. I didn't expect you to force me to go all out. A dialogue interface popped up. Brynhild stood steady beside Diana. She lifted the double-edged spear. But this ends here. The screen displayed a 10-second countdown as the forced terrain destruction mechanism, Avalanche, was about to activate. The snowy mountain trembled and collapsed, with massive amounts of snow rolling down like a tsunami. Suddenly rising, Diana tightly embraced Brynhild without letting go. Brynhild thrust her spear downwards. The particle shield unfolded, deflecting the spear to one side. 5 seconds left. Brynhild panicked, abandoning her double-edged spear to pound on the shield frantically. While attempting to shake off Diana, the latter stealthily picked up the double-edged spear from the snow. 2 seconds left. The rolling white snow was right before them, and Brynhild could already feel the bone-chilling cold. Staring blankly at the whiteness engulfing her field of vision, the particle shield dissolved. In the last second, Diana thrust the double-edged spear into the core of Brynhild's chest armor. Countdown finished. Snow enveloped them both, and the two mechs were tossed and landed, shattering several rocks. The rolling snow pushed them towards the ice fissure. Brynhild had already lost control of her mech, and inside the experience chamber, it was pitch black. All she could do was helplessly watch as her mech was pushed into the ice crack, followed by an automatic shutdown. Diana was then thrown into the ice crack by the snow, and her system also shut down. The battle had ended. The judgment result took a while, and the system automatically began replaying the recorded video. In slow motion, it was clear to see that at the moment when the two mechs were swallowed by the snow, Diana had thrust the double-edged spear into the core of Brynhild's chest armor. After spending time with Liu, Diana had gradually developed superhuman reaction speed. She pulled the goddess of victory into her arms just before death arrived. Red win. Diana had won. Diana let out a sigh of relief as she leaned back in her seat and stretched lazily, revealing her curvaceous figure. Her heart was still pounding fiercely. If her reaction had been just a tenth of a second slower, the result might have been completely different. You won, Brynhild said softly. You truly are the one Ace holds dearest. Ace? It's the first time I've heard my boyfriend called by such a nickname. It's what the teachers call Liu. Ah, got it. Your strength is only surpassed by Liu and Jia Jingjing. Third in the academy, well deserved. Do not believe or spread rumors. Let me ask you a question. Who do you think is stronger between Liu and Jia Jing? Diana's eyes seemed to sparkle like little stars, expecting to hear the answer she wanted to hear. Liu. Huh. Of course. Diana enjoyed the compliment greatly. She lifted her head high like a proud swan. The person I like has to be the best in the world. Brynhild added, the best in the world? Exaggerated. Diana. 30 minutes later, the fourth match of the top 8 ended. Locatress powerfully defeated her opponent and advanced to the semifinals with an extremely domineering posture. The final 4 candidates were Jia Jingjing, Liu, Diana, and Locatress. After the end of the top 8 battles, the old dean announced that the students advancing to the semifinals would have 2 days off to relieve the fatigue from the 4 consecutive days of high-intensity combat. Diana jumped onto Liu's back and didn't come down. Jia Jingjing watched the two silently with a smile. He walked out of the gymnasium, gently holding a withered purple tulip in his hand. He looked up at the star-filled sky. Junyu, I miss you so much. Chapter 86, The Big Bad Wolf and the Little White Rabbit, Part 1. Get up, sleepy kitty, get up, sleepy kitty, get up, sleepy kitty. The alarm clock sang a strange ballad, jumping around on the bedside table. Suddenly, an arm as white as lotus root emerged from the cocoon of blankets, fumbling to grab the alarm and skillfully remove its batteries before tossing it back onto the cabinet. Another arm stretched out from under the blanket, straightening fully. As the blanket was thrown aside, Diana sat up, her hair tousled like a bird's nest, with visible saliva marks on her delicate face. She scratched her face groggily, opening her sleepy eyes and replacing the batteries in the old-fashioned alarm clock that Yuli had given her, saying, "So you won't oversleep in the morning." Yuli's voice was recorded for the alarm clock, but his singing was truly unbearably bad. Since using this alarm clock, Diana hadn't stopped strategizing against this little gadget. Now, she could easily remove the batteries with one hand, thanks to which she had corrected her habit of oversleeping. Morning. Habits formed over a long time aren't that easy to change. Diana greeted the morning, even though the bed across from her was empty. She yawned, putting on only one slipper, wobbling her way toward the balcony. It was a beautiful sunny day with not a cloud in sight. A deep blue sky occasionally saw birds flying past. Diana moved slowly, matching the pace of a snail. Finally, after brushing her teeth and washing her face, she sat in front of her dressing table. Speaking of the dressing table, there was nothing more than a small mirror placed on the table. A girl's cosmetics were always numerous: mascara, foundation box, moisturizing liquid, and various shades of lipstick scattered chaotically on the table. Diana picked up the mascara and paused. Natural makeup, I guess. She put down the mascara, pouting. Anyway, I'll be staying in the dormitory all day, so it doesn't matter if I don't wear makeup. Ding dong. Her phone buzzed, and Diana lazily grabbed it to check. It was a message from Special Concern. Where are you? Liu's message was brief, accompanied by a puzzled cat emoji. Diana didn't understand. Question mark. I'm downstairs at your dorm. Where are you? What are you doing at my dorm? Didn't we agree to go to the amusement park today? Did you forget because you were up late watching anime last night? Jerry confused. JPG. I'm coming upstairs. Wait a second. Don't come up yet. I haven't gotten ready. Diana's dormitory door was slightly ajar, and Liu knocked twice. From inside came the sound of things being dropped haphazardly. He thought this strange and pushed the door open. No. A pillow flew straight at Liu's face. He held his stinging nose as he bent to pick up the pillow. Entering further into the room, he threw the pillow back at her. What's wrong with you? I didn't even get a chance to greet you before you hit me with a pillow. You. How did you suddenly come up? I haven't put on makeup. How can I show my face now? Wah, 5555555. Liu rolled his eyes, looking exasperated at her. Princess, you're naturally beautiful and graceful without needing any makeup. How can that be? A girl's face is the most important thing. Oh, so that means other things don't matter then? Alright, let me take them away. Stop. Wait, you can't come closer. In no time, Diana surrendered. Collapsing onto the bed, she looked like a pool of spring water. Her face was flushed, and her full chest was rising and falling quickly. Bad guy. You know well that I'm ticklish, and you still dare to tickle me. If you don't get up, Liu said, pinching a white feather between 2 fingers, I'll tickle the soles of your feet with it. Don't, I'm sorry. I'll get up, alright. Diana's moist eyes filled with weiche as she slowly sat up. She smoothed out the wrinkles on her sleeping gown and pouted. You're the worst. Do people bully their own girlfriends like you do? Who says you're my girlfriend? Liu replied seriously. Her pupils dilated, disbelief filling her eyes as she stared at him. Not knowing whether I may have the honor to invite this kind and gentle fiancée lady to the amusement park. His tone took a complete 180. She sniffled softly, her face bright red. She deliberately turned her head away from him, prodding her tender cheeks with her delicate fingers. With full love in his smile, Liu leaned over to peck her cheek. Unexpectedly, Diana suddenly turned her head, lightly brushing his lips with hers. Mr. Big Bad Wolf just knows how to bully me. Aren't you enjoying it too, Miss Little White Rabbit? The couple held hands as they left the campus and waited for the bus at the station. The bus to the amusement park arrived, and the couple boarded, paid their fare, and sat down by the window. Diana gently rested her head on his shoulder, one arm around his waist. I'm still so sleepy. Let me rest a little longer. Wake me up when we get there. His right hand circled her waist as he soaked in this peaceful moment. After the year-end evaluation, he would join the Alpha Fleet, and moments like this would be few and far between. The amusement park was about a 20-minute ride from the academy, and the bus soon arrived at the stop. Liu pulled the drowsy Diana off the bus, and after walking 100 or 2 meters, the entrance of the amusement park came into view. Suddenly full of energy, she tugged him along as they ran toward it. Buy tickets, she said eagerly. Couple tickets, he added. After the staff recorded their information, they handed out 2 pink couple tickets through the window. These are your couple tickets. With this stub, you can receive a small gift upon leaving the park, and you'll also have the chance for a free couple photo shoot. Have fun. We can take a free couple photo. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Let's go? We should take our couple photos first. Liu didn't even have time to say, okay, before she dragged him away. Photographers in the amusement park often roamed around, and it took Diana some effort to finally catch one under the Ferris wheel. She waved their couple ticket at the photographer. Excuse me, could you take a picture of us? The photographer gave a thumbs up. Diana and Liu posed together, forming a heart shape with their hands. The photographer captured the moment with a quick click. These days, photographs were ready immediately. As Diana gazed at the picture, she couldn't help but want to kiss it. Only for Liu to stop her just in time. They each kept a copy of the couple photo. Liu slid his into his pocket. You seem really happy. Of course I am. Diana couldn't hide her excitement. Because this is my very first visit to an amusement park. I never had the chance as a child, and now that I finally can, I'm going to enjoy every bit of it. Chapter 87 The Big Bad Wolf and the White Rabbit, lower. WH. Liu started to say but stopped. He wasn't sure if Diana had heard him. She had, but it was as if she hadn't. There was a gleam in her eyes, like dancing butterflies. Graceful, lively. She made no effort to hide her fondness for the carousel or her admiration for the roller coaster. He didn't want the light in her eyes to disappear. Besides, it was not suitable to ask trivial questions under this kind of atmosphere. Yu. In front of the carousel, she jumped around happily, waving at Liu with delight. He jogged over. She pointed at the carousel and said, I want to ride this. Okay, he agreed. Today, he would agree with everything she said. As long as she was happy, that's all it took. Liu and Diana held hands, sitting on adjacent wooden horses. She was extremely excited, swaying back and forth while softly humming an unnamed tune. She was making a fuss, and he was laughing. Everything was so perfect. A gentle piece of music came to an end, and the speed of the carousel gradually slowed down until it finally stopped. She found a new target, pulling his hand and saying, Haunted house. I really want to experience it. She dragged him into the haunted house. A fake hanged ghost operated by the staff dropped from the roof. Yalla. She got a huge fright and immediately began burrowing into his embrace. Walking just a few steps, a treasure chest ghost with a skull popped out from a box that opened in the corner. She cried out, so scary, and then tightly hugged his waist. He felt mischievous and deliberately blew into her neck. She felt chills down her spine, screamed and jumped onto his back, holding on tightly and refusing to let go. The small haunted house was filled with her screams and shrieks, and she plunged herself out of the haunted house, breathing a sigh of relief after her terrifying escape. She touched her full chest, wiped the tears from the corner of her eye with the back of her hand, and looked relieved. Bumper cars, free-fall rides, shooting balloons, ring toss games. The couple's ticket provided great convenience, and Diana seemed to have planned well ahead, not spending more than a second on any attraction. For example, shooting balloons. Clearly, she could have broken one more balloon to win a large stuffed bear, yet she said, oh dear, we've run out of bullets, let's go. Liu saw clearly. Diana quietly handed over all her remaining bullets to the next table. He didn't understand. If she didn't say anything, he wouldn't ask either. As night fell, Diana pulled Liu back to the Ferris wheel. All right, this is our last stop, she said, one hand on her hip, the other pointing skyward. We are just one step away from the conquer the amusement park goal. Climbing into the Ferris wheel cabin, she sat closely next to him. With 10 fingers interlocked, they held hands tightly. Her head rested on his shoulder as she closed her eyes. You must find it strange, right? After some time, she spoke up herself, pointing out his inner doubts. What? He knowingly asked innocently. I haven't wasted even a single second just to reach the scheduled place within the scheduled time, the Ferris wheel. I even gave up the chance to win the big-sized relaxing bear. You think I'm rushing, you find it odd. You want to ask, but you're afraid of ruining the atmosphere, right? Right. Do you know why? Why? Because there's a time limit on the couple's tickets. Pulling out the neatly folded pink couple's tickets from her pocket, she chuckled lightly. You probably won't believe me, but this is my first time ever playing at an amusement park. The couple's tickets have a time limit. They limited us to be able to stay in the amusement park for only 10 hours maximum. We are almost reaching 10 hours before the couple's tickets become invalid. I want to ride the Ferris wheel with you. Because of you, this memory becomes even more precious. Liu stayed silent. She continued speaking to herself. I come from a renowned political family. Since I was little, my parents have placed high hopes on me. As their only child, they earnestly hoped I could continue their legacy, bring honor to the family name. They arranged everything for me, never once asking if I liked it, if I wanted to. My childhood was iron gray. I often felt like I was a canary locked in a cage. Day after day of diplomatic rhetoric and social etiquette left me mentally and physically exhausted. I didn't like this life. This wasn't the life I wanted. It was hard enough convincing my parents to come here to the academy. How could I possibly return to that prison? Flying is the highest realm of enjoying freedom. I made friends here. Everything here makes me feel curious. I know I lack common knowledge, but fortunately, I still have you. I like you, not just because I have feelings for you. It's more because you're willing to accommodate me. You tolerate my caprices, accept my coquetry, and forgive my mistakes. With you by my side, my life has finally become colorful. I've seen a different world, a world that is so beautiful. Being with you, I can express my nature freely. Being with you, I feel relaxed and happy. This is what my family never gave me. The time I've spent with you is the happiest and most joyful time of my life so far. Thank you. After finishing her words, Diana tucked the couple's tickets back into her pocket. He said, do you know what the Ferris wheel symbolizes? Her eyes shimmered slightly. Her heart tightened a little. I know. A According to the legend, couples who ride the Ferris wheel will eventually break up. But if they kiss at the highest point of the Ferris wheel, they will continue forever. Is that true? Shall we give it a try? Try-wa, MMPH. A gentle, affectionate kiss landed on her cherry lips. The Ferris wheel had reached its peak. Her eyes gradually filled with moisture as she hugged him tightly, deepening the kiss. Just then, dazzling fireworks erupted in the night sky. After a long while, their lips parted. She lowered her head, resting it against his chest. Mr. Big Bad Wolf keeps taking advantage of me. Aren't you enjoying it too, Miss White Rabbit? He smiled. 10 hours, no matter how much fun they were having, inevitably came to an end. As the couple holding hands walked out of the amusement park, a staff member ran over holding a large plush bear, shoving it into Diana's arms. This is a small gift from our park to the two of you. We hope you'll visit us again. Looking at the large bear in her arms, Liu and Diana exchanged a smile. The small gift bear was none other than the one Diana had given up the chance to win earlier. They waited together at the bus stop for the return trip. The bus arrived, its lights glowing brightly. Before boarding, he gripped her hand a little tighter. I love you, Anna. She smiled sincerely, tugging at his hand. I love you too, you. Chapter 88. Knight vs. Princess. The first battle of the Final Four, Liu vs. Diana. Not long after the matchup was announced, some people had secretly placed bets on who would win. The odds for Liu winning were 1-1, while the odds for Diana winning were 1-1.1. Everyone expected this to be an evenly matched confrontation. Of course, the showdown between a couple provided plenty of talking points, assuming that Liu wouldn't do anything strange like he did in the quarterfinals. Hello, Mr. Big Bad Wolf. Diana seemed to be in a good mood as she initiated the greeting. Hello, Miss Little Bunny. Liu responded cheerfully. To reach the finals, you are the opponent I must defeat. I think that goes both ways. Really? Not going to hold back against your own girlfriend? Rather than holding back and making you mad later, it's better to give it my all and beat you. It seems you believe you'll win. Who goes onto the field expecting to lose? Both sides understood the significance of this duel. Facing Diana as his opponent, Liu didn't dare have any foolish ideas. He selected his swordsmanship mech at the start. Diana chose the spear mech, equipping their respective ace mechs. The map randomized to rainforest. There was only one map mechanism, but the acid rain covered the entire area as a mandatory terrain hazard with no solution available. The battle commenced. Liu remained still, and Diana kept her mech silent. If Liu didn't move, neither would she. Stillness itself was the best defense. Even if Liu could instantly kill Diana upon making a move, there would always be opportunities to exploit. Tension gripped his body as he guarded against her sudden attacks. She tightened her grip on the double-edged spear, exhaling a breath of stale air inside the simulation pod. Liu moved. The swordsmanship mech moved faster than lightning, arriving in front of the spear mech in a Z-shaped zigzag maneuver. A standard greatsword glowing with a purple light mercilessly hacked down from above. Diana activated a particle shield, deflecting sparks as the greatsword collided with the shield. While the shield was still active, she applied a magnetic source to the tip of her double-edged spear, piercing through the shield straight towards the mech core. Liu blocked the double-edged spear with the wide blade of the greatsword. The shield dissipated as Diana lunged directly into his arms. Liu was caught off guard, retreating for steps. Just as he completed his fourth step, a glint of cold light reached him first, followed by the spear thrusting out like a dragon emerging. The rotating double-edged spear broke through the space with a clang, striking the mech core. Liu anticipated this, adjusting the range of the particle shield, fully protecting the core, rendering the spear strike ineffective. With both hands, Liu held up the greatsword, shoving it into Diana's grasp before swiftly deploying a magnetic source in quick succession, completing both actions nearly simultaneously. She'd already fallen victim once to Brunhild but hadn't learned her lesson, freezing momentarily after catching the greatsword, somewhat resembling a cat realizing its true identity in a single instant. The magnetic source stuck to the hilt and retracted, pulling Diana forward, whereupon she received a solid punch from Liu, then flew backwards. Once he retrieved the greatsword, the thrusters activated. Transforming into a streak of light, Liu skillfully avoided various obstacles. His momentum stopped as he extinguished the thrusters, leaning the sword tip on the ground. Thunder crackled around him in bright blue flashes, the sword's edge rising. Thunderous sword chi surged toward Diana. Her interception barrier opened with a snap, suddenly shattering. On the bottom right corner of the screen, it showed that Liu's last instantaneous output had been 265%. Diana glimpsed the exaggerated number and remarked sarcastically, "That's outrageous." Diana's thunderous sword chi pierced through the barrier and struck her, causing the mech to fall into the water pond in the simulated environment, paralyzed and unable to move. The swordsmanship mech emerged through the bushes, aiming its greatsword at the core of the immobilized mech. Fortunately, the particle shield had cooled down, forming a spherical shield to encase the spear mech and resist the powerful blow. Seeing Liu raise the standard greatsword high overhead, beginning to gather power, black clouds rolled in thick and dark, filled with thunderbolts writhing within. Silver-white lightning split the sky, infusing the sword with electric energy. With a roar of thunder, white light filled Diana's vision. As her sight returned to white clarity, the gathered energy was unleashed, and the sword slashed downward. This single slash, wielding the might of thunder, struck the particle shield, which shattered explosively into thousands of shards with a crack. The 326% instantaneous output volume left Diana no choice but to question whether her boyfriend was even human. Diana shielded herself with her crossed arms, sinking her mech into the water pool. Liu knew what she was about to do and swiftly fished her out of the water. Diana deliberately thrashed about, splashing large droplets everywhere. Once he loosened his grip, she broke free, quickly dismantling her double-edged spear. Amidst the cascading water, the tip of a short spear pierced through a water droplet and aimed directly at his throat. He blocked it with his palm, only for it to be pierced right through. The spearhead got stuck in his palm, unable to be pulled out. With a sudden tug, Liu threw Diana off balance, delivering a hook punch to her stomach, followed by another straight punch to her face. Diana plunged into the water, only to be hoisted back up like a kitten by Liu. Ignoring her struggles, he rammed his standard greatsword through the waist of her spear mech. The excruciating pain nearly shattered Diana's consciousness, forcing her to think calmly amidst the anguish. This Liu was no longer someone she could contend with. He felt almost like a creature from another dimension. To the other three competitors in the final four, Liu's presence was nothing less than a dimensional advantage. Still, surrendering lightly had never been her style. Summoning determination, she reversed the spear's direction, plunging the short spear not just through her own mech's waist, but also piercing through Liu's swordsmanship mech's abdomen, revealing the spear tip protruding from behind it. Taking a step back, Liu stood with his sword on one side and his hand pressing against the wound. Diana collapsed onto her knees in the water, clutching the injury on her waist. To ease the pain, Liu took several deep breaths. Inside the simulation pod, he lifted his shirt and touched his abdomen. It stung fiery hot. The swordsmanship mech raised its greatsword levelly, the blade resting at Diana's back. Winner takes all. Sorry, I'll get you a champion's cup as your gift. Raising the greatsword high, Liu drove it down toward her back. In an instant, his expression changed. He didn't feel any resistance. Her spear mech began tilting piece by piece like falling dominoes, each section dropping into the water. Shadow replacement. A sense of alarm shot through Liu's mind. Swish. The double-edged spear tore through the core of his mech. Watching him struggle in agony, Diana couldn't muster any joy. She too had not felt any real contact. As expected, the swordsmanship mech gradually ceased its movements, dissolving layer by layer. As ripples spread across the water, the genuine swordsmanship mech revealed itself. Clang. He struck a blow to the spear shaft with a clenched fist. Diana held her spear firmly with both hands, sweeping the spear point horizontally across. Liu jumped back far away, standing 20 meters apart from her. Chapter 89. Chaotic He Wind Sword Technique. Particle shields are truly annoying things, Liu muttered under his breath. With a glance at the half-depleted blue energy bar, Liu withdrew his hand that was about to press the wide-range skill button. Particle shields specifically counter physical attacks, although they can be broken via energy-based attacks or extremely high instantaneous output equivalents. The former requires an energy source as support, while the latter demands someone with the ability to generate over 3.0 of instantaneous output within a short period, like Liu. The problem was that Liu's energy bar was down to half now, meaning he wouldn't be able to recklessly release skills as before. Looking at Diana, who was again enveloped by a spherical shield, Liu spat out. I need to figure out a way to break this shield. Diana had already activated her thrusters and closed in swiftly. Liu remained motionless. With her handheld shotgun, she struck him straight on the face. He heard a crack. Thankfully, not having his neck completely snapped was already fortunate. Raising his leg for a frontal kick, her movements were as smooth as clouds flowing by. He flew away, hitting the tree trunk hard with his back. Lightning spear. She raised her hand levelly, forming a stop gesture. The short spear detached from its groove just below her forearm and shot forward at incredible speed. Liu didn't have any reaction. The spear pierced through his shoulder and pinned him to the tree trunk. Accompanying her shout, silvery lightning enveloped him. The silver edges illuminated by her black mechanical suit highlighted her power as Liu fell into a state of paralysis. As the thunder dissipated, she charged into him using a flying shoulder tackle, shattering the tree trunk along the way. Without the trunk's support, lush branches rained down. He fell into the shrubbery, thorny vines piercing into the joints of his mechanical suit. Moving even a single finger caused the joints to grind loudly. A magnetic source flew towards him and stuck onto his body. Before Liu could understand what was happening, the sudden tightening of the magnetic force dragged him closer. Diana was waiting for him, adopting a baseball batting stance. As he got near, the magnetic source released him, and she swung her short gun right onto his body. Boom! A dull sound resounded as Liu was thrown far once more. The machine damage rate rose to 56%. Earlier, his mind had been consumed by thoughts on how to break the particle shield while conserving as much energy as possible, so he chose to ignore incoming attacks and allowed the damage rate to climb higher. Rubbing his head, Liu mentally cursed himself. Why had he become so slow when he was usually quite nimble? Diana almost simultaneously threw two short guns. With Sha, both spears penetrated through the shoulders of his mech armor, pinning him firmly to the ground. Helplessly watching as Diana approached, withdrawing the short guns and combining them into a double-bladed one, inspiration suddenly struck him. The phrase breaking a plane with a point popped up in his mind. Got it. All of a sudden, he placed both arms protectively across his chest, causing the mech to submerge underwater. Diana couldn't fathom his intent as she stabbed her double-bladed weapon futilely into the water. From behind her, the sword mech burst forth through the surface, leaping skyward. In midair, he drew his large standardized sword. Diana instinctively activated her particle shield without hesitation. There was a crisp clink as the big sword fiercely cleaved against the shield but failed to leave a single scratch. It didn't matter to him. Raising the greatsword high, he commenced slashing wildly at the shield in a storm-like fashion. Sparks flew everywhere, and the combo ridiculed as tree-cutting robot by Jia Jingjing lacked any aesthetic appeal. But it worked, and that's all that mattered. Crack. The particle shield began showing cracks, and her pupils dilated slightly. This was exactly the outcome he desired, so his slashes became even faster. Now Diana could only see streaks of shadow while hearing continuous crack sounds ringing in her ears. The crack widened and began spreading rapidly. Snap. The particle shield finally collapsed under the immense pressure. Diana, bereft of defensive means, was essentially left defenseless as Liu swung his sword downwards. Even before the blade arrived, her face lost all color. In dire straits, she lightly tapped her toes and temporarily stepped back. Once dodging that slash, she executed a backflip to increase distance significantly. He maintained composure, putting away his sword as if the prior thunderous attack had never happened. What kind of technique is that? She asked apprehensively. Liu had no real answer since his recent particle shield breaking maneuver was spur of the moment, nameless. However, after a sly turn of his eyes, his mischievous side came alive. That move is called chaotic V-wind sword technique. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Her expected response, a breakdown followed by kneeling, admitting defeat, did not occur. She snorted with a tch and walked toward him through the water. Liu attempted to block her path with numerous sword waves. Her supple frame effortlessly evaded every wave, followed by a double palm thrust. The sudden eruption of force shoved him far away. Now retreating to the edge of the battlefield, he had nowhere else to go. Thus, Liu took the initiative to rush forward, using his greatsword to flick up her double-bladed spear. As she threw a magnetic source to stick onto the spear's handle, he tossed another magnetic source that attached to the spear's tip. When the magnetic sources retracted, the spear was pulled taut. In the ensuing strength competition, Liu, as a male, held the upper hand. Then came a snap, and the double-bladed spear was torn into two halves, one held by Diana and the other by Liu. Liu discarded the short half-spear into the water and charged toward Diana with his large sword raised. Diana treated her spear like a blade and slashed diagonally at him just as he drew near. Liu spun to evade the spear's point, passing by each other in a blur of motion. A robotic arm flew off. Diana stumbled back several steps while clutching the wounded stump where her mechanical arm had been severed, sparks crackling from the damaged joint. He didn't have time to celebrate when a sharp wave of pain hit his right hand's 5 fingers. Glancing down, he found they'd all been cleanly severed at the knuckles. The severed fingers, plop and plop, dropped into the water. His right hand couldn't even form a fist, but with a low growl, Liu swung a punch backhandedly. His strike impacted the stump where Diana's broken arm once was. The excruciating pain made her clench her teeth hard on her lower lip. With his left hand now holding the sword, he hacked aimlessly without any method. Diana, gripping her double-bladed spear with her right hand, deflected blow after blow from his attack. Clang! Her double-bladed spear slipped out of her grip and soared far away, causing her palm to go numb from the recoil. Completely ignoring any notions of chivalry, he swung his greatsword horizontally towards the neck of the long spear mech. She tilted her head backward, narrowly avoiding it, as the blade grazed past her throat, leaving a white scratch mark. In retaliation, she kicked him with a high leg sweep hitting his chin. He toppled backward, doing a somersault, his standard-issue broadsword also flying off in the process. Splashing out of the water, he angrily wiped murky droplets from his face, and the lights in the eyes of his sword art mech flared up with a crimson glow. Trouble! She cried out in alarm, attempting to step back, but he leapt forward, seizing her ankle. Lifting her legs clear off the ground, she was yanked upside down, then slammed forcefully against a tree trunk. Unable to hold back any longer, within the simulation cockpit, a spurt of blood splattered across the screen from her mouth. Chapter 90. I don't care. You owe me. Diana wiped the blood from the corner of her lips with the back of her hand, and inwardly cursed whoever designed this simulation pod. It wasn't enough that it perfectly mimicked a battlefield environment, but it also enhanced realistic pain and sensory overload. Even though she was sitting in the pod controlling her game character, every hit sustained by her avatar was fed back to her in real time. She certainly wasn't as tough-skinned or resilient as Liu. This guy, with her insides churning, she couldn't help spitting more blood onto the screen. This is just beating me to death. What did he gain by nearly killing me? Liu's competitive spirit was ignited. He stepped over, his remaining left hand gripping the double-edged spear tightly, pulling it out of her hands. Without looking back, he tossed the spear into the water. Then, with his left hand clenched into a fist, he landed a heavy blow that sent her flying. A magnetic source was thrown out, creating a splash as it submerged itself underwater, latching onto the double-edged spear and pulling it back out. Unexpectedly, Liu wrested the double-edged spear from Diana, aiming straight for the core of the mech. The remaining right hand of the long spear mech clutched the spear tip tightly, gradually increasing its pressure. As the spear point drew closer to the core, only one hand's strength was insufficient. Diana released her grip while sidestepping, allowing the double-edged spear to plunge into the water. Displaying incredible flexibility, she accurately delivered a knee strike to his temple, causing him to stumble and fall into the water, stars dancing in his eyes. Diana transitioned from defense to offense, wielding the double-edged spear to strike Liu's face. Still recovering from dizziness, he was pushed into the water, vision turning murky as the cockpit slowly became damp, oxygen being gradually depleted. He struck her ankle with a punch. She recoiled in pain, staggering backward. Liu immediately got up and delivered a spinning kick that sent her flying. Both combatants almost simultaneously hurled out their magnetic sources, instantly gaining access to the standard-issue swords and double-edged spears. Thrusters activated, leaving long trails of flames. The large sword came crashing down, while the double-edged spear aimed straight for the core of the other mech. Neither side gave an inch, and Diana held the advantage due to her longer weapon. She had confidence that before the spear mech could be split in two, she would first pierce through the core of the fencing mech. The couple synchronized their particle shields effortlessly, deploying them. The spear tip was deflected off to the side, but the large sword cut through the shield like a red-hot dinner knife slicing cheese, nearly splitting the spear mech in half. Diana saw clearly how the magnetic source manipulated the large sword, making the shield ineffective. Suddenly, a crimson 10-second countdown appeared on the screen. 10. Diana abandoned the double-edged spear, retreating cautiously. 9. With his initial attack missed, Liu fully powered up his thruster, moving as fast as lightning. 8. Closer, closer. Within touchable range of the spear mech, Liu suddenly used the magnetic source to attach itself to the sword handle. 7. Her foot splashed against the water, creating large waves of splashes. Both were affected by the misty veil created from the disturbed water surface. 6. As the water mist dissipated and droplets rolled away, vision returned to clarity, and he thrust forward with his sword. 5. She maneuvered aside once more, followed by a spin. The large sword swung at air. 4. The magnetic chain tightened as he gripped it with both hands, spinning himself around like a hammer thrower. 3. The large sword was flung away, its point aimed directly towards the core of the spear mech. 2. The particle shield was still cooling down. Diana watched helplessly as the large sword pierced straight through the core, located in the chest area of the mech. In the experience pod, the sensation of her chest being ripped apart caused her to breathe heavily as she tightly clutched the front of her clothes. 1. The spear mech skills ceased, freezing motionless in place. The countdown ended, and acid rain poured down heavily. The two mechs were corroded beyond recognition. At the last second of the countdown, Liu secured victory. Maintaining a pose with a single finger pointed skyward, the sword mech dissolved under the acid rain until it turned into a pile of mud. First battle of the semifinals, victory for Liu. In the final match, he will await the winner between Jia Zhengjing and Locatrix. As soon as the battle ended, Liu spit blood onto the screen. Clutching his chest, he coughed violently. During that fight, he had suffered severe internal injuries. The sensations of pain and impact endured by the character are instantaneously transmitted to the pilot, making this design truly extraordinary. He opened the pod door and staggered a few steps out of the experience chamber. Just then, Diana, clutching her chest, walked up to him and delivered a swift punch to his chest. Bewildered, he asked, "What's wrong? Are you seriously asking me what's wrong?" Diana seethed, growing angrier at his question. "You nearly killed me. Was there some sort of benefit for you if you had succeeded? You're such a straight male." "What? Me?" He pointed at his own nose. She glared at him. "Who else could it be?" I'm sorry. Earlier, my competitive nature got the better of me. You know me, when competitiveness takes hold, my strikes aren't gentle." He scratched the back of his head. She was about to speak when another wave of sweetness hit her throat, and she coughed up another mouthful of congealed blood. Staggering as if she were about to fall, he quickly stepped forward and caught her. Leaning against his chest, Diana felt a surge of comfort. "Why are you still coughing up blood? Isn't it all because of your hits?" "I'm sorry. I'll kneel on the scrubbing board when I get home." "You owe me compensation." "Huh. I don't care. You owe me compensation." He sighed with black lines all over his face. "Are you really this childish, even as an adult? Is it not allowed?" She shot him a glare. "Flirting with my boyfriend is one of my privileges, isn't it? If it's my right, then there's no issue with me asking for compensation from you. You always use those tricks for the wrong reasons. Then fine, as you wish. So let's talk about it. You injured me internally." "I'm sorry, I was shouting too loud earlier. What do you want as compensation?" "The champion trophy." Liu chuckled and lightly pinched her nose. "You really are reaching for the stars, aren't you? What? Are you lacking in confidence?" Diana grinned at him. He picked her up in his arms like a princess. "How could that be? No matter who my opponent is in the final, I will definitely beat them. This is the you I know." She wrapped her arms around his neck, clinging to him like a koala. The couple left the gymnasium, and Liu had a faint feeling that their final opponent would be Jia Zhengjing. It seemed fate played its part here. Second battle of the semifinals, Jia Zhengjing versus Locatrix. In the quarterfinals, Locatrix had defeated her opponent almost overwhelmingly. Locatrix often used chain blade mech suits, which only existed in preset roles under the name chain type. Chainblade was her own renamed version. In pursuit of pleasure, she intentionally chose to fight a protracted battle during the quarterfinal match. Faced with such an opponent, Jia Zhengjing didn't dare to be complacent. Chapter 91. I Am the Emperor. The second battle of the final four contenders, Jia Zhengjing versus Locatrix Elizabeth. Who is Locatrix? Her full name is Locatrix Elizabeth. Lindsay, her older sister, is the teacher for mech simulation combat. Lindsay, a retired soldier, accepted the invitation from the old dean to teach at the academy, with significant help from Locatrix in making it happen. Unlike her sister Lindsay, Locatrix has been the pampered pearl of her parents since childhood. This spoiling has cultivated an arrogant nature within her. If one were to compare her to an animal, Locatrix would be the true, high and mighty swan. Her kind of arrogance differs from Diana's half-baked version. Locatrix's arrogance is ingrained deep into her bones. It is well known that the second princess of the Elizabeth family does not look down upon a specific individual. She looks down upon everyone. Locatrice in-game nickname is Emperor. Jia Jingjing felt no ripple of concern within him. In fact, he almost wanted to laugh. Were there fewer prestigious family children in the academy? The number of such students he defeated was beyond counting even on his toes. One more Locatrice merely meant one more contender who'd end up under him. The map randomly selected was Burning Canyon. Jia Jingjing chose the Iron Fist mech, while Locatrice stuck with her ever-unchanging Chainblade mech. The Iron Fist mech's gauntlets gleamed with dazzling golden light, and the Chainblade mech's chainblades blazed with golden brilliance. With the preparation phase over, the battle officially began. A golden whirlwind swept across the scorched earth as Jia Jingjing took the initiative. He knew nothing about leniency or respect for women. This punch aimed straight for her face. Inside the simulation cockpit, Locatrice maintained an expressionless demeanor as her Chainblade mech raised its weapon, the tip of the blade touching the former's iron fist. The impact shattered the delicate chain blades into countless pieces. With another forceful exertion, the chain blades disintegrated into fragments flying all around. Hardly had the battle started when Locatrice lost her weapon, yet she didn't seem panicked at all. Having taken the upper hand, Jia Jingjing grew slightly serious instead. Almost invisible magnetic chains connected each piece of the scattered chainblade fragments one by one. She swung these magnetic chains, and the dragon-twisting fragments of chainblades rushed towards him. Locatrice wielded the chainblade mech so skillfully that every fragment of the chainblade in her hands turned into a fatal weapon. Jia Jingjing tried grabbing one chainblade fragment, but it slipped out like a slippery eel, cutting a deep wound into his palm. As the chainblade fragments danced across every corner of the battlefield, the high mobility of the Iron Fist mech became useless. In Locatrice's domain, unless Jia Jingjing picked a gunner mech, even a single gap could be used by her to send a deadly sword edge right inside. He sidestepped to kick away one chainblade fragment, but wasn't cautious enough, allowing another fragment from behind to slash open his shoulder. He angrily lifted his right hand, spreading his fingers wide. Crimson particles gathered rapidly in his palm. Just as he finished accumulating energy, a chainblade fragment passed through his palm, following her command. His palm split open, and the accumulated crimson particles dissipated quickly. Locatrice mimicked him, spreading her fingers wide on her right hand. Facing him, her palm pointed toward him, and the next moment, her right hand closed tightly into a fist. Countless chainblade fragments surrounded Jia Jingjing in a deluge. He promptly activated his particle shield just in time. The sound of fragments hitting the shield echoed constantly, and the shield value was quickly being depleted. Jia Jingjing widened his eyes in astonishment as the particle shield was shattered before his very eyes. Fragments wrapped around and cut into the Iron Fist mech. As Locatrice lowered her hand, the Iron Fist mech slowly fell to the ground. The mech's surface bore various patterns, and the mech's damage rate skyrocketed to 36%. I heard you consider yourself the strongest. A message interface popped up on the screen, where she sent mocking words. I have doubts. Are you really the strongest? You are, indeed, weak in many ways. Jia Jingjing had no intention of engaging in wordplay with her. The severely damaged Iron Fist mech stood back up. Its surface abruptly burst forth with dazzling golden light, forming a golden circle centered on him that expanded rapidly outward. The chainblade fragments froze instantly upon contact with the golden circle, leaving all the flying fragments suspended in midair frozen. Jia Jingjing clasped his hands together, his eyes flashing with brilliant gold, and then he pushed them apart. All chainblade fragments exploded simultaneously in a deafening blast. Purification Circle. The large-scale technique cost Jia Jingjing nearly a third of his blue energy bar. The magnetic chains in Locatrice's hands tightened, forming a sword shape. A shower of golden particles in the sky was drawn towards her magnetic chains, reconstituting the chain blades. Jia Jingjing frowned. He could only use the Purification Circle twice more. Meanwhile, Locatrice could endlessly repeat the same tricks as long as the chain blades were in her possession. As long as the chain blades remained in her hands. That's right, the chain blades. Jia Jingjing's eyes lit up. If the chain blade wasn't in her hands, she wouldn't be able to use that attack again, would she? With that thought, he threw out a magnetic source, further boosting the Iron Fist mech's speed. He was so fast that he left afterimages in his wake. In the blink of an eye, Jia Jingjing had already closed the distance. The Iron Fist swung upward as she raised her chain blades for another repeat of her trick. Suddenly changing tactics, Jia Jingjing turned his punch into a claw and snatched the chain blades from her grip. With a quick toss and pull of the magnetic source, he scored a hit before retreating. Straight toward the volcano, he hurled the chain blades straight into its fiery maw. Now empty-handed, Locatrice prepared to defend as the Iron Fist launched itself into a diving strike, hand knife aimed directly at her chest's mech core. The right decision, she commended. Destroying my chain blades means I can't use those moves again. But didn't you forget something? I am the Emperor. In sheer horror, Jia Jingjing watched as Locatrice reached behind her and drew yet another chain blade. Realizing his situation, he screeched to a halt and quickly retreated on cautious footwork. Did I say you could leave? She swung her chain blade through thin air, causing it to immediately shatter into pieces. Locatrice extended her index and middle fingers, pointing them at Jia Jingjing. The fragments obeyed her command and surged forward to assault him. He hastily deployed his particle shield once more, but its value plummeted rapidly under the barrage. There was no point in hesitating. She had already taken complete control of the battle. If he allowed her to dictate everything, the only outcome would be defeat. Jia Jingjing clasped his hands together, and the mech's surface once again erupted with dazzling golden light. Locatrus had been waiting for this, for fragments shot towards his neck, back, mech core, and forehead. His particle shield was almost depleted, meaning any one of these directions being breached would have disastrous consequences. Frustrated, he aborted his energy accumulation, dropping into a crouching defensive position. The fragments collided midair as he lunged forth faster than lightning, grabbing one fragment and hurling it back at her. Caught off guard by this unexpected counterattack, the fragment sliced a cut across her face. In disbelief, she touched the wound on her cheek. You dared. You actually dared to injure my face. Locatrus was furious. Chapter 92, Furious Locatellis. From childhood, even her own parents would not dare slap Locatellis once. But now, Jia Jingjing had injured her face, the very face she cherished most. Outside the screen, she was uncontrollably angry. With one powerful punch on the screen, a crack appeared from the force. In the game, the Chainblade mech stepped forward as heaven and earth roared. The scattered fragments of the chain blades converged back into a single sword. The thrusters reached their limit in an instant, and pink streaks of light shot through the canyon. Jia Jingjing was astonished by her speed and was then kicked far away. It had to be admitted that Locatellis had overreacted somewhat. It was the face of the Chainblade mech in the game that had been cut with a slash. She herself, inside the experience pod, merely felt a burning sensation on her face, without any skin breaking. But she paid no heed to this distinction and resolved to give this person who dared harm her face a good lesson. She arrived later but struck first, kicking him off like a goalkeeper taking a long kick in soccer. She threw out the magnetic source which bound his feet tightly. The Chainblade mech spun its body, hurling him towards the volcano in the manner of throwing a chain ball. Jia Jingjing fell on the hillside, his back hitting a protruding rock. Holding his chest in pain, Locatellis made several leaps to reach the half-mountain and stomped heavily on a stone with her right foot. As she leaped high, she launched the chain blade towards the core of the mech. He punched, deflecting the chain blade askew, causing it to fall diagonally down the mountain. Upon missing her mark, she immediately executed a spinning kick, flipping Jia Jingjing to the ground. Lifting her leg, she stamped on his chest, making him curl up, clutching his chest. Locatellis lightly flicked her toes, sending him tumbling down the mountain. His particle shield spread open, shattering all obstructions along the way. Locatellis gracefully descended from the mid-mountain and landed with ease. The magnetic source reeled back the chain blade which she held in hand, forcibly snapping it apart. Snap, crack, the chain blade shattered, and the fragments flew anew. Enraged, she pointed with her index and middle fingers, propelling two fragments directly at the Iron Fist mech. Tear, tear. The fragments embedded themselves left and right in the eyes of the Iron Fist mech, impairing its sensors. Jia Jingjing covered his eyes, writhing in agony within the chair as his vision turned completely dark. Without even being able to see his opponent, how could victory be possible? Locatellis lowered her hands, gazing at the Iron Fist mech whose eyes had been disabled, groaning and struggling in pain. An indescribable sense of satisfaction arose in her heart. Humph. You dared injure my face. This is the price. Diana might be perceived as arrogant, but that was just her upbringing. She wasn't an arrogant person, thus she became the goddess in many boys' hearts. Locatellis was different. Her arrogance was deeply ingrained. Even someone as prestigious as the old dean meant little to her. This marked the fundamental difference between the two. The Iron Fist mech wobbled to its feet only to be knocked down again by a high kick from the Chainblade mech. Standing back up, he got flipped again by her powerful roundhouse kick. To her thinking, perhaps someone like Jia Jingjing should humbly kneel at her feet, regarding kissing her shoe soles as an honor. For she was none other than an empress. With damage rates surpassing 60%, the Iron Fist mech still refused to concede defeat. Jia Jingjing reduced the auditory module to the lowest setting, allowing him to hear more sounds. Since his eyes were ruined, he relied solely on his ears and his hands. Coming. He heard it, clear as day. He heard the sound of the chain fragments piercing space, hurtling toward the core of the mech. Suddenly his fist thrust out, clang. The chain blade fragments fell to the ground. He followed up with a kick, crushing them beneath his boot. Witnessing this, Locatellis clenched her right hand into a tight fist. The whirlwind stirred up by the chain fragments engulfed Jia Jingjing. Inside the whirlwind, he activated his particle shield, forcing the fragments to swirl around his mech in tight circles. The shield maintained for only 4 seconds before collapsing, leaving the fragments wildly slicing into the Iron Fist mech's body. Despite putting up fierce resistance, Jia Jingjing was no multi-armed deity. When the whirlwind dissipated, the Iron Fist mech plummeted headfirst from midair, landing with a loud thud. Damage rate, 79%. The blue gauge was already halfway depleted. The exterior of the mech was battered and bruised. He could go no further, not even willing to move a finger. He felt utterly exhausted, yearning to close his eyes and drift to sleep. Regardless if you're the second best in the academy or anything else, Locatellis raised her head. I am Empress. Jing. His consciousness grew dimmer. It seemed like he heard someone calling his name. A Jing. Yes, there was someone calling him. That figure facing away from him. How familiar its silhouette seemed. A Jing. She turned around, her smile warming him like spring thawing frost. Yes, it was her, Eugenio. He hurriedly got up and rushed over in great strides, tightly embracing the person he had been yearning for day and night. Jinyu, I've missed you so much. Eugenio hugged him back. I've missed you too. After a brief moment of intimacy, she pushed him away. What's wrong? He asked, feeling a little confused. Are you really a Jing? She pouted her lips unhappily. How could anyone pretend to be me? We've only been apart for such a short while. How can you not recognize me already? Then why did you let yourself get knocked down so easily? Your skills should be better than that, shouldn't they? You saw her pretty face and felt pity, didn't you? Where did that come from? The only one who can make my heart race is you. Then stand up. She suddenly raised her voice. Defeat that hateful person. He teased her. Jealous? She didn't reply but crossed her arms with a smile, looking at him. He felt uneasy under her gaze and lowered his head. I'm sorry. I'll do as you say, and knock her down right away. That's more like it. She gave him a quick peck on the cheek. All right, I have to go now. Where are you going? Can't you stay? He held her hand. You need to work harder. I'll be watching you. When the time is right, we will meet again. With those words, she dissolved into thin air. Encouraged by the one he loved, Jia Jingjing regained his spirit. Standing up, a surging power filled every corner of his body. Locatellis walked over, her pace gradually accelerating. Do you still have any strength left? Good, I haven't completely defeated you yet. She raised her sword. He swung his fist. Sword met fist, and this time, it was Locatellis who was sent flying. She stood up, looking at Jia Jingjing in disbelief. What is going on? The aura surrounding Jia Jingjing was completely different from before. The sleeping lion had awakened, ready to take back control. Chapter 93, Deciding Victory with One Punch. Locatellis couldn't understand why Jia Jingjing, who had just been on the verge of death, suddenly appeared full of energy and even radiated a different aura. The battle had lasted for an hour. Since the start of the year-end evaluation, she hadn't encountered such a persistent opponent like him. Jia Jingjing approached her, his steps accelerating. He started jogging, and the thrusters roared as the Iron Fist mech left a streak of residual images in its wake. In the blink of an eye, he was near the chain blade mech. Locatellis hesitated momentarily before raising her chain blade defensively. However, he struck first, delivering a punch to her face. Dazed, she stumbled backward 4 steps. On the 4th step, she stubbornly stabilized the mech despite her anger. The chain blade swung horizontally toward him. With a swift side kick aimed at her stomach, she was sent flying once more. Who exactly was Locatellis? The Empress of the Elizabeth family. Today, this Empress was being treated like a rag doll, kicked back and forth by someone she viewed as a lowborn. Growing up, she had never experienced much hardship. Now, with Jia Jingjing having seized control of the battle from her, it was completely unacceptable. She became restless and lost her composure. As soon as she lost her cool, gaps in her defense began to appear. A cluster of crimson light particles condensed in his left palm. At this moment, the proper response would have been to open a counter-sniping barrier. Driven mad by rage, she made the wrong choice entirely. She wildly charged at him with the chain blade. A deep hum sounded, and a beam of red light shot out, sending her chain blade flying away. She stumbled under the force of the light beam, but Jia Jingjing seemed to cover only a single step, yet it felt like he'd traversed an entire canyon in her eyes. An uppercut hit her jaw, then a straight punch to her stomach followed by a powerful front kick to her chest, and a side kick that sent her flying again. The chain blade mech crashed into the ground, rolling over a dozen times until it stopped after colliding with a rock. The magnetic core retracted the chain blade. Locatellis used it to support herself while standing back up. Her vision was clear, yet there was no one within sight. Suddenly, an immense force surged from behind, landing a heavy blow from the iron fist on her back. Inside the training pod, she spat blood and collapsed, her chain blade mech lying limp. Still not admitting defeat, she sprang up like a carp jumping against the current. Turning around, she saw an unprecedented fist flying towards her in midair, smashing right into her face. Today, her most treasured facial features were subjected to what felt like countless tortures. Wiping beneath her nose, she found traces of blood on her fingertips. Lying on the ground, the eyes of her chain blade mech flickered intermittently, staring blankly at the gray sky. She wanted to give up. For the first time in her life, she felt this sense of helplessness. With the damage rate skyrocketing to 71%, she didn't even want to move a finger anymore. She could not comprehend how someone like Jia Jingjing existed. Despite already being blind, he still managed to turn the situation around. A 10-second countdown appeared, volcano eruption, a mandatory terrain destruction mechanism covering the entire area. He walked over and reached out his hand to her. Due to his blindness, she was on the left, but he extended his hand to the right. She became increasingly confused. Why? What? Even inside the training pod, he could still see the chat interface pop up. By breaking my mech's core, you could have won. Why did you save me? Who said I was saving you? Huh, idiot. Volcano eruption is a compulsory terrain killer. Do you think I have time to rescue you when both of us are going to be wiped out together? Why? A qualified warrior should stand and die rather than kneel and live. 3 seconds remained on the countdown. Without hesitation, she gripped his hand. He pulled her up, and the momentum caused her to fall forward into his arms, directly hitting her own chain blade. A fragment of the chain blade pierced into the core of the mech, causing it to quickly fade away. Burning hot magma surged down from the peak of the mountain, engulfing the two mechs. Red wind. Inside the simulator, everything turned pitch black. Pushing open the cabin door, he stumbled out of the experience pod after tripping over the seat, landing flat on the ground with a loud slap. What happened? Are you alright? The old dean helped him get up. He patted his clothes, discreetly wiping the corner of his mouth to clean off a bit of blood stain. I'm fine. Thank you, Dean. Jia Jingjing, came a loud shout from behind. Turning around, there stood a tall, elegant girl with bruises all over her face. Walking briskly towards him, she grabbed his collar. You bastard. Fighting isn't about hitting the face, yet you keep punching my face. In general terms, not every punch. He averted his gaze guiltily. You shut up, she shouted. Listen well. I have a question to ask you. He nodded. Earlier, you couldn't see, right? How can you still respond correctly to each of my attacks? How can you still reverse the situation? Jia Jingjing scratched the back of his head. What you're referring to? Would you believe me if I told you that I had a vision of my girlfriend? Lockertilus was momentarily stunned. Clearly, she hadn't expected him to answer this way. Your girlfriend. Is it you, Jinyu? Yes. She encouraged me and gave me strength, so I stood up and defeated you. Do I look like a naive fool to you? I'm telling the truth. Do you expect me to believe that? Bang! A hook punch hit Lockertilus in the stomach, and Jia Jingjing grabbed her hand, giving her a judo throw. Before she could react, she already found herself lying on the ground. His knee pressed against her abdomen, and one hand tightly gripped her throat. Unable to break free, she gave up resisting. Didn't anyone tell you to show mercy towards women? I know, but gentleness is only for the one I care about. He coldly looked at her. If you continue being unreasonable, I won't be kind anymore. The old dean watched silently from the sidelines and didn't stop any of it. He even secretly gave Jia Jingjing a thumbs up, which the latter ignored with an eye roll, pretending not to see. He released Lockertilus. Please recognize the setting. This is Dragon Military Academy, not your dictatorship. I know you are the empress of the Elizabeth family, but here, there are many who are stronger than you. After saying this, he left without looking back at the furious Lockertilus. The old dean also ignored her. Suddenly, Lockertilus felt abandoned by the whole world. From childhood until now, no one had ever dared to treat her this way. She wandered out of the gymnasium dejectedly. She was used to everyone bowing to her like stars surrounding the moon. This loneliness of being entirely alone, she did not like. Night fell deeply. Liu still hadn't returned, perhaps still cozying up with Diana. Jia Jingjing sat alone in the pitch-black dormitory, staring down at the withered purple tulip. On the large screen inside the gymnasium, the final match of the year-end evaluation was playing. The championship battle, Liu vs. Jia Jingjing. Chapter 94, the final. The last day of the year-end evaluation, the final battle. Final, Liu vs. Jia Jingjing. The night before the final match, classmates collectively flooded the forum demanding a live broadcast of the final. After the final, the school year would be over. Everyone was about to go their separate ways. Before parting, watching the two strongest individuals from the academy face off wasn't an unreasonable request. The old dean agreed with the students' request, but criticized the behavior of flooding the forum. The last day of the year-end evaluation, 8 p.m., Jia Jingjing sat into the simulation pod and watched the door slowly close, feeling a bit emotional. Upon entering the game and opening the chat interface, he sent a message to the player known as xuanhuan. Pursuing clouds, we've finally met. Yeah, said Liu, looking at the chat interface. After all these years of competing between you and me, we can finally conclude who's stronger today. You say that like we're sworn enemies or something. Even brothers should settle their accounts clearly. We're not brothers. Well, you know what I mean. I understand. Jia Jingjing chose the same Iron Fist mech as in the semifinals, while Liu opted for the swordsmanship mech. So, shall we begin? Alright. The map randomized to frozen iron wasteland. The pitch-black swordsmanship mech stood out glaringly against the snowy landscape. In contrast, the snow-white Iron Fist mech blended almost seamlessly with the surrounding environment. A large fight appeared on the screen. Liu raised his regulation greatsword, while Jia Jingjing raised his Iron Fist. Both chose to engage head-on. Jia Jingjing knew, just by seeing Liu's starting stance, what move was coming. Disordered windmill swordplay. Despite Jia Jingjing promptly activating his particle shield, it was reduced by a third within merely 2 seconds. Liu's movements were so fast they left trails, and Jia Jingjing could hardly judge how many strikes had been delivered amidst the continuous sound. Crack. The shield collapsed. In a flash, Liu changed his move, turning the overhead chop into a slap with the body of the sword, delivering a heavy strike on Jia Jingjing's mech. Taken by surprise, Jia Jingjing was knocked back and buried in the snow before immediately breaking through and leaping high. Fiery red light particles gathered in his palms. Within one breath, he had charged up and unleashed a beam attack. Without even activating any defense barriers, Liu simply lifted his greatsword and swung it down. The beam split apart like obstructed water, flowing sideways, though the residual heat left menacing burn marks on his mech surface. Having cut through the beam, Jia Jingjing plummeted, striking the greatsword with his fist. Liu didn't step back even an inch, and his sword sliced horizontally toward Jia Jingjing's neck. He then kicked Liu's sword away, followed by an aggressive shoulder charge that slammed him to the ground. Not giving Liu time to recover, Jia Jingjing pounced with a direct punch aimed at his face. Liu quickly rolled away. Jia Jingjing's fists smashed into the snow. As their roles switched, magnetic force retrieved the greatsword. However, upon colliding again, the sword was knocked away. Unbeknownst to Jia Jingjing, this was just a feint by Liu. Liu grabbed Jia Jingjing's head and pressed it into the snow. Yet the reverse joints of the Iron Fist mech allowed it to deliver an unforgiving punch right into Liu's face. Liu executed a powerful backflip to create distance, reclaiming the greatsword. Jia Jingjing stood up, wiping snow off his face. The fierce exchanges since the beginning had drawn enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Are you Liu? Jia Jingjing suddenly asked a strange question. What do you mean by that? Liu didn't understand. You had a chance to end the fight in the first round. Why didn't you do it? Had mercy, did you? Don't let your womanly sentiment harm you. If I were your enemy, you'd be dead already. I understand. Liu consciously pushed the pace faster, and Jia Jingjing took advantage of the situation, responding to speed with speed. The thrusters were fully engaged. In the frozen iron wasteland, there was a black streak and a white streak pressing against each other. The clang of metal clashing echoed endlessly, and the spectators outside couldn't tell who had the upper hand. The glowing streaks crossed each other in midair. The swordsmanship mech and the iron fist mech simultaneously landed on the snow. Like being frozen in place, they remained motionless once they hit the ground. Finally, the swordsmanship mech couldn't hold its position and collapsed onto the ground. Although Li Yu fell, the viewers watching the live stream burst out in cheer louder than ever before. Seeing this reaction, Li Yu would have likely fainted from frustration if he saw it. Diana looked at her ecstatic friend in disbelief and doubt. When she heard her friend exclaim, "Thank goodness, this tyrant has finally fallen," she couldn't help but smile wryly. For an entire year, Li Yu had loomed like a great demon king over everyone else. He was naturally destined to dominate the arena. Excluding the incident with the black mech intrusion, aside from Diana, he hadn't lost to anyone. Thus, defeating him became the aspiration of the students. Everyone was waiting for the appearance of a hero. And today, the hero everyone had been eagerly awaiting, the one who would finally defeat the great demon king, has finally arrived. Indeed, you cannot be underestimated. The iron fist mech looked up as the snow fell heavily. On its chest was a deep gash. The reason why Jin Yu, Gao Chun, and Siegfried were defeated is because, in front of you, even the slightest moment of relaxation would lead to fatal wounds. He slowly turned around, and eyed Li Yu, who was slowly getting up. "But, I understand you too well. Taking you on as my opponent, there wouldn't be any laxness from me at all." Unexpectedly, Li Yu actually discarded his greatsword. This move didn't just stun the classmates watching the live stream, it also stunned Jia Jingjing. "Why are you abandoning the greatsword?" Jia Jingjing asked. "If I say I brought the wrong weapon, will you believe me?" Li Yu gave a playful grin. "Do you think I would? I'm telling the truth." As Jia Jingjing screamed in fury while spitting out saliva, dashing forward, he exclaimed, "Don't underestimate me." While Li Yu responded with, "As expected, I can't fool you." The magnetic force pulled back the greatsword. The iron fist mech raised its fist, and the swordsmanship mech swung its greatsword. Both simultaneously changed their tactics. The former turned its fists into claws, aiming straight for the core of the latter's mech. The latter tossed its greatsword, positioning it handle first. Jia Jingjing's claw was held off by the sword handle. The two began grappling, before the iron fist mech changed its tactic once again, delivering a powerful punch right onto the sword handle. With this punch, the blade plunged directly into the core of the mech. Could Li Yu not foresee such a subsequent change in attack? The particle shield adjusted its protective range, enveloping the mech's core layer upon layer to ensure that despite the sword piercing through, it remained ineffective. This feeling of everything being anticipated beforehand is absolutely unbearable. He let out a dissatisfied tsh inside the simulator cabin. Jia Jingjing distanced himself, his gloves bursting with dazzling golden light. "With you as my opponent, it seems unrealistic to hold back my true strength." Chapter 95, Illusory Realm. Jia Jingjing had a feeling that Li Yu seemed off today. The usual sharp sword techniques were gone, and his accuracy was off too. On the contrary, his martial arts attacks were quite threatening, as if the latter wasn't piloting a sword mech, but rather an iron fist mech. Clang. The regulation greatsword was struck away for the umpteenth time. Li Yu didn't even glance at the greatsword, leaping over a protruding rock like in a hurdle race, and took a big step to throw a punch at Jia Jingjing's face. The latter erected a particle shield. The punch struck against the shield, and the impact was completely dissipated. Suddenly, the shield split apart to either side, and Jia Jingjing retaliated with a vicious front snap kick, kicking Li Yu to the ground. After throwing and pulling the magnet power source, the greatsword returned. Holding the sword with both hands, Li Yu rapidly began reducing the shield's value with chaotic, sweeping wind swordplay. Soon enough, the shield collapsed under pressure. This time, the former no longer held back, the blade tip chopped down. Not only did Jia Jingjing not retreat, he advanced against adversity instead. He slammed into Li Yu's shoulder and disarmed him using an empty hand disarm technique to seize the greatsword. Weaponless, Li Yu froze in astonishment. Jia Jingjing used the same method, smacking the sword mech with the flat of the sword until it flew out, colliding with a rock before finally stopping. At the same moment, a 10-second countdown appeared on the screen. The ice storm was about to arrive. Jia Jingjing was looking for cover, while Li Yu executed a fish leap headbutt from behind, sending both of them tumbling into the snow. As Li Yu fumbled, picking up the greatsword from the snow and raising it to strike, Jia Jingjing scooped up a snowball and threw it directly at Li Yu's face. With his vision obscured by the snow, he angrily wiped the snow off his face. But when he looked again, where was the iron fist mech? The countdown had only 3 seconds left. Thrusters at full speed pushed Li Yu into a cave. Quite coincidentally, inside the cave, Jia Jingjing met his eyes. Both were stunned for a moment. Li Yu reacted first, throwing the greatsword so it embedded itself into the rock wall beside Jia Jingjing's face. The latter drew the greatsword out, and a powerful repulsion sensation came over him, causing him to toss the greatsword back to the former. Li Yu blocked it with his forearm, and the regulation greatsword fell to the ground. The cave was small, and Li Yu sat leaning against the wall, kicking Jia Jingjing in the face with his feet. The latter had similar plans, thus they were like children, kicking each other with their feet. Their strength was there, but their aim was atrocious. Outside the cave, the ice storm raged on. Inside the cave, there were 2 immature fools fighting. Gradually, the storm ceased, and Li Yu was kicked out of the cave by Jia Jingjing. Just as he stood up, he tripped over a rock and fell down. Since the ground was somewhat slanted, he rolled down the slope. Jia Jingjing, hands on his hips watching this scene, felt as if he was a 12-foot-tall bumbling giant. That's strange, is he really Li Yu? Jia Jingjing scratched the back of his head. He seems totally off today. As confused as he was, this was a great opportunity to expand the advantage. Jia Jingjing leaped down, arriving downhill just as Li Yu was rolling around dazedly. The sword mech got up, holding its head, and entered a dizzy state. Jia Jingjing circled to the front and hit the chin of the former with a powerful uppercut. Losing balance, the former was then hit by another vicious kick. The sword mech knelt down, holding its chest, forehead resting in the snow. Did something happen to you? Jia Jingjing asked via the conversation interface. Li Yu replied, what makes you say that? I feel like you're totally not in the right state, distracted. So you noticed, huh? Indeed. What's up? Tell your brother about it. No, what I want to say isn't this. Huh. I think you must have noticed my sword techniques are not as sharp as before. The sword mech stood up, its outer paint started peeling off. But, since when did you start having the illusion that I was piloting a sword mech? Jia Jingjing widened his eyes in terror. In front of him, the sword mech melted away like remnants of snow meeting boiling oil. The regulation greatsword also disappeared. In its place was an iron fist mech. This. Jia Jingjing shook his head repeatedly. This can't be. I clearly saw you select. He shut his mouth. He remembered. Indeed, there was something unusual. When the 60-second countdown ended, the screen flickered briefly. Initially, he assumed it was network fluctuation and paid no attention to it. Yet, the groundwork had been laid right then. A powerful direct punch to the face, a rear hook striking the back. Jia Jingjing took 2 punches, unable to raise his particle shield in time, and was knocked to the ground by an invisible high kick. Finally, the shield activated, but the fists wrapped in magnet force pierced through the shield without hindrance, delivering a harsh blow to his face. What kind of ghostly move is this? He yelled. Li Yu's voice echoed, distant yet near. Illusory realm. Illusory realm? Yes, illusory realm. It's a specialized illusion skill prepared just for you. Is there such a move in the skill library? How come I never knew? Illusory realm only appears in the skill branch of sword mechs. To defeat you, I had to find another way. Suddenly, a pair of hands emerged from the snow and grabbed Jia Jingjing's ankle. Before he could react, he was lifted upside down and then smashed onto a rock. His insides churned with pain, and inside the simulation cockpit, he finally couldn't hold back and spit out a mouthful of blood. No, he shouted loudly. Oh, Li Yu's voice came from the shadows. What's wrong? If I hadn't used a sword mech before, I might have been deceived by you. Do you think I am deceiving you? Yes, because there is no skill called illusory realm in the skill branch of sword mechs. And I hit the mark. Monster, why don't you show your true form quickly? Jia Jingjing's gaze slightly focused. He picked a spot and struck it hard with a punch. The dark illusion shattered, and the cold wind whistled again along with falling snowflakes. 20 meters away, the sword mech clutched its chest, leaving an imprint on the mech core. Illusory realm, shattered by me. As Jia Jingjing yelled while spraying saliva, he activated his thrusters and lunged towards Li Yu. The sword mech blocked horizontally with its sword, but a punch heavy as a mountain broke the regulation greatsword, pierced through the mech core, and extended a fist out from behind the mech's back. The broken sword fell into the snow, and Jia Jingjing pulled his hand back as the sword mech collapsed lifelessly. The system didn't determine Jia Jingjing as the victor, and he knew it too. With that punch just now, he didn't feel like he hit anything solid. Is illusory realm so easily breakable? Li Yu's voice rang out again. To beat you, I spent all my remaining points to purchase this skill. You really spent big. Jia Jingjing carefully perceived the subtlest movements within the illusion. I must admit, it's indeed a worthy skill. He turned around, he caught it. He captured Li Yu's movement. Chapter 96, Breaking the Illusion. Attacking the user, the illusion naturally dissipates. Jia Jingjing's judgment was not wrong. However, could a skill that drained all of Li Yu's points be so easily unraveled? The punch hit nothing but air. Li Yu wasn't in the position Jia Jingjing had tracked him to. A slight buzzing sound filled the eerie silence of the illusory realm. A sudden pinpoint of light appeared as the standardized broadsword pierced through space, rapidly expanding within Jia Jingjing's line of sight. His particle shield activated just in time, and the broadsword collided directly with the shield. He quickly formed an idea. Shield cancelled, magnetic source launched out, and adhered to the sword hilt. He chuckled softly. You, honored as the sword god, value this sword above all else. If you reclaim your sword, I will find you. Just as he had expected, the magnetic source tightened, and the broadsword was retracted. Jia Jingjing let the magnetic source drag him across the snowy ground. Everything in his path was shattered, snow splashing everywhere. Closer, closer. Jia Jingjing could already see the outline of a figure nearby. Clenching his fist tightly, the golden glow of his gauntlets blazed intensely. At the exact moment the figure took the broadsword, he delivered a fierce punch, landing it squarely on the figure's face. Triumphantly, he thought, he struck solid flesh. But instantaneously, his smile froze on his face. To his astonishment, what he hit was not Li Yu's swordsmanship mech. It was a decoy generated by the latter using the shadow replacement skill. Shock froze him in place, when from the side, came a sweeping broadsword attack. Jia Jingjing hadn't recovered from his shock when the blade slashed at his waist, flinging him away, leaving a deep gash there. So, this is why I hate being preemptively predicted for everything. Inside the simulation pod, he clutched his injured waist desperately, agony tearing through his consciousness. Li Yu's voice echoed throughout every corner of the illusion. I have seen through all your thoughts and actions. There is only one path ahead for you, defeat. Jia Jingjing paid no heed. He did something utterly absurd. He raised his hand and personally gouged out the Iron Fist Mech's eyes. Inside the experience pod, he covered his eyes in anguish and thrashed, screaming while furiously pounding the armrests of his seat, trying to alleviate part of the pain. Li Yu observed the seemingly deranged state of the Iron Fist Mech, unsure of its intent. Gradually, the pain subsided, and Jia Jingjing regained his calm. Having discarded vision due to its limitations, the Iron Fist Mech stood quietly amidst the snowfield, its pilot closing his eyes inside the pod. Learn to see through the essence of things. The snow-covered plain vanished, the wind ceased. The drifting snowflakes froze in midair as heartbeats slowed to their minimum. Light banished the darkness, clearing away any shadows. Underneath his feet lay water, where Jia Jingjing stood in the middle. A droplet fell, ripples spreading gently across the water surface. Facing wind coming towards him, the water parted beneath his feet automatically. Out of nowhere, the swordsmanship mech lunged forward, its broadsword aimed right at the core of the chest of the Iron Fist Mech. I've found you. Suddenly, Jia Jingjing opened his eyes, seizing the sword with an impeccable empty-hand technique, following up with a heavy punch that sent Li Yu flying. Only after crashing into a rock did the latter stop, his mech now showing a 56% damage ratio. Tossing the broadsword with a poo sound onto the snowy ground, the Iron Fist Mech's eyes dimmed. Inside the pod, the lips of Jia Jingjing curled into a faint smile. Li Yu sprang up like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, rubbing his cheek. Have you figured it out? Seeing through the essence of things, finding you wasn't difficult. Jia Jingjing's grin became more fervent. Crack! The illusion collapsed. Jia Jingjing located the user, breaking free from the mirage. The swordsmanship mech soared high, raising the broadsword overhead. Leveraging the acceleration of gravity during descent, the blade hacked down forcefully. Swish! The particle shield unfolded, having its value against the formidable strike. The next second, the shield was pushed aside as if it were a door. A completely unprecedented sight of a massive fist filled the vision before smashing into the face. Li Yu stubbornly held his ground despite the impact, redirecting the blade toward Jia Jingjing's neck. Rather than retreating, Jia Jingjing advanced further, sinking his shoulders into an Iron Mountain strike collision into Li Yu's embrace. This caused the latter to lose balance and receive a straight punch to his stomach, followed by an uppercut hitting his chin. Ending with a high kick, Li Yu was flipped over. Jia Jingjing seized his legs and hoisted him upside down, still dazed, carrying him on his shoulder. An intense whirlwind surged around the Iron Fist Mech in place, centripetal force pinning Li Yu firmly within the chair. As the swordsmanship mech entered a state of vertigo, the storm suddenly calmed. Jia Jingjing tossed him high, delivering a spinning kick sending the swordsmanship mech hurtling far away. Li Yu flew farther this time than ever before. The swordsmanship mech crashed midway into a snowy mountain, impossible to extricate himself. Out of 6 propulsion ports, 4 issued fault alarms, and the remaining 2 evidently weren't enough for him to extract himself. As Jia Jingjing shifted his attack, the Iron Fist Mech charged directly at the mountain waist. Like a cannonball, he crashed into the mountain waist, causing Li Yu to tumble and fall from midair. The former gave him another kick, driving the swordsmanship mech into the snow, sending up large splashes of white snow. Li Yu, he roared. Your skills seem to have deteriorated compared to when you fought Diana. The swordsmanship mech brushed the snow off its body. It's you who's gotten worse. Both mechs leapt high, exchanging fists and swords midair. This time Li Yu had the upper hand, as the Iron Fist mech's body tilted, curling itself up into a ball before crashing into the snow. It immediately rose again, passing each other in an instant. Sparks crackled from the chests of both mechs as both made the same choice in the blink of an eye. Alter the particle shield's defense range to protect the mech core. It's been so long since I've fought this exhilaratingly, said Jia Jingjing. Li Yu replied. Anyway, I'm still going to win. Stop talking nonsense. You're the one talking nonsense. Roar, Aya. Yaya. The Iron Fist mech sent the head of the swordsmanship mech flying, while the latter cut off the neck of the Iron Fist mech. Both mechs almost simultaneously turned into black smoke and slowly dissipated, their traces vanishing from the battlefield. Shadow replacement. In midair, the 2 mechs crossed paths, neither gaining any advantage. The swordsmanship mech let go of its sword and plunged into the snow. The Iron Fist mech was a few seconds slower, falling backward with a crash. Inside the experience pods, both Li Yu and Jia Jingjing lost consciousness. A streak of blood marked the corner of Li Yu's lips, while blood flowed from Jia Jingjing's nose. The intensity of the battle had exceeded the limits of their mental endurance. Normally, the old dean should have intervened and called off the match by now. But he did nothing. Amidst the snowy field, the fingers of the swordsmanship mech twitched. The Iron Fist mech's fist clenched slowly, crushing the snowflakes beneath it. Chapter 97. The Curtain Falls. Li Yu supported himself with his sword planted into the ground. Jia Jingjing threw a punch into the ground and slowly stood up. Both of their mech damage rates were exactly the same at 87%. It was no exaggeration to say that one more hit would kill them. Their energy bars had already been depleted, and as they waited for it to slowly replenish, they staggered towards each other. Li Yu used the sword as a cane, walking unsteadily like an elderly man in his 70s. Jia Jingjing dragged his battered mech, taking heavy steps forward inch by inch. The distance of 20 meters took them nearly 10 minutes to traverse. The big sword was plunged into the rock, steadying Li Yu's mech as he slapped across. Jia Jingjing got slapped, and inside the simulation pod, he felt the fiery pain on his face. He swung his hand hard, but the slap that landed on Li Yu's face was weak and powerless. The damage rate continued to rise, breaking past 90%. Hum, hum. 2 consecutive humming sounds rang out, signaling the almost simultaneous reactivation of Li Yu's and Jia Jingjing's ultimate abilities. Li Yu held the sword with both hands, lifting it high above his head and swinging down forcefully. A faint dragon roar emanated from the gloves of the latter as a golden dragon coiled around them. Rising Dragon Punch, which translates into a powerful uppercut. It was Jia Jingjing who struck first, his fist smashing into Li Yu's jaw. Under this powerful blow, Li Yu loosened his grip while the downward momentum of the greatsword remained undeterred. With a swish, the left arm of the Iron Fist mech was severed. Jia Jingjing winced in pain and retaliated by smacking the swordsmanship mech's face with all his strength. Li Yu bent down to pick up a rock about the size of a fist and hurled it with all his might toward the kneecap of the Iron Fist mech. Jia Jingjing tried to dodge, but the heavily damaged mech couldn't keep up with his reaction speed. Crack! The kneecap of the mech was shattered under the force of the rock. He leaned sideways, losing balance. Li Yu stepped forward, holding the ceremonial greatsword upright. Jia Jingjing lunged forward into Li Yu's embrace, which was equivalent to throwing himself onto the blade. SSSH. The core of the mech was pierced through by the greatsword. All functions ceased as the swordsmanship mech gently laid the Iron Fist mech flat on the ground. A large blue win appeared on the screen, accompanied by fireworks effects. At this moment, victory was certain. Li Yu defeated Jia Jingjing, winning the championship of the annual evaluation, and became without a doubt the ace. The live broadcast ended there. As the cockpit door opened, Jia Jingjing stumbled when stepping out of the simulator, landing flat on the ground. However, soon afterward, a group of people helped him up and surrounded him, chattering excitedly about something he couldn't quite understand. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was the victor. Li Yu looked at Jia Jingjing, who was surrounded by the crowd, smiled, and then swayed unsteadily out of the gymnasium. Moments later, his arm was tightly embraced, the warmth causing him to smile contentedly. What's wrong? How can I let my hero be so lonely? Diana said with a cunning grin. What hero? I know what they call me behind my back, Big Demon King. You're not the Big Demon King, you're the hero in my heart. What I say is final. Really, bossy. That's just how it is. Ding dong, his phone chimed. Li Yu, feeling like jelly now, had Diana help pull the phone from his pocket. She skillfully drew the unlocking pattern to find a text message saying, I watched the live broadcast. Congratulations to you. Hey, who is this? Diana showed him the text, curious about who this person marked as Slacker Monster was. Li Yu smiled. It's Miss Slacker. Don't you remember her? Oh right. Wasn't she the one who lost to you in the final showdown during the peak battle? Exactly. How did she get your contact info? I gave it to her. Man or woman? Of course she's a woman. I told you it's Miss Slacker, you silly goose. Diana glared furiously at the congratulatory text, pouting. He leaned on her shoulder. What's the matter? Don't you dare like her. She huffed. You can only like me. You're eating vinegar over nothing. I've always only liked you. I don't believe it unless you prove it to me. Here? How do I prove it? Figure it out yourself. Anyway, even if I scream at the top of my lungs, no one will listen. Li Yu was utterly confused, thinking to himself, my dear little miss, what kind of person do you think I am? Li Yu, act upright and sit straight. I'm certainly not someone who lusts after beauty, right? The young lady in his arms had a slightly flushed face, her watery eyes filled with tender affection. Take it back. Slowly, Li Yu lowered his head as she gradually closed her eyes. The distance between lips grew closer and closer until they finally met. He easily broke through her defenses, boldly claiming what he sought. She rose up on tiptoe to respond, her cheeks turning an unnatural shade of red. After a long time, they parted lips. Diana leaned on him, breathing heavily. Li Yu held her gently and said softly, what about that? Do you believe me now? She gave a soft Li Yu's victory in the annual evaluation was worthy of his title as an ace. Although Jia Jingjing took second place, the praises he received far surpassed those for Li Yu. Just look at how popular he was after the final match. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought that he had won. In the semi-final, Rockatellis lost her fighting spirit to Jia Jingjing and collapsed instantly in the third-place match. Diana only spent 5 minutes defeating her, forcefully claiming third place. After the game, Rockatellis cried like a child, which startled Diana quite a bit. It took her considerable effort to calm her down. Li Yu, Jia Jingjing, Diana, Rockatellis, Shin Mo, Siegfried, Brunhilde, and Esmeralda made it into the elite top 8. Along with Gao Chun and Livia from the losers bracket, these 10 individuals earned the qualification to join the Alpha Fleet this year. As for Yu Jinyu, her school records had been erased, but not by the old principal. She dropped out without even going through the official procedures. The mysterious disappearance of Yu Jinyu left only one memory behind for Jia Jingjing, the withered purple tulip. Otherwise, she should have rightfully occupied one of the 10 slots to join the Alpha Fleet. In the principal's office. It has been a year. Principal Minus sipped his tea. The master sat across from him. Time sure flies. In a blink of an eye, these kids will leave Eden and face the cruelty of war on their own. How is the development of the armored bracelets coming along? Based on each individual's preferences and habits, just some final touches remain. Probably another 3 to 5 days or so. Now that the finals are over, let's give the kids a break. They've spent an entire year here without seeing their families. Chapter 98. The vacation begins. After the year-end evaluation ended, the old dean announced a 4-day holiday for the students. Within an afternoon, the dormitory was emptied. The academy fell back into silence. Liu waved goodbye to Diana. He had to go home first. Liu returned on Jia Jingjing's car, who looked rather uninterested. The former invited the latter for dinner at his place, but was politely declined. After dropping off Liu at the entrance of the residential area, Jia Jingjing rolled up the window and drove away silently. Hey, isn't that you? Mr. Li, the gatekeeper of the residential area, greeted warmly as he waved to Liu. We haven't seen you in a year, and you're looking better than ever. Liu smiled and said, Mr. Li, you also look spirited and vigorous despite your age. Young man, don't tease an old man like me. How about this? Have you made a girlfriend yet at school? Yes, I have one. Tell old man Li about her then. Whose girl caught your eye? The daughter of a prominent political family. Wow, not bad at all. Managing to win over such a noble young lady. I'll be waiting for the wedding invitation then. Yes, thank you for your good words. After wrapping up the small talk with gatekeeper Mr. Li, Liu entered the complex and found building number 7. The elevator stopped at the 4th floor. Ding, the door opened. He stepped out of the elevator and halted in front of the 3rd door. Knock, knock, standing by the door. Liu, carrying a backpack, knocked twice. A voice inside replied, coming. Following some footsteps, a middle-aged woman with gray temples and a somewhat weary face appeared. Upon seeing Liu, she paused in shock. Mom, I'm back. Liu opened his arms and walked in to embrace his mother voluntarily. The eyes of the middle-aged woman reddened immediately. Smiling with relief, she hugged Liu and patted his back gently. Good, good. It's good that you're back. Very good. Liu loosened his embrace as his mother wiped her hands on her apron and helped him put down his backpack. Isn't your school usually under closed management? How did you find the time to come back? After the final exams finished, it's a holiday break. He scratched the back of his head, laughing heartily. Truthfully, I missed the dishes you make. So as soon as the holiday started, I came back. How is it that your final exams are done while others just start their semester? Mom, you might not know, our school is a military academy. After taking finals, we get a few days of vacation before heading to the front lines. At the mention of front lines, the mother's heart tightened instantly. Her gaze dimmed for a second before reverting back to normal. Let's not talk about that. Since you've come back today, it's a great day. I'll cook 2 more dishes. Dinner will be ready in no time. All right, Liu agreed. He pushed open the door on his left side and went into his room. Thanks to his mother's frequent tidying and cleaning, even though he hadn't been home for a whole year, his room remained spotless. There weren't many decorations on his desk except for a family photo framed in glass and another picture taken with his father. He took off his shirt, threw himself onto the bed. Comfortable, peaceful. Indeed. Gold nest, silver nest. None can beat one's own humble abode. This little world used to be everything during his childhood. Ah you. His mother came out of the kitchen carrying the soup pot. Wash your hands and let's eat. On the dining table were steaming 4 dishes along with a fragrant bowl of soup. His mother was busy serving rice, while Liu was washing his hands. He had a habit, treasuring his hands dearly. Whenever they got a bit dusty, he would wash them with soap multiple times. Black pepper beef, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried Chinese cabbage, cucumber salad, plus a pot of bitter melon spare rib soup. His mother's cooking skills were impeccable. Liu had mentioned several times that it's Michelin restaurants lost for not inviting you as their head chef. I'd say 3-star. As if he hadn't eaten for days, he devoured the food hungrily as soon as he sat at the table. Watching him humorously, his mother picked some stir-fried cabbage from her chopsticks and placed it in his bowl. Eat slowly. No one will take it from you. He nodded repeatedly as a large bowl of rice disappeared quickly into his mouth. Swallowing a bowl of hot soup, he put down his bowl and exclaimed, Of course, the food at home tastes the best. Is the school cafeteria food not good? Mother took a sip of soup and asked. It's not as good as what we have here at home, he said as he served himself another bowl of rice. It seemed like the mother didn't have much appetite, pushing around the rice in her bowl. Seeing Liu finish another bowl within a few moments, she put down her chopsticks and asked, Liu, earlier you said you'd be heading to the front line in a few days? Liu swallowed the piece of beef in his mouth, wiped the oil from his lips with the back of his hand, and nodded. Yeah. Why must you go to the front lines? I need to use these hands of mine to end this war. Why? I hate wars. They've taken away Dad, leaving me without experiencing paternal love since childhood. You raised me alone all these years through hardships. It's now your time to rest in peace. But isn't the front line too dangerous? How can a battlefield not be dangerous? How can there be a war without casualties? You child, what nonsense are you talking? Spreading such bad luck words, quickly spit 3 times. I'm sorry. Spit, spit, spit. The two were silent for a while. Liu filled a bowl of soup and finished it with gulps. His mother ate her rice in small bites while he secretly observed her expression. After a short moment, the mother said, Liu, how long will you stay at home this time? For days, Liu replied. That's so quick. Yes. Mom, he took the initiative to speak. I've grown up. The mother nodded, her expression slightly sad. That's true. My son has grown up and can make decisions on his own. There was another long silence. It was the mother who broke the silence first. Let's not talk about that. Liu, what about the thing you promised me? Liu was startled. What thing? Didn't you say you'd come back with your fiancée? Where is she? She'll come tomorrow. Tell me, whose daughter have you courted? Mom, what kind of language is that? Why do you say which girl did I take advantage of? We love each other sincerely. All right, Mom is wrong. Now tell me what's her name. Is she pretty? Her name is Diana, and she's the daughter of the Frost family. Frost? That influential political family. Yes, mother, you know them? She nodded. Your father mentioned them when he was alive. After a short pause, she added, since this young lady has chosen you, don't ever hurt her. And when she comes tomorrow, you must show off your best behavior, understand? I am mom, stop worrying so much. He replied, how many points did you score in your finals? Our academy values real combat more than scores. So how many points did you get in the practical test? First place. I knew my son would be the best. Hee, how could I possibly let you down? Chapter 99, Meeting the Parents, Part 1. Liu stood outside the door, adjusting his collar every few seconds. He really couldn't handle the perfectly pressed suit. It felt constricting around his neck. What's wrong? Got heat rash on your neck. Diana teased him. Liu reached for his tie as if to pull it off. Can I take this tie off? It's uncomfortable, and my neck feels sore. Diana quickly grabbed his hand. No way. Just bear with it a bit longer. We are meeting my parents today. Didn't we agree to go to my place today? He asked. To your place, sure. But didn't you come to pick me up? Perfect. Let's use this chance to introduce you to my parents. Hold on. Why do you have men's suits in your closet? I prepared it for you. I figured you'd come today, so I bought a suit yesterday, just in case. Oh, Diana patted his back lightly. All right, perk up. My parents have wanted to meet you for a long time. Liu froze mid-adjustment of his tie. They've wanted to meet me for a long time? What? Because I told them I had a boyfriend at school, she said mischievously while winking at him. Liu seemed struck by a bullet and hunched over, clutching his chest. You? What's wrong with you? Diana panicked, her heart racing wildly. Are you feeling unwell? He suddenly grabbed her delicate hand. I'm fine, but I feel like there's a way I need to marry this woman. Her face turned bright red as she slapped him lightly. Annoying, always teasing me. How can you think I'm joking when I'm already at your house? Liu complained dramatically. She remained silent, her cheeks flushed red, and lightly touched his cheek. Hand in hand, Liu and Diana appeared in the living room. Her mother saw her daughter holding hands with someone of the opposite gender, and even worse, they were standing exceptionally close together. The mother's temple veins began twitching. In comparison, her father was more composed. Anna, Diana's mother called out. Come to the study. I have something to say to you. Diana reluctantly released his hand and followed her mother into the study with a lingering look. Only her father and Liu were left in the living room. The former gestured toward the sofa chair on the right side with a welcoming motion. Mr. Liu, please take a seat. The maid placed 2 freshly brewed cups of tea on the small table, and Diana's father picked up his cup for a sip. Liu furtively glanced at the man who radiated authority without raising his voice. Noticing he was being observed, Liu felt nervous and picked up the teacup. I heard. The man deliberately paused. That you wish to marry my daughter. Unable to hold it back, Liu sprayed all the tea back into the cup. His improper behavior with the tea didn't seem to upset the man. Placing the cup down, the man handed him a pristine handkerchief. Liu took it and wiped the water droplets from his lips. Thank you, sir. Let me introduce myself. The man extended his hand proactively. I am Diana's father, Zeus Frost. Nice to meet you. And if our hospitality is insufficient, please excuse me, Mr. Liu. After hearing this, Liu waved his hands repeatedly. Not at all, sir. You're too polite. I'm Liu, Diana's classmate. Sorry for intruding. If I've disturbed you and Mrs. Frost, I deeply apologize. Anna has never been this devoted to a person of the opposite sex. This surprised me. Mr. Liu, I have a question for you. Sir, please ask. To you, what is it about my daughter that attracts you? The smile froze on his face, large beads of sweat appearing on Liu's forehead. At the same moment, in the study, I oppose this marriage, said Diana's mother Hera resolutely. Mom, what are you doing? Diana became flustered. From what she remembered, her mother shouldn't be this unreasonable. It's rare for me to have someone I like, and not only are you not happy for me, but you're also trying to split us apart? You're young, and you've never been away from me. You don't know the difference between liking and loving. Why don't I know? When other girls get near him, I feel uneasy, I get jealous. Isn't this enough proof that I like him? So you liking him means you'll spend your entire life with him? What can he give you? A sense of security. Upon hearing this, Hera lost her temper. I'm your mom. You go looking for security from him. You're my mother, but what have you ever done for me from childhood? Diana rebutted her mother for the first time in her life. You always arranged everything for me without asking for my opinion, claiming it was for my own good. You taught me diplomatic etiquette and social protocols, telling me to be graceful at all times so as not to tarnish the Frost family name. You expected me to follow in your and father's footsteps without ever asking if I was willing. My dream has never been to become a politician. My dream is to become a League military officer. Yet, you tried to strip me of my dreams, clipping my wings and forcing me to stay in a stagnant pond for life. Now, are you also trying to take away my daughter's lifelong happiness? Hera was speechless with shock. Was this the same obedient, sensible Diana she thought she knew? Now, this Diana was arguing with her for the first time over some man she had never even met. Hera shook her head in disbelief. All I hear is Liu this and Liu that. What kind of spell has he cast on you to make you so blindly devoted to him? He tolerates my capriciousness, accepts my displays of affection, and forgives my mistakes. This is enough. Around him, I feel joy, happiness, and contentment. This is enough. I like him, he likes me. I love him, he loves me. This is enough. Diana looked Hera straight in the eye and continued. Yes, I love this man. He is my choice. I believe that my future should be decided by myself. Hera gave up. How could she fail to see the deep-rooted feelings her daughter held for this Liu? She slumped back into her chair, utterly exhausted, and sighed. Alas, she shook her head. Fine, fine. You've grown up, and there's nothing more I can do. I just never realized that I am such an awful person in your eyes. Diana also shook her head. No, Mom, I love you. But, I've grown up, and you need to start letting me fly freely, to learn how to make my own decisions. After all, I can't stay trapped in the pond forever, and I'm not a water bird. A phoenix is destined to soar high. Chapter 100, Meeting the Parents, Part 2. At the same moment, in the parlor. What are my strengths? Such a difficult question should have been asked by Diana herself. But now, it came from her father Zeus. Facing this tough question, Liu was drenched in sweat, his shirt under the suit soaked with cold perspiration. He felt that, if I can't answer this question, I might not be able to walk out of here unscathed. Liu scratched the back of his head hard, and said, I like her absent-mindedness. Absent-mindedness. Zeus furrowed his brows. After much pondering, he still couldn't figure out what this answer meant. You don't know, Uncle. Anna always appears as someone lacking common sense at school. Don't get me wrong, Uncle. I'm not saying anything bad about Anna. When I say lacking common sense, I mean she often speaks seriously, saying things that make people blush and heart race. Although Anna comes from a prominent family and is a noble young lady, I don't see any airs in her. She possesses a resilience beyond imagination and never easily gives up. From her pupils, I see innocence. I see purity. I want to protect this innocence and purity. She. Is that all? Zeus's expression grew serious. Is your understanding of my daughter only to this extent? What is she like, dislike, fear? What are her habits and other similar questions? Do you know these answers? Do you not know the answers to these questions, yet you dare to come and stand before me claiming love? Do you think Frost family are fools? She likes freedom, being unrestrained. She likes drinking king kiwi tea, and she says, it's sour and sweet, very tasty. She dislikes unnecessary formalities and doesn't enjoy the life you and Annie laid out for her. She's a bit afraid of the dark, more so of me not being by her side. She subconsciously flicks her hair when lying. If you knew the answers, why didn't you say it just now? Because you, in Anna's heart, are a good father. And Auntie is a good mother. Anna has told me multiple times that she can actually understand you and Annie. Indeed, it is too dangerous for a girl to go to battlefields. Entering politics, even though it distances her from her dreams, it is relatively safer. I've also advised her on those grounds. Do you know what she said? What did she say? She said, the old me lived under the protection of my parents' wings. Now that I've grown up, it's my turn to protect my parents. Those were her exact words. A long silence ensued. The black tea gradually cooled. Zeus stared at the black tea, and in a voice only he and Liu could hear, he said, the fact that she would tell you all these shows that she trusts you. Did you know? Besides me and her mother, before you, she wouldn't allow anyone to call her Anna. Absolutely no one. Question mark. Liu was stunned. I can see that my daughter has deep feelings for you. No one knows their child better than their own parent. I can guess what she thinks quite accurately. But, do you really think that with just your words, I'll entrust my daughter to you? Isn't that a little too idealistic? Zeus lifted his head. Sharp eyes like eagles seemed as if they could pierce through Liu completely. Dare you swear to me with your life that you will protect her for the rest of her life, and love her for the rest of her life? Dad, Diana suddenly shouted, startling both Liu and Zeus. With a stern face, Zeus said, don't interrupt. This is a conversation between men. If only her father had said that, it would have been fine, but unfortunately, Liu also turned his head and shook it at her. Diana obviously became unhappy, her emotions written all over her face. Hera quickly pulled her aside and dragged her back into the study, shutting the door. Zeus asked again, dare you? No. Liu shook his head straightforwardly. Zeus chuckled coldly. I knew it. So naturally. Because I still need to protect her for the rest of my life and love her forever. If I lose my life, what do I use to protect her? What do I use to love her? For a long time, Zeus broke the silence first. I've protected her for nearly 2 decades. Now she's grown up. I'm getting old, and I can't protect her for the rest of my life. I hope there's someone who can do a better job than me. When he said this, he intentionally glanced at Liu. Liu's heart leapt with joy as he nodded. Yes. I will absolutely not disappoint your expectations. Don't rush to make promises, young man. Zeus waved his hand, stopping him from continuing. I want to see your actual actions. Empty talk anyone can do, but putting those words into action, that's what a real man does. He picked up the teacup, thought for a moment, then put it down again. Listen carefully, young man. I believe your oath, but that doesn't mean I fully trust you yet. If you dare to let Anna get hurt, even slightly, the Frost family will never forgive you. Yes, I will keep that in mind. Liu nodded solemnly. Zeus looked toward the study and said, Anna, come out. The door was rudely pushed open, and Diana stormed out, fuming. She marched towards Zeus, who spoke first. He's passed. Diana froze in her tracks. He swore to me that he would love and protect you forever. Zeus smiled. So, you can be together. She let out a delighted cry of, this is wonderful, and turned to leap into Liu's arms. Taken by surprise, Liu caught her but lost balance, causing both of them to tumble to the ground along with the chair. Zeus and Hera entered the study, leaving space for the couple to bond. Closing the door, Hera asked, after raising our cabbage for almost 2 decades, are you regretful it's been snatched away? Not at all. Zeus smiled faintly. In him, I see a bit of Li Xiang's shadow. This boy truly resembles his father, doesn't he? But there's one point I need to correct you on. Our daughter isn't just an ordinary cabbage, and Liu certainly isn't a little pig. Then what is he? A wolf king. A leader of wolves. Do you really see so much potential in him? No, it's not me who sees great potential in him. It's Anna. I trust our daughter's judgment. In the parlor. So wonderful you. Diana rubbed her face against Liyu's. Dad finally agrees we can be together. Liyu patted her head. Yes. Gaining uncle's approval wasn't easy at all. Of course. My dad is quite strict, and you being approved by him only shows how good my taste is. Someone who gets all excited over a little sunshine, huh? You're my sunshine. You're always spouting cheesy pickup lines. What? Don't you like it? No, I love it. Chapter 101, A New Beginning. Diana and Liyu's mother looked at each other, leaving Liyu caught in the middle, unsure what to do. The air seemed thick with tension, though Liyu himself didn't know where it was coming from. Finally, his mother spoke. Liyu felt a flicker of hope, thinking that his mom was indeed clever, knowing Diana was just shy and had decided to break the awkward silence. But what came out of her mouth left Liyu completely speechless. When are you two getting married? Huh? Diana was stunned. Uffed. Liyu sprayed tea all over the coffee table. Thinking Diana hadn't heard clearly, the mother repeated, when are you two getting married? Diana's face turned as red as if it would bleed, and Liyu quickly tried to cover up. Mom, what are you talking about? We're nowhere near that. Marriage is such an important thing. It should be planned carefully. Are you fooling this girl? Mother continued. Do you even plan on marrying her? Now not only Liyu but also Diana was bewildered. The latter looked incredulously at the former. Mom, have you gone senile? Why are you putting so much pressure on me today? Liyu couldn't hold back any longer, internally wondering why his mother was speaking like this. You made it sound like I said I wouldn't marry her. If you're going to marry her, then why are you planning it for so long? It's tradition. We still need to propose formally, hire a matchmaker, send the dowry, and host the banquet. All those details I'll take care of for you. Both of you just go get your marriage certificate. Why are you rushing so much, Mom? Can I not rush? If I let such a good daughter-in-law slip away, you won't find another even if you search with a lantern. Diana found herself stuck between mother and son, uncertain how to help. That, she raised her voice to attract attention back to her. Though I don't know the situation, please rest assured, your ladyship, Liyu and I love each other deeply. The mother shook her head, saying sarcastically, look how understanding she is. Liyu stared wide-eyed at his own nose, thinking silently, so am I the unreasonable one? Satisfied with Diana, the mother asked, Anna, would you like to stay for lunch? Diana glanced at Liyu instinctively. He nodded slightly. She agreed. Yes, thank you. After a pleasant lunch, the mother casually muttered, oh, I remember there were a few bowls I need to wash before disappearing into the kitchen. Looking towards the kitchen, Diana scratched her cheek. Your mother seems rather scatterbrained, huh? Liyu finished her sentence. She likes you. That's why she's acting this way. She doesn't usually behave like this. Diana lightly touched her lips. So, does that mean I've gained your mother's approval? Yes. He nodded. She sighed in relief and patted her chest. Good. I thought I might be subjected to a lot of questioning. He patted her head. You worry too much. My mom isn't like that. As someone experienced in life, she can tell immediately if your feelings for me are genuine. So, I'll help your mother wash the dishes. You? Since when do you know how to wash dishes? I haven't seen any sign of it. You underestimate people. Everything has a process of learning from scratch. All right, but I must warn you. If any bowls break, you'll have to pay compensation. I'm not talking to you anymore. Annoyed, Diana stomped into the kitchen. Liyu chuckled softly. Amidst the slight buzzing noise around him, his pupils transformed into icy blue. His future sight ability lasted much longer than expected. Images of the future flooded his mind, freezing his smile. Unconsciously, his gaze turned toward the kitchen. Well, no need to scare her, he sighed with half a smile, shaking his head. Ding dong. His phone buzzed. Pulling it out, Liyu saw a message from the academy. Dear student Liyu, your armored wristband is ready. Please collect it from the principal's office as soon as possible. No news could have been more exhilarating than this. The 4-day holiday flew by. Returning to the academy together with Diana and Jia Jingjing, Liyu hurried straight to the principal's office after arriving. With a bang, the door burst open as Liyu entered energetically. You've arrived. The old principal, Minus, took a sip of his tea, pretending to be profound. I'm here, Liyu confirmed, nodding. You shouldn't have come. I have to. Why? Director, stop playing these silly games. I'm here to pick up my armored wristband. The old principal shot him a disdainful look. Young man, if you can't control yourself, how will you accomplish great things? Liyu rolled his eyes. Here. From a drawer, the old principal retrieved 3 armored wristbands, placing them in a line on the desk. Yours. And Jia Jingjing's and Diana's as well. Take them and pass them along. Liyu held the armored wristband as if it were a priceless treasure, carefully placing it on his right wrist. The wristband, pitch black with specks of starlight, conformed perfectly to the curve of his wrist without any gaps. He gently touched the wristband and watched as it rippled like water, spreading across his body in nanoscopic waves to form his battle armor. The transformation took less than a second, leaving Liyu exhilarated as he looked at his hands. Extending his right hand flat, the armor responded instantly, manifesting a sharp longsword inscribed with the words, Dragon Spring. The nanosuit retracted swiftly back into its wristband form. Liyu couldn't take his eyes off it, exclaiming, I absolutely love this thing. Then he kissed it for good measure. The old principal watched him with both surprise and skepticism. Though personal tastes are subjective, I'd still recommend you see a doctor. Principal, I'll take my leave. Liyu grabbed the other 2 wristbands and dashed off before anyone could change their minds. The principal shook his head as he mumbled under his breath. He runs faster than a rabbit. Afraid I'd change my mind, or what? The wristbands were handed over to their respective users. Jia Jingjing's wristband transformed into a sleek watch per his preference, which pleased him greatly. Diana's wristband shimmered moon white, pairing perfectly with Li Yu's as a couple set. When the sun rose on a new day, 10 students approved to join the Alpha Fleet had already gathered together. The principal walked onto the field alongside a young girl. Spotting Li Yu standing front and center, she waved cheerfully, calling out, "Li Yu, who are you?" Li Yu tilted his head quizzically. "It's me," she beamed, pointing to her nose. "Miss Slacker." It clicked then. This was Bridget, the girl from before. "Today marks the official start of your enlistment," the principal announced, his gaze sweeping over the group assembled before him. "Soon, I hope this academy can proudly count you among its finest achievements." "Rest assured," echoed 10 voices. This was just the beginning. The future would be shaped by their own choices.